Chapter 1. At the beginning, my girlfriend ran away with someone else after taking the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. Yi can, we can't get married. I will leave Jiangning City soon. In the ramen restaurant, before Yikan could swallow the noodle soup in his mouth, Xia Anan said this to him. Cough, cough, cough. Yikan was choked badly. After his breathing calmed down, Yikan adjusted his glasses that were about to slide down to his mouth, and stared in astonishment at Xia Anan, who had a calm face. Anan, I've already given you the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Xia Anan took a deep breath, and a hint of pity for Yikan appeared in her eyes. I'm not kidding you. We haven't even gotten our marriage certificate yet. It's not too late for me to regret it now. Seeing Xia Anan's serious look, Yikan was stunned. Anan, why do you want to regret the engagement? We agreed that after graduation I would save up 100,000 yuan for you as a betrothal gift, and we would register for marriage, and then work hard together to earn money to buy a house and support our family. From college to graduate school, Yikan and Xia Anan, both from poor backgrounds, cared for and encouraged each other, studied hard, actively participated in various competitions, and received national scholarships every year. After graduation, Yikan worked as an intern in the obstetrics and gynecology department of Jiangning People's Hospital. Xia Anan went to work as secretary to the chairman of the Yang Group. The Yang Group mainly operates the Porsche car business and is a big player in the domestic imported luxury car industry. Due to her job, Xia Anan often comes into contact with all kinds of rich people, but she has never despised Yikan for being a poor boy. She also told Yikan that other women would need hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts when marrying men, but she only needed 100,000 yuan. At least she would not let down the 7 years she spent with him. Yikan cherishes the 7-year relationship between him and Xia Anan, so he readily agreed to Xia Anan's request. He promised Xia Anan that within a year, he would save up 100,000 yuan for her and marry her. Yikan was still confident. He had not spent most of the national scholarship he received during school, and he had worked as a tutor during the winter and summer vacations. After graduation, he had an internship salary, and he used his days off to do some part-time jobs to earn some extra money. With all the income added up, it would not be a problem for him to save 100,000 yuan a year. Unexpectedly, things happen unexpectedly. Yikan's father fell seriously ill half a year ago and almost spent all the family savings. After his father's death, his mother remarried and moved to another place, leaving him and his 6-year-old sister to depend on each other. In order to fulfill the promise he made to Xia Anan, Yikan borrowed the 100,000 yuan betrothal money from his good friends and colleagues. But why did Xia Anan want to break off the engagement after receiving the betrothal money? Yikan couldn't understand Xia Anan's abnormality. Xia Anan lowered her head, a hint of guilt in her voice. Let the past be the past. From now on, let you and I be at peace. I can't get through it. Yikan couldn't accept this cruel fact. Xia Anan was irritated by Yikan, and she slammed the table in frustration. You have to agree even if you don't want to. I'm pregnant with the chairman's child, and the chairman wants to send me to live abroad. Yikan was suddenly struck by lightning. It took him a long time to recover from his shock. Anan, stop joking with me, okay? How could you possibly give birth to a child for an old man who was almost as old as your father? You are not that kind of person. Yikan clearly remembered that Xia Anan told him that Xia Anan as chairman was a white-haired old man who was already 50 years old. Xia Anan usually looked down on news about relationships between grandfathers and granddaughters. She also firmly told Yikan that she hated relationships between grandfathers and granddaughters the most and that she only loved the handsome Yikan in her life. Therefore, Yikan couldn't believe that what Xia Anan said was true. Xia Anan sneered, then she took out the pregnancy test form from her bag and handed it to Yikan. Yikan, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Here is my pregnancy test report. Open your eyes and take a good look. Yikan saw the pregnancy test report, which showed that Xia Anan was 3 weeks pregnant. The ironclad facts were before him, and Yikan felt as if Xia Anan had stabbed his heart with a knife. Xia Anan, where is the person who loved you so much back then? We've been together for 7 years. I've always respected you and never had sex with you, but you cheated on me with an old man. There are even bastards. At this moment, Yikan was extremely angry. Xia Anan has cheated him completely. What old man or not? The chairman I'm talking about is the new one. His name is Yang Wei, and he's only 27 years old. He has been pursuing me for a year. I was unmoved at first, but he kept transferring money to my card and buying me all kinds of luxury goods. He even gave me a Cayenne. He also said that he would buy me a villa after I gave birth to a child, and that he would buy me more villas the more children I had, so I was tempted. Ye can, you are just handsome, but I can't live a hard life with you, let alone support your sister with you. You can't give me anything that Brother Wei can give me. Ye can couldn't stand it anymore. He held Xia Ainan's hand tightly with a painful expression. You said I couldn't give you anything, but you asked me for a 100,000 yuan betrothal gift, and I gave it to you. Xia Ainan, stop dreaming about marrying into a wealthy family. Yang Wei is lying to you. You've seen the news before, and he has a lot of illegitimate children out there. Xia Ainan shook off Yi Can's hand with force, a smug smile on her face. I don't care. I gave birth to a child for Brother Wei, and he gave me money, a car, and a house. I made a lot of money. That's all I have to say. Stop pestering me. See you later. After Xia Ainan finished speaking, she walked out of the ramen restaurant without looking back. Yi Can quickly chased after her and stopped Xia Ainan. Since you're going to be a reproductive machine for that Yang Wei, then you have to return the 100,000 yuan betrothal money to me. I borrowed it from my good friends and colleagues. Xia Ainan's face suddenly turned gloomy. Yi Can, I asked you for 100,000 because I knew you could only get 100,000. I felt sorry for you enough and didn't ask you for more. Don't be so ungrateful. Xia Ainan pushed Yi Can away and continued walking forward. Yi Can was furious and pressed Xia Ainan against the wall, not allowing her to move at all. Give me back my money. Don't force me to sue you for marriage fraud and send you to the police station. Xia Ainan was not afraid of Yi Can at all. She said confidently, I deserve that 100,000. I've been with you for 7 years. That's the compensation you paid me for the loss of my youth. Oh shit. Pay for loss of youth? In the past 7 years, the most intimate behavior between Yi Can and Xia Ainan was just kissing, and it was always Xia Ainan who took the initiative. Is this also called loss of youth? I'll pay you. The devastated Yi Can couldn't help but swear. Just as he was about to drag Xia Ainan to the police station, someone kicked him away unexpectedly. The next second, Yi Can fell heavily to the ground, feeling like his spine was about to break. Before he could react, the man grabbed his collar and slammed him in the face, cursing as he did so. Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you harass our Brother Wei's woman? I'll beat you to death. Yi Can's face was beaten bloody. As he was dying, he saw Xia Ainan holding Yang Wei's arm and explaining delicately. My dear Brother Wei, thank goodness you came in time. I just went to the ramen restaurant to eat a bowl of ramen, and when I walked out, I ran into this psychopath. I don't know where he came from, but he insisted on blocking me and asking for money. Yi Can's heart seemed to be broken into pieces. Damn Xia Ainan, she actually pretended not to know Yang Wei in front of him. Yang Wei came to Yi Can, who was lying on the ground trembling in pain. He pulled a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and threw it in Yi Can's face. This is a reward for you. It's enough for you to buy an ice cream. Xia Ainan didn't dare to look at Yi Can. She kept avoiding Yi Can's eyes full of hatred. Yang Wei hugged Xia Ainan, got into the car, and sped away. Yi Can didn't even have the strength to speak. He felt dizzy and as if the world was spinning around him. Just when he was in despair, a sweet lady's voice entered his mind. Ding! If the old doesn't go, the new will come. Congratulations to the host for successfully leaving that scumbag. Your goddess wife will be in the host's arms soon. Chapter 2 Don't be too happy too soon. Punishment. Yi Can was stunned for a moment. Is this the system for me? Yi Can remembered that in those online novels, the male protagonists' voices all seemed to be mechanical uncles, but his system was unique, with a sweet lady's voice. Could it be that the system is also divided into male and female ones? Because I was deceived into marriage by a bad woman, will she compensate me by giving me a lady system to be my wife? System, oh system, you can't play tricks on me like this. Yi Can now has only one feeling, wanting to cry but having no tears. The sweet lady's voice came again. The host has 10 seconds to make a choice. If no selection is made within the time limit, the system will automatically make a choice for the host. At the same time, 2 options emerged in Yi Can's mind: A, accept; B, reject. Yi Can was almost laughing out of anger. How could he possibly treat a system that he couldn't see or touch as his wife? He definitely wouldn't accept it. However, before Yi Can could choose B, his vision suddenly went dark and he passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Yikan woke up in a daze, feeling a faint pain on his face. Seeing the surrounding environment, he suddenly sat up from the bed. The huge room was filled with a faint fragrance. The floor was covered with a plush carpet with gorgeous embroidery. All the furniture was inlaid with diamonds or gold. It was so luxurious that one felt as if they were in a palace. Glancing at the elegant and sexy women's clothes in the transparent wardrobe opposite, Yikan widened his eyes in surprise. What is going on? How did I end up in a room with women? Yikan swallowed and lowered his head subconsciously. Suddenly he found that he was not wearing any clothes. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Oh shit. Will I do that? Yikan immediately thought of a very shameful possibility. Seeing his clothes hanging on the hanger next to him, he hurriedly put them on. What exactly happened? Just as Yikan was about to reminisce, the door was gently pushed open. A beautiful long-haired lady exuding a cool temperament walked in. A black slim-fitting slid miniskirt brings out the perfect proportions of her front, back and upper and lower parts. On her palm-sized face, a pair of beautiful eyes are extremely cold and beautiful. Her obtuse nose and plump red lips seem to be a work of art, and her long legs, which are so white that they are almost glowing, give her an aura of 1.8 meters. Yikan was truly amazed. This beauty's looks surpassed that scumbag Xiaonan by dozens of miles. Even the female stars on TV would pale in comparison to her. Wait, isn't she that Suling? Yikan finally recognized Suling. Not only him, but perhaps everyone in the world knew who Suling was. Suling, 22 years old, is a new generation of top goddess. From the age of 9 to 21, she won a total of 50 gold medals, 7 silver medals and 3 bronze medals in national and world-class competitions in shooting, fencing, boxing and free skiing. Not only is Suling a sports athlete, he is also a top student. At the age of 20, he obtained a master's degree from the world-renowned Harvard University. In addition to her academic and sports excellence, she has many hobbies, such as cross-country running, horseback riding, rock climbing, piano, vocal music, dance, etc. Coupled with Suling's super high looks and keen fashion sense, she is often the darling of major luxury brands. She also dominates the covers of various fashion magazines at home and abroad, and participates in major international fashion shows, radiating charm and overwhelming the audience. When it comes to making money, Suling has a great business sense. Not counting the more than 30 endorsement fees she currently holds, she also has investments in real estate, jewelry, red wine, technology, etc., and has made a fortune in all of them. Only she herself knows how rich she is. She is truly a top goddess. Even the heroines in cool novels are not as awesome as her. Thinking of Suling's brilliant resume, Yikan was extremely appreciative and admired. What kind of man can be worthy of a genius like Suling? Yikan never dreamed that one day he would be able to see the goddess Suling in person. You're awake. Suling stopped beside Yikan's bed, staring at Yikan with cold eyes and a cold tone. Yikan came back to his senses, sat up straight, and asked doubtfully. Miss Su, am I in your room? What is going on? Suling still looked as cold as ice and continued. 7 days ago, you fainted on the side of the road, your face covered in wounds. My grandfather happened to see you and brought you back for treatment. Unfortunately, my grandfather was diagnosed with advanced stomach cancer the day before yesterday and has at most 3 months to live. I don't know what he was thinking. He actually sent someone to tamper with my food last night. And when I woke up this morning, I found you sleeping in my bed. Having said that, Suling didn't say anything further. Because she couldn't remember whether she had done anything unspeakable to the unconscious Yikan. After hearing Suling's words, Yikan's face was full of disbelief. Then we are. Shut up. Suling interrupted Yikan sternly and stopped him from speaking any further. Yikan had no choice but to shut up. Suling sighed lightly, and his already cold face became even colder, like a gorgeous snow lotus on an iceberg. My grandfather threatened to die if I had to marry you. I asked him why, but he wouldn't tell me. So, in order not to make my grandfather angry, I decided to marry you. Tomorrow we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. Suling agreed to let her grandfather marry Yikan, which made her feel very depressed. She investigated Yikan's background, a poor obstetrician and gynecologist intern who lived with his 6-year-old sister. Actually, these are nothing. After all, she is not short of money and never looks down on the struggling poor. The problem is that Yikan was beaten and disfigured, and he is extremely ugly. But Yikan is quite tall, he looks about 1.87 meters tall, which matches her height of 1.75 meters quite well. But how can she keep her dignity if she lets an ugly guy be her husband? But she had to listen to her grandfather. Yikan was almost stunned by this sudden surprise. Is this true? It seems that the system is not going to give him a wife, but the system is giving him a wife for free. The key is that this wife is the top goddess Suling. Yikan made a fortune. System, oh system, you are so kind to me. Seeing that I was deceived into marriage by a scumbag, you immediately gave me the best wife. You are really the greatest system in the world. If you were good looking, you would definitely be the most beautiful one among all the lady systems. Yikan was delighted in his heart and silently praised the system. Bite. The system started at this time, and the familiar sweet lady's voice sounded in Yikan's mind. Since the host didn't make a choice last time, the system automatically made the choice for the host. Furthermore, it detected that the host had just flattered the system. Therefore, the system is punishing the host with "Don't be too happy too soon." Don't be too happy too soon punishment? What kind of weird punishment is this? Yikan was confused. Chapter 3 I won't serve you anymore. Didn't I faint last time? How could I make a choice? I'm not flattering you at all. I'm just praising you, system. Yikan cried out in injustice in his heart. The system didn't respond. Noticing that Yikan was distracted, Suling frowned, not knowing what Yikan was thinking. Are you listening to me? The cold tone revealed an irresistible sense of oppression. Yikan came back to his senses and smiled at Suling. Miss Su, I am listening to you, I just... Before Yikan finished speaking, Suling interrupted Yikan again. Since you are listening, then listen to me and finish what I have to say. First of all, you and I are just registering and getting a marriage certificate. We are only husband and wife in name only. Secondly, after marriage, I can do whatever I want, and you have no right to interfere. But you can't do whatever you want, and you have to listen to me in everything. Third, our marriage will only last 3 months. That means we will divorce after my grandfather passes away. Fourth, to maintain my public image, you must keep our marriage a secret. Fifth. Before Suling could even mention his fifth request, Yikan said in a rather unhappy tone, forget the fifth one. I don't accept any of them. It was tragic enough that he was deceived into marriage by the scumbag Xia Anan, but he didn't expect that he would be given a top goddess as his wife for nothing, and they were just husband and wife in name only. What's even more fucked up is that after becoming Suling's legally recognized husband, he can't interfere with her living her own life, and he has to be at Suling's mercy in everything. Treat him as a puppet? Can't you touch your own wife, but let other men touch her? Wouldn't this make him completely corrupted? The marriage has only lasted 3 months, but as a real man, he doesn't want to live in a marriage without dignity and freedom for even a single day. Suling, Suling, I didn't expect that this top goddess is so arrogant and domineering in private. No man would be able to stand marrying a wife like this. It turns out this is the punishment for don't be too happy too soon. Suling did not expect Yikan to reject her. She is a top goddess admired by everyone. The men pursuing her can be lined up from Jiangning City to France. Each of them is thousands of times better than Yikan. They always kneel down to lick her, but she is not moved at all. How come when she came to the ugly guy Yikan, he dared to refuse her even though she gave herself to him as his wife for free? Isn't it great when her husband can choose to lie down and live off her? Suling's cold little face became even colder at this moment. She stared at Yikan, who was looking angry, with icy eyes and said in an aggressive tone, you have no right to refuse me. We must get married. There is no room for negotiation. You can marry whoever you want, I won't serve you anyway. Yikan was completely annoyed. He jumped out of bed and pushed the door open. Suling did not chase after him. She stood there, looking at Yikan's back as he left angrily, and shook her head helplessly. When Yikan walked into the living room, he happened to catch a glimpse of himself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. He was instantly frightened by the ugly monster in the mirror. The once handsome young man has changed beyond recognition. Oh my god, I was beaten into this state. Finding a pack of masks on the coffee table, Yikan immediately opened it, took out one and put it on. When he goes out, he cannot scare people. This is all the fault of Xia Anan and Yang Wei, that couple. They are the ones who made him become like this. Yikan was angry and resentful. He would definitely go to Xia Anan to get back the 100,000 yuan betrothal money, and also ask Yang Wei to make financial compensation to him. Speaking of which, Suling's house is so big that it looks like a palace. It took Yikan more than half an hour to get out. When he reached the roadside, Yikan touched his trouser pocket and found that the screen of his mobile phone was broken and could not be turned on. Fortunately, he still had 150 yuan in cash in his shirt pocket. This was the money he earned from tutoring a child in math homework at night the day before Xia Anan came to him to break off the engagement. He hasn't been home for so many days and he doesn't know how his sister is doing. Shouldn't his neighbor Aunt Wang help take care of her? Yikan stopped a taxi and prepared to go home to see his sister first. However, when he arrived at his door, his neighbor Aunt Wang came hurriedly. "Akan, where have you been these days? I can't contact you." Yikan subconsciously pressed the mask to make sure his face was covered more tightly. He replied sheepishly, "Auntie, this is a long story." My sister is at your house, right?" Aunt Wan looked worried and sighed heavily. "Hey. Yesterday after kindergarten, I went to pick up your sister. On the way, your sister wanted to eat candied haws. I took her to buy it, but when we reached the intersection, a car suddenly rushed towards us. I don't know if the driver was drunk or had a split personality, but he hit several cars in a row, causing heavy casualties. Your sister was also knocked out, and the driver himself died." Yikan was suddenly struck by lightning. "My sister was in a car accident? How is she now?" Yikan felt that he was already unlucky enough. How come something happened to his sister too? Aunt Wang wiped her tears and told Yikan. "Although your sister was rescued in the hospital, her lungs were severely damaged. The doctor said that if she doesn't get a lung transplant as soon as possible, she will die." Yikan was struck by lightning again. Is he going to lose his sister? Oh, heaven and earth, you cannot torture people like this. Yikan is on the verge of collapse. He followed Aunt Wang to the hospital, and the doctor told him about his sister's condition in detail, which made him feel heartbroken. Lung transplant surgery is not that simple. First, you have to find lungs that match your sister's, which is a time-consuming task. Even if you can find one, Yikan cannot afford the expensive surgery fees. 600,000. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for a young man like him who is still in the internship period. Killing him 1T gets you 600,000. Shocked, Yikan fell into a chair in the corridor, looking like he had lost his soul. What do I do? Am I really going to lose my sister? For the first time in 27 years, Yikan felt how helpless life was. Suddenly, he thought of the system. Aren't other people as systems able to help the host solve problems? Then my system should be able to do so as well. System, beautiful lady system, come out and help me. The sweet lady's voice came, "Dear host, you have to stay calm, everything will work out when the time comes." Yikan was depressed. I'm about to lose my sister, how can I stay calm? What's the point of saying things will work out when the time comes? Don't you feel any pain in your waist when you talk while standing? Yikan almost suspected that his system was a counterfeit product. Not only can he not help at all, but he also causes trouble for him. Unexpectedly, a pair of white, slender legs stopped in front of Yikan. Yikan was stunned for a moment, then looked up. Suling. Why is she here? Suling still had that cold expression on her face. She spoke calmly. I have already consulted the doctor about your sister's condition. I can help your sister find a matching lung in the shortest possible time, and I can also afford your sister's surgery fees, and you don't have to pay me back. Yikan seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and he was a little excited. Are you telling the truth? Suling nodded. Certainly. Yikan was about to be happy for a while, but Suling added. However, I have a prerequisite, you must marry me and abide by the terms I told you before. Otherwise, there's no need to discuss anything. Yikan felt bitter inside. Wow, this girl really came prepared. At this moment, the system's ladylike voice sounded in Yikan's mind again. The goddess wife has come again, and the host still has two choices. A. Accept, B. Do not accept. Choose A, and the host will have a surprise. Choose B, and the host will be single for life. Depend on. Yikan was also convinced. It seems that this system is in collusion with Suling. Chapter 4 Charm value rapidly increases. It's a surprise, or maybe it's a shock. But things have come to this point, and Yikan has no choice but to accept it. In order to save his sister, he humbled himself and became Suling's puppet husband, which was worth it. It's just 3 months, it will be over soon. 3 months later, he could divorce Suling and no longer have to endure that humiliation. Nowadays, divorce is no longer a shameful thing. If you get along, stay together. If you don't, break up. Life is short, so you can't treat yourself badly. Okay, I accept your terms. Yikan agreed to Suling. Suling took out 2 agreements, a pen, and a box of red clay from his bag and handed them to Yikan. This is the agreement. You need to sign and fingerprint it. Follow it exactly as it says. Don't violate any of the clauses. Otherwise, I will punish you in various ways. Punishing me in various ways? Oh my god, this Suling is a sadist. Yikan complained in his heart. But what can he do? Yikan gritted his teeth, signed the agreement happily, and put his fingerprint on it. For a moment, he felt like he was signing a contract to sell himself. Alas, when you are in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. Suling put away the agreement signed by Yikan, then took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, saying in an instructive tone, "Lily, contact St. John's Hospital in Country A immediately and ask them to provide lungs that match Yi Xiaomi. Also, please make sure to transfer 600,000 yuan to Jiangning Harbor Hospital today. This is for Yi Xiaomi's surgery." About 5 minutes after Suling hung up the phone, the doctor came running to Yikan with a smile on his face. "Mr. Yi, your sister is so lucky. A kind-hearted person found a matching lung for her and paid 600,000 yuan for her surgery. The surgery can be performed tomorrow. Your sister's life has been saved." Yikan was shocked by Suling's efficiency, which caught him off guard. A top goddess is a top goddess. She does what she says and can do anything. Thank you, Miss Su. Although Yikan was unwilling to sign an unequal marriage treaty with Suling, he was still very grateful to Suling for what he did for his sister. However, Suling still had a cold and aloof look, as if he didn't want anyone to approach him, just like a cold and beautiful snow lotus blooming on the top of an iceberg. "I've done what I promised you. Tomorrow, after your sister finishes the surgery, you will go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for marriage." Yikan had no choice but to agree. However, he was quite curious. Suling seemed quite friendly on the screen, so why was she so serious in real life? Could it be that she disliked him for being ugly and was only cold and indifferent in front of him? Maybe, I just don't love you. Yikan suddenly felt extremely sad. Then again, who would want to marry an ugly guy? Especially when Suling is such a dazzling goddess. Back then, Yikan was also a school idol. There were many girls in the school who actively pursued him, but he had a special liking for Xia Anan. As a result, that scumbag Xia Anan cheated him so badly, and that Yang Wei beat him up like this. Once he finishes the work at hand, he will definitely get back the money with interest from them. The next morning, his sister's operation was quite successful, and Yikan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suling sent 2 beautiful nurses and a driver uncle over. 2 beautiful nurses were responsible for taking care of the younger sister, while the driver took Yikan to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Suling didn't come. That's right, how can she, a top goddess who is as beautiful as a fairy, walk with an ugly guy like him? She can't afford to lose face in front of him. Yikan was in tears. When he arrived at the registration office of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yikan saw Suling, who was waiting there early. Well, this girl is really scheming. She also wears a mask. The staff taking the wedding photos asked Yikan and Suling to take off their masks. What kind of couple would wear masks while taking wedding photos? Don't pick it. Yikan and Suling said almost in unison. When the staff saw that the 2 were not cooperating, they immediately frowned and acted in a strong manner. If you don't take off your masks, we can't take wedding photos. If you don't cooperate, I'll call the next couple. Lydia Su had no choice but to take off his mask. The staff immediately recognized Suling and became excited. Hey, you are not. Suling made a silencing gesture to the staff, signaling them not to say anything. The staff nodded obediently without calling out Suling's name, but her hands holding the camera were shaking constantly. Seeing the top goddess for the first time, everyone would be excited. Yikan hasn't taken off his mask yet. He really didn't have the courage to pick it. Suling stared at Yikan with icy eyes, his voice cold and intimidating. Pick it off. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Without waiting for Yikan to react, she took off Yikan's mask. Yikan's heart seemed to be in his throat. He even closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the horrified looks of the staff when they saw his appearance. At the same time, he covered his ears with his hands, afraid to hear people screaming after being frightened by his appearance. After about 2 minutes, Yikan realized something was wrong. Why was it so quiet around him? So Yikan tried to open his eyes and found that Suling and the staff were staring at him intently. Suling's expression was still cold and calm. The staff was outrageous, they were actually drooling. What's going on? Are there any men so ugly that women drool over them? Yikan was stunned. He couldn't help but look at the mirror on the wall. Wow! Is this me? It's so damn handsome. At this moment, Yikan's facial features in the mirror are particularly three-dimensional. He has lost the childishness of a young boy and has become more cold and stern, yet gentle. He also exudes a hint of maturity and stability. He is 1,000 times more handsome than before the disfigurement. It is no exaggeration to say that he is more handsome than male stars such as Jin Dong, Eddie Peng, and Daniel Wu, who are popular among women. Even Yikan himself was stunned by his own stunning beauty. It's amazing, how could my appearance change so drastically? Yikan was puzzled. At this moment, the system sounded that gentle lady's voice again. Congratulations to the host and the goddess on their marriage. I'm rewarding the host with a first-level surprise, a rapid increase in charm. Would the host like to accept the second-level surprise? A. Yes, B. No. It turns out that it was the system's effect. It seems to be a surprise, not a shock. Yikan suddenly tasted the sweetness and immediately felt that this system was no longer a counterfeit product, but a rare treasure. Since there is a secondary surprise, why not accept it? Yikan decisively chose A in his mind. However, the system came to a halt. Yikan wondered, hey, beautiful lady system, didn't you say you had a second-level surprise for me? Why are you silent? Speak up. Chapter 5, Damn. It's a heart-pounding feeling. No matter how Yikan called the system remained silent. Suling, who had been staring at Yikan, felt his heart beating like a deer at this moment. Oh no, it's a heart-pounding feeling. How come Yikan suddenly became so handsome? Suling had seen many handsome guys, but none of them caught her eye. But this was the first time she had seen someone as handsome as Yikan. He was so handsome that she couldn't take her eyes off him and felt like she had fallen for him. Fortunately, she managed her facial expressions well, otherwise if Yikan saw her being infatuated, her image as a top goddess would be shattered. Noticing that the atmosphere was still eerily quiet, Yikan waved his hand awkwardly at Suling. Suling, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you are bewitched by my stunning beauty? Yikan didn't dare to say this out loud. Because he found that Suling still had the same icy face that had not changed for thousands of years, he rejected this idea. Suling came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and shifted his gaze to the staff who were still obsessed with Yikan's face. Miss, we've taken off our masks, isn't it time for you to take our wedding photos? The staff member quickly raised his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth and smiled apologetically at Yikan and Suling. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit just now. But Miss Su and Mr. Yi are so handsome and beautiful, a perfect match made in heaven. I'm so envious. After saying that, she took wedding photos for Yikan and Suling neatly. After getting the marriage certificate, Yikan felt complicated. From now on, he is a married man. There is nothing wrong with a man getting married first and then starting a career. Unfortunately, he is only a husband in name only. Alas, it's still frustrating. Forget it, just endure it for 3 months, and I will be free after 3 months. Yikan could only comfort himself in this way. Yikan originally thought that after getting the marriage certificate, he would have nothing to worry about, so he prepared to go to the hospital to accompany his sister. Suling suddenly called him, "Where are you going?" Yikan answered truthfully, "Going to the hospital to accompany my sister." At this moment, a majestic Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of him. Suling commanded, "Get in the car and go home with me." Yikan was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrongly. Am I not her nominal husband? Why do I have to go home with her? There is no such clause in the post-nuptial agreement. Suling thought Yikan didn't understand what she meant, so she took the initiative to explain. Your sister is under the care of a nurse, so don't worry. You are my husband now, and you must come home with me. This is an order, and you must not disobey. Yikan wanted to refute Suling, I went home with you and I can't touch you, so you might as well continue to live in my shabby rental house. But when he thought about how Suling spent 600,000 yuan on his sister and saved her life, he had no choice but to get in the car obediently. Seeing Yikan sitting in the passenger seat, Suling, who was sitting in the back, said in a cold voice, "Who told you to sit there? Sit next to me." In fact, Suling's inner OS at this moment is, "This silly brother, he is already my husband, but he still sits so far away, preventing me from admiring his damn handsome face." Yikan felt that Suling was a little abnormal today. She asked him to go home with her and sit next to her. Could it be that the next step is to let him sleep with her? Bah, Yikan, what sweet dreams are you having? If you dare to sleep with Suling, the Ice Queen, she will beat you to death. Yikan immediately cut off his thoughts. Because he was afraid of being punished for not following orders, he sat down next to Suling obediently. Seeing Yikan sitting upright with a serious look, Suling wanted to laugh but couldn't. What a silly brother. He is so close to me but doesn't dare to touch me. It's not that Yikan doesn't dare to touch Suling. His wife is a world-class champion who has won gold medals in boxing, fencing, shooting and other fields. She can defeat him in minutes with any of them. He also has to save his life to save the wounded and sick, make a name for himself in the medical field and become famous all over the world. Although he is poor, he is a man of integrity and has great ambitions. Right now I have to humble myself and become someone's son-in-law, but it is only temporary due to the circumstances. The car moved forward steadily and there was silence inside. Yikan thought again of the 600,000 yuan surgery fee that Suling paid for his sister. After all, owing money to others is a heavy burden. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke, "Lydia Su, if you pay my sister the 600,000, I will definitely pay you back in installments. I won't owe you any money." Although he was only Suling's husband in name, he could not be looked down upon by Suling. Suling didn't expect Yikan to decide to return her money. After all, she had exchanged the money with Yikan for the condition of marriage and never asked Yikan to return it at all. Oh, silly brother, although he is poor, he is ambitious. I underestimated him. I even admire him a little bit. Suling's heart was once again filled with ripples, but on the surface she still maintained a cold and indifferent attitude, keeping strangers away. You owe me your whole life. Yikan was confused. What does Suling mean by this? What does it mean to owe her a lifetime? Yikan was about to say something, but Suling didn't give him a chance to speak. We're home, get off the car. Yikan followed Suling out of the car and walked towards the villa compound. After entering the house, Yikan wanted to make it clear that he had no improper thoughts about Suling, so he asked Suling seriously, "Suling, which room should I sleep in?" Suling was immediately surprised by Yikan's question. He is her husband, so of course he sleeps in the same room with her. Such a handsome, tall, and mighty brother, if you don't keep him by your side for your own enjoyment, are you going to give him to someone else? She's not that stupid. Suling cleared his throat slightly to ease the embarrassment caused by Yikan's question, and said in a cold tone, "Sleep in my bedroom. It's not like you haven't slept before." Yikan seemed to see countless ellipses flying over his head. He did sleep in Suling's bedroom. But, did he and Lydia Su do that thing that night? Yikan was very curious, but he couldn't ask, as asking would be courting death. At the same time, Yikan was even more confused about Suling's train of thought. Did this girl take the wrong medicine today? Why is she the only one violating the agreement? Doesn't the post-nuptial agreement say that we can't sleep in the same room? Yikan raised a question. Suling locked onto Yikan's deep and charming eyes, his gaze as cold as a chilling knife. When Yikan saw this, he felt a chill down his spine. Stop talking nonsense and go to my bedroom right now. Suling's words could not be resisted. Yikan immediately shut up and went into Suling's bedroom. The spacious room was also filled with a lot of fitness equipment, boxing targets, boxing gloves, weight belts with chains, sit-up chairs. Yikan remembered seeing these for the first time in Suling's bedroom. This is how the top goddesses get their good figures, fitness is everywhere. Fortunately, Yikan was sober enough, and he kept reminding himself. Maybe Suling is testing you to see if you can control yourself. Don't be fooled by her. Stay calm, and stay calm. If you don't want to eat a fist, don't think about eating her. Seeing two pillows on the bed, Yikan took one and put it on the floor. Suling slept on the bed and he slept on the floor. Nothing wrong. Suling glanced at the pillow on the floor, then looked at Yikan. His eyes seemed to want to eat Yikan, and Yikan's heart beat faster in fear. It's over, I really got fooled. I can't even sleep on the floor. I shouldn't have come in. Will she tie me to the boxing target with that weighted belt with chains and then beat me hard with boxing gloves? Yikan remembered Suling said that if he violated any of the postnuptial agreement, she would punish him in various ways. There is nothing that the top goddess dare not try. Yikan was still feeling uneasy, so Suling picked up the pillow on the floor and threw it on the bed. Who told you to sleep on the floor? Sleep on my bed. Yikan was even more confused. Suling actually wanted him to sleep with her. At this moment, the system sounded delightedly, with that sweet ladylike voice again. Hee, congratulations to the host and the goddess on starting their wedding night. Now rewarding the host with a second-level surprise, the invincible golden gun. Yikan almost spit out blood. Chapter 6, there is 100 million in this, your monthly pocket money. I'm talking to the beautiful lady system. You and Suling are digging a hole for me to jump into, right? Didn't you see Suling was testing me? If I dared to touch her, she would make me practice the exorcism sword manual immediately. I won T-fall for your tricks. Yikan has a very good complaining system in his mind. System, the host has been detected to be chattering non-stop. The system is about to teach the host a lesson, reduce the host's physical strength for 5 minutes. Yikan was confused again. What does this mean? And it also reduces my physical strength? Before Yikan had the time to question the system about what was going on, Suling pushed Yikan down on the bed. At this moment, one of Suling's hands was pressing on Yikan's abdomen. Because she had used too much force just now, most of Yikan's clothes were lifted up. In other words, Suling's palm was pressed tightly against Yikan's belly. Her cheeks instantly became hot, her heart was pounding like a deer, and her breathing became rapid. OMG! Such strong and perfect abdominal muscles. It's so fascinating. I really want to die on this silly brother's abs. Suling almost exclaimed. She had seen all kinds of attractive male models' abdominal muscles on catwalks before, but this was the first time she had seen such standard abdominal muscles as Yikan's. Yikan's abdominal muscles are truly well defined, and every line is full of masculine strength, which is dozens of blocks ahead of those male models. Woman on top. Man down. This posture. Yikan was shocked by Suling's sudden attack, especially after discovering that he had 8 abdominal muscles. He was so surprised that he shouted in his heart, "Oh my god! How come I have 8 abdominal muscles? This body is so damn good looking. Wait, why do I have no strength at all?" Only then did Yikan realize that he couldn't move at all. It seems that the system is serious about him and has reduced his physical strength. Big beauty system, you don't carry this, okay? She gave me 8-pack abs, but turned me into a little submissive. What should I do if I am really tortured to death by this ice queen? You are my system, how can you push me into the fire pit? Yikan now has no resistance at all. He is anxious, angry and scared, and blames the system a lot. That sweet lady's voice rang out again, "Host, you brought this upon yourself. The next time you complain about the system will punch you with its little fist. One punch will send you back to the days before liberation." Yikan was so frightened that he quickly gave in. Okay, I won't complain to you anymore, okay? You worked so hard to turn me into a handsome man, how could you bear to turn me back into an ugly freak? Don't you know that looking at handsome men can prolong your life? System. Realizing that Suling had maintained this posture for 5 minutes, Yikan felt that his physical strength had recovered. But in case Suling was testing him, he still lay motionless on the bed and didn't touch Suling at all. He just cautiously reminded Suling, "Hey, Suling, isn't it time for you to get off me?" Only then did Suling come back to his senses. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and under the soft light, she looked particularly bewitching. Yikan instinctively rolled his dry Adam's apple, and it felt like a prairie fire was burning in his body. Suling actually blushed. Is it possible for the Ice Queen to blush? However, her blushing face was so provocative, it made people feel itchy. Yikan forced himself to keep a clear head and not act impulsively. Suling hurriedly got up from Yikan, sat on the edge of the bed, and began to calm his excited mood. What was I just doing? How could I be so fascinated by Yikan? I can't really like him, right? But I have no emotional foundation with him, so how can I like him? Suling herself didn't know what was wrong with her. She felt like a little confused. Yikan sat at a distance from Suling, cleared his throat and said, Suling, it was an accident just now. I didn't break the agreement. I think I should go out and sleep. After saying that, Yikan took the pillow and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Suling suddenly ordered, "Lie down." As soon as he said that, Lydia Su regretted it. Oh my god, what am I doing? Do I really have to sleep in the same bed with Yikan? Is it because I'm not charming enough? Why does Yikan seem so cold and indifferent to me? The question is, what if I can't control myself? Yikan's body heat was completely extinguished by Suling's icy command. Hey, it seems that Suling is determined to test me to the end. Forget it, I'll just pretend to be Fahai. No matter what trick Xiaoqing uses on me, I will remain unmoved. So Yikan returned to the bed and lay down with his back to Suling. Suling didn't say anything else, and she also lay down with her back to Yikan. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. Yikan was not sleepy at all. He was trying to suppress the little bug in his heart that was making him itchy. It's not easy for a man. There is a beautiful wife lying next to him, but he can't touch her. Suling also didn't sleep. She was struggling with whether or not to win Yikan over. Did anything happen between Yikan and me that night? Is my first time still there? If I repeatedly violate the terms of the postnuptial agreement, Yikan will definitely think I'm a psychopath, and it would be strange if he isn't scared away. But I really like this silly brother. I can't deceive my own heart, right? How can I make my love for Yikan seem reasonable and rational? Suling fell into deep thought. The long night finally passed. Yikan was glad that he did not cross the line. He even admires himself. Suling was also surprised that he hadn't touched Yikan again the entire night. She still has determination. But she made a decision. Seeing Yikan getting up and about to leave, Suling immediately asked him, "Yikan, where are you going?" Yikan answered truthfully, "I will go see my sister first, and then go to work at the hospital where I am doing my internship. I want to pay back your 600,000 as soon as possible." After paying back Suling the 600,000 yuan, he and her would be even, and no one would owe anyone anything. Unexpectedly, Lydia Su said, "Don't go to work, I will support you." Yikan was stunned. Did I hear that right? Suling said she would support me? She really thinks of me as a son-in-law who lives off her. Just as Yikan was about to say something to Suling took out a black gold bank card from his bag and handed it to Yikan. "Here's 100 million, your monthly allowance." Yikan's jaw almost dropped in shock. Isn't Lydia Su too generous? 100 million, this is an astronomical figure for Yikan. How many years will it take him to earn so much money? But Suling just waved her hand and easily gave him 100 million as a month's pocket money. The top goddess is really rich. Lydia Su, thank you for your kindness, but I really can't take your money for nothing. I'm a doctor. My duty is to save lives and heal the wounded. Besides making money, I also want to bring health to everyone. This is the meaning of my life. Although I'm only your husband in name only, I will never be a useless gigolo and embarrass you. I want you to be proud of me. Yikan still resisted the temptation of 100 million and did not take Suling's bank card. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Suling, and even more so by outsiders. Suling was deeply shocked by Yikan's words. In the past, the men who pursued her all wanted to gain benefits from her, so she disdained them all. But Yikan is destined to be different from them. This silly brother has a low emotional intelligence, but he is very strong-willed. She didn't like him wrongly. You are my husband, and my money is your money. If you don't spend it, you can save it and use it for what you want in the future. Suling forcibly stuffed the bank card into Yikan's hand. Yikan was completely confused about Suling. Is this girl still having abnormal thoughts today? I think it's better not to. Yikan didn't want to take the 100 million. These days, there is no such thing as a free lunch. He was about to pull his hand away, but Suling held his hand tightly. Yikan, since we are married, let's fall in love. Marry first and then fall in love. Yikan widened his eyes in shock. What did you say? Chapter 7. Don't think you are superior just because you are the prince consort. Looking at Suling's serious little face, Yikan almost wondered if he was dreaming. Is this still the same overbearing queen who forced me to sign those unequal marriage treaties? Doesn't she dislike me? Why do you suddenly want to marry me first and then fall in love with me? Suling locked onto Yikan's eyes, which were filled with disbelief, and repeated earnestly, Yikan, since we are married, let's fall in love. Marry first, then fall in love. This was the decision she made after thinking about it all night. Only by getting married first and then falling in love can her love for Yi Can seem reasonable and rational, so that Yi Can will not think that she is abnormal and avoid her as much as possible. Yi Can could see that Suling was not joking with him, this girl was serious. From being a nominal husband to being a lover who fell in love after marriage overnight, Yi Can didn't know how to deal with this sudden change for a while. Isn't this too dramatic? If it hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't have believed it was something that could happen in real life. Could this be a fraud? Yi Can was worried about this. Trying to calm down his excitement, Yi Can cleared his throat and responded to Suling seriously. Our wedding is only 3 months away. It's unrealistic to be in a relationship, right? Suling retorted. Yi Can, why is it unrealistic? If we still don't like each other after 3 months, then we will divorce decisively. In fact, what Suling hoped was that Yi Can would fall in love with her in 3 months. Only when two people like each other can the marriage be happy and long-lasting. Yi Can still felt that this matter was a bit outrageous. After all, Suling's attitude towards him changed too quickly, and he couldn't help but have doubts. The system's sweet ladylike voice sounded in Yi Can's mind at this time. Bite. Does the host accept marrying his goddess wife first and then falling in love with her? A. Accepted. B. Not accepted. Yi Can asked the system in his mind, puzzled. Beautiful system, don't rush me into answering multiple choice questions. Tell me first, is Suling setting a trap to test whether I will jump into it or not? System. Well, it seems the system is too lazy to answer me. So Yi Can asked again, what will happen if I accept it? What will happen if I don't accept it? This time the system reacted. If the host chooses A, the system will reward the host with a medical gift package. If the host chooses B, the consequences will be at the host's own risk. Medical gift package? What will it be? If it can improve my medical skills, and I don't accept it, wouldn't I be a fool? A. Accept. Yi Can made a choice. The system reminded Yi Can, host, don't forget to answer your goddess wife. Yi Can met Suling's bright and expectant gaze and nodded. Okay, I promise. As soon as he finished speaking, the system reappeared, this time with a festive bug, and then surprises exploded one after another. Congratulations to the host and the goddess for successfully starting the first day of their married life. Now I reward the host. Traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis. Acupuncture and moxibustion. Massage therapy. Sprinkle flowers. Yi Can seem to see a crow flying over his head, leaving a series of ellipsis marks behind it. I said, beautiful lady system, are you kidding me? You reward me with my skills in traditional Chinese medicine, but where can I use them? I work in obstetrics and gynecology, obstetrics and gynecology, obstetrics and gynecology. The system argues that many skills are always a burden. The rewards the system gives the host are all reasonable and logical, and the host must not question them, otherwise the system will punish the host in various ways. Yes, you are definitely a clone of Suling, and you are equally strong. I'm a man and I don't fight with women, okay? Yi Can was completely helpless against this system of his. When Suling saw that Yi Can agreed to marry her first and fall in love later, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and her smile was sweet and lovely. Okay then. Let's officially start dating from today. This was the first time Suling smiled at Yi Can, and Yi Can's heart seemed to be melted by Suling's sweet smile. Although this little girl looks pretty when she looks cold, she is even more beautiful when she smiles. It is no exaggeration to say that she is so beautiful that she can captivate everyone. However, Yi Can quickly reminded himself. Don't take Suling lightly just because she smiles at you. Maybe what she said about marrying you first and falling in love with you is a test to see if you will take advantage of her. If you lose control, she will make you pay for it. So, you'd better be careful and stop daydreaming. Just endure 3 months of peace and stability and you will be free. Yi Can also smiled at Suling and asked Suling sincerely, Suling, what do you want me to do next? Suling was instantly electrified by Yi Can's brilliant smile. His whole body felt numb and tingling, as if he was about to turn into a cup of honey grapefruit tea. Her heart was beating wildly, thump 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 non-stop. He is really handsome. I'm almost electrocuted by this silly brother-esque smile. What should I do? I really want to eat him in one bite. Stay calm, Suling, you have to stay calm and leave a good impression on Yi Can. Calming himself down, Suling calmly answered Yi Can. You can do whatever you want. It's up to you. However, you are now the son-in-law of the Su family. When you get up in the morning, you have to go with me to say good morning to Grandpa. Yi Can then remembered that he and Suling got their marriage certificate in a hurry yesterday, and Suling had not had time to take him to meet the Su family. Old Master Su is the person Yi Can wants to see the most. Yi Can wanted to ask Mr. Su in person why he wanted Suling to marry him. Okay. I will abide by the rules of the Su family and not cause you any trouble. Since you have become the son-in-law of the Su family, you have to follow the rules of the Su family and adapt to local customs. Suling took Yi Can to Mr. Su's residence. When they were halfway there, they ran into a few people coming from the opposite direction. They were Suling's uncle Su Haidao, Suling's third uncle Su Haijian, and Suling's aunt Sujin. Suling introduced them to Yi Can one by one. Yi Can also politely greeted them one by one. Unexpectedly, Su Haitao mocked Yi Can first. I don't know why my dad likes a loser like you. He insisted that we Lingling marry you. Don't think that you are superior just because you are the prince consort. Loss is still loss. Sujin immediately echoed Su Haitao, brother, you're right. This guy is just trash. Otherwise, how could he come to our Su family and become alive and son-in-law? Oh, my second brother and sister-in-law died early. Otherwise, they would definitely object to our father letting Lingling marry this loser. Su Haijian, who had been silent the whole time, now spoke in a sarcastic tone. Lingling isn't worried, so why are you? This loser will only be a consort for 3 months. After 3 months, he'll be kicked out by our Lingling. Listening to these guys who looked down on others talking to each other, Yi Can's heart was boiling with anger, and his hands hanging at his sides clenched into fists. He was about to argue with them when Suling took the initiative to save his face. Uncle, third uncle, aunt, please respect Yi Can. Yi Can is not a waste, he is an aspiring doctor and my husband. Yi Can was stunned. Did I hear that correctly? Not only did Suling not look down on me like her family, but she also helped me vent my anger. As expected of Yi Can's wife. Unexpectedly, just as Suling finished speaking, a flashy blue Maserati drove into the yard and headed straight towards Yi Can. Chapter 8. This is definitely a biological system. Oh shit. Is this drunk driving? Yi Can instinctively ran to the side, fearing that the Maserati would hit him to death. Suddenly, the Maserati did a pretentious spin and stopped. Yi Can stood in the corner, gasping for breath. He was almost exhausted to death in his attempt to escape. Who was so wicked, driving like a fool? Yi Can couldn't help but curse the driver who hadn't gotten out of the car yet. Unexpectedly, an arrogant voice entered Yi Can's ears. Sister, your vision is not very good. You are just a cowardly waste. Just dump him now, bro. I know a lot of rich guys, take your pick. A young man in casual sportswear walked towards Suling while speaking, and put his arm around Suling's shoulders. Yi Can was stunned for a moment. The brat who wanted to hit him to death just now is Suling's younger brother? Suling's face turned cold as ice again. She shook off Su Zai's hand and scolded him harshly. With the bad driving you just did, who wouldn't hide? Are you waiting to be hit by you? Hurry up and apologize to your brother-in-law. Sujin next to her started fanning the flames. Lingling, A's driving skills are pretty good. It's just that your useless husband has never seen the world. He sees a Maserati as if it were a man-eating monster. Su Haitao and Su Haijian sneered together, expressing their agreement with Sujin's statement. Suling turned to look at Sujin, his eyes as cold as a sharp knife. Sujin suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Auntie, if you dare to call my husband a loser again, don't blame me for turning against you. Sujin had seen how powerful her niece was before, so she quickly swallowed a few times and shut up. Yi Can was too lazy to waste words with those people. He walked up to Su Zai angrily and ordered, apologize. Su Zai put his hands in front of his chest and looked at Yi Can with a squint, his eyes full of contempt for Yi Can. You challenge me to a duel. If you can beat me, I will acknowledge you as my brother-in-law and apologize to you. Lydia Su immediately objected, I don't agree. Su Zai, if you don't apologize to your brother-in-law, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Yi Can had never practiced boxing and was no match for Su Zai at all. He would probably be beaten to a pulp by Su Zai in just a few moves. Suling didn't want Yi Can to embarrass himself in public. Yi Can was touched that Suling always protected him today, which was beyond his expectation. Su Zai knew that Suling was an awesome boxer and a world champion, so he didn't dare to compete with Suling at all. Anyone who competes with his sister is seeking death. However, he just couldn't stand the fact that Suling had found a loser. How could he, the eldest young master of the Su family, recognize a loser as his brother-in-law? Sister, this is a matter between us men, so don't get involved as a woman. Since you said he's not a loser, then let him prove it to everyone. Suling angrily retorted Suze. You're a professional boxer, fighting against someone who can't box. What kind of skill is that? Yi Kan is a doctor. He can save lives and heal the wounded. Can you? You don't know any medical skills. Can I say that you are a waste? Suze, I. Yi Kan didn't want Suling to worry about him anymore, nor did he want to embarrass Suling, so he gently pulled Suling's hand and said firmly, Lydia Su, you don't have to worry about me. Since my brother-in-law wants to compete with me, I will accept his challenge. Although Yi Kan doesn't know boxing, he is a man and he wants to fight actively. Even if he didn't beat Suze in the end, at least he tried his best, which is more courageous than retreating at the critical moment. Yi Kan, you don't know how to box. If you compete with Suze, you will definitely suffer a loss. Just leave him alone. Suling decisively stopped Yi Kan. She was afraid that Yi Kan could not withstand Suze's punch. Suze laughed loudly, and when he had laughed enough, he began to sneer. Sis, since your husband wants to prove that he's not useless, then you should give him this chance. How about this? Since he doesn't know anything about boxing, I'll ignore the rules of the ring and let him do whatever he wants. Besides, I'll let him throw 3 punches first. Okay? Su Haitao couldn't help but interrupt. Yi Kan, your brother-in-law let you throw 3 punches for nothing. Your brother-in-law is so accommodating to you. If you lose again, you have to kneel down and kowtow to your brother-in-law and acknowledge him as your master. Ha ha ha. The people around also sneered, waiting to see how Yi Kan would be beaten by his brother-in-law and beg for mercy. Yi Kan asked Suling to step back. This was a duel between men, and he had to go forward no matter what. At this moment, the system came, and a sweet lady's voice sounded. Wow, the host is so manly. He's not even afraid of facing a professional boxer. Since the host is so courageous, I will now reward him. Mighty Vajra Fist. Tai Chi Bagua Chain Palm. Foshan Shadowless Kick. 180-degree Whirlwind Kick. Chinese martial arts are extensive and profound. Please give full play to your abilities, host. Yi Kan was shocked. This is his own system, absolutely his own, it's so fucking awesome. So, he is now a martial arts master? Suze was getting impatient and urged Yi Kan, hey, stop being so stingy like a little girl and make a move quickly. Yi Kan took a deep breath and took a step forward confidently. Suling grabbed Yi Kan's arm, his eyes filled with worry. Yi Kan smiled warmly at Suling. Don't worry, your husband won't embarrass you. After he finished speaking, he took away Suling's hand and reminded the complacent Suze, hey, you said let me make a move first, if you can't even withstand one of my moves, apologize to me immediately. Suze responded with disdain, Yi Kan, you really are dreaming. After 3 punches, I will show you what a waste you are. Without waiting for Suze to react, Yi Kan punched Suze. The next second, Suze took off into the air, flew 100 meters away, and then fell into the swimming pool. Suze climbed ashore panting, his head buzzing and blank, and he felt dizzy. This time it was his turn to be confused. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't Yi Kan so awesome? With just 1 punch, he knocked the professional boxer Suze flying. You know, Suze is also a star who has won many national medals. How could he be so vulnerable in front of Yi Kan? Suling was so shocked by Yi Kan's level that he couldn't recover for a long time. She had clearly investigated Yi Kan's information, and Yi Kan knew nothing about boxing, but when she saw Yi Kan's moves just now, it was obvious that he was a martial artist. How many surprises does this silly brother have that I don't know about? I'm really becoming more and more interested in him. Suze, accept the loss and apologize to your brother-in-law immediately. Suling came to Suze and asked Suze to keep his promise. Suze didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand Yi Kan's punch. Isn't this defeat too humiliating? He refused to accept it and simply acted like a spoiled child. Come here, teach this loser a lesson. Immediately afterwards, dozens of Suze's bodyguards rushed towards Yi Kan. Chapter 9, Will Not Survive Tonight. Yi Kan quickly pushed Suling aside, walked forward without hesitation, and punched the bodyguard in front of him in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, all the people behind the bodyguard flew out in all directions like a bomb exploded, and fell heavily to the ground. Hitting the target from behind? Seeing the spectacular scene in front of him, Yikan was stunned. Good man, he killed everyone with one punch. Yikan couldn't help but admire the system in his heart. Big beauty system, you are so awesome. With these sets of kung fu you rewarded me, won't I be invincible in the future? From now on, I don't have to be afraid of Suling anymore and can completely conquer her? The system popped up a big hammer in Yikan's mind, and then it hit the blank space with a bang. Yikan also heard the loud noise, which scared Yikan a lot. Big beauty system, what are you doing? Want to hit me? System, I'm not going to beat you up. The system rewards you with martial arts skills so that you can defend yourself, not use them on your goddess wife. Your martial arts skills will not be of any use against your goddess wife. Yikan sighed helplessly. As expected, you women are of one mind, joining forces to make me a submissive pervert. Bang! The system left a red slap mark in Yikan's mind. Yikan felt as if countless ellipses flew over his head. I'd better not have any illusions about Suling. I'd better continue to be Fahai. It's more important to keep my life. The bodyguards who were knocked to the ground by Yikan rolled over and cried out in pain, unable to fight Yikan anymore. Suze almost wondered if he was dazzled. Is Yikan so awesome? Originally, Suze thought that there was strength in numbers. If dozens of people went together to deal with Yikan, wouldn't Yikan be turned into a meat patty? But he was slapped in the face by Yikan again, and this time he lost completely. Su Haidao, Su Haijin and Su Jin, who had been laughing at Yikan at the beginning, now shut up and stared at Yikan with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Everyone was extremely nervous. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would be knocked away by Yikan. Suling didn't expect that Yikan was so good at martial arts. Could it be that this silly brother is really a hidden talent? He is so strong, how can I conquer him in the future? No, it should be him who conquered me. Being conquered by such a handsome brother with 8-pack abs, I must be addicted, right? Suling was distracted, and countless indescribable images flashed through his mind, even transcending time and place. The more she thought about it, the more she blushed and her heart beat faster, and the more she looked forward to it. But when will he conquer me? It seems that I have to work harder and make him like me as soon as possible. Retracting his thoughts, Suling ordered Suze with a cold face, if you are willing to accept the loss, apologize to your brother-in-law immediately if you are a man. Suze was not convinced. He looked at Yikan fiercely and said, Mr. Yi, just wait for me. After saying that, he left in embarrassment with those cowardly bodyguards. The three people who looked down on others also took the opportunity to slip away. Suling said to Yikan apologetically, Yikan, my brother has been spoiled by my grandfather. He has no respect for his elders. Don't be angry with him. I will teach him a lesson later. And those relatives I mentioned earlier, they have always been thinking about the Su family and my personal assets, and have always disliked me. In fact, those words of ridicule they said to you were meant for me to hear, so don't take them to heart. Yikan smiled at Suling, I'm fine, just don't get angry. If I get bitten by a dog, do I have to bite the dog back? In order to give Suling some face, Yikan didn't say this. But thinking about how Suling was being targeted by those elders in the Su family who looked cunning and treacherous, Yikan felt sorry for Suling's situation. This girl is so outstanding, but she doesn't seem to be happy. It's not easy. Yikan, you just made me proud. You made everyone look at you with new eyes. When Suling said this to Yikan, his eyes were particularly clear, and there was a hint of admiration in them. It was rare for Yikan to hear Suling praise him, and he suddenly felt a sense of pride. However, he did not show his inner joy, but pretended to be calm and asked, really? He is a man, especially the man of top goddess Suling. He needs to manage his emotions well and be more stable and mature. Suling smiled and nodded, of course. Yikan was once again charmed by Suling's sweet and pure smile, and his heart was beating like a deer. This girl is so damn pretty when she smiles. It almost melted my heart. I really want to hug her. I guess I would feel numb all over if I hugged her palm-sized waist, right? Go away, Yikan, what are you thinking about? Maybe Suling is testing you everywhere. You have to be cautious, cautious, and cautious again. Do you understand? Realizing that he had thoughts that he shouldn't have, Yikan stopped immediately. Lydia Su, since I am your husband, I will protect you and never let anyone bully you. Yikan said this in a very manly manner. After hearing this, Suling felt more secure. She took the initiative to hold Yikan's hand, smiling like a flower. Let's go and say good morning to Grandpa. Yikan felt dizzy. Am I dreaming? Suling actually held my hand. Her little hands are so soft and warm that they warm my heart. The sky was so blue, the sun was so warm, the wind was so gentle. Suling was running in front, and Yikan was following behind. This beautiful scene made Yikan feel like he was back in his youth, running freely and happily in the wilderness filled with the fragrance of flowers. When Yikan arrived at Mr. Su's living room, he did not see Mr. Su. The housekeeper came over to greet Suling and Yikan. Good morning, miss. Good morning, son-in-law. Suling asked the housekeeper, Aunt Wang, where is my grandfather? The housekeeper answered truthfully, my lady, the master is in the study. Suling said he understood and asked the housekeeper to go about his own business first. Yikan was puzzled. Lydia Su, didn't you say that grandpa had stomach cancer? Why didn't he go to the hospital for treatment? Suling sighed softly. It's not that I haven't tried to persuade my grandfather, but he just doesn't want to stay in the hospital. He said he wants to spend the rest of his time at home quietly. I don't want to make him angry, so I can only let him do what he wants. It can be seen that Lydia Su has a deep relationship with Mr. Su. Yikan was a little envious of Suling for having a grandfather. His grandfather died before he was born, and he had never even seen what his grandfather looked like. Come on, I'll take you to see Grandpa. Suling led Yikan to the study. Standing at the door of the study, Suling raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Soon, Mr. Su came over and opened the door. The moment Yikan saw Mr. Su, there was a sudden boom in his forehead, as if his third eye had opened. Then, he saw Mr. Su's internal organs and the direction of his meridians. What's going on? How do I have the ability of perspective? Yikan was still confused, and Suling pulled Yikan's sleeve. Yikan, hurry up and say hello to my grandpa. Yikan regained his composure and politely greeted Old Man Su. Grandpa, good morning. Mr. Su nodded slightly and said sternly, come in. At this moment, Yikan could still see everything inside Mr. Su's body. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. So, he couldn't help but say, Grandpa, you don't have stomach cancer. I can cure your disease. And you must get it now. Mr. Su was stunned. Suling thought Yikan was joking and criticized him with a cold face. Yikan, stop talking nonsense and apologize to Grandpa. Yikan said sincerely, what I said is true. I can really cure Grandpa's illness. If Grandpa doesn't accept my treatment now, he will not survive tonight. Chapter 10 The beauty system crashed? At this moment, Su Haidao, Su Haijian and Su Jin also came to greet Mr. Su good morning, and they happened to hear what Yikan said. Su Haijian angrily accused Yikan, you stinky boy, you dare to curse my dad to death, are you tired of living? Su Jin also echoed, get out of my dad's study right now, and stop causing bad luck here. Su Haidao ordered directly and arrogantly, come here, drag this bastard who is talking nonsense away and slap him in the mouth. With Mr. Su present, they felt more confident and were no longer afraid of Yikan. Mr. Su, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up, shut up. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Suling tugged at Yikan's sleeve again and urged him, hurry up and apologize to my grandfather, or he will break your legs. Old Master Su has many experts under his command, and Yikan may not be able to deal with them. Yikan, however, was worried about Grandpa Su's life. He anxiously told Suling, I didn't lie to you. Grandpa really doesn't have stomach cancer. He has a blood vessel near his heart that's about to burst. If he doesn't take treatment, he really won't survive tonight. At this moment, what Yikan saw was that the blood vessel near Mr. Su's heart was getting bigger and bigger, which was shocking to Yikan. Seeing Yikan's anxious tone, Suling felt that he was not joking, so he persuaded Grandpa Su, Grandpa, Yikan is a doctor after all, he should not lie. Otherwise, you can let him take a look at you, okay? Su Jin couldn't stand it anymore and said to Suling in a sarcastic tone. Hey, Jinjin, if you want to protect your poor doctor husband, you shouldn't curse your grandfather to death, right? That's my dad. If he were killed by your poor doctor husband, could you afford to pay for his life? Su Haidao also criticized Su Ling. Lingling, this poor boy is just an intern in obstetrics and gynecology. In the future, he will just help women deliver babies. Do you really think he is a miracle doctor? You cursed your grandfather to death just like him. Are you worthy of my father raising you for so many years? Su Haijian added fuel to the fire. Lingling, you are so heartless. Without my father spending so much money to cultivate you, you would not be where you are today? Don't you think you are an ungrateful person just because you have a husband who can deliver your children in the future? Even though they said Suling was worthless, what they really thought in their hearts was all presented in the form of words in their brains, and Yikan could see it clearly. Each of these three people who look down on others is hoping that Old Man Su will die sooner, so that they can get their share of Old Man Su's property sooner, and then join hands to squeeze Suling and take away everything from Suling. What a bunch of bastards with beastly hearts. It's a huge failure in life for Mr. Su to have children like you. Yikan silently felt sorry for Mr. Su. Without waiting for Suling to argue with them, Yikan took the lead and confronted them. If you really want to do this for Grandpa's own good, then let him get treatment immediately and stop using my wife as a pawn. My wife is so outstanding, you are not even as good as her. When Suling saw Yikan protecting her, she couldn't help but feel admiration in her heart. My silly brother is speaking up for me. He calls me his wife. He is so gentle and a good man. Old Master Su originally wanted to wait until everyone greeted him good morning, and then quietly read in the study. But now, the whole room is noisy and there is no peace and quiet. Especially this ignorant Yikan, who actually said that he would not survive tonight. Isn't this obviously a curse on him to death? Unable to bear it any longer, Old Master Su shouted, "Drag Yikan away and give him 100 lashes." A group of tall and strong men in suits rushed up and dragged Yikan out. The three people who looked down on others all smiled smugly, waiting to see Yikan's buttocks burst into pieces. Suling quickly pleaded for Yikan, "Grandpa, Yikan is a doctor after all, how could he hurt you? Even if you don't believe it, you shouldn't hit him. You can go to the hospital for another checkup." Old Master Su thought Suling was in love and was too lazy to listen to Suling's explanation. "If you plead for that brat again, I'll give him another 100 lashes." Suling knew that Grandpa Su kept his word. In order to let Yikan suffer less, she said nothing more and could only persuade Yikan, "Yikan, you should apologize to Grandpa quickly. If you admit your mistake, you won't be beaten." Yikan could still see the blood vessel closest to Mr. Su's heart. It had been stretched wider and wider, and the blood vessel wall was so thin that it was almost transparent. If he delayed any further, Mr. Su would not survive the night. "Grandpa, please trust me just once. Saving your life is the most important thing." Yikan's voice rose 8 octaves in anxiety, but he couldn't break free from those people. They were all masters with great strength, and he was at a disadvantage. Old Master Su simply got angry and said, "Give him 200 lashes. Hit him hard. Let's see if he dares to talk nonsense again." After he finished speaking, Mr. Su slammed the door shut and refused to see anyone else. Yikan was tied tightly to a bench, face down. In order to prevent Yikan from screaming and getting beaten, they also blocked Yikan's mouth with tape. The three people who looked down on others were overjoyed. Because they knew that the pain on Yikan's body would be felt in Suling's heart. The son-in-law made the old man unhappy as soon as he came to the house. It was really embarrassing. Let's see how this little girl can hold her head up in the Su family in the future. Yikan is not an iron wall. How could he bear 200 lashes? I guess he was beaten with 50 sticks and his butt was bruised. If he gets 200 lashes, won't he be dead? System, beautiful system, why don't you help me? I wanted to save the old man with good intentions, but ended up getting beaten to a pulp. Aren't those Chinese medicine skills a reward from you? I'm about to use them, so why aren't you letting me use them? Are you kidding me? Yikan kept calling out to the system in his heart, hoping that the system would come out to protect him immediately. System. Seeing the system display an ellipsis again, Yikan was furious. What do you mean? Do you really want to see me get beaten to death because my kindness goes unrewarded? System. Oh shit. Beautiful lady, your computer is not frozen, is it? Failing at the critical moment? Yikan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Click. Someone untied Yi Chan's belt. The next second, Yikan clearly felt a chill on his butt. The heavy board drew a huge arc in the air and was swung up. All right. If I don't go to hell, who will? 18 years later, I am still a good man. Yikan gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and waited for the flesh to be torn apart. Don't want. Just as the board was about to fall, Suling rushed forward without hesitation. Seeing that the board was about to hit Suling's waist, the housekeeper hurried out and shouted, "Oh no! Oh no!" The master fell to the ground and convulsed. Yikan reacted quickly and yelled, "Untie me quickly and let me go in to save Grandpa." Chapter 11 Being Targeted. The situation is critical now. Yikan is the only doctor in the huge Su family, so everyone can only pin their hopes on Yikan to save Mr. Su's life. After being untied, Yikan hurriedly followed the housekeeper to the study. Sure enough, Mr. Su was lying on the ground, twitching constantly, his face gradually turning pale, and his breathing becoming weaker and weaker. Suling was afraid that Grandpa Su would really die. She anxiously urged Yikan, "Husband, didn't you say you could cure Grandpa's illness? Please save Grandpa quickly. Grandpa can't die like this." At this moment, the only person Suling can trust is her husband Yikan. Yikan saw that Suling's clear eyes, sparkling with tears, were full of dependence on him. Moreover, she had just called him husband affectionately in front of everyone. This shocked Yikan deeply. It turns out that top goddesses also have vulnerable moments, and can become gentle and helpless little women who need the protection of men. Yikan responded to Suling in a firm tone, "Don't worry, wife, as long as your husband is here, Grandpa will be fine." After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and began to give first aid to Mr. Su. The cause of Mr. Su's illness was exactly what Yikan had said before, that is, the blood vessel close to the heart was about to burst. Therefore, you just need to find the corresponding acupuncture point and let the function of that blood vessel return to normal. Yikan's fingers reached Grandpa Su's Jichuan point. This acupoint is located in the middle of the armpit. Ji means high place and Quan means spring. It means that the heart starts to supply blood to the whole body from Jichuan. Its main function is to relieve tension, dry throat, and arrhythmia. Then we came to Shaohai acupoint. This point is located on the transverse line of the elbow. Its main function is to nourish yin and reduce fire. It can treat insomnia, irritability, swollen and painful gums, and tinnitus. Then we come to Shinmen acupoint. This point is located on the transverse wrist line. Its main function is to calm the mind and stabilize the spirit. It can treat insomnia and forgetfulness caused by mental malnutrition or hyperactivity of heart fire. Finally, we arrived at Shaofu acupoint. This point is located on the palm of your hand, and its main function is to clear your mind and relieve restlessness. Yi can repeatedly massage these acupoints of Mr. Su for about 5 minutes. Gradually, Mr. Su's spirit relaxed and his breathing returned to normal. Suling leaned over and asked Grandpa Su nervously, "Grandpa, are you feeling better now?" Old Master Su nodded and said in a low voice, "I'm much better." Yikan lifted up one of Grandpa Su's arms and said seriously, "Grandpa, if you feel strong enough now, then follow me and try to stand up." Old Master Su stood up from the ground with the help of Yikan. Yikan asked Grandpa Su again, "Grandpa, can you take a walk and have a look?" Old Master Su tried to walk a few steps, and soon he felt as light as a swallow and as brisk as flying, as if he had returned to the age of 18 and had a second spring in his life. "Ha! This is amazing. How come I don't feel heavy at all? Wow, so smooth? Okay, let's go." Mr. Su was in a very good mood and couldn't help but practice Tai Chi, which even had its own bugs. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, and his attacks were steady and powerful. You know, before Yikan cleared those meridians, he even had difficulty walking. Still want to practice Tai Chi? It's simply a pipe dream. Unexpectedly, someone came in to report, "Sir, Director Shen from Guangren Hospital is here, and he wants to see you." Mr. Su asked someone to bring Dean Shen in. When Dean Shen saw Mr. Su, he apologized to him first, "I'm sorry, Uncle Su. Today, when we were reviewing a patient with the same name as you, we found that he had received the wrong examination form. In fact, you don't have stomach cancer." After saying that, Dean Shen took out Mr. Su's examination form from his bag and handed it to Mr. Su. Sure enough, the examination report showed that Mr. Su did not have stomach cancer, but there was a problem with the blood vessel near the heart, exactly as Yikan had said before. Old Master Su shook Yikan's hand gratefully. "Yikan, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before and almost hit you. Thanks to you for saving me this time, otherwise, I would have died." Yikan looked at the energetic Mr. Su and felt a sense of accomplishment. Because he saved a life. It's great to be a doctor, you can do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Yikan once again felt proud to be able to become a doctor. "Grandpa, I'm relieved that you're doing well. I'll give you a few more massages regularly, and then you can listen to the old Chinese medicine doctor's advice on diet and lifestyle, and your body will be completely recovered." At the same time, Yikan thanked the system in his heart, "Beautiful system, thank you for rewarding me with those Chinese medicine skills. They really came in handy. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." The system responded in that sweet, ladylike voice, as long as the host performs well, the system will give more rewards. Please continue to work hard. Yi Kan assured the system, don't worry, beautiful system, I will definitely work hard. If I don't work hard, I will look down on myself. The system popped up a little red flower in Yi Kan's mind. Hey, Hua is for you. You must work hard. Yi Kan felt very happy. When Suling saw the lively and energetic old man Su, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. She expressed her gratitude to Yi Kan, husband, thank you. When Yi Kan heard Suling calling him husband again, he felt warm all over and felt like he was melted by Suling's call of husband. It's so strange, why does it feel like happiness? Yi Kan felt a little dizzy, the kind of dizziness that felt like he was stepping on colorful auspicious clouds and feeling light and airy. He touched the back of his head shyly. Hey, wife, this is what I should do. We are a family. Suddenly, he remembered the scene when Suling rushed towards him and wanted to take the beating for him. He asked Suling with concern, by the way, wife, are you hurt? Suling's mouth curled up slightly and he shook his head, I'm fine, don't worry about me. At this moment, Suling's heart seemed to be filled with honey, so sweet. Did you hear that, Suling? Silly brother is calling you his wife. He is so kind, so gentle, and so loving. He cares about you so much. You must be extra nice to your silly brother in the future, understand? Suling is looking forward to and longing for her and Yi Kan's future love life. The three people who looked down on others never expected that Yi Kan was so awesome. An obstetrics and gynecology intern who delivered babies for women could actually pull Mr. Su back from the brink of death. Old Master Su is so full of energy, I'm afraid he has lived for many years. They didn't know when they would get the family property they had been thinking about all day long, and it would also be a long time before they could drive away Suling and seize her wealth. All this is due to that brat Yi Kan getting involved. Yi Kan saved old man Su, which was a great contribution to the Su family. This meant that in the future, the Su family would have one more person to compete with them for the family property. How outrageous! We must not let this brat cause trouble in the Su family. Immersed in joy, Yi Kan didn't notice that he had been targeted by the three people who looked down on others. Chapter 12 is just to warm up. Yi Kan saved Mr. Su's life, and Suling was proud of her husband from the bottom of her heart. Seeing the three people who looked down on others were about to leave in disgrace, Suling hurriedly called out to them, Uncle, third uncle, and aunt, don't leave. Su Haidao, Su Haijian and Su Jin stopped, their faces drooping longer than Changbai Mountain. Suling walked up to them, staring at them with cold eyes, his voice extremely cold, you belittled my husband before, but in fact, my husband has made great contributions to the Su family and saved my grandfather's life. You have to apologize to my husband. Su Haitao refuted Suling with confidence, Lingling, we are your and Yi Kan's elders. How can you ask us elders to apologize to Yi Kan, a junior? Su Jin echoed, that's right. I think you've married a son-in-law and forgotten your mother. Su Haitao also interjected, isn't Yi Kan a doctor? It's a doctor's duty to save people. What's so great about that? Oh shit. Yi Kan couldn't help but curse in his heart. This group of three people who look down on others are not only look down on others, but they are also good at being unreasonable. Yi Kan's three views were almost shattered by them. In order to prevent Suling from getting angry, Yi Kan stepped forward to persuade Suling, wife, as long as grandpa is fine, you don't need to argue with them. It's just a waste of your precious brain cells. Suling couldn't swallow this. Her husband had made her proud, so how could she let him be bullied? No way. My patience is limited. Apologize to my husband immediately. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Lydia Su's expression was already quite cold, and his tone was commanding. At the same time, she clenched her fists, and because of the force, each finger made a crisp and powerful crackling sound. Don't forget, she is a world-class boxing champion. No one can withstand one of her punches. Of course, Suling just wanted to scare them and make them apologize to Yi Kan. The three people who looked down on others quickly hid behind Mr. Su. Su Haitao complained to old man Su, Dad, you don't care about Lingling. This little bitch wants to beat us up for her husband. Old Master Su shouted expressionlessly, it's all your fault. Apologize to Achan now. The three people who looked down on others were dumbfounded. Even Mr. Su is in the same boat with that brat Yi Kan. That brat is just a poor son-in-law. They are the old man's biological children. Even though they were extremely dissatisfied, the three of them had to listen to the old man's words and said to Yi Can in unison, "I'm sorry. Old Master Su is the head of the Su family and holds great power. They can't afford to offend anyone but their own father, otherwise, they will be kicked out of the Su family in minutes and beg on the streets." Louder. It's like a mosquito buzzing, who can hear it? Old Master Su was dissatisfied with their insincere apology to Yi Can, and his voice was so low that probably only they could hear it. The three of them, who looked down on others, had no choice but to raise their voices, "Sorry." Yi Can was overjoyed. But he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he responded to them very politely, "It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. The most important thing is that the family is harmonious." The three people who looked down on others just nodded perfunctorily at Yi Can, laughed, and said nothing. In fact, Yi Can had already seen their true thoughts floating above their heads. Who the hell is your family? Just a live-in son-in-law. For the sake of Mr. Su and Suling's face, Yi Can was too lazy to bother with this bunch of rubbish. In order to thank Yi Can for saving his life, Mr. Su asked Yi Can seriously, "Ah Can, you saved my life. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Yi Can was flattered. The old man wants to give me a reward? And I have to ask him myself? However, Suling just gave me 100 million this morning. I didn't want it, but she insisted on forcing it on me. If I ask the old man for a reward again, will it seem like I'm too greedy? I guess Suling will look down on me too, right? Or maybe, the old man is testing my character? Yi Can's mind was working rapidly, wondering what he should do. Finally, he smiled and replied to Mr. Su, "Grandpa, I am the son-in-law of the Su family and a doctor. It is my duty to cure diseases and save lives. Your health and longevity are the greatest reward for me." The system rang at this moment, and the sweet lady's voice sounded quite pleasant. "Perfect. As expected of the host of this system, your character is top-notch. Based on the host's ability to heal illnesses and save lives, and to provide his goddess wife with a sense of security, I will now reward the host with the following skills: Schwannoma resection surgery, heart bypass surgery, heart transplant. One surgical skill after another exploded like a sponsor smashing a golden egg, and all that was waiting for Yi Can were unexpected surprises. Wow! Beautiful system, you are simply the worm in my stomach. These surgical skills are all what I really want to master. These three are among the 10 most difficult surgeries in the world. Schwannoma resection is a type of surgery in oncology. This disease is more common in people aged 30-40, and most of the cases are located in the posterior root area of the spinal nerves. Moreover, this disease is closely related to the spinal cord, so during surgery, more attention should be paid to the location and shape of the tumor to avoid recurrence. Heart bypass surgery is a type of surgery within the field of cardiac surgery. This disease is more common in middle-aged and elderly people, and is mainly caused by overeating, overwork, excessive smoking and drinking. Therefore, it requires the use of heart bypass surgery for treatment. This surgical method involves connecting the human blood vessels to the aorta at the distal end of the artery, allowing blood to flow to the ischemic area, thereby improving the symptoms of insufficient blood supply to the heart and angina pectoris. Heart transplant surgery is mostly suitable for people with heart failure and primary cardiomyopathy such as cardiomyopathy and congenital heart disease. The surgery involves removing a donor's heart and sewing it into the patient's chest, thereby extending life. However, this surgery has a very serious rejection reaction, so more than 80% of people survive for about 2 years after the operation. If this reaction is controlled, the survival time can be extended to about 10 years. The system responded to Yi Can, the rewards given to the host before were just warm-up. From now on, we will get to the point. The better the host's performance, the higher the reward level. Please cherish this hard-earned skill, save more people, and accumulate more virtue. Yi Can's happy discussion system. Of course. My ambition is to become a great doctor known throughout the world. But, great beauty system, you've already given me 3 of the world's 10 most difficult surgeries. Can you give me the remaining 7 too? As you said, it's always good to have more skills. The system immediately criticized Yi Can, "Don't be greedy, if you are greedy, your reward will be taken back." Well, you are the system, you are the boss, whatever you say is what it is. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Yi Can could only shut up. Suling was extremely satisfied with Yi Can's answer, and she admired Yi Can even more. Silly brother is so good, not greedy at all. I will reward this silly brother separately later. Mr. Su smiled with relief. Then, he patted Yi Can's shoulder gently and said earnestly, "Ah Can, I was right about you. I made the right decision to let Ling Ling marry you." Speaking of marrying Su Ling, Yi Can asked Grandpa Su in confusion, "By the way, Grandpa, why did you insist on letting Su Ling marry me?" Chapter 13. Husbands are meant to be spoiled. You know, the Su family holds an important position in the entire Jiangning city, and Su Ling is a top goddess. If Mr. Su wants to find a son-in-law for Su Ling, the people pursuing Su Ling can line up from Jiangning city to France. There are a lot of them who are either rich or noble. Why did he choose Yi Can, a poor boy with no name or status? Why only last 3 months if you want to get married? Not only Yi Can wanted to know the answer to this question, but Su Ling wanted to know even more. So, Su Ling also asked Grandpa Su in confusion, "Yes, Grandpa, why did you insist on letting me marry Yi Can?" Old Master Su raised his head, reached out and touched his long beard, his eyes full of meaning. "Well, I can't answer you for now." Yi Can was puzzled. "Grandpa, why can't you answer?" Su Ling also looked at Grandpa Su with a puzzled look. Mr. Su only said one sentence, "The secret of heaven cannot be revealed." The secret cannot be revealed? Is it so mysterious? Yi Can felt more and more that it was not that simple for Mr. Su to let him marry Su Ling. There must be another mystery behind it. Big Beauty System, please come out and tell me why Mr. Su wants me to marry Su Ling? The next second, the system criticized Yi Can. "Host, do you have no ears, or no brain? Didn't the old man say that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed?" Yi Can asked the system in return, "Hey, beautiful lady, you are my system, shouldn't you tell me the secrets here?" The system was too lazy to answer Yi Can, and directly popped up a hammer in Yi Can's mind, meaning, "I tell you, a hammer." Yi Can was speechless, feeling overwhelmed, and countless ellipses flew through his mind. When Mr. Su saw that Yi Can did not ask for the reward, he admired Yi Can even more. Then, he took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and handed them to Yi Can. "Can, you saved my life, I should reward you. So, I will give you a villa in Beihai Garden. Here, these are the keys." Yi Can stared at the stern Mr. Su in shock and said in disbelief, "Grandpa, you said you would give me a villa?" Mr. Su nodded solemnly, "Yes, this is the key. Don't just stand there, take it quickly." After saying that, Mr. Su stuffed the key bunch into Yi Can's palm. "Oh who? Am I dreaming? First, my goddess wife gave me 100 million, and then my goddess grandfather gave me a big villa. Any villa in the Beihai Garden is worth more than 1 billion yuan, and its value is still rising sharply. Even if you sell it now, you can make a lot of money. If I accepted the old man's reward, I would really become a billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. Did a big pie really fall from the sky and hit me on the head?" Yi Can was so excited that he felt dizzy and felt like he was not living in reality. The question is this all too easy? There wouldn't be anything strange? No, Yi Can, you must stay calm and don't be confused by the temptation in front of you. Things that are easily obtained are often not as simple as they seem. How can you become a winner in life by just lying down? Don't fall into any trap, it's better to be cautious. Yi Can quickly regained his composure and returned the key to Grandpa Su. "Grandpa, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. I am Lydia Su's husband now, not a loser who comes to the Su family to eat soft rice. I will work hard to earn a house and will not embarrass you and Lydia Su." Unexpectedly, Su Ling took the key from Grandpa Su and put it into Yi Can's hand again. "My grandfather said it's for you, so just take it. You saved my grandfather's life, and this is what you earned through your own hard work, understand?" As she spoke, Su Ling remembered something, and she seriously reminded Grandpa Su, "By the way, Grandpa, since you gave Yi Can a villa, the name on the property certificate must be changed to Yi Can's. If it is not changed to Yi Can's name, it will not be considered Yi Can's villa." Yi Can was deeply shocked by Su Ling's words. He didn't want the villa, but this little girl insisted on letting him have it, and even wanted to change the name on the villa's property certificate to his name. Oh my god, could the surprise be any more intense? Is it really possible for such a good thing to happen to me, Yi Can, in this world? Also, does Lydia Su have a fever? Yi Can was becoming more and more confused by what he saw. Old Master Su smiled with relief. "Of course, I immediately had someone change the name on the property deed to Acants." After he finished speaking, Mr. Su immediately made a phone call to ask someone to do it. Su Ling was extremely satisfied with this. She took Yi Can's hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you to breakfast first, and then I'll give you a reward." Yi Can was even more confused. "What? You still want to give me a reward?" Su Ling kept it a secret. "I'll tell you what it is later." While eating, Yikan was in a daze and couldn't believe that he was not dreaming. Suling finished the vegetables on the plate, picked up the napkin, and wiped the corners of his mouth gracefully. Then she clapped her hands lightly in the air a few times. Outside the window, a brand new Lamborghini, gleaming in the sun, stopped. Here. Honey, this is the car I gave you. Lydia Sue put the car keys under Yikan's eyes. Yikan stood up in astonishment. Suling had just given him 100 million in the morning, and immediately followed it up with a luxury sports car, which was no cheaper than Suling's Rolls-Royce Phantom. No, honey, I don't even have a driver's license, so I can't use a car. I can just ride the public electric bike to work. Yikan grew up in a poor family and his parents passed away early. In order to support his sister and himself, he spent all his time studying and making money. He had no chance to learn to drive, let alone think about owning a car. Unexpectedly, Suling made a decision that almost shocked Yikan. Honey, you keep the car for now. As for your driver's license, we'll take the time to get it. From now on, I'll be your personal driver, and I'll take you to and from get off work every day. Yikan was completely confused. Is Suling kidding? Suling needs a dedicated driver to pick her up wherever she goes, and she is willing to condescend to be my dedicated driver? Holy shit, this treatment is supreme. Hey, honey, didn't you say that our marriage shouldn't be announced to the public? You're such a big shot, and you're sending an intern to work for me. It's too ostentatious. I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on you and me. It's getting late. I'd better ride the public electric bike to work. You should just go about your business. Yikan still had his composure, and he decisively rejected Suling. Caught off guard, Suling strode after him and carried Yikan on his shoulders. No, I said I'd give you a ride to and from get off work, so I will. I am your wife, and you are my husband. Husbands are meant to be pampered. I just want everyone to know that you, Yikan, are my Suling's husband. Yikan was adrift and lost. Is this still the same ice queen who forced me to sign an unequal post-marriage treaty? The painting style has become too fast, it's almost breaking my defense. Honey, can you please put me down first? There are a lot of people watching us. Besides, you have to take me to and from get off work, can we get a more ordinary car? Regarding how Suling easily carried Yikan on his shoulders, Yikan just remembered that the system told him that in front of Suling, his strength value was 0, so he could not resist Suling at all. Alas, Lydia Sue is still his domineering female. Not only did Suling not put Yikan down, but his arms around Yikan's waist tightened. Just watch, who says wives shouldn't carry their husbands? I can't change the car. I don't have a car worth less than 9 million. Yikan was speechless. Well, I'd better shut up. Is this girl sincere to me, or is she testing me? How come I can't tell the difference? Yikan fell into confusion. Suling continued to walk forward carrying Yikan, his heart feeling as sweet as if it were filled with honey. Silly brother, just wait. From now on, I will spoil you to the sky. I don't believe that you can't fall in love with me. Chapter 14. The popular guy got fired. The majestic Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the gate of Jiangning People's Hospital. Soon, men, women, young and old who passed by recognized Suling. Everyone rushed towards Suling like crazy, and there were excited shouts all around. Oh my god, I must be dreaming. I actually saw my dream lover, Goddess Lingling. Oh my god, it's the Goddess Lingling. She's even more beautiful in person than on TV. Goddess Lingling, I love you as much as a mouse loves rice. Please sign my name on my heart. Yikan stood outside the crowd, shaking his head helplessly. Hey, everyone is more friendly to Suling than to their own parents. Is it really that crazy? You guys don't know what Suling is like in real life, you are just confused by her perfect personality. The system suddenly sounded at this moment, the host has been detected criticizing his goddess wife. This is a warning. The next time the host criticizes his goddess wife, his charm value will be directly deducted and his surgical skills will be cancelled. Yikan couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. Beautiful lady system, how could I criticize my goddess wife in secret? I am just telling the truth. System, goddess wife is good, goddess wife is good. Yikan was drunk by this system. The bug is so good, why don't you sing about how good Shaolin Kung Fu is? Shaolin Kung Fu is really good, right? System. Well, the beautiful system is too lazy to talk to me. Forget it, I'd better go find the director and explain it to her immediately, so she doesn't think I'm deliberately absent from work by not coming for so many days. From the time Yikan was deceived into marriage by the scumbag Xia Anan to the time he married Suling, everything that happened in between was so unexpected that he was left with no time to catch his breath. He hasn't come to work at the hospital for many days. He must find the director to explain the reason, so that the director won't misunderstand him and delay his regularization. So Yikan walked quickly upstairs. Suling was still being surrounded by enthusiastic fans asking for autographs, and didn't even have time to say goodbye to Yikan. This silly brother, is he so afraid of me? He ran away without even saying goodbye to me. Suling looked at Yikan's tall and straight back as he hurried away, feeling a little disappointed. A sweet-looking female doctor asked Suling curiously, "Goddess Lingling, Yikan is the most handsome intern in our hospital. He's very popular with the girls. Why did you send him to work? What's your relationship with him?" When Suling heard that Yikan was very popular with women in the hospital, the little bug of jealousy in his heart came out. Moreover, she could clearly see that the young female doctor's eyes showed her admiration for Yikan. In an instant, Suling became jealous and proudly told the female doctor, "Of course my husband Suling is the most handsome. As his wife, I must send my husband to work." The underlying meaning of her words was to warn those female doctors who had thoughts about Yikan. "The handsome guy you have a crush on has now been conquered by me, Suling. Go home and find your mothers quickly, and stop thinking about other people's husbands." The next second, everyone was shocked, especially the male fans. What? The goddess is getting married? That's too sudden. Oh my god, how could a goddess choose a poor intern as her husband? My heart is broken. Ah. I'm heartbroken. I will never fall in love again in my life. Hearing the wailing everywhere, Suling felt a sense of accomplishment. Humph, I just want everyone to know that the handsome guy Yikan is my, Suling's husband. He belongs to me only, and I belong to him only. No one can take us away. At the same time, Suling made another decision. When Yikan was on the way to the director's office, head nurse Wang Mimi suddenly appeared and looked at Yikan with starry eyes. "Xiao Cancan, you haven't been here for so many days. I missed you so much and thought you had quit." Wang Mimi is a divorced young woman, 3 years older than Yikan. She often flirts with Yikan and calls him Little Cancan in a sweet voice. Yikan got goosebumps all over his body after hearing this. Sister Wang, Yikan was just about to talk to Wang Mimi when Joan Lily, who was interning in the same department, handed Yikan a box of fragrant sweet and sour pork ribs. "Brother, you're here. Here, I made sweet and sour pork ribs this morning. I'll save them for you to eat at noon." Yikan also has a headache about his junior sister Joan Lily. This girl is 8 years younger than her. Because she is interested in him, she often makes all kinds of delicious food for him, but he always refuses. But this girl was also persistent. She would secretly pour the delicious food into his lunchbox when he was at work, so that he would have to eat it. This made Yikan feel embarrassed. He couldn't just not show any expression when the little girl kept eating his food. Then, he often helped Joan Lily with some physical work. Unexpectedly, the more he helped Joan Lily, the more Joan Lily thought that he liked her too, and she made delicious food for Yikan more frequently. Lily, actually I've already. Without waiting for Yikan to explain his current situation to Joan Lily, Shui Yanyan from the orthopedics department directly pulled Yikan to her side and said to Wang Mimi and Joan Lily sarcastically, "Sister Wang, Lily, one of you is older than my appa, and the other is younger than my appa. Neither too old nor too young suits my appa's taste, so you should have some self-awareness." Yikan was even more troubled by Shui Yanyan. She always calls people my appa and my appa, as if he is really her, Shui Yanyan's, private appa. "Yanyan, could you please not tell anyone else about that?" Shui Yanyan didn't give Yikan a chance to speak. The little girl simply put her face on Yikan's arm and called out in a sweet voice, "Dear appa, will you go out for steak at noon?" Okay. Wang Mimi and Joan Lily couldn't stand it anymore, so they went over together to pull Shui Yanyan away from Yikan's arm. "Shui Yanyan, you should be the one who knows your own limitations. My little Cancan won't like a delicate green tea girl like you. Sister Wang, Sister Shui, senior brother is mine, don't fight with me." Yikan's heart. He'd better run away quickly, otherwise if these women start fighting, they will tear him apart too, and there will probably be nothing left but a bone. However, he had to admit that because he was tall, handsome, and meticulous at work, his female colleagues in the hospital really regarded him as a favorite and were jealous of him. In this regard, he could only run as far as he could. Alas, a jealous woman is a tiger. If you meet her, you must avoid her. Ah, what a painful realization. Arriving at the director's office, Yekin politely greeted the director. "Good morning, director." When the director saw Yekin coming, he walked towards Yekin with a cold face and threw a letter of dismissal over to him. "You were absent from work for many days during your internship, and even treated people without permission from other departments. Yekin, you really bring shame to our hospital. From now on, you are fired. Remember, as long as Jiangning People's Hospital won't hire you, no other hospital will either." Yekin stood there in shock. Not only was he fired from his popular job, but he also has no chance of gaining a foothold in the medical field in the future? Chapter 15. The video went viral. Yekin couldn't accept this sudden dismissal. He anxiously explained to the director, "Director, I didn't mean to be absent from work. I just happened to." The director didn't want to listen to Yekin anymore. She interrupted him coldly. "The video of you treating patients across departments has gone viral on TikTok. The ironclad facts are there. What are you still quibbling about? Video on TikTok?" Yekin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When did he start treating patients across disciplines? When did you appear on TikTok? Coming back to his senses, Yekin asked the director seriously, "Director, is there any misunderstanding here? What is that video like? Can I take a look at it?" The director decisively took out his mobile phone, opened a certain audio app, and found the video she was talking about. "Open your eyes and look at what you are doing." Yekin took the director's phone and looked down. The video shows Yekin calmly treating Mr. Su, who was suffering from convulsions at Su's house in the morning. You know what, he looked so handsome and sexy when he was concentrating on saving people, even he was amazed by himself. The video has been viewed over 200 million times, and the comments below are endless, basically. "Wow! What a handsome doctor. I need his contact information. I want to marry him and have kids." To the person above, "Don't worry about it. He is my husband and we are already trying to have our third child." The one on the second floor, "Wake up, he is my husband, and we just came back from our honeymoon. Stop arguing, the handsome doctor belongs to all of us, and all of us female compatriots love him." Yekin never dreamed that the scene of him saving Grandpa Su in the morning would be filmed into a video and posted online, making him an instant internet celebrity. Those female netizens were crazy about his good looks and tried to court him, flooding the comments section. Yekin returned the phone to the director and said puzzledly, "Director, everyone's response to my saving lives has been very positive. I haven't caused any negative impact on the hospital. The hospital won't fire me for this, right?" The director came to the window and pointed downstairs with an angry look on his face. "Come here and see for yourself whether you have caused any adverse impact on the hospital." Yekin walked over in surprise. When he looked downstairs, he was stunned by the huge scene outside. The internet was incredibly advanced. Someone had searched and figured out that Yekin was interning at this hospital, and then everyone rushed over in droves. It was so huge that the hospital entrance was completely crammed in, and everyone was shouting loudly upstairs. "There are thousands of men in the world, but Yekin is the most handsome. Yekin, Yekin, I love Yekin. Husband, husband, Yekin is my husband." The director listened to the cheers that were getting louder and louder, and felt like his eardrums were about to be shattered. He could only cover his ears with his hands. Yekin was also very confused about this. Just a video of him saving someone made him famous and he became the national husband. Hospitals are supposed to be places for saving lives and healing the wounded, but now, they have become a place for female fans to collectively propose to one another. But this is really not Yekin's fault. There's nothing he can do about the fact that he's handsome. Yekin walked up to the director and said sincerely, "Director, I didn't upload the video. I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. I really want to get a permanent position in our hospital. Please don't fire me, okay?" Logically speaking, today is the day Yekin becomes a regular employee. After being certified as a doctor, he became a real doctor. If the director really fired him and other hospitals refused to accept him, then all his years of medical training would be in vain, and the difficult surgeries that the system rewarded him with would be of no use, and his ambition to become a famous doctor would be impossible to realize. The director left no room for negotiation. "You are an intern in the obstetrics and gynecology department. You are not qualified to treat people without permission. What if you kill someone? To become famous, you even made a video and posted it on TikTok. What a huge hassle you're causing the hospital. Pack up and leave. Ye can still refuse to leave. He tried his best to save the situation. Director, the situation was critical at the time. I was the only doctor in the Su family. The old man's life was at stake. I had to save him, and I was confident that I could cure him. I really didn't upload the video. I don't have that hobby. Besides, if I become famous, doesn't that mean our hospital is also famous? Indeed, nowadays everyone in the world knows Jiangning People's Hospital. Just because this hospital produced the most handsome male doctor, not only did he save the head of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangning City, but he also made female netizens fall for his looks and were completely fascinated by him. Stop talking nonsense. This is an order from the hospital's top management, and it can't be changed. If you don't leave, I'll call the security guards to kick you out. The director has lost all his patience. Yikan had no choice but to pack up and leave. He couldn't understand why the director, who used to be a very reasonable person, now completely ignored his explanation and just fired him. Could it be that the director is really like what everyone has said in the past, that she has entered menopause early and her thinking is abnormal? No way. Furthermore, who secretly filmed the video of him saving Mr. Su and uploaded it to a certain audio platform? Did Suling see it? What if Suling saw those comments? Would she also have misunderstandings? Yikan felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, as if someone was deliberately operating in secret. But who could that person be? Who would want to make things difficult for me? Wang Nini saw Yikan walking out of the director's office with his head down. She quickly walked over and asked Yikan worriedly, "Oh my little Can, I just saw your video. You should be happy that you become famous, so why are you so sad?" Yikan forced a smile towards Wang Nini. "Sister Wang, I was fired by the director." When Wang Nini heard that Yikan was fired, she was immediately furious. "What? Nun Niju fired you?" Yikan nodded weakly, "Yeah." Wang Nini was so angry that she slammed her hand on the table. "This is too unfair. My little Can is so hardworking and capable, and so handsome. He became an internet celebrity and brought our hospital into the spotlight. She can fire anyone but not my little Can. Then, she called over Zhang Lily and Shui Yanyan, who had just been arguing with her. "Lily, Yanyan, Nun Niju actually fired Xiao Can. We are calling on all the sisters in the hospital to seek justice for Xiao Can. Humph, you dared to fire my beloved senior brother? Who am I going to feed the delicious food I make in the future? I'm going to call the sisters in the nursing team and ask them to go with me to find Nun Niju." Zhang Lily unconditionally agrees with Wang Nini's approach. Shui Yanyan was equally resolute. "Whoever fires my appa, I'll be angry with him. I'm going to call the sisters in the orthopedics department. There's strength in numbers. I don't believe we can't cure a menopausal Nun Niju." Yikan was deeply moved when he saw these female colleagues standing up for him one by one. At this moment, he suddenly felt that they were so cute, and he was reluctant to leave them. After all, they had worked together for quite a while. But the ending is set and cannot be changed. So, Yikan kindly dissuaded them. "Thank you for your kindness, but the ending has been decided. Please don't worry about me, so as not to implicate everyone. I will remember your kindness to me, and we will meet again in the future." After saying that, Yikan left reluctantly. "Xiao Can, please don't leave. I can't bear to leave you. Brother, if you leave, who will I prepare delicious food for, brother? Appa, my appa, please come back. I don't want my appa to leave." Wang Nini, Zhong Lily, and Shui Yanyan were reluctant to let Yikan go. They had lost a handsome man they loved, and they were so upset that the 3 of them couldn't help but hug each other and cry loudly. Yikan sat on the side of the road holding a cardboard box, feeling extremely depressed. In the morning, he vowed to Suling that he would not let Suling down and that he would be a husband that Suling would be proud of. However, as soon as he arrived at the hospital, he lost his job. Will Suling look down on me? What should I do next? Chapter 16: Divorce your husband. Soon, Yikan thought of the system and called it, "Beautiful system, please come out and tell me, is there another reason for my dismissal?" Beautiful system? No matter how Yikan shouted or spoke, the system did not respond. Oh shit. What is going on? Could it be that I was fired and the system was fired too? It can't be so tragic. After firing Yikan, the director sighed softly and said to himself, "Yikan, according to my original intention, I would not fire you. I was actually forced to do so. Just consider it bad luck that you're not destined to be a doctor. I hope you can make great achievements in other fields. After saying that, she picked up the phone and dialed Su Haitao's number. Soon, Su Haitao's voice came. Yikan got out? The director answered truthfully, Boss Su, I've already fired Yikan as you requested. Do you think it's time for you to release my daughter? Su Haitao smiled with satisfaction. Then he asked the director, very good, you are really fast. Tell me, what reward do you want? The director didn't dare to ask for any reward. She just wanted Su Haitao to release her precious daughter as soon as possible. So, she flattered Su Haitao, Boss Su, how can I ask for any reward? Just let my daughter go. Besides, my speed of work depends on you arranging for someone to post the video on TikTok. You are truly a wise man with great ideas. You used the joke about Yikan saving people to bring fame to our hospital. At the same time, you are really wicked. You took advantage of Yikan's medical skills and good looks to make your hospital famous, and then kicked Yikan out. The director could only complain about this in his heart and could not say it openly. Jiangning People's Hospital is actually one of the hospitals under the Su family, and Su Haitao is one of the shareholders. Yikan doesn't know this yet. Therefore, the director cannot afford to offend Su Haitao and has to listen to Su Haitao in everything. As soon as Suling returned home from Jiangning People's Hospital, he saw the video of Yikan saving Mr. Su on a certain audio platform and saw the comments below. While she was jealous of Yikan's popularity among female netizens, she couldn't help but have doubts. Because she knew very well that in the Su family, no one could post any videos about the Su family online without Mr. Su's permission. So the question is, who secretly took the video and then posted it on TikTok? It is obvious that someone is using Yikan to promote Jiangning People's Hospital. But those female netizens chased Yikan to the hospital, which undoubtedly had a negative impact on the hospital. How will the hospital treat Yikan in this situation? After thinking about it, Suling was still worried about Yikan, so he called the director. The director had just hung up the phone with Su Haitao when the eldest daughter of the Su family called again. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Calming himself, the director picked up the phone. Miss Su, what can I do for you? Suling got straight to the point. Director, is Yikan okay in the hospital? The director's heart suddenly trembled and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. She hesitated. Well, Yikan. Suling felt something was wrong, and his tone was as cold as ice. Did you fire Yikan? The director was so frightened that his whole body was shaking, and his voice was trembling. Miss Su, no. I don't want to fire Yikan, Before the director could finish her words, Suling interrupted her sharply. Tell me. Who fired Yikan? The director didn't dare to say it because her daughter had just been released by Su Haitao and she didn't want to be threatened by Su Haitao again. Miss Su, I don't know. Please don't embarrass me, okay? Suling was annoyed and said bluntly, if you don't tell me, believe it or not, I will ask you to get out of the hospital. Don't forget, I am the largest shareholder of the hospital. The director was terrified and quickly confessed the truth. Miss Su, please don't tell me to get out. Isn't it enough for me to say it? It was President Su who fired Yikan. Everything was planned by President Su. Suling clenched her phone, anger rising in her heart. She continued to ask the director, which Mr. Su? Su Haitao? Su Haijian? Or Su Jin? The director stammered, Su Haitao. It's him. Suling's guess was correct. After hanging up the phone, Suling wanted to settle the score with Su Haitao. Unexpectedly, as soon as she went out, she ran into Yikan getting out of a taxi holding a cardboard box. When Yikan saw Suling's cold face, his breathing stopped and his heart beat faster. It's over, RBQ is gone. Look at Suling's expression of not recognizing anyone, he must know that I was fired. She must have watched the video, and she probably misunderstood me. My physical strength is 0 in front of her, and she can kill me in minutes. What to do? Wife. Yikan spoke tentatively. That me. Unexpectedly, Suling hugged Yikan suddenly, wishing she could rub Yikan into her bones, for fear that Yikan would run away. At this moment, Yikan was completely unable to use any strength against Suling. It's weird, why does the system insist on making my physical strength 0 in front of my wife? Are you afraid that I will bully my wife? I'm not that kind of person. But what does it mean that Suling suddenly hugged me? This girl is not playing by the rules again? Cough cough cough. Yikan couldn't help coughing a few times. Suling hugged him too tightly and he was a little breathless. Wife, can you hold me more gently? I'm almost suffocating. It took Yikan a lot of effort to say this. Only then did Suling realize that she was hugging her husband too tightly, and she let go of Yikan. Then, she held Yikan's hand tightly and said in an extremely firm tone, "Hubby, I know everything. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." Yikan was confused. "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." Suling's words were so damn domineering. It was as if I was a little wife who was bullied outside, and Suling was a domineering husband with an overwhelming desire to protect me. Did we get the wrong script? What? Is Suling planning to seek justice for me? Could it be that she knows some hidden secret? While Yikan was still confused, Su Haitao's car stopped. The next second, Su Haitao helped old man Su get out of the car. Seeing Yikan standing at the door, Su Haitao pointed at Yikan's nose and scolded him angrily. "You stinky boy, just to become famous, you actually posted the video of saving the old man online. Do you understand the rules of the Su family?" Before Yikan could explain, old Master Su spoke up. "Ken, you disappoint me so much. How could you do such a thing? I heard that the hospital has fired you. Good riddance. From now on, you can forget about being a doctor." Hearing Mr. Su's extremely disappointed words, Yikan concluded that Su Haitao had been making things difficult for him in front of Mr. Su. Su Haitao didn't even give Yikan a chance to speak. He looked at Suling, who had been silent the entire time, and started to sneer. "Lingling, your husband is a loser, and you don't believe me. He lost his job before he even finished his internship. What else can you expect from him? Divorce him now. Uncle can find you someone he can't find." Lydia Su still didn't say anything, she just made a gesture and everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 17, A Step to Heaven. It turned out that the recording function of Su Ling's mobile phone was turned on, and all her previous conversations with the director were recorded. What Su Ling was listening to everyone now was the part where the director told her that it was Su Haitao who was causing trouble and got Yikan fired. After listening to the recording, Yikan was shocked that Jiangning People's Hospital was actually owned by the Su family. At the same time, anger was surging in his heart, and his hands hanging by his sides were clenched into fists. Damn, Su Haitao is such an old fox. After taking advantage of my value, he kicked me out. How cunning. Fortunately, Su Ling had the foresight to know about the recording. Now, let us see how arrogant Su Haitao can be. Su Haitao never expected that his little niece was so smart that she could actually find out that it was he who cheated and fired Yikan. The director exposed him personally, and now he has no way to defend himself and feels ashamed. Seeing that Su Haitao was speechless, Su Ling put away the recorder and stared at Su Haitao with cold eyes. He kept his head down and didn't dare to look at her. "Uncle, why are you mute now? You're so bold. You actually secretly recorded the video behind Grandpa's back and uploaded it online. You almost caused our Su family to miss out on a good doctor." Old Master Su was extremely disappointed with Su Haitao. He shook off Su Haitao's hand and angrily scolded him. "Haitao, you really disappoint me. You're more of a hindrance than a help." Su Haitao regretted it deeply and begged for forgiveness from Grandpa Su with a sad face. "Dad, I won't dare to do it again next time. Please don't be angry, okay?" Old Master Su pushed Su Haitao away. "There won't be a next time. Today I will remove you from the hospital's shareholders, and you will never interfere with the hospital again." After he finished speaking, Mr. Su walked into the inner room without looking back. Su Haitao followed closely behind, begging bitterly, "Dad, I beg you, please don't remove me from the hospital's shareholders, I won't dare to do it again." "Dad." Seeing the embarrassed Su Haitao, Yikan secretly felt happy in his heart. Ha ha ha. Su Haitao is trying to steal a chicken but ends up losing the rice. He was thinking of firing me, but this time he fired himself. He deserved it. So, does this mean that I can go to work in the hospital again and my dream of becoming a doctor will set sail again? Retracting his thoughts, Yikan turned to look at Su Ling and said gratefully, "Wife, this time it is all thanks to you, thank you." Unexpectedly, Su Ling suddenly reached out and gently touched Yikan's face. "Hubby, you don't have to be polite to me. I've already said that I'm here for you. I will protect you." After saying this, Su Ling's dishonest little hands were still touching Yikan's face, and ripples were rippling in his heart. This silly brother's skin is so good, it feels so comfortable to touch. I really want to eat him bite by bite. Yikan didn't know why Su Ling suddenly wanted to touch his face. Moreover, he found that the look in Suling's eyes when he looked at him at this moment was so gentle, so doting, and so exciting. That cherry mouth curved into a shallow arc, and this clear and warm smile was so charmingly beautiful. Seeing Suling like this, Yikan was very confused. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this little girl. Why did she suddenly like to touch him? Suling's small hands were still touching Yikan's face. Yikan felt it was so soft, smooth, soft, and comfortable. Even his body felt numb, and he felt inexplicably itchy in his heart. Would it be more wonderful if my goddess wife's little hands touched other parts of my body? Yikan couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts. However, he quickly reminded himself, "Stop, what are you thinking about? What if Suling is testing you? Stay calm, you must stay calm." So, Yikan stood there motionless, and carefully discussed with Suling, "Hey, honey, please don't touch my face first, okay? I'm itchy." Only then did Suling realize that her hand had been touching Yikan's face for a long time. What should I do? I just like this silly brother's face. How could there be a man as handsome as silly brother in the world? Alas, after touching silly brother's face, I also want to touch silly brother's abdominal muscles, and many images could not help but emerge in Suling's mind, and her heart was beating like a deer. Forget it, I have to be reserved and not scare my silly brother. I don't want him to think that I will hurt him. I still want to pamper my silly brother and wait for him to fall in love with me. In order to ease the embarrassment, Suling deliberately cleared his throat. Well, honey, don't get me wrong, I just saw some dust on your face and I wiped it off for you. After thinking about it, she felt that this excuse was the most suitable to cover up her involuntary actions in front of Yikan. Yikan just smiled dryly and nodded, well, my wife is really considerate. In fact, what he really thought in his heart was, can't you tell the difference between touching and rubbing? I, Yikan, am so pure. If it were someone else, they would have thought you were doing something else just now. Then, Yikan remembered something and asked Suling seriously, by the way, wife, can I continue to go to work in the hospital? Since Jiangning People's Hospital is owned by the Su family, Suling is the largest shareholder, and Yikan has interned in this hospital, then he naturally wants to continue staying in the old place, just to prove to Suling and other people in the Su family that he, Yikan, is not a son-in-law who lives off his wife. He will become a famous doctor and create glory for the hospital. When Yikan asked this, Suling remembered that she almost forgot something important. Then she took Yikan's hand. Come on, follow me in to find Grandpa. Yikan followed Suling to Mr. Su's study. Su Haitao glared at Yikan and Suling fiercely. Before leaving, he complained bitterly to Suling, Lingling, just turn your elbow outward, aren't you afraid of falling into the hands of this gigolo? Suling calmly responded to Su Haitao, Uncle, don't worry about this. I am willing to let my husband eat soft rice. I am proud to support my husband. My husband asked me to support him because he is capable. Can you do it? Su Haitao was so angry that he was speechless and left angrily. Yikan couldn't help but secretly admire Suling. Wow, this girl is so damn cool. There are people who dote on their wives, and she must be a dote on her husband, right? Are you sure we got the right script? Old Master Su sat upright on the expensive-looking Wangwali carved chair and told Suling in a serious tone. Lingling, I've removed your uncle from the hospital's shareholder list. His shares will be transferred to you. The formalities will be completed tomorrow. Suling seemed not very satisfied with Mr. Su's arrangement. She walked to Mr. Su's side, took his arm, put her little face close to his, and smiled sweetly. Grandpa, how about transferring my uncle's shares to Yikan? As for me, I'll transfer another 10% to him. This way, Yikan will be the second largest shareholder of the hospital. Let's see who dares to bully my husband again. Yikan was shocked instantly. Suling not only allowed him to continue working in the hospital, but also allowed him to rise to the sky in just one morning. Am I going from an intern to a big boss? Oh shit. Am I dreaming? Chapter 18 Enemies meet on a narrow road. System, beautiful lady system, please come out quickly. Tell me quickly, is Suling serious? However, the system did not respond. Yikan felt countless ellipses flying over his head. Well, the beautiful system is probably on vacation and has no time to pay attention to me. The surprise came so suddenly that Yikan still finds it hard to believe that this happened to him. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to act like this, right? When Mr. Su heard that Suling actually wanted Yikan to become the second largest shareholder of the hospital, he immediately expressed his opposition. No. Lingling, you're being too presumptuous. How can you let an intern become the hospital's second largest shareholder? I absolutely disagree with this. Mr. Su's anger was like a bucket of cold water falling from the sky, chilling Yikan to the core. Indeed, one should not be happy too early. However, when he thought about it carefully, why would the Su family hand over the equity to him, a son-in-law? Who doesn't understand the principle of keeping good things within the family? Moreover, deep down in his heart, Yikan did not want to accept the identity of the second largest shareholder. When things come too easily, it is often not a good thing. He is a person who relies on his own strength to get everything he wants, and he will not rely on others for support and be looked down upon. It was just that the decision made by Suling was so unexpected to him, coupled with the girl's previous series of abnormal behaviors, he was a little confused and couldn't tell whether Suling was really doting on him or testing him. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. What is the point of thinking so much? You and Lydia Su will be married for only 3 months. Your union is absurd to begin with, so don't harbor any unrealistic fantasies. 3 months later, you and Suling will divorce, and neither of you can interfere with the other. It is best for you to perform well in the Su family first, secure your job as a doctor, and stick to your dream. After Yikan comforted himself in his heart, he instantly felt less depressed. But he was still very confused. Why did Mr. Su insist on letting Suling marry him? Why is Mr. Su unwilling to tell the reason? Yikan couldn't figure it out. He took a step forward and smiled politely at Mr. Su. Grandpa, even if Suling asked me to become the second largest shareholder of the hospital, I would not accept it. My duty is to save lives and bring health and longevity to patients. Being a skilled doctor is what I really want. Suling retorted to Yikan, becoming the second largest shareholder of the hospital does not affect your performance of your duties as a doctor, okay? My husband must have power in his hands, so that he will not be bullied by some villains in the future. Letting Yikan become the second largest shareholder of the hospital is the only most advantageous way Suling can think of to protect Yikan in all aspects. When Yikan heard Suling say these words, he was actually a little moved. You have to know that his sister is the only relative he has left in this world, and he has always been the one to protect her. Whenever he gets upset outside, he always bears it by himself, and no one has ever stood up for him. But Suling, the top goddess admired by everyone, seems to have always been protecting him since she became his wife. The Su family naturally looked down on him, but Suling was the only one who didn't look at him with tinted glasses. Therefore, Yikan still had a little fantasy in his heart. What if Suling was not testing me, but was sincere to me? So, Yikan started calling the system again. System, beautiful system, please come out quickly and stop ignoring me, okay? As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Since you and Suling are both girls, can you help me analyze from a girl's perspective whether Suling is sincere to me? The system finally arrived, and that sweet lady's voice sounded in Yikan's mind. Can't the host feel whether the goddess wife is sincere or not? Yikan was embarrassed and troubled. What are you saying? I'm a grown man, how can I understand what you girls are thinking? The system seemed impatient and even yawned lazily. Host, please think for yourself. The system is sleepy and needs to continue its beauty sleep. Oh my god. I'm still getting my beauty sleep, why is there so much trouble in my system? Alas, women are hard to mess with. Yikan really wanted to change himself to a male system, as male systems wouldn't be so troublesome. Unexpectedly, the system detected Yikan's thoughts and immediately a hammer popped up in Yikan's mind. Then, the hammer hit his little butt again and again. I detected that the host was slandering us girls, so I'll spank you. What? And you hit my little butt? Is it so exciting? As a result, Yikan really felt that he was beaten, it hurt. Well, he really can't afford to mess with the beauty system. The system was quite considerate. Although it made Yikan feel pain, it didn't let him move or make any sound, because it didn't want to alarm Grandpa Su and Suling. Noticing that Yikan was in a trance, Suling raised his hand and waved it in front of Yikan's eyes. Honey, are you listening to me? Yikan nodded hurriedly. Wife, I'm listening. I appreciate your kindness, but I still want to be a doctor in peace. Lydia Su still insisted on her position. No. My husband must be both a doctor and a big boss. I can't let my husband be looked down upon or bullied. I am the major shareholder, so I have the right to give you these. Old Master Su slammed his palm on the table. I don't agree. If you really dare to let Yikan become the second largest shareholder, we will sever our grandfather-grandson relationship. Yikan was afraid that the matter would get out of hand, so he quickly persuaded old man Su and Suling, Grandpa, don't be angry, I will never accept the shares that Suling gave me. Wife, don't make Grandpa angry, you only have this one grandfather. Suling was afraid that Mr. Su would really sever the grandfather-granddaughter relationship with her, so she had to compromise reluctantly. Yikan pulled Suling out of Mr. Su's study. Looking at his watch, it was time for the afternoon shift. Yikan packed up his things and said goodbye to Suling. Wife, I'm going to the hospital to work first. You stay at home and take care of Grandpa. Suling stopped Yikan and said, Husband, wait a moment. Yikan turned around, is there anything else? Suling came over and took out a red and gold embossed list from her bag and handed it to Yikan. Husband, before you go to work, I want to tell you that I have decided to hold a grand wedding for us. This is the invitation list. Do you have anything to add? Yikan was stunned. Suling is going to hold a wedding with me? Does this mean that you want to announce to the world that I, Yikan, am Suling's husband? Wouldn't I be famous all over the world? Calming himself down, Yikan pretended to be calm and asked Suling, Wife, didn't you say before that we just need to get a marriage certificate and not hold a wedding? Lydia Su answered confidently, what I said before doesn't count. My husband is so handsome, I must hold a wedding for him, otherwise he will lose face. In fact, Suling was jealous that Yikan was secretly loved by a female colleague in the hospital and admired by female netizens, so she wanted to hold a wedding to let everyone know that Yikan was her husband. Humph, my husband is an extremely handsome man, my only one, no one can take my husband away from me. Yikan didn't know how to respond to Suling for a moment. Anyway, she is a goddess, she is the boss, whatever she says goes. Wife, as long as you are happy. Yikan could only reply to Suling with a smile. Suling stuffed the invitation list into Yikan's hand, then take a look at it, husband. Do you have anything to add? Yikan looked down, and the next second, he almost jumped up. His goddess wife actually invited Xia Anan, his scumbag ex, and even invited his adulterer Yang Wei. What the hell is going on? Chapter 19, Collective Heartbreak. Yikan gets angry whenever he sees the names of Xia Anan and Yang Wei, and he wishes he could cut the couple into pieces. Xia Anan cheated him out of 100,000 yuan, and he hasn't settled the score with her yet. Yang Wei beat him up so hard that his face was deformed, but he still hasn't come to settle the score with him. He is irreconcilable with them, so why did Suling invite them to the wedding? Are you looking for trouble? The system detected that Yikan was feeling unbalanced, and that sweet lady's voice sounded again, don't doubt the decision of your goddess wife. Yikan was almost laughing because of the system. I say, great beauty system, you are deliberately going against me, right? That scumbag Xia Anan and that adulterer Yang Wei, how they treated me, you know it, and Suling knows it very well too. Why did she have to invite that bastard couple to the wedding? I don't agree. The system popped up a small pink fist in Yikan's mind, and punched the blank space a few times. Yikan clearly felt the pain in the back of his head. Damn it, the system hit him again. Just team up with Suling. You two deliberately teamed up to provoke me, didn't you? The system was quite relaxed, now that we're here, make the best of it. The best is yet to come. Yikan complained in his heart angrily. What the hell? The enemies are about to meet and start fighting, but fortunately, the show is yet to come. Suling saw Yikan staring at the words Xia Anan and Yang Wei in a daze, and she guessed what Yikan was worried about. So, she smiled and explained to Yikan. Hubby, don't wonder why I invited these two people. As for me, I just want to let them see how happy you are with me, and let them be envious and jealous. Yikan forced himself to remain calm and forced a smile at Suling. Wife, do whatever you think is appropriate. I support you. It would be better to let Xia Anan and Yang Wei attend the wedding, so that he can settle accounts with them. When Suling saw that Yikan did not object to her actions, her smile became sweeter and more beautiful, just like the sky over the Yarlung Zangbo River, clean without a trace of impurities. If my husband has no objection, I'll make the arrangements. The wedding will be held on the 5th of next month. Yikan nodded in pretended agreement. Yeah, everything is up to my wife. He also couldn't understand Suling's logic. Won't it be a month by the 5th of next month? My wedding to Suling and I will only be 3 months away. After the wedding, Suling and I will only have 2 months left to be married. Why hold such a grand wedding? Will Suling have to hold a divorce ceremony known to the whole world? By then, won't everyone know that I become an abandoned husband? Forget it, let her do whatever she wants. The most important thing for me is to keep my job as a doctor. After comforting himself in this way, Yi Kan stopped thinking about it. As for men, career is the most important thing. Once you have a good career, everything else will not be a problem. Suling suddenly took Yi Kan's arm, blinking her bright big eyes and fluttering her long eyelashes, as if she could easily captivate anyone's soul. Yi Kan didn't know what Suling was going to do, and asked nervously, "Wife, what are you doing?" Suling took out the car keys from his pocket and waved them in front of Yi Kan. "What?" "Sending my husband to work, of course." After saying that, she pulled Yi Kan and ran towards the car. "This girl is quite trustworthy. She said she would be my full-time driver, and she really did. I guess she just wants to experience life. Hey, we don't understand the world of top goddesses." Yi Kan returned to the hospital, and the director apologized to him. "I'm sorry, Master Yi, I was forced to do that. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me, okay?" In the past, the director would either call Yi Kan by his full name or call him Xiao Yi, and he would always order him around. But when he suddenly called him young Master Yi, Yi Kan was a little confused. "Well, director, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. We can still be good colleagues in the future, right?" Yi Kan understood the director's situation and did not argue with him. The director breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Yi Kan did not get angry with her. Yes, Master Yi is really magnanimous. We will still be good colleagues in the future. Come, Master Yi, this is the regularization form, please fill it out." Seeing the director's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, Yi Kan was quite uncomfortable. It seemed like he was the director and the director was just a little follower. So, Yi Kan discussed with the director, "Director, you should just call me Xiao Yi as before. It's not appropriate for you to call me Master Yi in the hospital. He is a doctor, and he prefers everyone to call him Dr. Yi, which gives him a sense of accomplishment." The director hurriedly shook his head. No, Master Yi, this is Miss Su's order, I can't disobey it. By the way, Master Yi, please have some tea. Don't dry your throat after talking so much." After speaking, the director poured Yi Kan a cup of tea and handed it to him. Yi Kan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that it was that girl Suling who ordered it. No wonder the director was so respectful. After filling out the regularization form, Yi Kan felt relieved. From today on, he is a real doctor. He can now devote all his energy to realizing his ideal. However, he still works in the obstetrics and gynecology department, and he doesn't know when he will be able to use the difficult surgical skills that the system has rewarded him with. Originally, Yi Kan wanted to go to neurosurgery after graduation, but the director saw that he was very cautious in his work, had great endurance, and was physically strong, so he assigned him to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Obstetrics and gynecology needs these qualities in Yi Kan. When Yi Kan walked out of the director's office, he found that Wang Mimi, Zhong Lily, and Shui Yanyan, the three women who usually loved to stick to him, were all looking at him with tears in their eyes without saying a word. Yi Kan felt something was wrong and walked over to ask in confusion, "Sister Wang, Lily, Yanyan, what's wrong with you?" Logically speaking, they should be cheering for his return, but why do they all look like they have been heartbroken? It would have been fine if Yi Kan hadn't spoken to them, but as soon as he started talking, they let out a cry and burst into tears, holding their heads in their hands. Yi Kan was completely stunned. Why is she crying harder and harder? Hey, ladies, please stop crying, okay? If someone doesn't know, they'd think I was bullying you. Tell me quickly, what happened to you? Maybe I can help you. Unexpectedly, the three women shouted at Yi Kan in grievance, "You can't help." Oh. Are you so angry? It seems that something big happened. Yi Kan thought that he should stop asking questions. If he asked too many questions, he would get into trouble again. Women are scary when they get angry, so never mess with animals that bleed 7 days a month without dying. Then ladies, you guys can start crying first. I'm going to go and do my own thing. Just pretend I don't exist. Yi Kan wants to run away. Unexpectedly, the three women shouted at him in unison, "Don't leave." Yi Kan stopped, confused. Ladies, what else do you have to say? Wang Nini spoke first, "Xiao Can, I'm heartbroken." Then, Zhong Lily and Shui Yanyan also replied at the same time, "I'm heartbroken too." When Yi Kan heard what they said, he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It's not a big deal. It's just a breakup. He was even cheated into marriage by his scumbag ex and lost 100,000 yuan. Is it as serious as his? Everyone is crying their hearts out. Is it really that serious? Ladies, a broken heart is nothing. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Just be open-minded. Yikan could only persuade them in this way. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the three women cried even harder. Yikan, you are our first love, but you are already married. What the hell do you want us to do? Yikan was also drunk. These three women were really slow in getting information, and only just found out that he was married. The key point is that he has nothing to do with them. Aren't they really good at adding drama to themselves? Well, ladies, do you have some misunderstandings about me? Without waiting for Yikan to explain to the three women, Wang Mimi suddenly pounced on him. Xiao Can, I don't want you to marry anyone else, marry me, and I will support you. Zhong Lily also ran over at this time and shook off Wang Mimi's hand. Wang Mimi, senior brother is mine, get out of here. Shui Yanyan couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Wang Mimi and Zhong Lily aside. Zhong Lily, Wang Mimi, have you any shame? Appa is mine, don't fight with me. Yikan was fought over by three women and he felt like he was about to be torn into pieces. Help, someone please save me. Yikan collapsed. Chapter 20 Husband, Kiss Me. In the evening, Suling drove her Rolls-Royce Phantom to the hospital to pick up Yikan after get off work on time. Wang Mimi, Zhong Lily, and Shui Yanyan, the three women, were so angry that they pouted, and they were envious and jealous of Suling. Oh, just accept your fate, the handsome guy has been taken away by the top goddess, and they have no hope. Suling came to the doctor's office and saw Yikan wearing glasses and a white coat, writing medical records with his head down. Her heart began to beat like a deer again. Wow, my silly brother looks so sexy in his professional attire. Fair and clean, tall and big, gentle and serious, how can there be such a beautiful man in this world? How can I love him? Yikan was so engrossed in writing that he didn't notice Suling coming. The colleagues around him were quite excited. They all asked Suling for autographs. They even took out their phones to take photos and posted them on a certain audio platform with the following text. Some said that the goddess had come down to earth, so kind and not at all pretentious. Some said that the goddess was even more beautiful in person than on TV. Some said that Yikan must have saved the galaxy in his previous life, so that he could marry such a perfect wife like the goddess in this life. Yikan was speechless about this. They all live in Suling's persona. If they knew the real Suling, I wonder if they would still be in the mood to show off online. I guess in 3 months, when he gets divorced, they will no longer envy him and will ridicule him to death. After getting into Suling's car, Yikan discussed with Suling, wife, can you please stop picking me up and dropping me off at get off work? I just got a permanent job, and it's not good to be so high profile. Suling disagreed. She argued confidently, it's natural for a wife to pick up her husband to go to get off work. What's wrong with that? If they have the ability, they can also pick up their husbands to go to get off work. She does more than just pick up and drop off Yikan to and from get off work. She also pampers Yikan in various ways. She is Suling's husband, and she wants to pamper him to the sky. Seeing Suling was so persistent, Yikan had no choice but to shut up. Anyway, Suling is the boss, and whatever Suling says is what he has to obey and not cross the line. If he crossed the line, Suling would make him pay for it, and he didn't want to ruin his future. It's just 3 months, it will be over if you endure it. Yikan comforted himself in this way, trying to be more open-minded. Seeing Yikan was silent, Suling felt that Yikan must be unhappy. Silly brother, if you are unhappy, just say it out loud, why keep it in your heart? But I'm his wife, so I should help him share his worries. So, Suling approached Yikan and said with a smile, hubby, since you don't want me to pick you up from get off work, then I won't do it, okay? If you want to pamper your husband, you can't let him be unhappy. You have to go along with him in everything. She was still waiting for the silly brother to fall in love with her within 3 months. Yikan thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at Suling in surprise. Wife, are you following my wishes? Lydia Sue's eyes were firm as she nodded. Yes, I don't want my husband to be embarrassed. Yikan's breathing stopped. Am I dreaming? For the first time, the domineering queen went along with me. Could it be that she really wants to marry me first and then fall in love with me? Yikan was becoming increasingly confused about Suling's train of thought. The system activated at this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the understanding of the goddess wife. Now the host is rewarded with a commendable courage. Please use it as soon as possible. Yikan was confused. When I say the great beauty system, what do I mean by courage? Every time you reward me, could you be more specific and not so abstract? System. Well, the beautiful lady system is too lazy to pay attention to me again. I'd better shut up. After returning home, Suling took Yikan to the restaurant for dinner. There was a table full of expensive seafood, which Yikan had never eaten before. Wife, there's no need to be so extravagant for dinner. We can just have a home-cooked stir-fry and some millet porridge. It's quite healthy. Yikan felt sorry for Suling's money. Suling took Yikan's hand and sat down, pointing at the dishes one by one and introducing them to Yikan. Honey, this is the lobster I specially had flown in from Boston today. This is Angus flat oysters, and this is a Hokkaido seahorse. These are very good for your body. You should eat more. Yikan couldn't help swallowing a few times. Lydia Sue wants me to replenish my body? Am I not a strong and handsome man with 8-pack abs? Why do you still want me to replenish my body? Remembering that he was a doctor, and looking at the kinds of seafood on the table, Yikan instantly understood what Suling wanted to give him. My kidneys are normal, okay? If my physical strength was not zero in front of her, I would have been able to make her stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. I guess I am the man who can endure the most suffering in the world. Can someone give me a Guinness record? Yikan had no words to express his pain. Suling did ask Yikan to nourish his kidneys. She also looks forward to the day when she can be with Yikan. Even though Yikan has 8 abdominal muscles, he still looks very weak in front of her and he can't resist her every time. She hopes to be conquered by Yikan one day. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel so shy, exciting and expectant. Suling's little face was unconsciously flushed, and she was particularly charming in the ambiguous and romantic candlelight. Yikan didn't dare to stare at Suling anymore. He wouldn't be able to bear it if he continued. Just lower your head and eat. Just nourish your kidneys, wouldn't it be better to make them stronger? After dinner, Yikan asked Suling, Wife, are we still sleeping in the same room tonight? Suling answered decisively, Of course, do we have to sleep in separate rooms? After saying that, she got up and went to take a shower. Yikan sat on the bed in the bedroom, feeling nervous. Is Suling testing me? I sleep in the same bed with her, should I take the initiative? Just forget it and don't get yourself into trouble. What if Suling takes the initiative towards me? Yikan was in a dilemma, as if he was going through a tribulation. The door suddenly opened, and Suling, who had just finished taking a shower, walked in wearing a white nightgown. The room was instantly filled with her fragrance, which was dizzying. Yikan didn't look at Suling, so as not to do anything he shouldn't do. He lowered his head and got up to go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Lydia Sue blocked his way. Her 2 slender white arms wrapped around Yikan's neck. Yikan shuddered and felt numb all over. Oh my god, it's killing me. What is Suling doing? Yikan simply closed his eyes. Suling leaned very close to Yikan, her voice sweet and soft, Hubby, kiss me. Yikan was shocked. Suling. She wants me to kiss her? What should I do? Countless thoughts flashed through Yikan's mind. Eventually, he calmed down. Be sure to stay calm and don't be fooled. Suling is testing you, and you have to stand the test. Well, honey, stop making trouble. Go to sleep first. I'm going to take a shower. Yikan wanted to take Suling's hand away, but he still had his eyes closed and didn't dare to open them. Lydia Sue's eyes were too seductive, and he was afraid that he would fall into them as soon as he saw them. Don't forget, Lydia Sue had just finished taking a shower, and she was as beautiful as a lotus flower in clear water. Which man could resist that? Unexpectedly, Suling blocked Yikan's breathing without saying a word. Chapter 21 Little girl, you asked for this. Boom! Yikan felt like his brain exploded. A blank. I feel dizzy, I feel dizzy. Oh my god, Suling. She is kissing me actively. It's over. My body is going soft, numb, and tingling. Yikan's heartbeat lost its rhythm and kept pounding. It felt like a raging fire was burning inside my body, it was burning hot. Suling's little mouth is so sticky, smooth, chewy and sweet. She was still being naughty, spinning her little tongue around to push my teeth open. This is not some high and mighty goddess who keeps strangers away from her, this is clearly a seductive and deadly little goblin. What should I do? What should I do? Should I open my mouth? I can't stand it anymore. Yikan was so conflicted, tormented, and itchy, it was almost killing him. The moment Suling kissed Yikan, he was also shocked. Oh my god, what am I doing? How could I take the initiative to kiss this silly brother? Humph, it's all because he is so handsome and has such a manly figure. Especially late at night, when he stood under the lights, he looked so deep, so melancholy, and so sexy. How could I resist such temptation? Forget it, just kiss him. After all, he is my husband and I am his wife. It is natural for a wife to kiss her husband. Wow. Silly brother's lips are so elastic and powerful. It feels so comfortable to kiss them. It feels so soft and refreshing. I really want to eat them up bite by bite. The more Suling kissed, the more addicted she became. She really wanted to stick to Yikan's lips. The key point is that this silly brother didn't seem to respond, and kept using his teeth to stop her from going any deeper. Is it because I am not charming enough to attract him? No, I must have this silly brother kiss me today. Suling reluctantly left Yikan's lips. She was very angry. Her small face, which was the size of a palm, was flushed red, her mouth was pouting, and she looked like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Yikan, I already kissed you first, now it's your turn to kiss me first. Yikan has the desire but not the courage to do it. He is afraid that if he makes a mistake, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Well, my dear wife, it's getting late. You should lie down first. I have to take a shower quickly. I have to go to work tomorrow. God knows what kind of inner struggle Yikan just went through. How hard he had to try to keep his head clear and not fall into the pit. Seeing Yikan trying to escape, Suling pushed Yikan against the corner of the wall and surrounded Yikan with his two slender white arms, leaving Yikan nowhere to escape. I saw her angry, her face became even redder, her two charming dimples rose and fell, and her little mouth became even more pouty, like a ripe red cherry. If you take a bite of it, it would probably make you melt in sweetness. Bah! 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 Yikan, what are you thinking about again? Stay calm, be sure to stay calm. Yikan shook his head vigorously a few times, trying not to let his imagination run wild. He closed his eyes and didn't look at Suling in front of him. He didn't dare to look, because if he did, his soul would be hooked by Suling. Suling used her fingers to pull Yikan's eyelids open, forcing Yikan to look at her, and commanded in a tone. Yikan, if you don't dare to kiss me today, it proves that you are gay and you have no interest in women. Yikan was immediately stimulated. Oh shit. Suling actually said that I am gay? Is it for nothing that I am a handsome guy with 8-pack abs? Even when I'm taking a break, the banana leaves can't cover it. My sexual orientation is normal, that is fine. Anger was rising, and Yikan warned Suling, Suling, don't talk nonsense, I'm normal. If you say that to me again, I will really get angry with you. After saying this, Yikan suddenly became puzzled. Ha? Was I angry at Suling just now? Why am I not afraid of her? Seeing Yikan getting anxious for her, Suling felt secretly delighted. Ha, it seems that my method of provoking is quite effective on this silly brother. Then I will stimulate him again and force him to kiss me. You're gay, you like men. Yikan, I'm going to post an announcement online right now saying my husband has a broken back. After saying that, Lydia Su was about to get his phone. Yikan was really anxious. This little girl really thinks I'm gay. If this gets posted online, won't I be hunted down by her fans? Okay, Suling, you asked for this, I must severely punish you, you little devil. Stop it. Yikan suddenly pushed Suling down on the bed, and without waiting for Suling to react, his kiss fell like a storm. This kiss was not a big deal. Yikan's masculinity, which had been suppressed for a long time, was instantly open like Pandora's box, and it was out of control. Why is this little girl shy now? Wasn't it very offensive just now? Are you shocked by my charm? Okay, then I will shock her again and let her know how powerful my brother is. Yikan pushed Suling's tightly closed teeth open. Suling was indeed shocked by Yikan this time. Oh my god, this silly brother is really good at it. I'm almost driven to death by him. I want to drown in his kiss. He has fallen, he has really fallen, what will he do next? Suling's heart was beating wildly. She was nervous, scared, and excited. Yikan was too immersed in it. It was the first time he mustered up the courage to kiss the top goddess. It was so enjoyable. The sweet taste lingered on his lips and teeth, and it was so soul-stirring. He finally understood what the system had rewarded him for his courage, and it was just like this now. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was suppressing Suling at the moment, and his physical strength had recovered. Suling could no longer resist him, like a well-behaved little lamb. Hee, beautiful lady system, why do you pamper me so much? Now that my physical strength has recovered, should I let Suling belong to me completely next? Yikan remembered that on the first night he and Suling got their marriage certificate, the system rewarded him with an invincible golden gun. Unfortunately, Yikan thought too much that night and it was wasted. Then it will come in handy tonight. He must conquer this little goblin completely. I feel a sense of accomplishment just thinking about it. So, Yikan slowly moved away from Suling's lips. Suling was so embarrassed that her little face turned red. Yikan had a naughty smile on his lips, and his big hand stretched out to the collar of Suling's nightgown. Don't want. Unexpectedly, Suling screamed and kicked Yikan under the bed. Yikan suddenly felt as if he was doused with a basin of cold water, and all the passion in his body was extinguished completely. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yikan was confused. Seeing Suling's strange eyes staring at him and his rapid breathing, Yikan was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why am I out of energy again? Oh no, I made a mistake, Suling is going to kill me next. Chapter 22 Progress ahead of schedule, the wedding will be held tomorrow. System, beautiful system, why did you make my stamina 0 again? Don't you know that Suling is a world-class boxing champion? If she punches me, my straight body can become curved. Can you bear to see me being beaten into a gay by her? You have rewarded me for my courage and given me the golden gun, why don't you let me use it? Come out quickly. Yikan called the system, hoping that the system would help him quickly. Suling kept staring at him without moving his eyes. The room was eerily quiet, so fucking weird, and filled with a dangerous atmosphere. The system sounded at this time, and the gentle lady's voice complained about Yikan. Host, please remain quiet. If you keep beeping, the system will cancel all your rewards. Yikan was unconvinced and retorted to the system, you were the one who supported me and Lydia Sue's relationship in the beginning, why did you make my stamina value go to 0 after I thought about it? The system's unhurried explanation. The system did reward the host with the golden gun at the beginning, but the host had the will but not the courage to do it, so it was wasted. Now it is gone. If the host wants to regain his golden spear, he needs to perform well and restore his physical strength step by step. As long as the host completely possesses the goddess wife, the system will reward the host with a full set of miracle doctor skills. When Yikan heard that there was a full set of miracle doctor skills, he immediately became jealous. If I mastered the full set of miracle doctor skills, wouldn't I be comparable to Hua Tuo reincarnated? ISNT, this what I have been looking forward to for a long time. By then, who would dare to look down on me? Beautiful lady system, let us talk this out. You've reduced my stamina to 0, how can I completely possess Suling? You said to look at my performance, so how should I perform to restore my physical strength? The system criticized Yikan, host, do you have no brains? Do you need to ask me how to behave? Don't you know I'm very busy? Yikan felt as if a crow flew overhead, leaving countless ellipsis marks in its wake. Well, you are the system, you are the boss, and you are in charge. Then you should at least tell me, if I perform well, how much physical strength will you restore for me each time? As for the miracle doctor skills, will you reward me in batches or all at once? The system popped up a question mark in Yikan's mind, indicating that she was thinking. Well, it depends on my mood. In short, host, just perform well. If you perform well, your rewards will be upgraded. If you perform poorly, I will not only deduct your rewards, but also punish you. Yikan was also drunk by the system. What? It depends on your mood? What if one day I perform well but you are in a bad mood and don't reward me with anything? Won't that make me at a disadvantage? System. Well, the system is too lazy to pay attention to me again. You can't mess with beautiful women, you have to worship them. If you don't provide for it, you will be tortured until not even a bone is left. Well, the key is that I have to support 2 of them. Yikan could only accept his fate and just continue to worship him. The most important thing is to keep your job as a doctor and realize your great ideals. Suling was still staring at Yikan without saying a word. In fact, Her heart was pounding and her body was burning hot. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. This silly brother is really good at it. It was so satisfying, exciting, and enjoyable just now. Silly brother not only kissed me, but also. But why did I suddenly get scared and actually kick him off the bed? Is it because I have no experience? Did I take him in the first time? Suling's mind was in a mess and she didn't know what she was doing. Seeing Yikan in a daze, she felt a little angry again. Why doesn't silly brother take the initiative? If I resist him, he should be more excited and want to conquer me more. Yikan, please pounce on me quickly, show your previous manliness and pounce on me hard, and take me completely. Hurry up, Yikan, hurry up. Yikan noticed the change in Suling's eyes and became more and more uneasy. Is this girl thinking about how to punish me next? What's in this room? Yikan didn't dare to think any further. The more he thought about it, the more indescribable the scene became. A cold wind blew through his pants. In order to save his life, Yikan smiled and said tentatively, my dear wife, are you hungry? I'll go cook you a bowl of noodles. Don't mention what happened just now. Bringing up something that is not related to the previous incident will only add fuel to the fire for this little girl. I have to change the subject, distract her, and let her calm down so that I can be safe. Suling thought Yikan had come to his senses and knew that she was waiting for him to pounce on her. As a result, the silly brother actually wanted to cook noodles for her. Aw, crazy. Why doesn't he cook himself for me to eat? This silly brother is so cute that I love and hate him. Suling was helpless with Yikan. What could she do to a handsome guy with low emotional intelligence? How could she beat such a handsome guy with 8-pack abs? She couldn't bear to let him go, so she had to continue to pamper him. Forget it, I'll just slowly enlighten this silly brother. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I kissed him first, so I can't possibly pounce on him, right? He was already quite distant from me. What if I was too proactive and scared him away? After comforting himself in this way, Suling's anger subsided. However, in order to punish Yikan, she stood up, her palm-sized red face turned cold and frosty, and her tone was also cold and indifferent. I'm hungry, go cook noodles for me, I want tomato noodles. After saying that, Lydia Sue went to the study. The erotic scene of Yikan kissing her just now was still surfacing in her mind, and her heart was still beating very fast. She couldn't stay with Yikan any longer. She was afraid that she would lose control and really eat Yikan. So, she should calm down alone for a while. Today, she happened to sign a razor advertisement for a century-old brand, and she went to the study to take a good look at the slogan. Seeing that Suling did not punish him but just asked him to cook noodles, Yikan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just cook noodles. Cooking noodles is what I am best at. Better than eating her fist. Soon, Yikan went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of tomato noodles and brought it to Suling's study. Wife, the noodles are ready. Suling was instantly amazed by the noodles cooked by Yikan. Is this noodles? This is simply a work of art. The snow-white noodles were arranged in a circle and spread on the rosy broth. The eggs were fried into a heart shape, with a tomato cut into arrow shapes pierced through the middle. Wow, is this Cupid's arrow? Is this silly brother telling me through this bowl of noodles that he has shot his heart into me? Unexpectedly, he is quite romantic. Yikan didn't think of using Cupid's arrow on Suling. He used to cook noodles for his sister often, and in order to make her happy, he made them into this shape. Although Suling is a top goddess and is admired by everyone, Yikan, after a brief contact with her, feels that she is essentially still a little girl. After all, she is younger than him and can be considered his little sister. Smelling the fragrant noodles, Suling, who was not hungry originally, is now hungry. She slurped the noodles and finished them in a few minutes. So full. I didn't expect that this silly brother is not only a great kisser, but also a first-class cook. Did I find a treasure boy? No, I have to speed up. I must not let anyone snatch my silly brother away. Suling walked up to Yikan and said firmly, Husband, I've decided. We will have the wedding tomorrow and not postpone it until the 5th of next month. Yikan's eyes widened in shock. The wedding is tomorrow? How did this girl advance the progress? Then won't I be able to meet the scumbag Xia Anan and the adulterer Yang Wei tomorrow? Chapter 23 The groom is missing. On the top floor of the tallest and most luxurious hotel in the world, celebrities from all over the world gathered here, waiting to watch the century wedding of top goddess Suling and the poor doctor with no money and no background. In a corner of the lobby, Morong Bo, dressed in a suit and tie, was sitting at the bar, drinking alone. Whenever he looked up, he would always catch a glimpse of the eye-catching big red wedding character, which made him feel depressed. Isn't this Master Morong? Su Haitao saw Morong Bo sitting there and hurried over with the red wine. Morong Bo turned around when he heard the voice, forced a smile at Su Haitao, shook the wine glass in his hand, and greeted Su Haitao, "Uncle Su, hello." Su Haitao pretended to be depressed and said to Morong Bo, "Hey. My niece is really blind. She would rather marry a handsome and wealthy young man like you than marry a broke doctor who lives off his wife." Morong Bo had pursued Suling many times in the past, giving her luxury cars, mansions, jewelry, and so on. He would even go to any country that Suling went to participate in a competition. He knelt down in front of the audience all over the world to propose to Suling countless times, but Suling rejected him every time. Morong Bo was even more shocked when he learned that Suling suddenly announced her marriage, and that she was marrying a poor man, but holding such a grand wedding. But a top goddess is a top goddess, with all kinds of world championship titles. She said she would hold a wedding and she held it. In just one night, everything was arranged properly and in a grand manner. As soon as the invitations were sent out, everyone came without any hesitation. Some came to congratulate sincerely, some came to see Yi can make a fool of himself, and some came out of unwillingness. For example, Morong Bo was unwilling to give up. After hearing Su Haitao's words, he didn't say anything, but just picked up another glass of wine, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. Su Haitao knew that Morong Bo was sad for Suling, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "Master Morong, to be honest, we all saw how crazy and dedicated you were in pursuing Ling Ling. In the eyes of our Su family, no one except you is worthy of our Ling Ling. What's that loser Yikan worth? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't lose to that loser so easily. I can't let myself be humiliated, right?" Su Haitao had just been removed from the hospital's shareholders by old Master Su. He couldn't do anything big to Yikan for the time being, but he could use Morong Bo to deal with Yikan and vent his anger for him. Morong Bo remained silent, but he smashed the wine glass with one hand, then walked to his seat and sat down without looking back. As time passed, people gradually returned to their seats and sat down. The bride Suling has not appeared yet, and the groom Yikan has not arrived either. There were discussions around. Hey, have you heard that the husband Suling found is a pauper? What was she thinking? That's right. To become famous, he even posted the footage of himself treating an old man online. He's really good at writing on the traffic. Not only is he using the data for free traffic, he's also a gigolo. He wants a villa and a car, and even lets Lydia Su drive him to and from get off work. How shameless. A lot of that loser's rivals are here today, so I guess it's going to be a good show. The reason why others despised Yikan so much was all because of the rumors Su Haitao had secretly spread before. At this moment, an old man in a tuxedo slowly walked to the center of the stage. He was the master of ceremonies for the wedding ceremony. "Dear guests, please remain silent." The hall was instantly silent. Everyone knows that the bride and groom will appear next. Thank you all distinguished guests for taking time out of your busy schedules to come here to attend the wedding ceremony of Ms. Suling and Mr. Yikan. Now, let us invite the groom, Mr. Yikan, and the bride, Ms. Suling, to the stage. As soon as the MC finished speaking, the lights brightened, the music started playing, and Suling, wearing a white floor-length wedding dress and a diamond-studded flower crown on her head, walked into the venue with elegant and calm steps, her aura overwhelming everyone. Everyone was immediately stunned by Suling in front of them. She really is like a goddess descending. Standing there, you will see a pure and flawless snow lotus blooming on the top of an iceberg, cold, elegant and aloof. So beautiful. Only Suling can be so cold and beautiful. Even if she doesn't smile, I feel like her beauty has taken my soul away. I'm so fucking jealous of that poor boy. Is he so lucky to have found a goddess as beautiful as Lydia Su? Morong Bo stared at the lofty Suling, who was breathtakingly beautiful, and his jealousy and resentment towards Yikan grew stronger. He really couldn't accept it. Looking at Suling's stunning beauty and her unique temperament, everyone was even more puzzled. Why would such a top beauty fall for a poor man who lived off her? What right does Yikan have? Everyone hated Yikan with gnashing teeth. Could it be that even though they were famous, wealthy, and had status, they were still worse than a waste? The bride has appeared, but the groom is nowhere to be seen. The MC didn't know what was going on, so he coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Then, he solemnly announced, "Please welcome the groom, Mr. Yikan." Yikan still didn't show up. Lydia Sue's expression remained indifferent, but her brows furrowed slightly. She didn't know why Yikan didn't come out. Today is her wedding with Yikan, and it is being broadcast live around the world. Almost everyone in the world is watching. Where did the silly brother go? Don't you know that today is my wedding ceremony with him? He won't change his mind and run away with another girl, right? Humph, if he dares to leave me here alone and humiliate me, I will never let him go. Suling was unsure and a little angry. However, in order to maintain her perfect image as a top goddess, she still remained quite calm. She had to wait and see, the so-called wait and see approach. Seeing that Yikan was still nowhere to be seen, the MC raised his voice again. Please welcome the groom, Mr. Yikan. The door remained closed, not moving at all. Could it be that the groom himself feels like a loser, unpresentable, and therefore runs away at the last minute? Wouldn't it be better if the idiot didn't come? The bride could just throw the bouquet and choose a husband right there. Forget about throwing the ball, let's hold a competition to select a prince consort. Who among you here isn't rich or noble, and proficient in all kinds of martial arts? There was another uproar in the audience. Most of them were laughing at Yikan for being a coward, and at the same time they hoped that Suling could turn the wedding into a scene for selecting a prince consort. Suling's grip on the bouquet gradually tightened, and she became even more anxious. What is going on? Where did the silly brother go? Did he really desert the battlefield? Caught off guard, Morongbo stood up and said loudly to Suling. Lydia Su, since the groom is such a coward, you should divorce him right now. Who among us who is here wouldn't give that coward a damn sight? You can name any test conditions. We'll compete. Whoever wins will marry you on the spot. Unexpectedly, those people actually agreed with Morongbo's suggestion and echoed in unison, divorce your husband, choose a husband. Divorce your husband, choose a husband. Divorce your husband, choose a husband. The calls grew louder and louder. Suling was overwhelmed and shouted anxiously in his heart. Yikan, where have you been? Are you trying to drive me crazy? You silly brother. You stinky brother. You bad brother. If you don't show up again, I'll make you pay. Chapter 24 Jumping from the Top. Divorce your husband, choose a husband. Divorce your husband, choose a husband. Everyone is still making a fuss. Guests, please be quiet. Please be quiet. The MC shouted until his voice was hoarse while holding the microphone, but he still couldn't control the chaotic scene. Suling, who was as steady as a rock, took a step forward and roared at the audience, "Shut up!" The next second, the whole place fell silent. When the goddess roars, the world will tremble. The aura is so strong. Then, her eyes became extremely sharp, her beautiful face became even colder, and her voice was as cold as ice. Today is Yikan and I's wedding. My groom is Yikan, not anyone else. Anyone who makes trouble again will get out. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened and Yikan ran in hurriedly. I saw that he was sweating profusely and was out of breath due to exhaustion. However, Yikan looks even taller, more handsome, and elegant in his groom's suit. He is the kind of person who is full of sunny youthfulness, yet at the same time, he is calm and powerfully mature. He is so tasteful, charming, and sexy. Those female stars, single female rich men, and even the wealthy wives, all blushed and their hearts beat fast when they saw the handsome Yikan, and they couldn't help but cheer. Wow, the groom is so handsome, isn't he? Lydia Su is so lucky. I envy her so much. If I had such a handsome husband, even if he was a pauper, I would be willing to support him for the rest of his life. The male guests all sneered at the infatuated woman. Ah! A bunch of vulgar women. It's more than vulgar, it's simply lustful. I think they are just a bunch of hungry female perverts. A female model glared at the group of stinky men and said, "If you have the guts, show us how handsome you are. You're just jealous of Yikan, humph." When Suling saw Yikan finally arrived, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This silly brother finally came. I was so scared. I thought he didn't want me anymore. But why is he so tired? Forget it, I'll wait until he calms down and let him talk. I have to stay calm. Yikan finally calmed down and apologized to Suling. "I'm sorry, honey, I'm late." Before Suling could speak, Morongbo in the audience scolded Yikan, as Suling's groom, "You are late for the wedding ceremony. Do you know the rules?" Since this was a global live broadcast, especially the live broadcast of the wedding of top goddess Suling, and the groom was a poor son-in-law who was late, Yikan found that the number of people watching the live broadcast increased rapidly, the barrage of comments also exploded, and the screen was almost blocked. Let's have a showdown between a poor son-in-law and his wealthy rival. I want to see how the goddess punishes the late prince consort. Rich rival, hurry up and grab the wedding. Let's make this wedding more intense and exciting. In short, there are all kinds of comments, and those who watch the show don't mind making trouble. Yikan sighed in his heart. I guess none of the brands that sponsored Suling and I's wedding weren't secretly happy behind my back, right? Who is Suling? She is a top goddess. Who am I, Yikan? I'm a poor doctor, but I'm very popular on TikTok. These two huge traffic-attracting celebrities with great commercial value have brought unexpected exposure to their brands, which is real money. Of course, if the sponsors make money, Suling also makes money, because it was Suling's idea to broadcast the wedding live around the world. You know, this girl is a person with a very good business sense. Seeing that Yikan didn't respond, Morongbo was a little annoyed. Hey! I'm talking to you, can you hear me? How could Yikan not hear what Morongbo said? However, he didn't know this guy, and as soon as he arrived, this guy started yelling at him. Why was he so arrogant? His wife hasn't said anything yet, what is an outsider talking about? Yikan gave Morongbo a symbolic smile. Brother Zebra, don't get excited. I'm the groom, not you. When Morongbo heard Yikan actually call him Zebra, he immediately got angry. Who are you calling Zebra? Are you blind? Don't you know I'm Morongbo? Yikan responded calmly, excuse me, brother, you're wearing a zebra print outfit, don't you look like a zebra? I haven't heard of Morongbo, but I have heard of Morongfu. Are you his descendant? Are you also afraid of Duan Yu's 6 Meridians divine sword? The people around were actually amused by Yikan's words. The barrage exploded again at this time. I guess Yikan also knows the 6 Meridians divine sword, ha. He should also be able to do the Lingbo Weibu. Isn't it said that the groom is a poor boy? The beggar sect leader's last favorite disciple is probably Yikan. When it comes to wild imagination, netizens are still awesome. Suling was almost amused by what Yikan said to Morongbo, but fortunately she had a strong ability to control her emotions and remained calm. But ripples had already begun to form in her heart. I didn't expect this silly brother to be so humorous. Hee, I discovered another advantage of his. What should I do? I love him even more. Morongbo was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He pointed at Yikan angrily, you fucking. Yikan interrupted him, hey, brother, wait a minute, let me explain to everyone why I'm late. Then, he politely explained to everyone, I'm really sorry, everyone. On my way to the elevator, I ran into an elderly man who had a sudden heart attack. In order to save the old man, I was delayed for some time. Please bear with me. There was a hint of admiration and worship in Suling's eyes when he looked at Yikan. It turned out that her silly brother was late for the wedding because he was saving someone. A doctor has a kind heart. Good job, silly brother. Suling gave Yikan a thumbs up in his heart. Suddenly, the door opened again, and the old man who was rescued by Yikan walked towards Yikan excitedly and held Yikan's hand tightly. Thank you, young man. If you hadn't saved me just now, I would have died. Thank you. Yikan maintained his usual modesty, old man, saving lives is what we doctors do. Please take care of yourself. Don't get angry or do strenuous exercise again. The old man was afraid that the bride would blame Yikan, so he explained the situation to Suling. Suling said to the old man with concern, Old man, thank you for your affirmation of my husband. Since you are here, please attend our wedding. Come and sit here. Many guests expressed their understanding when they learned that Yikan was late for the wedding because he was saving someone. But Morongbo was never willing to give in. He simply jumped to the center of the stage and challenged Yikan, since you are Suling's husband, then you must accept my challenge and prove to the whole world that you are not a loser. Otherwise, you are not worthy of being Suling's husband. The person Suling annoyed the most was Morongbo. But Morongbo has close business dealings with the Su family, and she cannot turn against Morongbo. However, if she wanted Morongbo to completely give up on her and stop pestering her, she had to rely on Yikan to slap Morongbo in the face, so that Morongbo would admit defeat and admit that he was not as good as Yikan. Seeing that Suling didn't say anything, Yikan guessed that Suling wanted him to prove that he was not a waste. The key this time is not to prove it to Suling alone, but to the whole world. If he is careless, he will become the laughingstock of the whole world. Forget it, just go for it and prove it. A real man should dare to act and take responsibility. Yi Kan plucked up his courage and made up his mind. He approached Morong Bo and said with great aura, "Tell me, what is your challenge? I will accept it." Morong Bo opened the window and pointed down. "This floor is the highest in the world. Do you dare to jump from here?" Yi Kan leaned forward slightly, took a look outside, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh shit. It's so fucking high, so fucking scary. If I jump down, I will definitely be scared to death. Morong Bo is not challenging me, but wants me to die. Chapter 25. Wake up, I'm about to die. The barrage exploded again at this time. I guess Yi Kan's inner thoughts were, how could this little trick be so difficult for me? I'm Spider-Man, I can spin silk and run on walls. The one upstairs who said he was Spider-Man, you should put a tights on Yi Kan first to show off his perfect masculine curves. Isn't Spider-Man a student? Yi Kan graduated a long time ago. I think he is a super talent. He should put on sexy little red panties and fly away. Let's be serious. Morong Bo is a champion in various extreme sports. He definitely dares to jump. But as for Yi Kan, I'm not sure. In short, some of the audience watching the live broadcast bet that Yi Kan dared to jump, while others bet that Yi Kan did not dare to jump. If Yi Kan dares to jump, it proves that he can accept extreme challenges and is a real man. If Yi Kan didn't dare to jump, it would prove that he was a waste in front of Morong Bo, and it would also bring shame to Suling. Suling didn't expect Morong Bo to be so excessive that he actually wanted Yi Kan to jump from the top floor. Morong Bo is the champion of various extreme challenge projects, so of course he is not afraid of anything. The key point is that Yi Kan is not. Isn't this clearly bullying my stupid brother? So Suling looked at Morong Bo with cold eyes, his tone icy cold. Morong Bo, you're asking people to jump without even a rope. Aren't you clearly trying to kill them? If you weren't a loser, why didn't you just jump? If it weren't for the global live broadcast, in order to protect his own image, Suling really wanted to punch Morong Bo away at this moment, so that he wouldn't cause trouble here and get in the way. Morong Bo smiled cunningly and said confidently, "Lydia Su, I definitely dare to jump. Otherwise, why would I issue this challenge to Yi Kan? Of course, when you're about to land, the people below have to prepare air cushions. You can't really let yourself fall to pieces, right? Also, during the entire landing process, you must keep your eyes open and never close them. When landing on the air cushion, we also have to see who lands faster and who can stand up first. After stepping off the air cushion, we have to see who does not shake or vomit." Although Morong Bo said so much, in fact, he has never jumped from the highest level in the world, but relying on his championship titles in various extreme sports, he is confident that he can meet those demanding requirements. As for Yi Kan, he didn't take him seriously at all, as he had already seen that Yi Kan was afraid of heights. Today, he must make Yi Kan become a complete waste in front of the audience all over the world. Yi Kan was deeply moved when he saw Suling defending him in front of the whole world. She is worthy of being my, Yi Kan's, wife. She is a crazy protector of her husband. However, Yi Kan quickly changed his mind. This little girl is a top goddess, and she is a perfect person in the eyes of the public. It's not hard to guarantee that she protects me in order to maintain her own perfect image and has high hopes for me, hoping that I won't be looked down upon by those jerk-like people and bring shame to her. The problem is, this is the highest level in the world. Yi Tsangwon feels dizzy and his legs go weak just by looking down. In the past, he would get shudders all over his body just by riding an ordinary roller coaster. If he jumped from the highest building in the world, he would probably be scared to death from the first leap. Seeing that Yi Kan didn't say anything, Suling guessed that Yi Kan was afraid. Silly brother must be afraid of heights, otherwise he wouldn't have said nothing. No, I can't let Morong Bo embarrass my silly brother. This challenge is unreasonable. If you want to compete, try something else, like fighting. Suling remembered that Yi Kan had a fighting competition with her younger brother Suze last time, and Yi Kan won Suze very beautifully. Therefore, she wanted Yi Kan to accept challenges that suited his strengths, and that must be beneficial to Yi Kan. When Yi Kan saw Suling asking Morong Bo to change the challenge project, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. Hey, Suling still hopes that I can defeat that guy Morong Bo, otherwise, why doesn't she just cancel the challenge? It seems that Suling was under a lot of pressure to marry me. After all, she and I are not from the same world. She is high above, surrounded by stars, and is the apple of everyone's eye, while I am just a blade of grass struggling to grow in the cracks. Suling is hoping that her husband will become successful. Morong Bo looked at the silent Yi Kan and said provocatively, "Hey! Mr. Yi, why don't you say anything? Letting a woman help you out, what kind of man are you? Do you dare to jump from the top floor? Do you dare? Before Yikan responded, the comments on the other side of the barrage were already very lively. Young and striving man, just say you dare. Don't be afraid of that wealthy upstart. Destroy him. In my opinion, let the goddess knock that Morong Bo away with one punch. What's the point of challenging or not? I have the final say on my wedding. The one upstairs, you're a woman, right? So handsome men can get a golden ticket to immunity from death, right? Brother, the fact that you can say that proves that you must be very ugly. I'm not your elder brother, I'm your uncle. The guests at the scene also became anxious and shouted in unison, "Dance! Dance! Dance!" Suling was worried that Yikan couldn't handle it, so she tried to stop Morong Bo, but Yikan grabbed her hand and said firmly, "Honey, there's no need to change the challenge. Just jump. It's no big deal." Suling couldn't bear to see Yikan suffer that kind of torture, especially jumping down without a rope around his body. For someone like Yikan who was a novice in extreme sports, it was undoubtedly seeking death. "Husband, please don't." Yikan had made up his mind. He interrupted Suling and said, "Wife, don't worry. I will never embarrass you. I am not a waste either." This time, he was completely determined. Even though he is afraid of heights, he can't give in. Yikan felt that he would probably collapse as soon as he finished jumping, and the shadow in his heart would keep him unable to get out of bed for a year or two. When Morong Bo saw Yikan accepted the challenge, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect this poor guy to have some courage." "Ha, so what? He is no match for me at all. Today I will scare him to pee his pants. Since you've accepted the challenge, I'll add one more thing. The loser has to crawl under the winner's crotch and say as he does so, 'I'm a dog, and I love to crawl through holes.'" Yikan couldn't help laughing. Morong Bo was a little confused when he saw Yikan smiling. "Why are you laughing?" Yikan suppressed his laughter and replied in a nonchalant manner, "I'm not laughing at anything. I just know who you are and what you like to do." He. Laughter suddenly broke out all around. Because of Yikan's reminder, they realized that Morong Bo said that he was a dog who loved to dig holes before he even started competing with Yikan. Morong Bo was furious when he found himself being tricked by Yikan. "Hurry up and jump. I'll let you know if you're a dog or not." After saying that, Morong Bo put on a helmet and goggles, stood on the windowsill, and prepared to jump. Yikan's heartbeat was quickening. For now, he could only bite the bullet and go ahead. Suddenly, he remembered the system. "Oh, right, don't I still have a system? How could I have forgotten this? System, beautiful system, please come out quickly, eliminate my fear, and grant me the skills of extreme sports." Big beauty system? Hey! Why are you silent again? Did you get your beauty sleep? Wake up quickly, I'm about to die. Chapter 26. Don't drive. However, the system did not respond. "Hey! Beautiful system, you're not really going to stand by and watch someone die, are you? My wedding with Suling was broadcast live around the world, and people all over the world were watching it. Do you want Suling and I to be embarrassed in front of the whole world? Let me tell you, Suling and I are embarrassed, and you are not much better off. By then, your system community will also laugh at you for failing at the critical moment, bringing shame to your system community." Even though Yikan used provocation, the system remains silent. Oh my god. The beautiful lady system won't abandon me as its host and go find a new love, right? Yikan was angry and annoyed. Seeing Yikan still standing there in a daze, Morong Bo impatiently urged, "Mr. Yi, hurry up. Stop dawdling like a little girl." It is true that Yikan was afraid in his heart, but he must not lose in terms of aura. He feigned composure and retorted, "What's the matter? Can't I just close my eyes and rest for a while? If you're anxious, just jump. I'll give you a chance to practice more so that you don't lose so badly in the official competition." In fact, Yikan thought this way. If I am not as good as Morong Bo in extreme sports, then I will first overwhelm Morong Bo with my aura, making Morong Bo mistakenly think that I am better than him, making him feel fearful. In this way, Morong Bo will perform poorly and naturally lose. Morong Bo didn't expect that Yikan didn't take him, the champion of extreme sports, seriously, and gave him the opportunity to practice more so as not to let him lose too badly. You really don't know your own limitations. Morong Bo pointed at Yi Can angrily, his face red and his neck thick with anger. Mr. Yi, I am the great Morong young master, how can you, a poor guy, come to me? Stop talking nonsense and jump for me. Unexpectedly, before Morong Bo could finish his words, someone got really impatient and rushed over, pushing Yi Can and Morong Bo down. Yi Can was shocked and confused for a moment, and even forgot to be afraid. Oh shit. Someone actually pushed me down from the highest level in the world? Who is so wicked? Don't you know I don't even have a helmet or goggles on? Isn't this obviously asking for my death? Why am I floating in the sky like a cloud? Oh, is my body so light? How come I feel so comfortable even when I'm hanging in the air? Yi Can was also surprised. He didn't feel that he was falling rapidly, but instead was enjoying the process of floating in the air. Hey, there's an eagle flying over me. Yi Can simply made an eagle-like gesture, spreading its wings, and even touched the eagle's wings with his toes. The eagle let out a loud cry that echoed through the sky. The barrage exploded again. Wow! This move is so damn cool. Is Yi Can going to use the Tathagata palm next? I think he should bend his bow and shoot the eagle. Shoot Morong Bo's eagle? Brother, don't drive, watch the live broadcast carefully. Driving with live broadcast of bullet screen. I'm impressed by these netizens. Yi Can enjoyed the feeling of floating so much that he practiced all kinds of martial arts. While practicing, he fell down calmly and leisurely. Ha ha ha. Yi Can was delighted in his heart. It turns out that jumping from the highest building in the world is so fun and exciting, and not scary at all, okay? Why aren't there tall buildings or bustling traffic below, but... this. When Yi Can looked down, he couldn't help swallowing a few times. His face began to feel hot, his heart was pounding like a deer, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Because as he was descending, the scene that appeared before his eyes was Suling taking off his clothes. Oh my god, what is going on? Can you please stop driving like this? I have jumped down from the highest level in the world and am competing with that guy Morong Bo. Why are you showing me such an erotic scene? But to be honest, Yi Can has never seen Suling take off his clothes. Suling has such a perfect figure. If she were not wearing anything, she would definitely make me crazy and hungry. But I have the desire but not the courage to do it. I don't want to offend that little girl and get punched by her. But it's okay for me to just sit back and watch quietly now, I'm not doing anything. Yi Can's lips curled up into a wicked smile, and he felt very happy. Okay, very good, keep taking off your clothes. Hee, your slim waist is exposed, so beautiful, you are such a stunner. Quick, turn around, don't let me see your back all the time, I want to see your front, turn around quickly, Suling. Yi Can was still hoping that Suling would turn around so that he could see the scenery in front of him. At this moment, the system started up, and a bomb popped up in Yi Can's mind. Then, with a boom, it exploded in the blank space, forming the shape of a giant mushroom cloud, blocking Yi Can's sight. Then the sweet lady's voice sounded. Host, please click on the face between A and C. During the descent, you won't be able to see the horrifying lower body. Instead, you'll be shown the image of my goddess wife taking off her clothes to alleviate your fear. If you're still greedy, I'll just let you watch the bloody violence. Yi Can then realized that the reason he could be so casual in the air and even see Suling taking off his clothes was because the system was working. Hey girl, why are you showing up now? I shouted at you until my voice became hoarse, but you didn't even respond to me. Are you trying to make trouble for me on purpose? System, I'm not trying to trick you. I just want to see if the host is really brave enough to accept the challenge. Yi Can sighed helplessly, hey. Can I not accept the challenge? I can't embarrass Suling, and I can't embarrass myself, right? The system immediately gave Yi Can a nod. Well, the host has been very brave and manly in front of the whole world today. So, I've rewarded the host with 1 copy of Fancy Flying Skills and 1 copy of Goddess Wife Sexy Scene. Please keep working hard, host. I say, beautiful lady system, did you take the wrong medicine today? Why is your voice so coquettish? Those 3 cheers of encouragement gave me goosebumps. If I had known that you could reward me with so many skills, why would I have been scared just now? God knows what kind of struggle I went through in my heart. The system responded to Yi Can calmly. The better the host performs, the more coquettish I will be. Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore. Was this system changed by the goblin? He said other people so softly and tenderly. Suddenly, the system remembered something and reminded Yi Can. Oh, host, I forgot to remind you that the person who pushed you down from the top floor just now was the adulterer Yang Wei. He was going to push you over since you weren't wearing a helmet and goggles. He wanted you to die. You haven't noticed him yet, right? He was standing in the corner watching you. That scumbag Xia Anan is here too, standing next to him. Don't forget to settle your score with that bitch. When Yikan heard that it was the adulterer Yang Wei who pushed him down from the top floor, he immediately became furious and clenched his fists. Beautiful lady system, please let me land quickly, I will make those bastards pay for it. Chapter 27, Should I Save My Ex? The system still reminded Yikan in that sweet ladylike voice, Host, you have landed. Have I landed already? Yikan was a little confused and had no idea that he had landed. He looked down and found himself standing firmly on an air cushion. The air cushion next to him made a loud bang, and Morongbo fell down like a ball, landing flat on his face. There was a cheer on the barrage. Yeah, I said Yikan would win. Holy crap! Is Morongbo going to stop? He's vomiting so much he's almost calling for his mom. Hey, friends, don't forget, Morongbo lost, he has to crawl through Yikan's crotch. Yikan didn't have time to deal with Morongbo anymore. He wanted to settle the score with the scumbag Xia Anan and the adulterer Yang Wei. Xia Anan cheated him out of 100,000 yuan in betrothal money, and he must get it back. Yang Wei once beat his face until it was deformed, he couldn't take this beating in vain. However, Yang Wei hugged Xia Anan, walked out of the hotel, got in the car, and drove away. Xia Anan, Yang Wei, if you have the guts, don't run. Yikan was desperately chasing after him. At this time, Suling drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom and stopped beside Yikan, shouting, Husband, get in the car. I'll help you chase. Yikan jumped into the car without hesitation. Suling gripped the steering wheel tightly and told Yikan earnestly, Husband, sit tight, I'm going to speed up. After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and flew out like a rocket. Yi Sanguan knew that Suling was a world champion in various sports, a supermodel, a wealthy businesswoman, and so on. He didn't expect that this girl also had superb driving skills. There was a narrow 90-degree corner in front of him. Suling started to turn the steering wheel on the straight line before entering the corner. When the car was sliding, he downshifted and kept the throttle deep. After sliding into the corner, he turned the steering wheel in the opposite direction and entered the corner with the front of the car facing the exit. When the front of the car was facing the exit, he stepped on the accelerator and went straight in and out of the corner. Wow! Drifting! This is so exciting! Why does it feel like this girl looks so much like a skilled female killer or spy in an action movie carrying out a mission? She looks so cool, sassy and awesome while driving in her wedding dress. Yikan's inner amazement was rising one wave after another. At the same time, he really wanted to know if there were any live broadcasts going on. The top-tier bride drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom and takes the internet celebrity groom with her, chasing cars crazily and doing thrilling drifting. If the audience saw this, it would be like a commercial blockbuster, with a complete visual shock and enjoyment. Wouldn't the video go viral again and again? After taking a few deep breaths, Yikan calmed down and asked Suling curiously, Hey, wife, is the live broadcast still going on? Suling's eyes were fixed on Yang Wei's Porsche in front of him. His speed increased instead of decreasing. At the same time, he did not forget to answer Yikan. From the moment you went after your scumbag ex and your adulterer, I had the live stream shut down. I can't let the whole world watch my husband fighting with that adulterer at our wedding. Yikan thought about it and decided to turn off the live broadcast to avoid causing any adverse effects. This little girl Suling is really thoughtful. Squeak! Suling suddenly braked hard, and his car flew directly in front of Yang Wei's Porsche, blocking Yang Wei's way. Yang Wei didn't rush to get off the car. He picked up his cell phone and made a call. Yikan's anger was rising. He pushed open the car door and walked over angrily. Boom boom boom. Yikan knocked hard on Yang Wei's car window. Mr. Yang, if you're brave enough, get out of the car and challenge me. Xia Anan, quickly return my 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. Yang Wei got out of the car slowly, and Xia Anan followed closely behind. Xia Anan looked at Yikan with disdain and said sarcastically, Yikan, why are you so arrogant? You just found a rich woman to support you. Do you still need that 100,000 yuan? Yikan pointed at Xia Anan angrily and cursed, You immoral scumbag, how dare you talk to me? Return the 100,000 yuan to me. Suddenly, Yang Wei punched Yikan. Who the hell are you talking to? Are you looking for death? Yikan staggered and fell on the hood of the car, and blood began to ooze out of his nose. Damn it, that bastard Yang Wei attacked him again. You're just a useless gigolo, not even worthy of carrying my shoes, and you dare challenge me to a duel? I'm going to kill you today. Just as Yang Wei was about to grab Yikan's collar, Suling rushed over. If you dare to hit my husband, I'll kick you to death. Suling went up and kicked Yang Wei, kicking him away. Yang Wei was kicked dozens of meters away by Suling in an instant, and fell on his back with a thud. Suling felt unsatisfied and continued to kick Yang Wei. You're still calling my husband a loser. I think you're the loser. Seeing that Yang Wei was kicked by Suling without any chance to fight back, Xia Anan was so scared that she wanted to escape into the car. Yikan immediately grabbed Xia Anan's arm and pressed her against the car door. Shameless woman, give me back my money right now. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people rushed over from the opposite side. Each of them was holding an iron rod in his hand. Oh no, it must be Yang Wei's people. Sensing danger, Yikan quickly ran towards Suling. Wife, it's dangerous, run. Suling is a girl after all. How could she possibly deal with so many people by herself? Unfortunately, it was too late. Yang Wei's men surrounded Yikan and Suling. Seeing the reinforcements coming, Yang Wei became arrogant. I haven't even played with the bride yet, carry the bride to the car. The groom is completely useless. Seeing the crowd about to pounce, Yikan exploded, picked up Suling and flew into the air, using all his skills, such as the Foshan Shadowless Kick and the Vajra Fist. In just a few minutes, all of Yang Wei's men were wiped out, and they all lay on the ground crying in pain. At this moment, Suling was still held tightly in Yikan's arms. Seeing Yikan gasping for breath from exhaustion, with sweat dripping down his forehead, Suling's heart began to beat like a deer again, and her face began to feel hot, as red as a ripe apple. Wow, my silly brother was protecting me just now. The way he fought against 100 people alone was so cool and manly, just like a hero. Why is he so sexy even when he sweats? I can't take it anymore, I've fallen, I really love my silly brother so much. Seeing Yang Wei about to run away, Yikan put Suling down and quickly chased after him. How dare you set your sights on my wife? Why are you running? I'll destroy you. Yikan punched Yang Wei in the face. Last time Yang Wei beat his face and deformed it, this time he wants to deform Yang Wei's face too. Caught off guard, Suling stood by Yang Wei's car door and shouted in panic, Yikan, Xia Anan is bleeding and still convulsing. Please save her quickly, save her quickly. Yikan was shocked. Something happened to Xia Anan? You have to know that Xia Anan was his scumbag ex who cheated him out of 100,000 yuan. He hated Xia Anan to death. But Xia Anan's life is in danger now. Should he save this scumbag ex? Chapter 28 The Goddess is Jealous. If he was a little more ruthless, Yikan really didn't want to care about the life or death of that scumbag Xia Anan. After all, she cheated on Yikan so badly and also defrauded Yikan of 100,000 yuan. But when Yikan thought that he was a doctor and his duty was to save lives, he softened his heart and ran over quickly. Yikan, at this time you can't treat Xia Anan as your enemy, you have to treat her as a patient. You are a doctor, and it is your sense of mission as a doctor that requires you to save lives. Doctors must treat all patients equally. Only by comforting himself in this way, Yikan would put aside his hatred for Xia Anan and go all out to save Xia Anan. Xia Anan seemed to have no reaction, but the blood in her lower body was still flowing. Yikan's perspective eyes were activated at this time, and he saw that the little life in Xia Anan's belly that had not yet taken shape had already. The child cannot be saved, and the ambulance hasn't arrived yet. Let's save the adults first. There's no other way. Yikan patted Xia Anan's shoulder and shouted loudly to determine whether she was conscious. He then touched Xia Anan's carotid artery with his index and middle fingers to feel whether there was a pulse. He found that neither of the two symptoms existed, and Xia Anan's breathing was abnormal. Yikan diagnosed Xia Anan with cardiac arrest. He immediately performed initial first aid and resuscitation on Xia Anan. Lay Xia Anan flat on her back, loosen her collar to prevent compression of her airway. Then, Yikan placed the palm of one hand at the junction of the middle and lower 1/3 of Xia Anan's sternum, and placed the palm of the other hand on the first hand. When applying pressure, straighten your elbows and press downward firmly and vertically at a frequency of 100-120 times per minute, to a depth of 5-6 centimeters. Allow the chest to fully recover after each compression. The compression and relaxation time should each be approximately 50%. When relaxing, keep the base of your palms close to the chest wall to prevent displacement of the pressure point. After repeating this 30 times, Yikan placed one hand on Xia Ainan's forehead and pushed with his palm to tilt her head back. He placed the fingers of his other hand under the jaw near the chin and lifted the jaw to lift the chin up. As soon as the airway was opened, Yikan pinched Xia Ainan's nostrils with his right thumb and index finger. When he was about to give Xia Ainan artificial respiration, he paused. Oh. What a fucking dull thing. Did I owe Xia Ainan, that scumbag, in my previous life? I even had to give her artificial respiration. Forget it. I'm a doctor after all. I'll just give him artificial respiration. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Thinking of this, Yikan felt a little relieved. He couldn't insult the sacred profession of doctor. So, Yikan completely covered Xia Ainan's mouth with his lips, and then blew air for more than 1 second to expand the chest. When the blowing was finished, Yikan released the hand that pinched Xia Ainan's nostrils, allowing Xia Ainan's chest and lungs to shrink back by themselves due to their elasticity and exhale, while inhaling evenly at the same time. Suling, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but purse his lips, then stuck out his tongue and licked his lips gently. She felt a little uncomfortable. Yikan was clearly saving Xia Ainan, not kissing her, but Suling felt jealous. She really wanted to know, when Yikan was dating Xia Ainan before, did he kiss Xia Ainan like he did last night? Silly brother has been in love with Xia Ainan for so long, he must have loved Xia Ainan very much at that time, right? Suddenly, Suling felt a little jealous and envious of Xia Ainan, because Xia Ainan had once received Yikan's love. Xia Ainan hurt her silly brother so badly, but her silly brother still wanted to save her. Silly brother is really too kind. If I were in danger, would my silly brother save me without hesitation? Will he love me like he once loved Xia Ainan? Will it? Soon, Xia Ainan's heartbeat returned and she woke up. At this time, 120 also arrived, and the medical staff lifted Xia Ainan into the ambulance and sent her to the hospital. After completing the rescue mission, Yikan regained his hatred and disgust for Xia Ainan. Thinking of the artificial respiration he had just given Xia Ainan, he suddenly felt nauseous. He ran to Suling's car, took some mineral water, and poured it into his mouth, desperately rinsing his mouth. When he finished rinsing his mouth and raised his head, he saw Suling with a cold face and sharp eyes staring at him. Seeing Suling's frosty aura, Yikan's heart skipped a beat. Oops. The little girl was unhappy. Is it because I just gave Xia Ainan artificial respiration? She wouldn't think I was kissing Xia Ainan, right? After swallowing a few times, Yikan eased his inner anxiety and said tentatively, well, honey, don't get me wrong, I was just giving Xia Ainan artificial respiration, which is a necessary step in cardiopulmonary resuscitation. I wasn't kissing. Unexpectedly, Suling pushed Yikan against the wall, and surrounded Yikan with 2 slender white arms. That angry and flushed little face was very close to Yikan. Yikan felt Suling's breathing was quite rapid, hot, fragrant, very dangerous, and also very tempting. Oh my god, is this little girl pressing against me against the wall? She's damn charming when she's angry. Look at her pink cherry mouth, moving so close to me, so fucking tempting, I really want to take it in my mouth and suck it hard, just like last night. Stop it. Stop it now. Yikan, are you crazy? I wonder if Suling is angry. She might punish you severely next. How dare you still have such evil thoughts? You have zero physical strength in front of this little girl, be careful or she will take your life. Unexpectedly, Suling lifted Yikan's chin with one hand, his voice extremely cold and full of oppression. Tell me. Did you often give women artificial respiration? How many women have you given mouth to mouth? The little girl cares so much about this issue? Yikan was a little surprised by Suling's excited reaction. Is this little girl jealous? No way. Coming back to his senses, Yikan forced a smile at Suling. Wife, I don't often give women artificial respiration. I just did that to Xia Ainan alone. Suling lifted Yikan's chin and said in a colder tone, you're lying. Are you so good at kissing? Did you practice it by giving artificial respiration to all kinds of women? Seeing Suling getting angry, Yikan felt a chill on his spine and his body couldn't help but slide down. His chin was now completely wrapped in Suling's small hand. Suling was still looking down at him, and her cherry lips moved closer to him. This ambiguous posture. If Lydia Su moves forward 0.01 millimeters, she will kiss him. Yikan's heart beat faster and his ears felt hot. He couldn't bear it any longer and called out to the system in his heart. Beautiful lady system, look at what you have done to me. Do you have the nerve to let me have zero stamina in front of Suling? Look at us now, take a good look. Why is it like a domineering president seducing his young wife? Shouldn't I be the overbearing CEO and Lydia Sue be the little wife? Did you deliberately make us get the wrong script? System. Well, you're too lazy to bother with me. You are in cahoots with Suling. Seeing Yikan lost in thought, Suling simply hugged Yikan's waist and pulled her into her arms, pressing her tightly against her. So exciting? So soft, so cute. Yikan instantly felt like his firm chest muscles were about to be melted by the roundness of Suling's wedding dress. Suling's clear and bright eyes blinked a few times, and her long eyelashes fluttered. Answer me. Is it true or not? If so, Lydia Sue would be heartbroken. Because her first kiss was given to Yikan. But Yikan's first kiss was not given to her. Yikan immediately waved his hands and answered sincerely, no, absolutely not. Honey, please don't misunderstand me, okay? If I lie to you, I'll be single for the rest of my life. As soon as he said that, Yikan regretted it. Oh shit. How could I be so hard on myself? Still a bachelor for life. No, God, just pretend I didn't say anything. I don't want to die alone. I'm such a handsome and dedicated doctor. It would be a loss to society if I don't pass on my good genes. Suling chuckled. She let go of Yikan. Since her silly brother was so sincere, she believed him. However, she gave Yikan an order, husband, from today on, you don't have to be a doctor anymore. You have to stay at home and be a housewife. I will be responsible for making money to support the family, and you just have to be beautiful. Yikan was stunned. What? Does Lydia Sue really want me to be a useless gigolo? Chapter 29. My body will be handed over to you from now on. The Sue family originally looked down on Yikan, thinking that he was a son-in-law who lived with the family. The outside world also made all kinds of malicious speculations about his marriage to Suling. If he really lived off the Sue family, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Yikan's ambition is to become a famous doctor, save the dying and the wounded, be admired by thousands of people, and then make his wife proud of him. The world is big, but the husband is the greatest. Moreover, the beauty system also said that as long as he performed well, he would gain more medical skills and go further and further on the path of becoming a doctor. If he gave up his career as a doctor and chose to lie down, the beauty system would despise him and even cancel all the rewards it had given him before. So, how could he possibly commit himself to being Suling's little man? Absolutely not. So, Yikan discussed with Suling in a gentle tone. Wife, I'm a grown man, but I'm being supported by a woman like you. Not only do others look down on me, I even look down on myself. Besides, people will also look down on you and ask why you found such a useless husband. You don't want me to be useless, right? Look, I'm a doctor. I can cure diseases and save lives, and I can also make money to support my family. You have a husband who has both fame and wealth. Isn't that great? Unexpectedly, Suling refuted Yikan with a convincing argument. What others think of you is their business. You can't shut them all up. Anyway, I respect you, that's all. Besides, does my husband Suling need them to look up to him or look down on him? The man I, Suling, like is the best in the world, no one can compare to him. Ha, this little girl is young, but she has such a big mouth. A top goddess is a top goddess, and she will still be happy even if she marries a poor boy. The feeling Suling gave people at this moment was, Sister, I am so confident. I am so strong. What's the matter? If you don't agree, kill me. I just love to see you trying to kill me but failing. To be honest, Yikan admired Suling's courage and was also touched that Suling cared so much about his dignity as a man. In fact, this little girl has a kind heart, but she is a little too domineering. The key point is that Yikan doesn't want to be a useless person who lives off others. He wants to be a doctor and realize his great dream. Wife, I know you're good to me. But I studied hard for 20 years to become a doctor. Can you bear to see my hard-earned medical skills go to waste? Suling suddenly held Yikan's face and smiled sweetly at him. Hubby, can you be my personal doctor? My body will be in your hands from now on, and you can do whatever you want with it. I can earn my own money. I don't want my husband to work so hard. It's only natural for a wife to earn money for her husband to spend. In Suling's opinion, the money she earned might not be enough to spend in her 8 lifetimes, so she didn't need Yi Kan to go out and make money at all. She just wanted Yi Kan to be her gigolo for the rest of his life. She raised Yi Kan to be more handsome and stronger, and it would be great if she could enjoy him alone. She feels extremely honored to be asked to support her handsome husband. After all, her husband is so handsome and she is crazy about him. She didn't want to divorce Yi Kan in 3 months. She was still waiting for the silly brother to fall in love with her and grow old with her. She doesn't want her husband to be pursued by female colleagues, female patients, female family members, and female netizens in the hospital. She would be jealous. Especially when her husband gave artificial respiration to another woman later, she really broke down. Yi Kan wanted to do whatever he wanted with Suling's body, but the key was that his physical strength was 0 in front of Suling, so he couldn't do anything. On the contrary, Suling can do whatever he wants to him, okay? Miraculously, Yi Kan's perspective eyes started up again at this time, and he actually saw a series of words floating above Suling's head, all of which were Suling's true thoughts. Humph, my husband can only do mouth-to-mouth with me, only with me. I have thought about it. If my silly brother's family is too idle, I will pretend to be dead and let my silly brother give me artificial respiration. Or I pretended to be a patient and asked my silly brother to pretend to treat me, such as rolling up my sleeves, taking my pulse, giving me an injection, asking me to open my mouth, and feeding me medicine. Or maybe, I'll go buy some nurse uniforms, be silly brother's little nurse, and do whatever silly brother tells me. I can sneak attack my silly brother during role-playing and catch him off guard. Hee hee, just thinking about those scenes makes my face blush and my heart beat fast. It's so exciting, so fun, and I'm looking forward to it. Oh my god. Yi Kan was shocked. Is this little girl so sinister and crazy? She actually wanted to play role-playing with me. Still thinking of attacking me? She was probably angry that I just gave artificial respiration to that scumbag Xiaonan, so she didn't allow me to be a doctor anymore. She wants to keep me at home and punish me in different ways. No. If this continues, I will probably be killed by this little girl in less than 3 months. Yi Kan was also drunk. He wondered how he ended up with such a weird wife, a total femme fatale. I must have been out of my mind to agree to marry Suling. Am I riding on the back of a tiger and can't get off? Bite. The system came, and that sweet lady's voice sounded in Yi Kan's mind. Congratulations to the host and his goddess wife on their successful wedding. Tonight is the wedding night for the host and his goddess wife. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, the host must win the goddess wife as soon as possible. Only if the host wins his goddess wife, will he continue to be a doctor. Yi Kan was instantly overwhelmed. I'm talking about the beauty system, isn't it obvious that you are bringing up something that is not relevant? It's our wedding night yet. Suling and I have been in the wedding night every day, but I haven't even touched her hair. You made my physical strength 0 in front of Suling, how the hell am I supposed to defeat her? She's going to kill me next time. The system responded to Yi Kan calmly. So it's time to test the host. If the host can take down the goddess wife even though his physical value is 0, it proves that the host is indeed quite capable and can completely conquer the goddess wife. The host has completely conquered my goddess wife. Doesn't my goddess wife satisfy the host in everything? Host, don't you want a full set of miracle doctor skills? Don't you want to be a famous doctor? Don't you want to be respected by everyone? Yi Kan quickly replied. Yes. Of course I do. Great beauty system, can't you let me have all the skills at once? It would be much easier to conquer Suling at once. Giving me so many tests and difficulties, don't you think it will interfere with your beauty sleep? The system immediately popped up a hammer and hit the blank space. Yi Kan, you hit me again. System, host, it's not a good habit to think of reaching the sky in one step. You deserve a beating. The system the host owns belongs to the upgrade series. Only if the host continues to defeat monsters and upgrade, the system will upgrade, and the rewards obtained will also upgrade accordingly. In short, if the host wants to get what he wants, he must first take down his goddess wife. Come on. Yi Kan sighed heavily in his heart, alas. Now that things have come to this, what else can he do? For the sake of his great ambition as a man, he must find a way to take Suling down. Suling is a world champion in various sports and has great physical strength, but his physical strength in front of Suling is 0. What can I do to conquer this deadly little goblin? Yi Kan fell into deep thought. Chapter 30 Reflection. Noticing that Yikan was distracted, Suling gently patted Yikan's face a few times. Hey! Yikan, are you listening to me? Yikan came back to his senses and forced a smile at Suling. Well, my dear wife, we're pretty tired after holding the wedding today, so how about we go home first? As for me, I've learned a massage technique from an old Chinese doctor. I'll give you a good massage tonight to help you relax, okay? When Suling heard that Yikan was going to give her a massage, her heart started beating rapidly again and her cheeks turned an intoxicating blush. My silly brother is so thoughtful, he even gave me a massage. He has such beautiful and slender hands. I really want to know what it feels like to touch them. The last time he saved my grandfather, I saw him giving him a massage and I felt that he had superb skills. So it was the same when he gave me a massage, right? It's strange that I was actually looking forward to him giving me a massage soon. What's wrong with me? Girls should be reserved and not scare their silly brother. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So embarrassing. Seeing Suling lowering his head and smiling with his lips pursed, his face still red, Yikan asked in confusion. Honey, what are you laughing at? Are you listening to me? Suling hurriedly raised his head, put away his smile, and his expression returned to its cold and frosty state. No more talking, let's go home now. Do as you say. After saying that, she turned and got into the car. Yikan followed closely behind. On the way home, Yikan felt much better. Because he knew what to do tonight. That's right, it's giving Suling a massage. Didn't the beauty system reward him with a series of traditional Chinese medicine skills last time, including massage? Although his physical strength in front of Suling was zero and he could not fight against Suling, he could find the relevant acupuncture points of Suling and make Suling relax and feel sleepy through massage. In this way, he could use this as a bargaining chip to get Suling to take the initiative, but the prerequisite was that he must continue to work as a doctor. Otherwise, Suling would be left alone in the cold and lonely world. Hey, hey! Little girl, don't you know there is a song that goes well? I conquered you just like that, cutting off all my escape routes. My heart is firm. My decision is confused. Tonight, I will let you know that the sky is big, the earth is big, but your husband is the biggest. The more Yikan thought about it, the more he looked forward to it, and the more excited he became. With superb massage skills in hand, he was quite confident that he could defeat Suling. While eating dinner, Suling's mind was always wandering. She kept imagining Yikan giving her a massage. What will it be like when my silly brother gives me a massage? It should be so romantic, right? It should also be unforgettable, right? The image in Yikan's mind also omitted in words. Soon, he reminded himself, stay calm, Yikan. Don't let that little girl see through your plot before you even start, or she'll kill you. Arriving in the bedroom, Yikan took the initiative to ask Suling, wife, do you want me to give you a massage after taking a shower, or do you want me to give you a massage first and then you can take a shower? Suling did not answer Yikan, but asked Yikan, husband, do I need to wear clothes when you give me a massage? The main reason was that Suling didn't know what parts of her body Yikan could massage, so she needed to first find out whether she needed to wear clothes. Although she was looking forward to Yikan giving her a massage, she was also a little nervous. She was afraid that she would be with Yikan. After all, she and Yikan haven't. When it comes to serious matters between husband and wife, she is actually a very shy girl at heart. Forehead. Yikan felt that Suling was deliberately testing him. When doing massage, your hands must be in contact with the skin. If I ask Suling to take off her clothes, will Suling think that I am? But if I want to conquer her, don't I have to be nice to her? The key point is that this girl will never let me. What to do? How should I answer Suling's question? Wife, go take a shower first. I'll tell you when you come back. Yikan needed to think carefully about how to answer so that Suling would not suspect that he had impure motives, so he could only let Suling take a shower first to give him some time to think. Suling agreed to Yikan on the surface and turned to go to the bathroom. But when she got to the bathroom and locked the door, she felt uneasy. Why didn't silly brother answer my question directly? Could it be that he thinks my figure is not good looking, but he is too embarrassed to express it, so he doesn't want to give me a massage? Does this mean I need to work on my fitness and make my lines more perfect? Lydia Su quickly lowered his head to look at himself. My abs are still there, isn't it beautiful? Could it be that he thinks my place isn't pretty enough? Suling subconsciously raised his hand and touched the front of himself. Or am I not strong enough here? Suling pinched your own back again. Humph, silly brother is tall, handsome, and has an elegant appearance, and has 8-pack abs. The key is that he is a man, okay? You can't expect a girl like me to be as muscular as him, right? As a girl, I have suffered a lot to train myself to be like this now. It's unrealistic for me to be exactly like him, okay? Silly brother, stinky brother, bad brother. It's so bad. Actually, you are disliking my figure in disguise. Soon, Suling returned to the bedroom from the bathroom. Seeing that Suling was still wearing her original clothes and hadn't changed into pajamas, and her hair was dry, Yikan asked in confusion, "Huh? Honey, you didn't take a shower?" Caught off guard, Suling pushed Yikan down on the bed, then pulled the switch on the bedside table, the hammock rose up, and Yikan fell into the hammock instantly. Oh shit. What the hell is going on? Why did Suling put me in the hammock? Yikan was confused. Honey, what are you doing? How can I give you a massage if you put me in the hammock? Put me down now. He can't sleep like this. Is this girl's brain circuit abnormal again? Yikan struggled, his body swaying back and forth. The problem is, he was just messing around because he didn't have the strength. Suling clapped his hands with a relaxed look on his face, then lay down on the bed and covered himself with the quilt, his tone cold and indifferent. Yikan, as for you, just sleep hanging in the air tonight and reflect on what you did wrong. After saying this, Suling felt unhappy in his heart. Humph, silly brother, if you complain about my figure, you can just give me some suggestions for improvement. It's not like I want to accept them. Why all the beating around the bush? I hate people who are not direct the most. Tonight is a small punishment for my silly brother, so that he can sleep in the hammock obediently. Yikan was even more confused. You want me to reflect on what I did wrong? Didn't I do anything well? Oh, heaven, oh, earth, please save me, when will this end? Can I break off the engagement? The long night finally passed, but Yikan didn't fall asleep at all in the hammock. Seeing Suling get up, he shouted, "Wife, can you put me down now?" Suling looked up and asked Yikan, "Do you know that you are wrong?" To be honest, Yikan really didn't know where he went wrong. But he did think of a great way to get Suling to agree to let him continue to be a doctor. Chapter 31, Work Hard and Develop Slowly. Yikan found that Suling's face was no longer as cold as it was last night, so he concluded that Suling had calmed down. The key point is that he thought about it all night and still couldn't figure out where he went wrong. How should he answer Suling? Suddenly, Yikan remembered the system. Beautiful system, please tell me quickly, what did I do wrong? The system, however, gave a nonsensical answer. Host has not yet conquered his goddess wife. Host, you must keep working hard. Yikan was drunk. I say, beautiful lady system, you are deliberately setting a trap for me to jump into, right? Didn't I think about conquering Suling last night? The key is, do I have a chance? Look what that little girl did to me. System. As soon as Yikan saw the ellipsis appear in the system, he got furious. You are ignoring me again, and you are testing me on purpose like Suling, right? System. Yikan is going crazy. You might as well turn me into an ellipsis too. The system then uttered that sweet, ladylike voice again, the host is such a fool. Hey! My goddess wife will have to work harder to develop you in the future. Yikan didn't understand what the system was saying and was very confused. Why do you say I'm an idiot? Why is Suling so hard? Why does she want to develop me? I think she almost tortured me. System. This time Yikan also. Forget it, it seems that the beauty system doesn't know where I'm wrong. I don't expect her to help me. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Cough cough cough. Yikan cleared his throat to relieve his tension. Then, he said to Lydia Su in a gentle voice, "My dear wife, can I discuss something with you first?" Suling frowned slightly and looked at Yikan. What do you want to discuss with me? Yikan took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to speak. As for me, I really love the profession of doctor. I hope I can make a difference in the medical field, rather than being a man who relies on his wife for support all my life. That is not what I pursue. So, as long as my wife can let me continue to be a doctor, I am willing to be hung in the air by my wife every night to sleep, and never touch her. I respect my wife to the end. Anyway, Yikan has come to terms with it. It's just a 3-month wedding period, so he might as well just be a monk for 3 months. 3 months later, he and Suling divorced. From then on, they lost contact with each other and lived the life they wanted in their own world. His union with Suling was an accident and had no emotional basis. To this day, he still doesn't know why Mr. Su insisted on forcing Suling to marry him. Moreover, he and Suling are not from the same world, and a forced melon will not be sweet. Suling originally thought that by hanging Yikan in the air to sleep last night, Yikan would reflect on where he went wrong, and would be more direct and proactive towards her in the future, and even more eager to conquer her. As a result, the effect was counterproductive and she was severely slapped in the face by Yikan. This stinky brother doesn't even want to touch me. Did I punish him too harshly last night and scare him? If I really forbid him from being a doctor anymore, will he hate me to death? Am I making it too difficult for him? At this moment, Suling was very panicked, but she did not show it. Instead, she stared at Yikan without saying a word, with a cold and indifferent expression. Yikan saw Suling standing there motionless, like a snow lotus blooming on the top of an iceberg, emitting an aggressive and cold aura, and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Why doesn't Suling speak? She was so scary when she was silent. Was it that what I said, respect your wife to the end, was wrong? Let her think that I am overestimating my own abilities and thinking that I can be her husband for life? Cut. Am I that shameless? She and I were only married for 3 months, but I remember it clearly. I never had any illusions about her. Well, honey, don't misunderstand what I said just now. Yikan carefully broke the oppressive atmosphere and continued to add. I mean, I'm a very self-aware person. I know exactly what I should and shouldn't do. I always remember that our marriage will only last 3 months, so during these 3 months, I will absolutely fulfill my duties and not violate any of the provisions in our post-nuptial agreement. 3 months from now, I will go with you to complete the divorce procedures on time. I will not drag my feet and will not delay your search for new happiness. It's just that I really want to be a doctor. Please don't stop me, okay? These are Yikan's heartfelt words, and they are quite insightful. Suling was directly shocked. What? Silly brother, you still want to divorce me in 3 months? After the divorce, wouldn't he become someone else's husband? It turns out that he didn't fall in love with me at all. Ah, so sad. Suling's little heart felt like it had been hit by 10,000 critical hits, and it was indescribable pain. Don't look at her cold appearance, she has been crying deep down in her heart. It seems that I really scared my silly brother and hurt his feelings. I don't want to look for new happiness. My silly brother is so handsome, so kind, and so idealistic. Where can I find a second silly brother? My silly brother is my only happiness, and I have decided to be with him for the rest of my life. If I want my silly brother to fall in love with me and not abandon me, I have to support his career and not break his wings of struggle. So, I'll let my silly brother continue to be a doctor. Recovering his thoughts, Suling put Yikan down. She stared at Yikan intently and asked seriously, Husband, have you forgotten our agreement? Yikan was stunned for a moment. Agreement? Aren't they just the provisions of the post-nuptial agreement? Honey, I haven't forgotten. I signed the post-nuptial agreement. Suling couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. This silly brother has extremely low EQ. He is such a fool. Well, she will have to work harder in the future and develop him slowly. Suling stretched out his little hand and gently pinched Yikan's nose, his eyes full of doting. What I said is that we should get married first and then fall in love. You haven't even started dating me yet, and you're thinking of divorcing me? After being reminded by Suling, Yikan finally remembered. Oh, that is right, this little girl is thinking of marrying him first and then falling in love with him. This little girl didn't allow him to be a doctor, and she kept him hanging all night last night, which made him so upset that he almost forgot about it. Yikan smiled at Suling. Honey, I know. While our marriage lasts, I will marry you first and then fall in love with you. So, you have to let me continue to be a doctor first. Your husband has a career and can make money, which makes his wife look good. This is the first step for us to get married first and then fall in love. Don't you agree? No matter what, we must keep our doctor's job. Suling was also impressed by Yikan's persistence. Well, since my silly brother is so strong-willed, let him be. We have to make him happy. Okay. You can continue to work at the hospital today. Perform well and don't let me down. Suling finally pardoned Yikan. Yikan could be a doctor again, and he was secretly happy. Yeah. Finally, I persuaded this little girl. I can be a doctor again. System, beautiful lady system, is this an excellent performance of mine? Won't you reward me with some miraculous healing skills? System. Well, you're still too lazy to pay attention to me. I think that before I go to work, I should go find Xiaonan and ask her to return the 100,000 yuan she cheated me out of. I have done my best to save this scumbag girl, but she must pay back the debt she owes me. Chapter 32. Let us make peace. Jiangning People's Hospital, Ward 38. Seeing the door was open, Yi Can walked straight in. I saw Xiaonan leaning on the hospital bed, wiping her tears with her head down. Xiaonan. Yi Can called Xiaonan in a cold tone. Xiaonan raised her head, looked at Yi Can with tearful eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, Yi Can, my child is gone. After saying this, she covered her face with her hands and cried softly. Yi Can already knew that the child was gone when he rescued Xiaonan. Is this the retribution for Xiaonan cheating on him? If so, then the retribution came very quickly. However, that little life was quite innocent. After all, it was the adult, not the child, who did something wrong. Yi Can took a deep breath, suppressed the depression in his heart, and spoke to Xiaonan in a low voice. Xiaonan, your child is gone. You shouldn't look for me, but for your adulterer Yang Wei. I've done my best to save you. Shouldn't you return the 100,000 yuan in betrothal money you cheated me out of? Xiaonan, who was in the grief of losing her son, saw Yi Can chasing her to ask for the 100,000 yuan. She immediately lost control of her emotions and yelled at Yi Can. Yi Can, are you still a fucking human? My child is gone, and I'm still in the hospital. How could you have the heart to ask me for that 100,000 yuan? I've been with you for 7 years. What's wrong with taking 100,000 yuan from you? That's compensation for the loss of my youth. I didn't even ask you for much. Yi Can couldn't help but curse in his heart. It turns out that a bad girl will always be a bad girl. She is simply a bad girl to the extreme. She's still talking to me about youth loss compensation, but I haven't asked her for it yet. Yi Can pointed at Xiaonan angrily and refuted without any hesitation. Xiaonan, you have been with me for 7 years, but I haven't touched you once. Your 7 years are youth, and my 7 years are even more youthful. I haven't asked you for compensation for the loss of youth yet. Stop talking nonsense and return the 100,000 yuan to me immediately, otherwise I will send you to the police station and sue you for marriage fraud. Xiaonan was determined not to return the 100,000 yuan to Yi Can, so she just started to throw a tantrum. Everyone come and see, Dr. Yi is bullying a patient. Is there any justice in the world? I don't want to live anymore, let me die. Then she jumped out of bed, sat on the floor and cried loudly. Yi Can was instantly overwhelmed. Well, Xiaonan is a shrew at this moment. Why didn't I realize she had such a bad character before? Oh. Now that I think about it, her sweet and sensible behavior in front of me was all fake. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cheated on me for money and become my lover's mistress. When the medical staff heard Xiaonan making a fuss, they rushed in, controlled Xiaonan, and gave her an injection to calm her down. Only then did Xiaonan calm down. The leader asked Yi Can to understand the situation, and Yi Can told him what had happened in detail. Afterwards, the leader patted Yi Can on the shoulder and comforted him. Xiao Yi, I understand how you feel. In my opinion, you should wait a few days before asking Xiaonan for money. She's emotionally unstable right now. I don't think she'll listen to anything you say. Don't let anything really happen. For the sake of the overall situation, Yi Can adopted the leader's advice. He planned to give Xiaonan a week. If Xiaonan didn't return the money to him after a week, he would take legal action against Xiaonan. When Yi Can left Xiaonan's ward and walked towards the doctor's office, he happened to meet Yang Wei, who had rushed over. Yang Wei was beaten so badly by Yi Can yesterday that his face was almost deformed. When Yi Can saw Yang Wei's miserable look, he instantly felt a sense of revenge. Yang Wei glared at Yi Can, then raised one hand, raised his middle finger at Yi Can, and made a mouth shape. Yi Can directly raised 2 middle fingers in response to Yang Wei and made the same lip shape. Yang Wei walked past Yi Can angrily and swore secretly, Mr. Yi, just wait for me. When Xiaonan saw Yang Wei coming, she threw herself into his arms and cried pitifully. Brother Wei, our child is gone. The doctor said I can never have children again. Yang Wei immediately exploded. He pushed Xiaonan away and cursed. You bitch. I spent so much money on your hospitalization and treatment, and you even killed my child. You can't even have children. What use do I have for you? Bang! Yang Wei slapped Xia Anan hard, knocking her off the bed and onto the ground. Xia Anan's left face soon became red and swollen, and blood came out of the corner of her mouth. She never dreamed that Yang Wei would beat her up because of the loss of her child. So, she got up from the ground, hugged Yang Wei's thighs and begged desperately. Brother Wei, the child is gone. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sad too. Please don't abandon me, okay? I can't live without you, Brother Wei. Xia Anan was afraid that Yang Wei would not want her. If she lost Yang Wei, she would also lose her cash cow. I'm so bored I'm going to ask for a hen that can't lay eggs. Yang Wei kicked Xia Anan away and turned to leave. Seeing that Yang Wei was serious, Xia Anan crawled over on her knees, grabbed Yang Wei's trouser legs, and burst into tears. Brother Wei, you said you would love me forever, you can't leave me. You are my only one, Brother Wei. Brother Wei, don't go, don't go. Yang Wei kicked Xia Anan again. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Go find that cuckold Yikan of yours. After he finished speaking, he disappeared into the distance. Xia Anan lay on the ground crying heartbreakingly. 5 days later, Yikan prepared to go to Ward 38 to ask Xia Anan for money. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door of the doctor's office, Xia Anan was standing at the door with tears streaming down her face. Seeing Yikan, Xia Anan knelt down in front of Yikan. Yikan couldn't help but step back. Oh shit. What the hell is Xia Anan doing? Yikan, Yang Wei doesn't want me anymore. He froze all the bank cards he gave me and took away the car he gave me. I have no money now. Yikan was stunned. Xia Anan was thrown away by Yang Wei so quickly? Now that her child is gone, she is immediately thrown away by Yang Wei as trash. Isn't it too tragic? For a moment, Yikan actually felt a little sympathy for Xia Anan. However, this was all Xia Anan's own fault. He had reminded her before that Yang Wei was unreliable. Yikan cleared his throat and said a little embarrassedly. Xia Anan, don't kneel down yet. You were abandoned by Yang Wei. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. If you have no money, then you should settle down, work hard and make money. You cheated me out of that 100,000 yuan. Don't even think about denying it. You have to pay it back. Xia Anan still knelt on the ground and couldn't get up. She hugged Yikan tightly and deeply repented. Yikan, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Let's make peace. I'll treat you like an emperor and obey you in everything. Let's make peace, please. Damn it. Yikan was stunned. Chapter 33, 1 dead, 2 dead. Xia Anan still wants to reconcile with me? Doesn't she know that I'm already married to Suling? Who the hell gave her the confidence to think that a decent married man like me would want a woman like her who loves to cheat? She is not even as good as Suling. Xia Anan's shamelessness also shattered Yikan's 3 views. Yikan looked down at Xia Anan who was kneeling on the ground, his tone cold. Xia Anan, wake up, I'm already married, there's no possibility for us to be together forever. Xia Anan did not give up and continued to cry and beg Yikan. I beg you, Yikan, please divorce Suling, okay? You and she are not from the same world at all. Only the 2 of us are suitable to be together. Have you forgotten what you told me? You said we would get married, have babies, and run our own little home together. Have you forgotten? Of course, Yikan did not forget what he had said to Xia Anan. At that time, Xia Anan was still with him. He truly loved Xia Anan, so even though his parents had left him, his family was extremely poor, and he had a younger sister who was a burden, he still agreed to give Xia Anan a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan. Only he himself knows how much hardship he went through in order to raise the 100,000 yuan betrothal money. He really wanted to build a home of their own with Xia Anan and live happily for the rest of their lives. But Xia Anan changed. She cheated him out of his money, cheated on him, and even got pregnant with the adulterer's bastard. Xia Anan ruthlessly crushed Yikan's love for her. Now, she has become the abandoned wife of her adulterer and has nothing. She remembers Yikan's kindness and fantasizes that Yikan will treat her as a treasure as he did in the past. Too late. Yikan took a deep breath, suppressed the depression in his heart, and spoke calmly to Xia Anan. Xia Anan, you destroyed everything between you and me with your own hands. Now you still want to go back to the way it was before? You are simply dreaming. My wife is a top-tier goddess, she's worth dozens of cities more than you. She treats me like a treasure, and we live a happy life. It's not your turn to criticize me. Go back, take care of your health first, then work hard and learn to be financially independent. You can pay me back the 100,000 yuan in installments. Don't try to default on your debt. Considering that Xia Anan was in dire straits, Yikan finally couldn't bear to sue Xia Anan for marriage fraud. He took a step back and asked Xia Anan to pay him back in installments. After Xia Anan pays back the 100,000 yuan, he will be completely clear with Xia Anan. He never wants to see this scumbag who broke his heart again. Xia Anan originally thought that by coming to Yikan to plead her misery and then bringing back some memories, she could win Yikan back. However, in the end, she was severely slapped in the face by Yikan. Seeing Yikan turning around to leave, Xia Anan hugged Yikan's thighs tightly again, crying bitterly. Yikan, I need to pay an additional 50,000 yuan for hospitalization fees when I'm discharged today, but I really have no money. Please give me 50,000 yuan, okay? Yikan was also speechless about Xia Anan. He cheated me out of 100,000 yuan and hasn't paid me back a single cent, and now he's shamelessly asking me for 50,000 yuan. It turns out she is here just to cheat money. I guess only someone like Xia Anan could do such a stupid thing. Forcing himself to remain calm, Yikan asked Xia Anan. I saved up 100,000 yuan with great difficulty, and you cheated me out of it. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to trust you again and give you 50,000 yuan? Unexpectedly, Xia Anan argued confidently. Even if you're reluctant to give it to me, you can ask your wife Suling for it. She's so rich, she doesn't need the 50,000 yuan at all. Didn't you say she treasures you? Then she should be happy to give you money. Yikan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Xia Anan really doesn't want to be like that between A and C. Why the hell should I ask my wife for money? I can ignore the immoral things she did to me. I saved her life at a critical moment. I have done my best for her. Everyone has a bottom line. Xia Anan, I'm a doctor here. I can check the finance department to see exactly how much your adulterer paid for your hospitalization deposit. So, put away those awful money swindling tricks of yours. I've stopped falling for them. After saying that, Yikan left without looking back. Xia Anan was so angry that her teeth were itching when she saw that Yikan had seen through her tricks and she didn't get anything out of Yikan. You are so good, Yikan. Now that you have a rich wife, you are so arrogant that you don't even care about the life and death of me, your first love. You are so heartless. Yikan, Xia Anan, have taken note of how you treated me today. Yikan had just finished checking the ward and returned to the doctor's office when Zhong Lily suddenly ran over breathlessly and informed Yikan. Brother, there's an emergency, it's a pregnant woman. Yikan immediately stood up and said to Zhong Lily nervously, let's go to the emergency room. When he arrived at the emergency room, Yikan saw a pale pregnant woman lying on the hospital bed. There was a man next to her, holding the pregnant woman's hand tightly, and looking nervous. Seeing Yikan coming, the man asked Yikan anxiously, Doctor, my wife has been suffering from chest tightness, shortness of breath, and frequent coughing these days. She can't lie flat at night. What's wrong with her? Yikan asked the man to stay calm first and he could make a diagnosis after examining the pregnant woman. This examination was not a big deal, but it scared Yikan. The pregnant woman actually had severe mitral valve disease and had undergone artificial mitral valve mechanical valve replacement surgery. At this time, the transvalvular pressure gradient of her artificial mitral valve reached 30 mm of mercury, and there was an 11 mm 9 mm thrombus on the outer leaflet of the artificial valve. The valve orifice area was only 0.9 square centimeters. The tricuspid valve also had moderate or above regurgitation and combined with severe pulmonary hypertension. The situation is very critical. In other words, the safety of this pregnant woman concerns two lives, hers and the fetus in her womb. To save a pregnant woman, heart surgery must be performed immediately. However, heart surgery requires extracorporeal heparin anticoagulation and extracorporeal circulation, which is likely to cause fetal miscarriage or death. If a cesarean section is performed, the fetus is only 31 weeks old and its respiratory system is not yet fully developed. Premature delivery can easily lead to premature death. Moreover, the delivery process can aggravate the condition of the pregnant woman at any time. Faced with a dilemma, the pregnant woman clutched Yikan's hand tightly, crying, Doctor, I beg you, please save my baby. Zhong Lily whispered to Yikan, Brother, they haven't paid the deposit for hospitalization yet. According to hospital regulations, they can't be admitted without paying the deposit. Before Zhong Lily could finish, the man burst into tears and begged Yi Can, "Doctor, I have spent almost all my money on my wife's treatment over the years. Now I can't even afford the deposit for hospitalization. I beg you to help me get on the cushion first, save my wife, I want her to be alive. I will definitely work like a slave to repay you in the future." The pregnant woman insisted on her position and asked Yi Can not to listen to the man. It didn't matter if she died, but the child must survive. The child was the fruit of her love with the man and the continuation of her life. Yi Can was moved by the genuine love between the man and the pregnant woman. He made a decision without hesitation. "Don't worry, I will cover all the hospital expenses for you, and I will also keep both the adult and the child for you." The colleagues around were shocked instantly. Is Yi Can crazy? He is a newly promoted obstetrician and gynecologist who has only performed a few cesarean sections and has never even performed heart surgery. How dare he say that he can save both the adult and the child? Moreover, even Professor Huang, the hospital's top cardiac surgery expert, may not be able to control the condition of this pregnant woman, so how can Yi Can do so? One of Su Haitao's lackeys in the hospital immediately called Su Haitao secretly and reported to him what Yi Can had just said. After Su Haitao hung up the phone, he told Grandpa Su what had happened, adding some exaggeration. Mr. Su immediately sent someone to the hospital to grab Yi Can and put him in the car. Yi Can still didn't know what was going on. He struggled, "Hey! Who are you? Why are you arresting me? That pregnant woman is in critical condition. If she doesn't get surgery, there will be 2 deaths." Su Haitao, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head, took off his sunglasses, and a cunning smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yi Can was stunned. "Su Haitao! What does this bastard want to do?" Su Haitao reached out and patted Yi Can's face, and said triumphantly, "The old man has handed you over to me. From now on, you'd better save your life." Ha ha ha. Chapter 34: The Dean's Decision. In fact, Mr. Su only asked Su Haitao to take people to escort Yi Can back home from the hospital. Old Master Su planned to teach Yi Can a good lesson and tell him what to say and what not to say. If Yi Can does not repent, he will cut off Yi Can's path to becoming a doctor. But Su Haitao has always resented Yi Can. If Yi Can had not become the Su family's son-in-law, how could Suling let Grandpa Su remove him from the hospital's shareholders just to protect Yi Can? Therefore, before taking Yi Can back home, Su Haitao wanted to teach Yi Can a lesson to vent his hatred. Yi Can was still worried about the pregnant woman's condition. If he delayed any further, both the adult and the child would be lost. If Yi Can hadn't considered that they were in the hospital and didn't want to scare the pregnant woman, he would never have let Su Haitao and the others do what they wanted. Now that the pregnant woman is not around, Yi Can show off his skills. So, Yi Can put all the Foshan Shadowless Kick, Vajra Fist, Tai Chi Bagua Palm and so on to use. Finally, he has a trick of shooting the bull from behind the mountain. Those who originally controlled him all wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Su Haitao never expected that those elite bodyguards of Mr. Su were no match for Yi Can. His whole body began to tremble, and his voice trembled, Yi Can. You, don't do anything to me." Yi Can deliberately flashed his fist at Su Haitao, threatening him, "Hurry up and open the car door. Do you believe I can knock you away with one punch?" Su Haitao was scared. It was not like he hadn't seen how Yi Can beat people up before. Then he quickly opened the car door for Yi Can. Yi Can jumped out of the car and rushed to the hospital. At this time, the hospital had set up a treatment team for the pregnant woman. Professor Huang said that the man's opinion should be respected, save the pregnant woman. Because under normal circumstances, the uterine contractions and hypercoagulable state of the postpartum mother can close the placental detachment wound and stop bleeding, while extracorporeal circulation requires systemic anticoagulation, which will cause massive bleeding in the mother. The pregnant woman's artificial mitral valve has already formed a thrombus, which may break off at any time and cause fatal embolism. On the other hand, serious dysfunction of the artificial mitral valve will cause the pregnant woman's heart failure symptoms to continue to worsen, and surgery must be performed as soon as possible to replace a new artificial valve. Yi Can pushed open the door and walked in, first bowing deeply to the experts present. "Dear experts, I apologize for my intrusion, but the pregnant woman is in critical condition and I have no choice but to do this. I hope you will understand." Professor Huang stood up and angrily accused Yi Can, "Xiao Yi, you shamelessly promised the patients and their families that both adults and children could be saved. We haven't come to terms with you yet. Don't cause trouble for the hospital anymore." Yi Can remained calm and said to Professor Huang calmly, "Professor Huang, I'm not being presumptuous. I can say that based entirely on the pregnant woman's condition and the overall strength of our hospital. Please listen to my analysis first. If you think there's something wrong, I'll accept whatever punishment you and the hospital decide to give me. Professor Huang felt that Yi Kan, a newly promoted obstetrician and gynecologist, was not qualified to discuss analysis with him, so he simply opened the door and asked Yi Kan to leave. The dean then said, although Xiao Ye was assigned to the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, his original major was the General Medicine Department. Since we are trying to save lives, we should collect opinions from all sides and select the best treatment plan to minimize the patient's losses. Yi Kan immediately gave the dean a thumbs up. You are truly wise, Dean. Since you agree, I will share my thoughts with everyone. First of all, our hospital has top experts in more than 10 disciplines, including obstetrics and gynecology, neonatology, extracorporeal circulation, cardiothoracic surgery ICU, anesthesia, cardiology, respiratory medicine, ultrasound, blood transfusion, and operating room. Then we can completely challenge the goal of protecting both the big and the small by formulating precise and scientific surgical plans and emergency response plans. Professor Huang asked Yi Kan with disdain, so what's your plan? Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Yi Kan calmly replied, let Professor Wang and Professor Sun from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology perform the surgery and perform a lower segment cesarean section plus a subtotal cesarean section as quickly as possible. The reason for removing the ZG is that this operation can completely eliminate the risk of postpartum hemorrhage. During cesarean sections and laparotomies, pregnant women's lives are in danger at any time. To be absolutely sure, we established extracorporeal circulation even before the fetus was removed. The use of anesthetic drugs is very particular. They must not affect the fetus in the womb, nor the pregnant woman. To avoid being diagnosed with neonatal respiratory distress syndrome right after birth, premature babies must be transferred to the neonatal intensive care unit and monitored and treated by a team led by Professor Gu from the Department of Neonatology. At the same time, in the operating room, cardiac surgeons Professor Huang and Professor Su took turns performing heart surgery on the new mother, performing a second mitral valve replacement, tricuspid valvuloplasty, and left atrial reconstruction. The dean listened carefully to Yi Kan's plan, touching his chin from time to time, as if thinking about something. He was surprised at how Yi Kan, a newly promoted obstetrician and gynecologist, could come up with such a rigorous and thorough treatment plan, which, more importantly, covered various disciplines. This is not the thinking of a newly promoted obstetrician and gynecologist, but the realm of an experienced and powerful authoritative expert. The dean suddenly realized that he had underestimated the young man Yi Kan. The expressions on the other experts' faces gradually changed from solemn to cheerful. Only Professor Huang retorted to Yi Kan dissatisfiedly, you say it's easy. The operation is full of difficulties, and it is impossible to predict what unexpected dangers the pregnant woman may suffer during the operation. If you can do it, why don't you do it yourself? Damn, who can't do it? Yi Kan was too lazy to waste time arguing with Professor Huang. He could see that Professor Huang felt guilty because he had not thought of such a perfect plan, and he did not have the ability to take over the operation on the pregnant woman, so he was afraid of taking risks. Time is running out, saving pregnant women and fetuses is the top priority, the longer the delay, the more dangerous it will be. Yi Kan volunteered, Director, I am willing to participate in the entire operation for the pregnant woman and help the pregnant woman and the expert team. It depends on whether the director trusts me. The dean didn't say anything. He was thinking about whether to adopt Yi Kan's plan and whether to let Yi Kan participate in it. Other experts are also whispering. Yi Kan's mood became uneasy. He particularly hoped that the dean would approve of his plan and give him the opportunity to fully participate in the pregnant woman's surgery so that he could give full play to his strengths. Whether Yi Kan can make a name for himself in the medical field and hold his head high in the Su family, this crucial first step depends on the dean's decision. Chapter 35, Showing Off His Talent. According to Yi Kan's understanding, this is the first case in the country where a cesarean section and a heart valve replacement surgery were performed at the same time, and there is no other case to refer to. If Jiangning People's Hospital succeeds in this major operation, it will be an unprecedented qualitative leap for the hospital and all the doctors involved in the operation, especially for Yi Kan. The Great Beauty System had previously rewarded Yi Kan for his superb heart surgery skills, and he was very confident that he could help pregnant women and fetuses overcome difficulties. Seeing that the dean was still thinking, Yi Kan looked at his watch. There is really not much time left. So, he urged the dean, time is running out. Saving lives is the most important thing. Please let me participate in the whole process. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. Is that okay? Professor Wang from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology kindly reminded the dean, if Xiaoye wasn't so capable, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a rigorous treatment plan. Xiaoye is right. Saving lives is the most important thing. Please let him participate. Professor Su also quickly supported Yiken. None of us has developed such a perfect surgical plan. Only Xiao Yi has developed it. Our hospital is really full of hidden talents. We can't bury such talents, Dean. Professor Su then said, Dean, we are all experts with decades of medical experience. Through Xiaoye's analysis, we can all tell that Xiaoye is capable. Therefore, Xiaoye cannot miss this important operation. Professor Gu was unwilling to be outdone. Dean, we really can't afford to waste time. The longer we delay, the more dangerous the lives of the pregnant woman and the fetus will be. Let's make a decision and let Xiaoye get involved. Except for Professor Huang, other experts persuaded the dean one after another. They all agreed that Yiken should participate in the pregnant woman's surgery throughout the whole process. Seeing that everyone was strongly recommending Yiken, the dean finally made a decision. Okay, Xiao Yi, you will participate in the whole process. If you are negligent in the slightest, I will hold you accountable. Yiken assured the dean, you can rest assured. I will definitely give you a perfect answer. On the day of the operation, more than 10 department heads in the operating room were focused and closely watched the progress of the operation. According to Yikan's previous plan, Professor Wang and Professor Sun from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology performed a lower segment cesarean section plus subtotal cesarean section for the pregnant woman as quickly as possible, and successfully delivered a 1.88 kilograms baby girl. As Yikan expected, the premature baby was diagnosed with neonatal respiratory distress syndrome at birth and was quickly transferred to the neonatal intensive care unit, where he was monitored and treated by a team led by Professor Gu from the Department of Neonatology. At the same time, in the operating room, Professor Huang and Professor Su of cardiac surgery took turns to perform heart surgery on the new mother, performing another mitral valve replacement plus tricuspid valve repair plus left atrial reconstruction. The three major operations of cesarean section, uterine excision and heart repair were performed at the same time, which was thrilling. During the open chest heart surgery on the new mother, Professor Huang and Professor Su were shocked to discover that the new mother's heart had already been severely adhered to the surrounding tissues. Moreover, the new mother's artificial mitral valve has been mostly blocked by blood clots, and only one leaflet can move slightly. The risks encountered during the operation were far more serious than expected. You can analyze the situation of the new mother. This may be related to the hypercoagulable state of the blood during pregnancy and the daily diet or medication use. Although the new mother had been taking anticoagulants for many years, she did not go to the hospital in time to check her coagulation function or adjust her anticoagulant dosage during her pregnancy, which led to thrombosis of the artificial mechanical valve. Professor Su nodded. Xiaoye's analysis is consistent with what I thought. Professor Huang glared at Yikan and said in a contemptuous tone, "Boy, don't just talk nonsense. Being able to analyze and solve problems is the real ability." Yikan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Professor Huang. He politely asked Professor Su, if you trust me, can I perform the next flap surgery? Professor Su readily agreed, of course. If I weren't sure you could do it, I wouldn't have strongly recommended you to the dean. After saying that, Professor Su gave up his seat to Yikan. To be honest, ever since they heard Yikan's surgical plan, many experts, including Professor Su, have developed an admiration for Yikan. They think that Yikan is a master who is a potential talent, and they all feel ashamed in front of him. Yikan was seen using a retractor to expose the mitral valve of the heart. After confirming the indication for valve replacement, he used thick silk thread to suture the large flap as a traction line, clamped the traction line with right-angle forceps, unfolded the large flap, and cut the large flap forward and backward at the eye valve ring 3 mm away from the valve ring. At the same time, his colleague cut the RT muscle at the RT muscle. After reaching the anterior and posterior junction, continue to remove the small flap in the same way, retaining the third row of bovine chordae tendineae of the small flap. The size of the annulus is then measured with a measuring device to determine the number of the artificial heart valve. When suturing, you can use a 2-0 double-ended needle with a support pad and nylon thread to perform intermittent mattress sutures, inserting the needle from the atrial side of the valve ring and exiting from the ventricular side, and immediately sewing the suture ring of the artificial heart valve from the ventricular side to the atrial side. The sutures should be evenly distributed on the valve ring and on the suture ring of the artificial liver valve. The position where the sutures come out of the suture ring should be close to the edge, and the distance between the mattress sutures should be 1-2 mm. After all the sutures were arranged and straightened, Yekin inserted the artificial valve into the valve ring, confirmed that it was implanted in place, tied them one by one, and tied 5 knots with the nylon thread. Professor Su noticed that when Yekin tied the knot, he tied the knot on the outside of the seam loop. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his face. Yekin is indeed a skilled technician who pays attention to every detail. Tying the knot on the outside of the suture loop can prevent the thread end from falling toward the center and hindering the function of the artificial valve. After implantation is completed, the closing and opening functions of the artificial valve are checked. After confirming that there are no problems, flush the heart with cold saline. Next is to suture the incision, with 2 continuous sutures, and tighten the sutures to prevent bleeding. After the incision is sutured, the aortic root is vented using the needle hole for perfusion of cardioplegic solution, and the left ventricle is vented using a slotted needle. Finally, the ascending aorta clamp is opened to allow the heart to resume beating automatically. Yekin completed the entire pedal replacement process in one go without any mistakes. After careful diagnosis and treatment, the new mother had her tracheal tube removed on the 2nd day after the operation, and was transferred out of the cardiothoracic surgery ICU and returned to the general ward on the 3rd day. After the full treatment of the neonatal team, her baby was successfully removed from the ventilator 3 days after birth and was discharged from the hospital in good health soon. The operation was a huge success, and Jiangning People's Hospital was reported and praised by all walks of life. Professor Su couldn't help but praise Yekin in front of the media. Thankfully, Xiaoye developed such a precise and comprehensive surgical plan in a timely manner. Coupled with his superb surgical skills, if it had been delayed a few more days, both the patient and the child would have been lost. Xiaoye is the biggest contributor. Yekin remained humble, saying, "Professor Su, you're too kind. The success of the operation wasn't solely due to my efforts, but rather the result of our seamless cooperation and teamwork." The next second, reporters swarmed towards Yekin. "Dr. Yi, you're so young and yet you can perform such a difficult surgery. You're truly a medical prodigy. Can you tell us how you did it? Dr. Yi, I heard that many large international hospitals have offered you olive branches. Have you ever considered changing jobs? Dr. Yi, this surgery of yours has shocked the world. Does this mean that you can no longer be a gigolo in the Yi family and hold your head high?" The questions these reporters asked were quite sharp. They were deliberately setting a trap for Yekin to fall into, and they would not be over until a huge uproar was caused. Yekin was thinking about how to answer cleverly, when he was caught off guard and someone came up to him and gave him a princess hug, then picked him up and walked out. Chapter 36. It's over, there's no escape. Yekin looked closely and found that it was Suling who was holding him. He was also impressed by this girl. She picked him up and walked away in public. How come she looked like a domineering president holding his little wife? Yekin felt aggrieved. He was a handsome guy with 8-pack abs and a height of 1.87 meters, but he was easily picked up by Suling, a little girl, and left without any hesitation. With so many eyes watching him, he must be so embarrassed. It's not that he doesn't want to jump off Suling's body, the key system makes his physical strength value 0 in front of Suling. I say, beautiful girl system, do you have the nerve to let a grown man like me be hugged by my wife like this? Did you deliberately let Suling take advantage of me? You really made Suling and I get the wrong script. System. Well, just pretend to be deaf and dumb. I guess you often take advantage of male systems. Suling was seen holding Yekin while telling the reporters domineeringly. Don't accuse my husband of being a gigolo anymore. My husband has never been a gigolo in our Su family. My husband is a great doctor who saves lives and is a true hero. Everyone should respect my husband and all the medical staff who work hard for human health. After she finished speaking, she quickened her pace, carried Yekin into the car, and kept the reporters out. In the car, Yekin stared blankly at Suling, who was breathing rapidly, and a warm and sweet feeling surged in his heart. Wow! The little girl was so damn handsome just now. She praised me in front of the whole world, saying that I was a great doctor and a real hero, and asked everyone to respect us medical staff. She is worthy of being a top goddess, full of positive energy. Why is it that the more I look at this little girl, the cuter she becomes? At this moment, the system came, and that sweet lady's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for showing his talent in the medical field. I was just discussing something with the mail system, so I'm a little late. Host, please don't be angry. Because the host has kindly paid the patient's medical expenses and completed the first highly difficult surgery in the country, I will now reward the host with the following skills. 1. Double eyelid surgery. 2. Line face lift. 3. Facial fat grafting. 4. Long X technique. 5. And membrane repair technique. Host, please continue to perform well. The better your performance, the greater the reward. I have to continue communicating with the mail system. Bye. Oh shit. What? 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 What the hell is this? Yikan was completely stunned. I say, beautiful lady system, don't leave, explain yourself to me clearly before you leave. What are you rewarding me with? What I want to do is to be a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded, not to run a plastic surgery hospital. Who should I go to for double eyelid surgery, facial fat filling, or facelift? The key is to augment and repair the nipples. You can't joke with me like this. The system immediately criticized Yikan. Host, don't you know that there are still many ladies who love beauty in this world? If I don't want single eyelids, can I have double eyelids? I feel like I don't have enough collagen in my face. Is there anything wrong with getting some fat grafting? I don't like wrinkles. How does a facelift affect you? Is it wrong for people to want to be plumper and have a membrane to improve the quality of their love life? Yikan sneered disdainfully. Oh, looks and figure are all in your genes, so what's the point of plastic surgery? Don't you think it's fake? Improving the quality of your love life depends on your feelings, not those messy scams. Lydia Sue is still the best, a natural beauty. However, Yikan has always been wondering whether Suling was with him that night. I don't know if Suling's virginity is still there. The system confidently refuted Yikan. Isn't Suling the only top goddess in the world? You should be content with having a goddess wife and benefit all the women who love beauty. I won't talk to you anymore. You're delaying my communication with the mail system. Yikan. The beautiful lady system is probably in love with the mail system, otherwise she wouldn't suddenly create all these messy things for me. Still discussing topics, so impatient, probably want to communicate with the mail system to applaud love? Oh, I really feel like crying but I have no tears. Yikan was still feeling depressed, when suddenly, Suling lifted Yikan's chin in a domineering manner, with his little mouth pouting and his face puffed up, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Yikan was stunned. Why is Suling angry? I didn't offend her, did I? Suling stared at Yikan with his clear and bright eyes, and said in an aggressive tone, Yikan, wait and see how I deal with you when I get home. Yikan was stunned. What? The little girl is going to punish me when she gets home? What did I do wrong? What does she want to do to me this time? Could it be? Yikan's heart seemed to be hanging in his throat. Along the way, the car was quiet and Yikan didn't dare to make a sound. He was worried about how Suling would deal with him when he returned home. He originally thought that through this operation, he could win honor for Suling and the Su family, and the Su family would look at him with admiration. But judging from Suling's reaction, she seemed very dissatisfied with his performance. Therefore, Yikan was puzzled. How did I offend this domineering queen? Oh my god, I hope the 3-month wedding period will end soon, it's too painful. Yikan complained in his heart. Seeing Yikan silent, his two big, bony hands clasped together, his slender fingers moving on the back of his hands, revealing his inner tension, Suling wanted to laugh but couldn't. This silly brother will definitely think that I am angry and want to go home and punish him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say a word. He's so cute and sexy when he's silent. Because of the operation, my silly brother hasn't been home for almost a week. He must be very hard-working and tired. It's not easy to be a doctor, they are really great. Silly brother is great, a doctor with a kind heart, I admire him so much. After I get home, I will reward my silly brother and give him a surprise. The car arrived at the door of Suling's villa. Yikan spoke cautiously, wife, are you blaming me for using the 100 million in the bank? Suling was confused, huh? Yikan thought Suling wanted to hear his explanation, so he explained seriously. The patient's condition was extremely critical at the time, and her family was broke. However, she was so overwhelmed with maternal love that she would rather die than save the fetus. The patient's husband wanted to save her. Seeing how deeply they bonded, I think no one would have the heart to watch someone die, right? I don't have that much money on hand, so I had to use the bank card you gave me to advance the medical expenses for the patient. Suling stared at Yikan without saying a word. Yikan was worried that Suling would think he had bad intentions, so he made a promise, don't worry, honey, I will definitely pay you back in installments. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. I'll write you the IOU when I get home. From the very beginning, Yikan had no intention of using Suling's money for nothing. He and her were only married for 3 months, so there should be no such thing as a debt. A man can live a life of integrity only if he has neither debt nor loss. Suling looked at Yikan's serious expression, and her love for Yikan grew stronger and stronger. This silly brother is really a fool. Should I be so petty and angry about such a thing? That 100 million was originally the pocket money I gave to my silly brother for a month. He can spend it however he wants. I don't care. Oh, my silly brother is so naive and kind. What should I do? I am falling deeper and deeper in love with him. However, since my silly brother is so afraid of me punishing him, I will scare him again. That way, the surprise I give him later will be more exciting. Retracting his thoughts, Suling said with a cold face, "Get out of the car." Yikan's heart trembled violently. He got out of the car obediently. Then, Suling warned Yikan in a cold tone, "You'd better be mentally prepared, don't go home in a while, you won't be able to stand steadily." Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yikan's forehead. It's over, there is no escape. Chapter 37. I am quite optimistic about you. When Yikan followed Suling into the villa compound, the Su family employees all greeted Yikan enthusiastically. "Mr. Yi, you have worked hard. Mr. Yi, could you please sign for me? Mr. Yi, I want your autograph too. I also want Mr. Ye's signature." Everyone rushed towards Yikan with pens and photos of Yikan printed out from somewhere, vying for his autograph. Yikan has now become a god in their eyes. You know, before today, Yikan had never received such treatment in the Su family. I remember the day he first entered the Su family, even the uncle who was the doorman looked down on him, thinking that he was a son-in-law who lived off his wife. Su Haitao, Su Haijian, and Su Jin, the 3 people who looked down on others, were watching from a distance with sullen faces, especially Su Haitao, who clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush over and beat Yikan to a pulp. Su Haijian leaned close to Su Haitao's ear and whispered, "Brother, there's a saying that goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Just let that brat surnamed Ji show off for a few days. Once we find his weakness, we'll see if he dares to stay in the Su family." Su Jin also echoed, "Brother, second brother is right, you should not argue with him for now. What we should do now is to wait and see how things develop and make long-term plans." Su Haitao didn't say anything. He turned to look at Suling, who was standing outside the crowd, his teeth itching with hatred. It's all because of that stinky girl Suling protecting that stinky boy. It would have been fine if she had just been against us before, but now that she has help, she's even more arrogant. One day, I will eradicate that stinky girl completely. A cunning smile appeared on Su Haijian's lips. He reminded Su Haitao, "Brother, have you forgotten that Suling has a rebellious brother? You should know what bad habits Su Zhe has, right?" Su Jin gave Su Haijian a meaningful look in return. She obviously understood what Su Haijian wanted to express. Su Haitao suddenly realized and sneered. He knew what to do next. Suling had already caught a glimpse of the 3 people who looked down on others with their peripheral vision. Yikan is now very proud in the Su family, and he has severely slapped the faces of the 3 people who look down on others. Suling feels so happy. At the same time, she is proud of Yi-chan. My silly brother really brought honor to me, well done. I'll reward him well later, he. In addition to asking Yikan for an autograph, the group also took photos with him and posted them on WeChat Moments or a certain audio platform to show off. Suling raised her hand to look at her watch. It was getting late and she couldn't delay her important business. So, she ordered with a cold face, "All of you, step back." Everyone immediately dispersed and went about their own business. Seeing that Suling still had a cold look on his face, Yikan felt even more uneasy. This is really strange. How did I offend this girl? Why does she want to punish me? Am I not trying to bring honor to her? The Su family treats me obviously differently now than before, so why is she still so unhappy? Yikan was wondering when old man Su came over with a smile. "Hello, Grandpa." Yikan quickly greeted Mr. Su politely. Suling also greeted Mr. Su. Mr. Su came to Yikan, patted Yikan on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Achan, this time you not only brought honor to the Su family, but also to the hospital. Not bad, you are young and promising. I'm increasingly feeling that letting Lingling marry you was the right decision. Don't be too proud. Keep up the good work. I'll give you a generous reward in 3 months." Hearing what Grandpa Su said, Yikan couldn't help feeling bitter. Perhaps in the entire Su family, only Grandpa Su himself knows best why he insisted on forcing Suling to marry Yikan. Why did Suling and Yikan's marriage only last 3 months? Yikan really wanted to know the reason, but Mr. Su wouldn't tell him. What will the reward be after 3 months? Yikan expressed his curiosity, but although he was curious, he would not ask. However, he did not forget that 3 months later, he and Lydia Su divorced. He always felt that his union with Suling was like a dream, an absurd dream. Hey, don't think too much. Since it has happened, just accept it. For your great ambition as a doctor, you have to endure what ordinary people cannot endure. A real man must be able to bend and stretch. After comforting himself in this way, Yikan's depression dissipated a little. He smiled and replied to Grandpa Su, "Grandpa, my duty as a doctor is to save the dying and the wounded, to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. This is what I will persist in doing for the rest of my life, and I will not give up." Suling looked at Yikan with shining eyes, and ripples appeared in his heart. Wow. I love calm and steady men like Silly Brother the most. The Silly Brother didn't even ask Grandpa what reward he would give him in 3 months, which shows that he is not a man who can sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He has to rely on his own strength and use his strength to achieve everything he wants. I believe that my Silly Brother will not let me down, nor will he let himself down. Come on, Yikan, I'm really optimistic about you. Old Master Su nodded in satisfaction at Yikan, and then instructed Suling, "Lingling, Akan has worked really hard for that surgery recently. You must reward him well when you go back." Suling took Grandpa Su's arm, and a smile finally appeared on his little face. "Oh, Grandpa, I know. Go and do your thing. I know how I'm going to treat Yikan." Seeing Suling suddenly smile so sweetly, Yikan's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Suling's smile was definitely full of conspiracy. The old man asked her to reward me well, but she definitely wouldn't do as he said. She would probably torture me in various ways. Oh, heaven, oh, earth, please come and save me. After Mr. Su left, Suling put away his deadly sweet smile and returned to his cold and frosty appearance. What are you still standing there for? Come inside. Yikan immediately quickened his pace and walked into the house. God knows how much pressure he was under with every step he took. Suling, Suling, you want me to walk towards the gate of hell? Coming to the living room, Yikan asked Suling cautiously, "Wife, how are you going to deal with me?" Suling did not answer Yikan, but took Yikan's hand and walked towards the bedroom. Yikan became even more frightened. The bedroom again? When has this little girl ever bullied me in the bedroom? Oh my God, is she going to use all kinds of torture on me this time? My little life. Yikan wanted to escape, but his physical strength in front of Suling was 0, so there was no way he could escape. When he reached the bedroom door, Suling stopped. Yikan stood behind Suling, his heart beating fast. Suling opened the door neatly. Seeing the scene in the bedroom, Yikan was dumbfounded. The decoration in the room was all changed into a festive bright red. The carpet, walls, and bed were all covered with heart-shaped rose petals. The whole room was filled with the fragrance of roses, which was dizzying. What is Suling doing? Come in quickly. Yikan was still confused, and Suling pushed Yikan in. Then, the door clicked and was locked by Suling. Yikan turned his head fearfully. Oh shit. Suling's action almost made him faint. Chapter 38 Husband. Wife, what are you doing? Yikan couldn't help but take a step back. His throat suddenly became dry and his breathing became rapid. Because the Suling in front of him was actually taking off his clothes. At this moment, the little girl was only wearing a thin black nightgown. Under the dim light, her stunning figure was faintly visible, which made people imagine a lot. Take off your clothes, don't you see, husband? As Suling spoke, he sat down on the sofa, his two thin chopstick legs crossed together, swaying in front of Yikan. Yikan quickly lowered his head and didn't look at Suling. He felt like his body was on fire, it was so damn hot. Oh my God. What's going on with this little girl? Could she please stop shaking those long legs in front of me? I really can't stand it, it can take away all my souls. Confused, Yikan forced himself to remain calm and kept reminding himself. Calm down. You must calm down. This little girl is deliberately testing you again. This is a sign of torturing you. Don't touch her, you're doomed if you do. So Yikan simply closed his eyes and refused to look at Suling. When Suling saw that Yikan didn't even look at her, she immediately started to pout and scolded Yi Can in her heart. Humph, this stinky brother doesn't even look at me again. Am I that unattractive to him? Or is he just too shy and embarrassed to be with me? Or maybe, because he is a fool with low emotional intelligence, he doesn't get what I am hinting at? I think the third possibility is more likely. Or, should I take the initiative? Thinking of this, Suling stood up from the sofa, slowly walked to Yi Can's side, stretched out his two slender snow-white arms, and hugged Yi Can's neck. Yi Can couldn't help but shiver, feeling numb and tingling as if he had been electrocuted. It's over. It's over. Barbecue is gone. This little girl started to attack me. Last time he hung me in the air for a whole night, where is she going to hang me this time? Last time she hung me up, she had me wearing clothes. Will she leave me naked this time? Oh my God. I dare not think about it. The more I think about it, the colder it gets in my pants. Thump, 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 thump. Yi Can's heart seemed to be hanging in his throat. Hubby, don't be nervous, relax. Come on, open your eyes and look at me, okay? Suling's tone suddenly became gentle and soft, which made Yi Can's ears and heart itch. Ah. It's killing me. It's killing me. Why does Suling speak to me in this voice? It's so fucking intoxicating. Yi Can could no longer stand and sat down on the sofa. The moment he opened his eyes, he almost jumped up, but fortunately Suling held him down, or to be exact, Suling sat on his lap. Oh shit. This posture. Yi Can didn't dare to lower his head. He was afraid that if he lowered his head, he would be able to see into Suling's skirt. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. The key is that he can see Suling when he looks up. Just now, Lydia Sue had her hair tied up in a neat high ponytail, but why is her hair loose now? You said she should let her hair down, so just let her hair down. Why did she also wear lace bunny ears? This. Is this little girl so crazy? Are you sure she's not hinting at me? Yi Can's breathing became faster and his whole body became hotter. Stop. Don't get the wrong idea, this little girl is just testing you. If you get fooled, you're done. Yi Can quickly kept himself clear-headed and continued to close his eyes. Suling sighed helplessly. This stinky brother closed his eyes again. I've made it so obvious, but he still doesn't understand what I'm trying to do? He is so stupid. Never mind, I'll be more straightforward. Hubby, why did you close your eyes again? Be good, open your eyes and look at me. Suling directly lifted Yi Can's eyelids with his hands and did not allow Yi Can to close them again. Yi Can was about to collapse. He asked Suling pitifully, wife, just tell me where I went wrong, okay? Don't be like this, the more you do this, the more uncertain I become. I don't want to be a man in my next life, just let me be a woman. Yi Can felt miserable. It was the first time he felt that he was at such a disadvantage as a man. Not only is it painful to have a goddess wife who I can't touch, but I also have to be tortured by my goddess wife. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Yi Can complained to the system. I say, beautiful lady system, if you let me recover my stamina, would I have to suffer like this? You are just like Suling, with a tendency to abuse male compatriots, and you enjoy it. What a pervert. The system immediately popped up two sledgehammers in Yi Can's mind, hitting Yi Can's head with crackling sounds. Yi Can continued to complain, look, I told you that you abused your male compatriots, but you didn't believe it. The system seemed angry and only replied to Yi Can with two words, silly. Yi Can. Oh. I want to say more. It will only bring me tears. However, Suling started to unbutton Yi Can's clothes, and while doing so, he said to Yi Can with a seductive look. Hubby, you haven't been home for many days because you've been treating patients and saving lives. You must be very tired. Will you let me serve you tonight? I'll give you a massage first, then I'll give you a bath. After the bath, I'll help you sleep, okay? Yi Can's eyes widened in shock. What? Suling wants to give me a massage? Do you want to give me a bath? And help me sleep? Notice she used the word serve. Wow. Did I hear that right? Is this Suling? Doesn't she have a fever? Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Yi Can almost suspected that he was dreaming. Why does it feel a bit cold in front of me? Yi Can looked down. Oh my God. Lydia Sue had already unbuttoned all his buttons. His 8-pack abs are clearly visible. These 8 strong abdominal muscles are so damn good looking. Yikan himself was fascinated by his 8-pack abs. Suling couldn't take his eyes off her, his little face flushed red like a ripe little red apple. I by GA. This silly brother's 8-pack abs are so charming. It really makes me blush and my heart beats fast. I really want to lie down on him and kiss him hard. I would even be willing to die on his 8-pack abs. No, I can't take it anymore. I need to take action. Suling decided to go all out. Yikan was really scared by Suling this time. He didn't know how he got the strength, but he pushed Suling away with a palm, then stood up from the sofa and ran out of the bedroom in panic. Coming to the bathroom, Yikan closed the door, took off his clothes, entered the glass room, quickly turned on the shower head, and let the water wash over his whole body. He desperately needs to wake himself up now. I absolutely cannot be fooled by that little girl, absolutely not. She was the prelude to my torture, for sure. Unexpectedly, when Yikan finished taking a shower, walked out of the glass room and was about to put on his clothes were gone. Where are my clothes? Who took my clothes? What to do? I can't just go out naked like this, right? Chapter 39. Yikan, do you love me? Yikan walked back and forth in the bathroom holding a bath towel, not knowing what to do. Can I ask Suling to help me get clothes in? If that's the case, would Suling think that I was deliberately being naughty with her? No. I absolutely cannot call her. She has been testing me in various ways and trying to torture me, so I must not fall into her trap. But how am I supposed to get out? Yikancho was in a state of panic. Outside the bathroom, Suling was holding Yikan's clothes, putting his ear against the door, secretly listening to Yikan's movements in the bathroom. That's right, the clothes were taken away by Suling for Yikan. At that time, Yikan forgot to lock the bathroom door, and his clothes were placed outside the glass room. Suling took Yikan's clothes away while he was taking a shower. She was thinking that after Yikan finished taking a shower, he would find that his clothes were missing and would call her in to bring him the clothes. In this way, she could take advantage of the time when she was delivering clothes to Yikan to pounce on him and have a little fun with him. Hee mandarin ducks playing in the water, just thinking about it makes people blush and their hearts beat faster. I'm really looking forward to it. The corners of Suling's mouth couldn't help but rise, and countless erotic scenes of her and Yikan playing in the water appeared in her mind. Her little heart was beating violently and her cheeks were red and hot. But why doesn't this silly brother call me in to bring him clothes? There is no sound from the shower, so he should have finished showering. Or, should I go in and give it to him myself? Suling was tangled up. Yikan thought about it and finally made up his mind. Forget it, I'd better go out wrapped in a bath towel. My clothes were gone, so I could only cover myself with a bath towel, but I wasn't naked. If Suling saw it, he wouldn't say that I was playing tricks, right? So Yikan turned the bath towel sideways, wrapped it around his waist, and covered his lower body. Suling also thought about it. I'll take the initiative to go in and give clothes to silly brother, and let him think whatever he wants. Anyway, I am his wife, what am I afraid of? After taking a few deep breaths and calming himself down, Suling stood up straight. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to open the door, Yikan unexpectedly opened it. Suling was instantly thrown into space, his footing lost, and he stumbled and fell towards Yikan. Yikan never expected that Suling was right outside the door. Seeing the little girl about to fall towards him, his body leaned back involuntarily, and his 2 hands stretched out towards Suling involuntarily, wanting to catch Suling. Ah! Suling screamed in panic, his body completely out of his control, and he went straight towards Yikan. Bougie! Suling's little mouth just happened to touch Suling's bath towel, and then the next second, the bath towelette, it actually fell off. Yikan's 8 abdominal muscles suddenly felt cold. He lowered his head suddenly. What the hell? Suling actually kissed his 8-pack abs. Just a little bit, to kiss his. Oh my god. This scale is too big, I can't stand it. Suling had never thought that she would have such a great benefit. At this moment, her mind was blank and her whole body was burning, but she didn't dare to move, because she was afraid that if she moved, the situation would become even more embarrassing. Oh my god. I finally kissed my silly brother's 8-pack abs. It's so hot, so scalding, so solid, so powerful, and so textured. I don't even want to move my lips away from his 8-pack abs. What's moving? Could it be? Ah. So embarrassing. What should I do? Yikan felt more and more that something was wrong with him. In order to prevent himself from going too far, he braked the car in time and pushed Suling into the corner. Before Suling could react, Yikan grabbed the clothes on the ground, wrapped himself up in a hurry, and rushed out of the bathroom. Yikan didn't dare to go to the bedroom, so he hid in the study. Yikan hurriedly put on his clothes, leaned against the wall, bent over, and gasped for breath. That was really thrilling just now. If he didn't control himself, he would really. Fortunately, I have strong self-control and did not make any mistakes. That little girl is becoming more and more cunning. She even took my clothes away and tried to force me to submit. Does she really think that I, her brother, am a vegetarian? Are you underestimating me? Let us see how she can have the nerve to test and torture me in the future. In the bathroom, Lydia Sue was trying to calm himself down. The erotic scene just now lingered in her mind for a long time. The speed of the car was somewhat beyond her expectations. I'm just one step away from taking down that silly brother. But why did I back down at the critical moment? Am I too shy? How come my silly brother has the energy to resist me today? How strange. Oh, forget it, let us just leave it at that. Seeing how silly brother resists, he is probably even more shy than me, right? I really don't understand, why is such a handsome guy with such a great body more shy than a girl like me? It seems that I will have to work harder to develop him in the future. Suling returned to the bedroom and didn't see Yikan, so she went to knock on the study door. Husband, why are you in the study? Open the door. Yikan didn't open the door. He asked Lydia Sue unwillingly, Wife, can't you just tell me directly what I did wrong? You always use these tricks to test me, and then wait for me to fall into the trap you dug, and then torture me. Do you have the nerve to do that? Is this what you, a top goddess, should do? Hearing Yikan's words, Suling was shocked. She never expected that Yikan would look at her this way. She had never thought of testing Yikan or even torturing him. Yikan is her beloved husband. She loves him, pampers him, and cares for him so much. She always thought that her silly brother had low emotional intelligence and was like a fool, who didn't understand her hints, so she chose to be more proactive and direct, hoping that her silly brother could give her some love response. But the result turned out like this. So sad. Suling's eyes were red and she wanted to cry, but she held it back. What problem can crying solve? It will only make your silly brother look down on you. Forced back the tears, Suling only asked Yikan, Yikan, do you love me? Yikan couldn't help but be stunned. Suling's question made him confused. What's going on with this girl? This isn't the topic I'm talking to her about, okay? Why does her thinking jump so much? Seeing that Yikan did not answer, Suling asked again, Yikan, do you love me? Yikan's heart trembled slightly. Why does this girl's voice sound so hoarse? Is she crying? Did I say something wrong just now? Realizing something was wrong, Yikan quickly opened the door. Suling was standing motionless at the door. Yikan saw that her eyes were red. She clearly wanted to cry, but she was trying hard not to cry. For some reason, Yikan felt a little distressed by Suling's aggrieved look. Suling did not get Yikan's answer. She understood. My heart really hurts. It's the sad feeling of being hurt by the one you love. Suling stared at Yikan and spoke seriously. Yikan, if you really think that about me, then no matter how much I explain to you, it will be useless. If my words or actions have caused you any trouble, I apologize. I'm sorry. I won't treat you like that again. After saying that, Lydia Sue turned around and ran out of the villa. Soon, Yikan heard the roar of the car gradually fading away. Oh no! Yikan realized it later and felt regretful. I really said the wrong thing and hurt this girl. Where did this girl go so late at night? You won't do anything stupid, will you? No, I have to go find her, she is my wife. Chapter 40 I love you so much. By the time Yikan walked out of the gate, Suling had already driven away. Yikan took out his cell phone and dialed Suling's number. As a result, the prompt I received was, sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Is the power off? Yikan's heart suddenly hung in the air. This girl usually has so many announcements that her phone is on 24 hours a day, but tonight, she turned it off. It seems that this girl was really hurt by me and is quite upset. The key is where can she go? It's really not safe for a girl to be outside alone late at night. Could it be that she was really so depressed that she would do something stupid? The more Yikan thought about it, the more worried he became. The key point was that he had not had time to learn how to drive, so he could only use the mobile app to hail a taxi. But tonight was weird, not a single car came. The system started at this moment, and the sweet lady's voice sounded. Bite. I'm now rewarding the host with a speed car skill. The host should quickly chase the goddess wife. Yikan was instantly overwhelmed. I said, Big Beauty System, don't you know I don't have a driver's license? Even if you reward me with a full range of driving skills, I'm still driving without a license. Do you want me to break the law? Are you talking too deeply with the mail system and losing your focus on me, the host? The system immediately brought up a sweaty expression in Yikan's mind, and responded to Yikan awkwardly. Oh. Sorry, host, I forgot you don't have a driver's license yet. Then keep this skill for now. It will be useful when you get your driver's license. Well, if anything happens to my goddess wife tonight, I'll punish you. Yikan couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. What? Did something really happen to Lydia Sue? Don't scare me, beautiful lady system. Tell me quickly, where is Suling? Let me fly to Suling. Please don't punish me. I can't bear the punishment from Suling alone. Can you please stop joining in the fun? The system was obviously angry and criticized Yikan. Humph, you idiot, you said so many hurtful things to my goddess wife, you deserve to be beaten. After saying that, the system immediately popped up countless sledgehammers and started hitting Yikan. This time the system was really cruel, and it directly used the cactus to hit him. Oh my god, it's prickly. Yikan saw himself in his mind being knocked to the ground, his body covered with cactus thorns. Then his chest actually felt a little stuffy. Ahem. I'm going to go, you really beat me. Beat me to death, how can I go find Suling? The system simply gave up, you can do whatever you want, it's time to test you. Anyway, if your goddess wife really gets into trouble, I will make you return to the pre-liberation era. What? Let me go back to the time before liberation? No. I have just made a name for myself in the medical field. Please don't destroy my hard-earned achievements. I still want to become a famous doctor. System. Oops. Another ellipsis. Now I have to figure it out on my own. Yi-chan looked around and saw a bicycle in the garage. Got it. I can't drive, but I can ride a bike. So Yikan got on his bicycle and sped along the avenue in the night. He was seen riding while shouting, Wife, where are you? Come home with me quickly. Wife. Emma, I've ridden around so many streets, but I still haven't seen Suling. Yikan was so tired that he was out of breath and his voice was hoarse. This little girl is really driving him crazy. Suddenly, a group of men came out of the bar in front of me, laughing and joking. A familiar voice could be heard among them. What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go. It's Suling's voice. Yikan immediately recognized that it was Suling who was speaking. The next second, he rushed over on his bike. Suling was seen staggering and unable to stand steadily, and was dragged into the car by the group of men. Let go of my wife. Yikan kicked over with a Foshan shadowless kick, and several strong men were kicked away. Suling's body lost its balance and was about to fall. Yikan quickly stretched out his arms and caught Suling, and he successfully fell into his arms. A strong smell of alcohol emanated from Suling's mouth, choking Yikan. Oh my god. How much alcohol did this little girl drink? She is so drunk. A bald man got up from the ground and barked at Yikan, You bastard, how dare you steal my girl? Brothers, come on, kill him. A group of people rushed towards Yikan, looking like they wanted to tear him into pieces. Yikan picked up Suling, jumped easily, and directly did a 180-degree whirlwind kick in the air. Click, click, click. Pa pa pa. In short, there were all kinds of noises around, and everyone was kicked out by Yikan. Everyone was completely scared of Yikan and fled in panic. Suling was in a daze and felt as if he had just floated up. She opened her hazy eyes, with crystal tears in them, her little face flushed, and she bit her cherry lips slightly. She looked so pitiful, and was particularly adorable under the bright moonlight. At this moment, she was like a wounded kitten, whispering softly to Yikan. Dad, is that you? Are you taking me flying? I'm so sad, Dad, can you stay with me for a while, okay? Yikan was stunned by Suling's soft and sweet call of Dad. Could it be that this girl is drunk and too sentimental, so she misses her father? Girl, I'm your husband, not your father. Yikan shook Suling's body slightly, trying to make Suling more awake. Unexpectedly, Suling hugged Yikan's neck tightly, pressed his little face against Yikan's shoulder, and cried like a little baby. Dad, I want to go home. Take me home, okay? Dad. Yikan's heart was almost melted by Suling calling him Dad all the time. I also have no resistance to this little girl. Look at her weak, pitiful, and helpless eyes when she cried and called me Dad. She really treated me as her dad. Why did I want to protect her so fiercely? Yikan touched Suling's long, black and smooth hair and coaxed her gently. Be good, baby, I'll take you home now, okay? Suling raised her pitiful little face with tears in her eyes and started to act coquettishly. Daddy, carry me on your back, Daddy, carry me on your back. Yikan was at a loss. Just memorize it. It's his wife's fault for getting drunk. As a husband, you can't just argue with your drunk wife. Come on, come up. Yikan bent down and let Suling climb up. Suling slid and climbed onto Yikan's back. She stopped crying and started giggling sweetly. Dad is so nice, I love Dad. Yikan was embarrassed and helpless. Hey! You little girl, you are really drunk, you can't even tell the difference between your husband and Dad. Are you my sweet burden? Fortunately, you are okay, otherwise, I would be guilty of a great sin. Unexpectedly, Suling leaned on Yikan's shoulder and started crying again. Yikan, how could it be you? If you don't love me, why do you still care about me? Do you know that I love you so much, so much? In an instant, Yikan's body seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. The world seemed to stand still, leaving only the sound of his rhythmic heartbeat. Bang 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 bang. What did Suling say just now? She loves me? Chapter 41, Drunk Women Are So Scary. Yikan never thought that Suling would fall in love with an ordinary young man like him. Suling is high above everyone else, a top goddess worshipped by thousands of people. The difference between him and Suling is not just a little bit, but one is on the ground and the other is in the sky. Why did this little girl fall in love with me? Is what she said true? Suppressing his excitement, Yikan took a few deep breaths and tried to keep himself calm. Then, he asked Lydia Su seriously, Wife, you just said you love me, is that true? Suling did not respond. Yikan felt Suling's little head droop on his shoulder, and then heard Suling's breathing become even. Oh my god. How come this girl fell asleep at the critical moment? Yikan shook his head speechlessly and continued walking home with Suling on his back. It's not a short walk from here to home. Yikan will have to walk for quite some time, especially since he has to carry the sleeping Suling on his back. It's very tiring for him. Although he could speed up his pace, in order not to disturb Suling's rest, he still walked slowly and steadily. As he walked, Yikan suddenly realized something was wrong. How did I recover my strength in front of Suling? What is going on? Well, beautiful lady system, come out and explain it to me. So when I was bullied by Suling, you made my physical strength 0, and when I served Suling, you restored my physical strength, right? Why are you so cunning? The system answered the question irrelevantly. Does the host love his goddess wife? Forehead. This question is truly a soul-searching one. Yikan didn't know how to answer for a moment. Do I love Suling? He asked himself the same question. Hey! I'm talking about the beautiful lady system, can you please stop changing the subject? You haven't answered my question yet. System. Okay, here we go again. Yikan was completely speechless. What kind of weird system am I dealing with? The system then spoke. This is called something that can only be understood but not expressed in words. I am trying to improve the host's ideological awareness. I hope you won't say the wrong thing and upset my goddess wife in the future. Yikan was also impressed by his system, which could come up with any reason. Okay, I'm a good man and I don't fight with women, okay? You are right. I can't argue with you, a beautiful lady. I'll shut up. Yikan has summed up his experience, never debate with a woman, because in the end it will be your fault as a man anyway. Alas, it's not easy to be a man. Finally, Yikan carried Suling back home. This little girl slept so soundly that she hasn't woken up yet. Yikan was tired. He was soaked all over after carrying such a big person for such a long distance back home. After putting Suling on the sofa, Yikan took off his shirt in a flash, revealing his strong upper body. The 8 abdominal muscles are particularly eye-catching under the bright lights. The blocks are clearly defined, as if they were carved, showing the man's sense of power everywhere and exuding a strong hormonal scent. The refreshing night breeze blew in from the window and blew on Yikan's body. Wow, it's so cool. Yikan immediately felt the sweat stop. Of course, he only dared to take off his shirt when Suling fell asleep. If Suling was awake, he would rather die of heat than take off his shirt. Because he was afraid that Suling would think he was being a hooligan. Seeing that Suling was sleeping so soundly, Yikan didn't have the heart to wake her up, so he simply picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Unexpectedly, Lydia Sue suddenly woke up at this moment. Somehow her hand touched Yikan's upper body, and she immediately became energetic as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Wow, husband, you have a great body, so manly. Come, let me touch you for a while. As he spoke, Suling threw Yikan to the ground, and his 2 naughty little paws danced happily on Yikan's abdominal muscles. Bougie bougie bougie. Suling's little mouth also became active, pecking at Yikan's body. While pecking, he kept muttering with relish, "Ah, so delicious. So fragrant, so chewy. I want to eat more." Yikan was in a panic, covering his hands here and there. The little girl pecked him so hard that his whole body felt like it was being electrocuted, numb and itchy. "Lydia Sue, please stop kissing me, okay? Aw. It's so itchy, please stop. I'm a human being, not a delicious treat. Why are you so drunk?" Suling didn't care what Yikan said to her. She just wanted to immerse herself in Yikan's tenderness. "Yikan, my dear husband, I really love you. Don't be shy, let your wife touch you again. Oh whoa, my handsome guy, macho, male god. Meow. Meow." At this moment, Suling seemed to have turned into a female sex maniac, wishing to eat Yikan up. Yikan is going crazy and breaking down. Oh my god. Is this still Lydia Sue? Isn't this a typical female sex maniac? You're just thinking about taking advantage of me. Drunk women are scary. It's also strange that Yikan's physical strength is disappearing little by little. It was so fucking hard for him to resist Suling. But at least he carried Suling to the bed, and almost exhausted him to death. Suling hugged Yikan's arm tightly and murmured, "Yikan, I love you so much, don't leave me, okay? Don't leave me." As she was talking, the little girl fell asleep again. Yikan was exhausted by Suling's torment, and he really couldn't get up. Fortunately, he was very determined and didn't follow Suling. "Oh, I am such a gentleman that I didn't even take advantage of this little girl when she was drunk. She took advantage of me quite a bit. Just take advantage of me, I am a man after all, and it's no big deal for a man to suffer a little loss. Just don't do that to her, or she'll sober up tomorrow morning and think I took advantage of her, and I'll be in big trouble." In fact, Yikan was obviously very tired, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. "Yikan, I love you so much, please don't leave me, okay?" For some reason, Suling's words always echoed in Yikan's mind, hitting his heart again and again. Does this little girl really love me? Could it be that she really has feelings for me? What about me to her? Yikan was a little confused. The next morning, Suling woke up with a splitting headache. When she looked down, she found that she was resting her head on Yikan's arm, which was covered with her saliva. Why is my back hot?" When Lydia Sue turned around and saw this, her face immediately turned red and her heart started beating fast. "Oh my god. My silly brother was lying next to me with his upper body naked. Did we last night?" Just as Suling was trying hard to recall what happened last night, Yikan woke up. His arm was numb from being rested on by Suling, and he couldn't even lift it. Seeing Suling blinking her clear and bright eyes at him, her long eyelashes fluttering, Yikan's little heart began to beat fast. Please, could this little girl not look at me in such a seductive way? I really can't stand it. Calming himself down, Yikan smiled faintly at Suling. "Wife, you're awake. Do you remember what you said to me last night?" To be honest, Yikan felt very happy when he thought about Suling saying she loved him last night. Unexpectedly, Suling suddenly sat up, and her face turned cold, like the cold and beautiful snow lotus on the top of an iceberg. She stared at Yikan and said coldly, "Yikan, let's get a divorce." Yi Sanru was struck by lightning. Chapter 42, Divorce Can Make You Super Rich. What? Little girl wants to divorce me? Isn't the 3-month wedding date not here yet? Doesn't she remember what she said last night? Suling really didn't remember what she said or did to Yikan last night. But she clearly remembered what Yikan said to her before she got drunk. Stinky brother, he actually said that I was digging a hole for him to jump into so that I could torture him. He has wronged me so much. Alas, he thinks I am so bad, it is obvious that he does not love me. Since he doesn't love me, why should I force him to stay? Otherwise, he will be unhappy. I'd better let him go. Seeing that Yikan did not respond, Suling repeated, Yikan, let's get a divorce. Yikan came back to his senses and looked at the cold Suling in disbelief. Honey, please stop joking with me, okay? Our 3-month wedding date isn't even here yet. Suling took a deep breath and suppressed the depression in his heart. You don't love me at all, so you think I'm testing you in various ways, waiting for you to fall into the trap so I can torture you. Since you are so unhappy with me, why should I force you to stay with me? Divorce me, and I'll give you freedom. After saying this, Suling felt heartbroken. Only she herself knows how much she can't bear to part with Yikan. My silly brother, I love you, so I will give you freedom and let you find your own happiness. But you don't know how sad I am to leave you. Lydia Sue wanted to cry, but she held it back. She wanted to maintain her cold image as the Ice Queen and let Yikan know what a strong girl she was, indestructible and invulnerable to swords and guns. In fact, her heart had already been broken into pieces, and all her tears flowed into her stomach, feeling cold. Yikan didn't expect that what he said to Suling last night would hit Suling so hard that she even wanted to divorce him early. Harmful. Me too, how can I be so blunt? Now this is great, the girl is really hurt. I thought she would forget about the incident after getting drunk and sleeping, but I didn't expect she was still brooding over it. It seems that I really said something wrong and hurt her a lot. At this moment, Yikan actually felt a little regret in his heart. He was actually quite strange. He had clearly been eager to divorce Suling before. Why did he back off when Suling suddenly asked him for a divorce? Are you reluctant? Wife. Before Yikan could finish his words, Suling immediately reminded him, you should just call me Suling. We're getting divorced soon. Don't call me your wife anymore. Suling's words were like a bucket of cold water falling from the sky, chilling Yikan's heart to the bone. Oh no! This girl is serious with me. Is she very disappointed in me? Why do I feel so bad and not a qualified husband? Come to think of it, this girl was very nice to me before. She generously gave me money, cars, and houses, and she also defended me in public many times. I, on the other hand, seem to be thinking too much. Thinking of this, Yikan felt that he owed Suling a lot. Honey, I didn't mean to target you with what I said last night. I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Let's think about this divorce again, okay? Yikan didn't know why he wanted to save the relationship. Suling was a little surprised that Yikan was still trying to win her back. Doesn't this stinky brother want to get a divorce? Could it be that he loves me? Then I'll try him? Retracting his thoughts, Suling still had a cold face and said in a cold tone, don't think about it, I have made up my mind. Let's get a divorce today. Anyway, you don't love me, and a forced melon is not sweet. Seeing Suling so determined, Yikan became even more suspicious. Was it an illusion that Suling said she loved him when she was drunk last night? Suling, you said you loved me last night, and you touched me and kissed me, don't you remember? Yikan simply revealed Suling as crime last night. Suling was shocked. What? Did I say last night that I loved this stinky brother? I also touched him and kissed him? Where did I touch him? Where did I kiss him? Oh my god. How come I don't have any impression of this? Oh. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Next time I will definitely not drink so much. Drinking can lead to mistakes. Don't change the subject. I drank too much last night and don't remember anything. Of course you can say whatever you want. Why don't you say you love me? Do you love me? Do you? Suling had an aggressive attitude, his face flushed, and his breathing became rapid, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Yikan was a little confused by Suling's question. He stammered, I. Suling stared at Yikan's deep and charming black eyes and continued to ask, Yikan, do you love me? Answer me. Yikan felt like he was about to collapse. Why couldn't he answer Suling's question? He was almost mad at himself. Ye can, what's wrong with you? Don't you know whether you love Suling or not? The system started at this time, and the sweet lady's voice said to Yikan in a critical tone. The host is a complete idiot. The host has lost his goddess wife. The system will cancel all the host's previous rewards. Don't even think about getting more miracle doctor skills. Forget about being a doctor in the future. Yikan cried out in injustice, no, big beauty system. I'm not divorcing Suling. Can you please not punish me like this? The system anxiously asked Yikan, so do you love your goddess wife or not? Yikan, Why? I am also confused, why can't I answer it? System, host, you will perish on your own. Yikan shouted loudly to the system in his heart, hey! Beautiful system, please don't leave. I don't want to divorce Suling, please help me with some advice, are you still my system? Seeing that Yikan didn't give an answer for a long time, Suling's heart sank. She opened the drawer, found paper and pen, and handed them to Yikan. You write the divorce agreement. You can get whatever you want. I'll satisfy you completely and leave you without any worries. It's written. Let's each sign it and then go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Oh shit. Yikan was directly shocked by Suling's arrogance. The top goddess is worthy of being the top goddess. She is so generous even when getting a divorce. She let the man write the divorce agreement directly, and she would satisfy whatever he wanted, so that the man would have no worries. Oh my god, am I dreaming? After Suling and I divorced, I immediately became a super rich man. What can't I do if I want? So, should I divorce or not? Chapter 43. It's all because of the swear. After much deliberation, Yikan decided not to divorce. Suling was already quite disappointed with him. If he divorced Suling in order to become a super rich man, wouldn't that make Suling look down on him even more? Moreover, he had just made a name for himself in the medical field. Once he got divorced, how would the outside world view him? Not to mention others, even the system would despise him, and he himself would be disgusted by his own behavior. A real man should be upright and have the courage to take responsibility for his actions. After figuring it out, Yikan directly returned the pen and notebook to Suling. Wife, I will not divorce you. His attitude was quite firm. Suling frowned slightly. Why? Yikan stared at Suling intently and said seriously, because we both signed a postnuptial agreement before, and it clearly stated, our marriage will last for 3 months. After 3 months, we can divorce. Since we've both signed it, we both have to abide by the agreement. Keeping one's word is the most basic principle of being a human being, right? Furthermore, although we only have 3 months to get married, we will remain legally married during these 3 months. You and I have an obligation to work hard to maintain our marriage. Suling was instantly shocked by Yikan's words. She didn't expect that Yikan would discuss the topic of marriage with her so deeply and sincerely. For a moment, Suling realized that Yikan's ideological realm was quite high. However, when she thought that Yikan did not answer whether he loved her or not, she couldn't help feeling lost. After taking a deep breath, Suling suppressed the depression in his heart and said to Yikan in a cold tone. I remember I told you that we could get married first and then fall in love, but you didn't do that. So, how can you have the nerve to tell me to maintain our marriage? Yikan suddenly plucked up the courage to hold Suling's little hand, his eyes becoming gentle and firm. Don't worry, I will never say those words to you last night that hurt your feelings again. I am your husband, and I will try my best to be the person you want me to be and make you proud of me. Seeing Yikan's confident look, Suling's cold heart gradually warmed up. A sweet smile finally appeared on her lips. Husband, are you telling the truth? Yikan nodded heavily at Suling and held Suling's little hand tighter. Of course it's true. If I, Yikan, dare to lie to my wife, I would be a puppy. Suling suddenly felt that the world had become clear again. She looked down at Yikan's big hand holding her small hand, and her heart began to beat wildly like a deer. Brother Ken is not stupid at all. He actually took the initiative to hold my hand, and held it so tightly, as if he was afraid that I would run away. His hands are so strong and warm. They wrap around my whole hand and make me feel safe. I really want him to hold me like this forever, like a treasure in his palm, protected by him forever. Well, if Brother Chan is a puppy, then I am his bone. Dogs love to eat bones, and Brother Chan loves to eat me the most. Roar! Yikan noticed that Suling was always staring at his hand. He thought that Suling was disgusted that he had offended her, so he quickly took his hand away from Suling. He apologized to Lydia Sue and explained, "Wife, don't be angry. I didn't mean to hold your hand. I was just too nervous and didn't want to divorce you." Seeing he can act like a child who had done something wrong and was looking for an adult to admit his mistake, Suling couldn't help but smile with her hands covering her mouth, but she was sighing in her heart. Oh, the more I wanted Brother Chan to hold my little hand for a while longer, the more he took his hand away. Brother Ken, you are still that silly guy. But I just love you, you silly girl. I will love you even more and pamper you and care for you in the future." Seeing that Suling was silent, Yikan didn't understand what Suling meant. He asked nervously, "Wife, are you still angry with me?" Suling raised his head, his clear and bright eyes blinked a few times, and his long eyelashes fluttered, as if he could speak, full of spirituality. Yikan's heart was pounding and his ears were still burning. Oops. Why am I attracted by this little girl's eyes again? It's so terrible that I don't dare to stare into her eyes for too long. It really takes my soul away. Yikan coughed lightly to ease his inner restlessness, then lowered his head, avoiding Suling's charming and watery eyes. Suling stretched out her little hands and held up Yikan's face, letting Yikan look at her. Two shallow and cute dimples appeared on her palm-sized face, and her moist little mouth opened and closed, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. "Hubby, you just said you'd never hurt my heart again, and that you'd be my ideal and make me proud of you. You have to keep your word. If you don't, I'll really turn you into a barking puppy." Somehow, seeing Suling's cute appearance at this moment, Yikan's mind suddenly emerged with the image of Suling turning into a small Pomeranian dog. The face was still Suling's small face, but two small and upright dog ears grew on the head, and the body was the kind of snow-white and chubby dog body. She was wagging her tail, sticking out her pink tongue, and running towards Yikan happily, barking at him from time to time. Ha ha ha. Little dog Suling. I guess she is really going to turn into a Pomeranian that is not easy to mess with, and the most beautiful Pomeranian in the world, the only one, belonging only to me, Yikan, but she is specifically trying to make me angry, right? Thinking of this cute scene, Yikan almost laughed out loud, but fortunately he had strong self-control and restrained himself. The system activated at this moment, ding. Detected that the host imagined his goddess wife as a little Pomeranian puppy. The following punishment is that the host barks like a dog. And it's a silly bark. Yikan was immediately confused. What? You want me to bark like a silly husky? I think Suling is as cute as a little Pomeranian. Beautiful system, please don't bully me like this. Suling didn't receive a response from Yikan, but she saw Yikan's eyes rolling around. She wondered, "Husband, are you listening to me?" Yikan came back to his senses. He was about to reply to Suling that he was listening, but the sound he made was, "Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof." I went there. It really is the cry of a silly husky. When Suling heard Yikan imitating a dog barking, she laughed so hard that she fell backwards and spoke incoherently. "Ah, husband, you really think you're a dog? You even bark like a husky." "Oh, I'm dying of laughter. It really does sound like a husky." Yikan felt aggrieved. He was not barking like a dog. It was the system that was playing tricks on him. The key point is that the more he wanted to talk, the more he barked like a dog, woof woof woof. Suling's goddess image was completely gone due to her laughter. She held Yikan's head, stroked his hair, and coaxed him, "Good boy, don't bark. I'll take you to feed you later, okay?" Yikan collapsed. "What? Take me to breastfeed? What kind of milk do you drink?" "No." Woof 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 woof. Yikan was extremely anxious, but the more anxious he was, the more he barked. It's all because of the oath. I could have sworn to become anything else, but I had to swear to become a dog. Yikan is now regretting it so much that his intestines are turning green. Beautiful lady system, you've had enough, let me speak human language immediately. Chapter 44, A Bold Vision. Chuckle. The system was also laughing happily in Yikan's mind. Yikan was extremely angry. If this system was not invisible and intangible, he would definitely catch this little thing and spank her little butt. Feeling that Yikan's punishment was almost enough, the system returned to its normal sweet voice. "Forget it, since you made my goddess wife so happy, I'll forgive you this time. Since the host has successfully won back his goddess wife, then reward the host. Intracranial aneurysm embolization. Pancreatoduodenectomy. Neurosurgery. One surgical skill after another popped out like Easter eggs being cracked open, surprising and delighting ye can. Wow. Beautiful lady system, is this what you are talking about? You gave me 3 of the world's 10 most difficult surgeries. How cool. It's not easy. You almost skinned me alive before you were willing to reward me. The system responded to Yikan, only in this way can the host cherish the hard-earned divine doctor skills. As long as the host performs well, the system will reward the host with more divine doctor skills. Host, keep working hard. Yikan was overjoyed. Don't worry, beautiful lady system, I will definitely perform well. I won't let you down, nor will I let Suling down, and I won't let myself down. At this moment, no words can describe Yikan's excitement. Because the 3 surgical skills the system rewarded him this time were more difficult than before. Among the world's 10 most difficult surgeries, intracranial aneurysm embolization is a neurosurgery operation that is mainly used to treat abnormal bulges on the walls of intracranial arteries. Moreover, this disease does not have a specific age of onset, but it mostly affects women. Therefore, after the embolization surgery, you should control your lifestyle habits and avoid excessive stress in order to reduce the incidence of aneurysms. Pancreaticoduodenectomy is indicated for patients with chronic pancreatitis and severe pain. Unfortunately, the mortality rate of this disease is increasing year by year, and now it has surpassed gastric cancer and ranked 4th. Due to the high difficulty of the operation, only 30% of the tumor can be removed, and the successful cure rate after surgery is only 10%. Neurosurgery was pioneered by psychiatrist Moniz and neurosurgeon Lima in 1935, primarily to cure manic patients. However, this surgery may also cause nerve damage to the patient, resulting in emotional indifference, memory loss, and decreased IQ. After mastering these 3 difficult operations, Yikan's sense of mission as a doctor became stronger and stronger. How he wanted to use his expertise on the operating table to help one patient after another regain their health and return to normal life, so that everyone would know his name, Yikan, and think that he was a miracle doctor in the world. By then, he would not need Suling to give him anything like he did now, but he would satisfy Suling with whatever Suling wanted. Suling would be proud of him and feel how lucky she was to be Yikan's wife. She even thought her husband was her whole world. In his endless yearning, Yikan suddenly had a bold idea. If such a day really comes, then 3 months later, will Suling no longer want to divorce me? If our marriage continues, will she be willing to have children for me? If so, shouldn't we live happily? Soon, Yikan stopped himself from thinking this way. Forget it. Suling and I are not from the same world. We clearly signed a postnuptial agreement, which said we would divorce in 3 months. So we will definitely divorce in 3 months. This is a fact that cannot be changed. I should stop having any illusions. Rolling up my sleeves and working hard to build my career seriously is what I should do as a man. Noticing that Yikan suddenly stopped barking like a dog and became silent, Suling stopped laughing and asked Yikan with some shame. Hubby, are you unhappy because you think I'm laughing at you? Yikan came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. No, honey, I saw that you were so happy because of me, which means you are no longer angry with me. This makes me feel relieved. After saying this, Yikan blamed the system in his heart. It's all your fault, the beautiful lady system. You made me bark like a stupid husky. I couldn't tell the truth to Suling, so I could only tell a white lie and say that I was just trying to make her happy. The system immediately refuted Yikan. The host has made his goddess wife happy, isn't that a good thing? Didn't I reward the host with the skill of a miracle doctor? Does the host want me to take back the reward? Yikan was so frightened that he immediately gave in. No, please don't take back the reward. Okay, you're the boss, you're right, okay. I thank you, great beauty system. The system made a playful sound of giggling, and then warned Yikan, host, remember, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Yikan was also drunk. Okay, you're the boss, whatever you say goes. The great beauty system really makes him happy and worried, just like Suling. Suling saw that Yikan's brows were still furrowed like a small hill. She felt that Yikan was unhappy because she had laughed at him for barking like a dog. So she put her 2 little hands next to her ears, fluttering them again and again, and smiled at Yikan like a flower. Honey, let's do this. To be fair, I'll bark like a dog for you, woof woof woof. I'm a little puppy. Woof woof woof. The little puppy wants to find its handsome owner, brother can. Woof woof woof. Yikan was completely stunned. Oh shit. This little girl Suling actually barked like a dog in front of me? She just called me Brother Chan. So kind and gentle. Did I see it right and hear it right? You know what, the sound she makes when she screams really sounds like a Pomeranian. Oh my god. It's exactly as I imagined. Ah ha 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 ha. This little girl is so cute, she made me laugh to death. Yikan held his stomach and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. This was the first time in his life that he laughed so happily. Suling was bewitched by Yikan's charming smile, and his heart was beating violently like a deer. Wow, Brother Chan's smile is so bright and charming. It's the first time I see him smile so happily. It almost melts my heart, as if the whole world is happy. Brother Chan, you should laugh heartily like you do now more often. I am happy only when you are happy. You have to believe me, I will try my best to make you happy all your life. When the two returned to normal, Suling received an emergency call and left home in a hurry without even having time to eat breakfast. Yikan went to the hospital after breakfast. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sat down in the office, Zhong Lily came to report to him, "Brother, guess who came to see you?" Yikan was stunned. "Who's looking for me?" "Either the patient or Suling, who else could it be?" Zhong Lily shook her head, "Neither. It's goddess Suling's brother Suze who's looking for you. He'll be here soon." Yikan was stunned. "Suze is looking for me? What's going on?" This brat provoked Yikan on the first day Yikan entered the Su family and almost knocked Yikan to death. However, when Yikan challenged him in a one-on-one fight, he was beaten to a pulp. The problem is, this brat hasn't been active for a long time. Why did he suddenly come to find him today? For some reason, an ominous premonition struck Yikan's heart. Chapter 45, Brother-in-law asks brother-in-law for 100 million. 5 minutes later, Suze appeared in front of Yikan. Yikan stood up from his chair and asked Suze in confusion, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Unexpectedly, Suze put his arm around Yikan's shoulders and said to him with a grin, "Brother-in-law, I'm not feeling unwell anywhere. I just came to see you." "Oh shit. Suze doesn't he have a fever today, right? His style of painting is wrong. Why are you trying to get close to me and calling me brother-in-law? Could he be so kind as to come and see me?" As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. I have to be careful and not fall into any of this brat's schemes. Yikan quickly took Suze's hand away from his shoulder, then kept a distance from Suze and said calmly, Suze, I'm fine. You don't have to come to see me specially. I can't bear it. If you have nothing else to do, please leave as soon as possible. This is a doctor's office. Non-medical personnel are not allowed to enter." Suze continued to put his arm around Yikan and said to him with a playful smile, "Brother-in-law, don't be so polite when talking to your brother-in-law. We are a family after all, right?" The hospital said that non-medical staff are not allowed to enter the office, but it didn't say that family members of medical staff are not allowed to enter, right? Yikan couldn't help but sneer in his heart, "TSK. I wouldn't even want a brother-in-law like you who is so arrogant and contemptuous even if you were given to me, Yikan, for free. Who the hell are you family to? If it weren't for your sister Suling being my wife, I wouldn't even know you." Although Yikan secretly hated Suze to death, he was still very polite to Suze on the surface. Hey, mind your manners. This is a hospital. If a grown man hugs another grown man, people will misunderstand you're having a broken back. Don't drag me into this. If you're really okay, leave now. I have to go to the ward right away." Yikan pushed Suze away and prepared to open the door to go out. However, Suze blocked Yikan's way and slammed the door shut. Yikan's face suddenly darkened, and he asked Suze in annoyance, "Hey! What are you doing?" Suze's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He lowered his voice and said in a threatening tone, "Didn't my sister give you 100 million the day after you and I got married? Give it to me right now. If you don't, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Yikan's hands hanging at his sides gradually clenched into fists, and anger was boiling in his heart. "Oh my god. I guess that this brat came to see me for no good reason. The key point is, was I scared? This brat dares to threaten me, I won't fall for it." Trying hard to control his emotions, Yikan locked onto Suze's cunning face and responded firmly. "Suze, the money your sister gave me belongs to me. Why should I give it to you? What I want to know is, does your sister know that you came to me for money?" Suze seemed impatient. He suddenly grabbed Yi Kan's collar and his face became ferocious. Yi Kan, don't be so rude. The fact that I can ask you for money is because I think highly of you. Are you going to give me the 100 million or not? Yi Kan directly threw Suze onto the chair next to him and said firmly, no. I guess you asked your sister for money, but your sister didn't give it to you, so you came to me for it? But I'm sorry, you asked the wrong person. After saying that, Yi Kan reached out to open the door. Yi Kan would rather use the 100 million to help poor patients in need than give it to a playboy like Suze. Spending the money on this brat is a disgrace to the value of the 100 million and also a loss of Yi Kan's personality. Unexpectedly, Suze pulled out a shiny knife from behind and put it across Yi Kan's neck. Yi Kan's neck suddenly felt cold and a slight pain. Suze was such a ruthless brat that he really cut a bloody wound on his neck, but it wasn't deep. Suze was seen strangling Yi Kan's neck with his arm, and moving the knife on Yi Kan's body with his other hand. You're right, I asked my sister for money, but she refused to give it to me, so I came to you for it. You'd better hand over the 100 million yuan quickly so that I can pay off my gambling debts and I can still honor you as my brother-in-law in the future. Otherwise, my knife has no eyes, and I will destroy you if I say so. Finally, Suze stopped the knife at Yi Kan's sensitive part. Yi Kan's breathing suddenly stopped, his body trembled, his hips shrank, and his anus tightened. Damn it, this brat Suze actually gambled. It turned out that he owed gambling debts and couldn't pay them back, so he came to me for money. The gamble was really big, I owed 100 million. 100 million. It seems that he is a habitual offender and has caused Suling a lot of trouble. Alas, having a brother like this is such a disgrace to the Su family. For a moment, Yi Kan suddenly felt sorry for Suling. This little girl must be worried about her prodigal brother on a daily basis. Seeing that Yi Kan did not react, Suze simply moved the knife closer to Yi Kan's sensitive parts. Don't forget, you and my sister only have 3 months to get married. After 3 months, you will get divorced. If you want to be able to marry after your divorce, just give me the 100 million. Otherwise, my knife is very sharp. One cut will make you practice the sunflower manual. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Kan raised his elbow and hit Suze's chin hard, fuck you. Suze was caught off guard and was attacked by Yi Kan and fell to the ground, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Yi Kan took the opportunity to kick the knife far away, making sure Suze couldn't reach it. Then he grabbed Suze's collar and dragged him out. You're so young, why are you learning gambling instead of other things? I'm going to send you to the police station and teach you a lesson. To deal with this kind of gambling claw, you have to send him to the police station and lock him up for 10 days or half a month to let him learn a lesson so that he can repent. Suze didn't dare to go to the police station. He held the door tightly, not letting Yi Kan open it, and begged for mercy. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Please don't send me to the police station, okay? Just think of it as me begging you, okay? If I go to the police station, my sister will no longer care about me, and Grandpa will beat me to death. Seeing Suze crying, Yi Kan felt a little soft-hearted. He let go of Suze and asked seriously, can you really change? Suze nodded repeatedly, yes. I really can. Seeing Suze's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, Yi Kan gave up the idea of sending Suze to the police station. Come on, get up. Yi Kan reached out to help Suze, who was lying on the ground. As a result, Suze punched Yi Kan in the nose. Yi Kan staggered and fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his nose. Suze took advantage of Yi Kan's pain, got up, and ran away quickly. Yi Kan covered his nose and tried to clean it, and finally the bleeding stopped. Just then, Director Hao called. Yi Kan immediately picked up the phone. Director Hao, what's going on? Director Hao told Yi Kan with a smile, Xiao Yi, your sister's condition is very stable now. She can be discharged this afternoon. Hearing that his sister could finally be discharged from the hospital, Yi Kan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. My sister was able to survive, and I really have to thank Suling for extending a helping hand in time. At this moment, Yi Kan's gratitude to Suling became even stronger. However, when Yi Kan went to pick up his sister from the hospital in the afternoon, his sister's ward was empty. What's going on? Why is my sister missing? In an instant, Yi Kan's heart seemed to be hanging in his throat. He seemed to smell an increasingly dangerous atmosphere. It must be that bastard Suze who kidnapped my sister. Chapter 46. 2 more little brain axes at home. Yi Kan didn't have Suze's phone number, so he could only ask Suling for it. So he quickly called Lydia Su. Soon, Lydia Sue's clear and bright voice came. "Husband, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yikan said in a hurried tone, mixed with anger. "Wife, your brother asked me for 100 million this morning to pay off his gambling debts, but I didn't give it to him. As a result, this brat actually kidnapped my sister. Give me his phone number right now." Yikan had never been so angry in his life, and even Suling was scared. If that bastard Suze sold his sister, he would definitely skin that brat alive. Suling obviously didn't know that Suze had asked Yikan for money. She was extremely surprised. "What? Ace actually came to you for money? This brat is really getting more and more outrageous." Suze has a bad habit of gambling, which gives Suling a headache. She had advised Suze countless times and had paid off many of his gambling debts. But Suze couldn't change his bad habits. He gambled more and more, and continued to ask Suling for money when he lost. In the end, Suling was so angry that he froze all his accounts and didn't give him a penny to spend, hoping to force him to quit gambling. Unexpectedly, Suze couldn't get any benefits from her sister, so he set his sights on her brother-in-law Yikan. Suling was extremely disappointed with her prodigal brother. When she finds Suze, she will definitely teach him a lesson. Yikan was most worried about his sister's whereabouts and safety. He urged Suling, "Hurry up and give me the phone number of that stinky boy Suze." Suling tried hard to control her anger and comforted Yikan. "Hubby, don't be angry first, let me apologize to you on behalf of Ace first. When I find him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. My sister wasn't actually kidnapped by Ace. I took her home this afternoon. She's safe now." Suling took his sister home? Yikan was immediately surprised. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call just now. He was almost scared to death. If his sister was really kidnapped and sold by that brat Suze, he would definitely go crazy. So Yikan hurried back to Suling's villa. Before entering the living room, Yikan heard two cheerful laughters, one big and one small, coming from inside the house, as sweet as silver bells. Yikan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and his bad mood disappeared. He quickened his pace up the steps and opened the door. In the living room, Suling and her sister were wearing cute tiger hats, jumping and singing. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail, how strange, how strange. From time to time, Suling would act weird in front of her sister. She would stretch out her little hands with tiger claws on them and playfully open and close them. "Whoa, hello, sister. I'm Lingling, the little brain axe. Can I hold your little paw and be your friend?" "Whoa." The younger sister giggled and crawled into Suling's arms. "Whoa, hello, mommy, I'm little brain axe, and we're good friends now." Suling immediately gave her sister a sweet kiss on her chubby little face. Her clear smile was filled with doting, and her tone was gentle. "Sister, didn't I tell you that you should call me sister, not mommy?" But the younger sister stretched out her little tiger paws, hugged Suling's neck tightly, kissed Suling's cheek, and acted coquettishly. "Whoa, sister is mommy, whoa." Seeing her sister calling her mom so cheerfully, Suling had no choice but to follow her sister's wishes in order to make her happy. Okay, if you like to call me mommy, then go ahead. I will definitely love you like mommy does. However, you can only call me mom when we're alone. When your brother and others are around, you still have to call me sister. Do you understand?" But the younger sister shook her little tiger head and said stubbornly, No. I will always call my sister mommy. Mommy is not good to me, my sister is the best to me, my sister is my mommy." Suling's heart almost melted when his sister called out mommy repeatedly, and he couldn't close his mouth with joy. "Oh my sweetheart, have I found a treasure? You're so adorable. Come, let me hug you, lift you up high, and kiss you, meow, meow." Suling picked up her sister and kissed her again and again. She also held her sister on her shoulders and ran around, carrying her sister as if she was flying. Yikan looked at the heartwarming scene in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but feel warm, and there was also a wonderful feeling of happiness. Especially when his sister called Suling mommy, Yikan was very surprised and even a little confused. He didn't expect that his sister would like Suling so much that she regarded Suling as her mother. He also didn't expect that Suling was so loving to his sister. He made his sister, who never laughed before, laugh out loud like a happy little angel. Frankly speaking, ever since her father passed away and her mother remarried, her sister has been growing up without maternal love. As her brother, Yikan can only give her brotherly care. Perhaps, my sister felt the maternal love she had longed for from Suling. Yikan had never thought about what it was like when Suling was accompanying children. Now, when he saw it, he was extremely moved and his eyes were wet. The usually high and mighty cold goddess, worshipped by thousands of people, lost all her dazzling halo in front of his sister and became so kind and warm, really coaxing and protecting his sister like a mother. You know what? The two little girls playing and frolicking together look like two cute little brain axes. Somehow, Yikan had that thought again. If Suling and I haven't divorced after 3 months, will Suling be willing to have a child for me? If we also had a cute daughter, or 2 or 3, would it be as warm as it is now? Why do I have some longing for it? Why do I feel more and more that Suling is such a good girl? Am I starting to like her? Brother, you're back. Yikan's thoughts were interrupted by his sister who suddenly jumped into his arms. Yikan reached out and gently pinched his sister's nose, smiling knowingly. Sister, have you ever been naughty at home and made your sister angry? My sister's little head was shaking like a wave drum. No. Mama is the best. I love Mama the most. When her younger sister called Suling Mom in front of Yikan, Suling's little face turned red. Sister, don't call me Mom, call me sister, okay? Yikan also reminded his sister awkwardly, be good, Suling is your sister, not your mom, don't yell, do you hear me? But the younger sister ran to Suling's side and hugged Suling's long legs tightly with her little hands. Brother, why can't I be my mom? I want a mom like you, I want it, I want it. Lydia Sue's face turned even redder, but she felt happy in her heart. Oh, this girl, how much she lacks motherly love, my poor darling little baby. From now on, I will love her more on behalf of Brother Chan. In order to prevent Suling from being embarrassed, Yikan took his sister to the study to educate her. After Yikan came out, Suling did not see his sister. She asked in confusion, Husband, where is my sister? Yikan smiled and replied, the little girl is sleepy and fell asleep on the small bed in the study. Well, thank you, my wife, for helping me bring my sister back and bringing her so much happiness. Unexpectedly, Suling opened the drawer, took out a document and handed it to Yikan. Here, take a look at this. Yikan took the document and wondered, what is this? A charming smile blossomed on Suling's face. She kept it a secret, just open it and take a look. You'll know once you see it. Yikan had no choice but to lower his head and open the file. The next second, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth almost dropped to the ground. Suling. She actually. Oh shit. Yikan could no longer find words to describe his shock at this moment. Chapter 47 Be a man and tell her loudly. The file contained a bank card with a deposit of 1 billion, a property certificate of 500 square meters, and 2 Ferrari car keys, and the owner of these was Yikan's sister. However, the document also specifically stated that since his sister is still young, Yikan will temporarily serve as the guardian. When his sister turns 18, Yikan will transfer full authority to his sister. Trying hard to calm his excitement, Yikan asked Suling in disbelief, Wife, are you sure these are for my sister? Suling nodded firmly. Of course. Didn't you see that the name above is all written as sister? To be precise, your sister is also my sister. We are husband and wife. Yikan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Why did Suling suddenly give my sister so much property? My sister is only 6 years old this year. Isn't Suling too generous? With a wave of her hand, my 6-year-old sister instantly became a billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. Wife, I know you dote on your sister, but she's only 6 years old, too young. You don't need to give her so much. I accept your kindness on behalf of my sister, but she can't have these. Yikan was still clear-headed and he rejected Suling's generosity. In his opinion, the more he accepted Suling, the more he owed Suling. He is a man, and Suling's husband. Logically, he should give Suling more, rather than Suling giving him anything. He has also been working towards this goal. Unexpectedly, Suling insisted on his position. No, you have to accept it for our sister. These are the dowries I prepared for my sister in advance. My sister Suling must have money, a house, and a car. Only in this way can she live with confidence and confidence. When she gets married in the future, she will be glorious. Her in-laws won't dare to look down on her. Take it, or I'll really get angry with you. Yikan's heart trembled violently and his back felt cold when he was stared at by Suling's clear and bright eyes. He was afraid that Suling would get angry with him. If this little girl really got angry, he would definitely be in big trouble. Moreover, he had sworn an oath to Suling this morning, promising that he would never make Suling angry in the future, otherwise, he would be a puppy. He didn't want to be teased by the system and bark like a stupid husky again. So Yikan accepted it on behalf of his sister first. Anyway, he will return everything to Lydia Su in the future. Thank you, wife. You are so kind to your sister. Yikan was deeply touched by Suling's kindness to his sister. Lydia Su was simply the most extravagant sister-in-law to her younger brother and sister-in-law in history, for sure. Suling stretched out her little hand, held up Yikan's face, and smiled at him like a flower. Hubby, I'm your wife, and your sister is also my sister, so of course I have to treat her well. Don't worry, I'm here with you. I will definitely let my sister live in an environment full of love, and no one will dare to bully her. Seeing Suling's sincere look, Yikan felt warm and sweet in his heart, and he once again felt the wonderful taste of happiness. Oops. Why is my heart beating so fast? Is it the feeling of being moved? Yikan was a little confused. He didn't dare to look at Suling again. He lowered his head in a hurry, but his face was red and hot. He felt more and more that this little girl Suling was extremely beautiful, especially when she spoke. Her cherry lips moved up and down, which was so sexy that it made his heart itchy, and he even had the urge to kiss her fiercely. Suling noticed that Yikan blushed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and ripples appeared in her heart. Brother Chan is blushing, and he looks so charming when he blushes. Since I love Brother Chan so much, how could I possibly treat his sister badly? Not only will I give my sister money, a house, and a car, I will also help her find a husband who is as tall, handsome, and capable as Brother Chan in the future. If I help my sister solve all of her worries in life, Brother Chan will fall in love with me, right? As long as Brother Chan falls in love with me, we won't have to get divorced after 3 months. I really want to give Brother Chan a sweet and caring little girl, as soft and cute as a sister. If one is too few, then I will give him 2, or even 3, to actively respond to the 3-child policy. I'm really looking forward to that day. Just then, my sister woke up and ran out of the study. She raised her chubby little face and looked at Yikan, blinking her big, innocent eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and rang out in a childish voice, "Brother, I'm hungry and want to eat noodles." Without waiting for Yikan to answer, Suling bent down and touched his sister's head, his gentle tone full of pampering. "Be good, little sister. I'll cook some noodles for you, okay?" The younger sister nodded at Suling like a chicken pecking at rice. "Okay, eat mama's noodles." When Suling heard her sister calling her mom again, her little face immediately turned red. Yikan was embarrassed for a moment and immediately corrected his sister. "Brother, what did you say before? You should call me sister, not mommy. If you don't learn your lesson, brother will spank you." The younger sister pouted and called Suling reluctantly, "Sister." Suling couldn't help but kissed her on the cheek. "Oh, be good, I'll go make you some noodles, you can play with your brother for a while." After saying that, she went to the kitchen to cook noodles for her sister. Yikan quickly grabbed Suling and said, "Wife, you've been good enough to my sister. How can I have the nerve to ask you to cook for her again? I'll go cook, and you play with her." Lydia Su insisted, "Today is the day my sister has recovered and been discharged from the hospital. It's a day worth celebrating, so I'll cook for her." "Honey, you haven't tasted my cooking yet, so tonight is a good time to try it." After saying that, Lydia Su ran to the kitchen, put on an apron, and started working enthusiastically. This was the first time Suling had ever cooked for a man and a child. As the saying goes, if you want to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. From today on, Suling decided to tie Yikan's stomach. She has learned cooking skills from a Michelin 3-star chef at Zhangbayang, and she also has a Michelin 3-star certificate. Suling's original purpose of learning cooking was to cook the most delicious and healthiest meals for the man she loved one day in the future. For the man she loves, she is willing to cook and live a down-to-earth life. Fortunately, she finally met him, and that person was her brother Chan. Seeing Suling busying around in the kitchen, Yikan could no longer find the right words to describe how happy he was at the moment. Isn't this the life he has always dreamed of? He has a home to return to, someone to wait for, and a beautiful wife who has prepared a table of steaming hot and fragrant meals for him. This is what happiness should look like. This little girl Suling is really capable of both housework and homemaking. I, Yikan, am so lucky to have such a perfect wife in my life. There was an emotion throbbing in his heart, becoming stronger and stronger, driving Yikan to walk towards Suling, who was concentrating on cooking. When he came in front of Suling, Yikan calmed his mind and tried to suppress his nervousness. "Yikan, it's time to confess your love to Suling loudly and tell her that you love her." When Suling saw Yi Can suddenly come over, she put down the spatula in her hand and asked Yi Can in confusion, "Husband, why are you here? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Can's heart was pounding violently and his breathing became more and more rapid. He encouraged himself in his heart, "Yi Can, be a man and tell Suling loudly, I love you. Hurry up." Chapter 48 Sowing Seeds Tonight. Suling, I. Unexpectedly, before Yi Can could utter the word love, his sister came running over, took Yi Can's hand and walked towards the living room, saying in a baby voice, "Brother, come and play with me to build blocks, come on." Now that his sister has arrived, the courage that Yi Can had accumulated with great difficulty to confess his feelings is gone in an instant. As he was being pulled by his sister to the living room, he smiled awkwardly at Suling. "Well, honey, I'm fine. I just wanted to tell you that you've worked hard." After saying this, Yi Can cursed in his heart, "Damn. Yi Can, you idiot." Suling thought that Yi Can came to her to say I love you to her. She was waiting for Yi Can to speak with great anticipation, but Yi Can didn't say anything. "Hey, when will Brother Chan fall in love with me? How I wish I could hear him say, I love you." "Forget it. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I will just be patient and try to impress Brother Chan slowly." After comforting himself in this way, Suling continued to stir-fry the dishes in the pot. When the food was served on the table, Yi Can was dumbfounded. Apart from a bowl of noodles that he recognized, he had never even seen the other colorful, delicate, and fragrant dishes before. He couldn't even name them, let alone eat them. Although his stomach growled at the sight of all those tempting foods, Yi Can couldn't help but be curious and asked Suling seriously, "Wife, what kind of delicacies are you making? Do they have names?" Suling introduced them to Yi Can one by one. "This is called goat milk babarova with olive oil and salt flour. This is a deconstructed cake sale. The cake is topped with Parmesan cheese, mushrooms, anchovies, and capers, and topped with sea urchin sashimi. This is called slow-roasted taro pork. For the sauce, I used 1977 rum, mixed with licorice and taro. This is mackerel with chanterelles and butterbur. The sauce uses crushed, expensive chanterelles, and orange peel for a more flavorful finish. This is a strawberry shortcake that deconstructs traditional desserts. Inside the strawberries are bonbon bite-sized candies made with rose water." Yi Can didn't know what kind of pig the taro pig was, so he immediately went online to search for relevant information. Taro pig refers to a type of edible pig produced in Chiba that is raised on natural feed such as sweet potato spices and rice. It has a higher fat content than ordinary pork and its meat is sweeter. The slow-roasted taro pork dish is the most labor-intensive, with the meat going in and out of the oven more than 20 times before the fat melts into the sauce. Maintaining the rare state and showing a beautiful pink color when cut is a test of one's cooking skills. It is obvious that Suling's cooking skills are quite superb. It was through looking up information that Yi Can was surprised to learn that the dishes made by Suling were all signature dishes of Michelin 3-star restaurants, and each one was very expensive. Moreover, he also found out that Suling had obtained a Michelin 3-star cooking certificate. Oh shit. Is this little girl's cooking skills so amazing? Being able to create so many signature dishes and win awards, he can definitely open a 3-star Michelin restaurant and guarantee it will be packed every day. Yi Can also admired Suling very much. He even wondered if there was anything in the world that could stump this little girl. This little girl could change the world herself. "Wife, you're awesome." Yi Can gave Suling a thumbs up. When Suling heard Yi Can praising her, her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. Then, she sat down with her sister in one hand and Yi Can in the other, smiling like a flower. Come on, sit down and try what I cooked to see if it's delicious." Yi Can first tried the goat milk bababa with olive oil and fleur de sel. It is very delicate and smooth when you take a bite, and looks like it is solidified, but you can't feel any weight on your tongue. The salty taste has a slight sweet aftertaste, and the olive oil and scattered lily roots mixed in it seem to have a more floral scent. Oh my god! This little girl Suling's hands seem to be able to perform magic. This is the first time I have tasted a dish that tastes so elegant. Yi Can was indeed amazed by Suling's cooking skills. Then, Yi Can tasted the slow-roasted taro pork. The skin was crispy and not greasy, and the meat had a lingering fragrance. Next, there is mackerel with chanterelles and butterbur. The fish skin is extremely crispy, and the meat is just slightly raw and tender. The fish meat is soft yet crispy, and the taste is very rich. Seeing Yi Can put down his knife and fork, Suling asked Yi Can nervously, "Husband, is my cooking delicious?" Yi Can gave Suling 2 thumbs up this time. "Wife, your cooking skills are simply amazing. It's so delicious." It's absolutely the best in the world. Tell me, is there anything in this world that can stump you? You are already invincible. At this moment, Yikan felt that Suling was even more beautiful. His goddess wife is so perfect, she is an absolutely stunning top goddess. A strong desire to conquer surged in Yikan's heart. It is true that the dishes cooked by Suling are the most delicious in the world, but what is even more delicious is Suling himself. Until now, he has not completely possessed Suling. Why not tonight? Yikan's idea was about to take shape. Suling suddenly felt shy and lowered his head. How she wanted to tell Yikan that there was nothing in this world that could stump her. He, Yikan, is her biggest problem. How she hoped that he would fall in love with her and say I love you to her in person. However, since Brother Chan is so satisfied with my cooking skills today and enjoys the meal so much, it proves that my efforts are not in vain. I am gaining his favor little by little, so there is hope that Brother Chan will fall in love with me. I can't be discouraged and must keep working hard. Suling encouraged himself in this way in his heart. Seeing Suling's little face dyed with an intoxicating blush and her little mouth biting lightly, Yikan's heart beat non-stop, and his whole body was hot and burning. This little girl is damn charming. Why do I want to pounce on her so much, possess her and taste everything about her? Never mind, let us just go for it tonight and get to work. Yikan made up his mind. After dinner, Yikan went to the bathroom to take a shower while Suling was playing with his sister. In order to hint at Suling, he deliberately opened his bathrobe a little, allowing his hormone-filled 8-pack abs and strong chest muscles to be faintly visible, with scattered water droplets remaining on them. Under the ambiguous light, he looked particularly sexy and full of temptation. As soon as Suling opened the door, she ran into the stupid and lustful Yikan. She couldn't help but hold her breath, her face turned red, and her heart was beating like a deer. Oh my god! Why is Brother Chan suddenly dressed so seductively in front of me? Is he hinting that I should? Ah. So shy, so excited, so looking forward to it. Yikan took the initiative to lift Suling's delicate chin for the first time, and said confidently, "Wife, I'll wait for you in the bedroom." Suling blinked her clear and bright big eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered. She was so harmless and captivating. Yikan felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Yeah, I'm going to take a shower. Suling's voice was soft, making people feel itchy. She turned and went to the bathroom. Yikan returned to the bedroom and closed the door. The next second, he jumped onto the bed excitedly. Yeah. Just wait for it to blossom and bear fruit. Chapter 49 Text message from Xia Anan. Suling filled the bathtub with water and sprinkled a layer of fragrant rose petals on it. She slowly lay in, letting herself be soaked. In the misty water vapor, her little face was flushed, her heart was beating violently, and her breathing became rapid. Her mind kept replaying Yikan's exposed chest and 8-pack abs, as well as Yikan's bewitching words, "Wife, I'll wait for you in the bedroom." Brother Chan looks so confident, powerful, and manly tonight. He is completely different from the shy boy he used to be. Will he pamper me in bed, put his finger against my earlobe and gently say to me, "Wife, I love you"? If that were really the case, I think I would almost melt in his arms, right? I'm really looking forward to it. The more Suling thought about it, the more itchy she felt. The picture became more and more erotic, and her little mouth was always raised. I must wash myself clean and smell good so that Brother Chan will love me so much. In order to make herself more attractive, Suling sprayed Chanel No. 5 perfume on herself after drying her body. Didn't Marilyn Monroe say that she didn't wear pajamas at night, just a few drops of Chanel No. 5? So, what can better reflect a girl's sexiness than Chanel No. 5 perfume? After spraying the perfume, Suling changed into a leopard print nightgown with a deep V front and back. The waistline was designed with fishnet-style straps, revealing her glowing white waistline skin and the distinct tails of her ribs. This half-covered figure satisfied all men's fantasies. Moreover, as long as she gently pulled the straps at the waistline, the nightgown would be as smooth as milk and slip off Suling's body. Seeing herself in the mirror looking like a beauty, Suling's face turned even redder. She was imagining whether Yikan's eyes would light up when he saw her like this. Yikan in the bedroom heard Suling's footsteps getting closer and closer. He quickly sat up from the bed, rolled his hot throat, and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Here she comes, the little girl is here. Should I push her against the wall and give her a good lick as soon as I open the door? Would being more domineering make her more eager to be conquered by me? Or should I just carry her to the bed and throw her down? Or should I add some romance and prepare some red wine? Just as Yikan was thinking about how to welcome the beautiful Suling, the door handle turned. Ah, the little girl is coming in. Yikan became even more nervous, holding his breath and his heartbeat lost its rhythm. However, when Suling just opened the door a crack, his sister suddenly ran out, took Suling's hand and ran to her room, saying in a baby voice, "Sister, please accompany me to sleep. I'm scared without you." Suling couldn't stand her sister's coquettish and cute behavior, so she had to reluctantly walk away from the bedroom door, went to her sister's room, and accompanied her to sleep. The fire of hope that Yikan had ignited before was instantly extinguished like a basin of cold water falling from the sky, chilling him to the bone. "Why? I said I wanted to be quiet, but you asked who Jingjing was. Were you deliberately trying to go against me? With my little sister around, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep hugging my pillow from now on." Yikan really slept with the pillow in his arms all night. "When I woke up in the morning, the sun was already shining on my butt. But it doesn't matter, today is a day off and he can sleep in." Suling got up at some point and was not at home. Yikan thought she was going to shoot some commercial again and had to get up early. When he saw the sumptuous breakfast prepared on the table and a loving note written in beautiful handwriting, his heart suddenly felt warm. "Honey, I took my sister to the park. Today is a rest day, so you should sleep more. If your breakfast is cold, just heat it up in the microwave. By the way, from now on, the job of picking up and dropping off my sister at kindergarten will be mine. Wife." Putting away the note, Yikan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this little girl really treats my sister as her own child. If we don't divorce after 3 months, she will definitely be more maternal with our own daughter, right? But is it possible for her and I not to get divorced? Yikan didn't know the answer. After breakfast, Yikan remembered that he had asked his scumbag ex-girlfriend Xia Anan to pay back his 100,000 yuan betrothal gift in installments. After being discharged from the hospital, Xia Anan didn't show any sign of paying back the money. Could it be that she wants to default on her debt? After much deliberation, Yikan decided to go to Xia Anan's home in person to find out the truth. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Xia Anan's residence, the door of Xia Anan's house was locked. At this time, a neighbor came out from the opposite door, and Yikan hurriedly asked, "Hello, Auntie, where is Xia Anan?" There was a look of disdain in the neighbor's eyes. "Young man, you're looking for Xia Anan. She moved out yesterday." Yikan couldn't help but be shocked. Moved away? Where did she move to? Damn it! Xia Anan really wants to default on her debt. Yikan was furious. The neighbor shook his head, but said with disgust, "I don't know where she moved to. I don't understand it either. How can a girl, who is not bad looking and has received higher education, be so fickle? She always brings men home to spend the night. Yesterday, she moved with her man, and when she left, she hugged him. How shameless." Hearing his neighbor describe Xia Anan in this way, Yikan's hands hanging by his side gradually clenched into fists. "Damn Xia Anan, she has time to hook up with men but no time to pay me back, and she even ran away. I really regret that I took pity on her and asked her to repay the loan in installments. If I had known this, I would have called the police and arrested her without hesitation." Yikan took out his cell phone and dialed Xia Anan's number. As a result, the response he received was, "Sorry, the number you dialed does not exist." Oh shit. This scumbag even deleted her number? So you're playing hide and seek with me just to avoid paying your debt, right? Yikan couldn't stand it anymore and decided to call 110. Unexpectedly, as soon as he dialed 1, he received a text message on his phone. "Your account XXXX deposited 100,000 renminbi on July 13, 9:39, and the balance after the transaction was 100,000 renminbi." Yikan was stunned for a moment. Did Xia Anan return the 100,000 yuan to him in one go? Yikan was still wondering when his phone started to receive several more messages. "Yikan, I will return the 100,000 yuan to you in one go. From now on, I don't owe you anything. I will always remember how you ignored me when I was down and out. What you owe me, one day, I will make you pay me back double. You wait." Xia Anan's continuous explosion of hateful words completely stunned Yikan. How the hell did this become something I owe Xia Anan? If I hadn't saved her, would she still have the chance to turn against me today? She cheated me out of the betrothal money, so it's only natural for me to get it back. Why did she make me sound like a scumbag who let down a woman? She actually made me wait. What does she want to do? Chapter 50, My passion for Dr. Yi cannot be extinguished. Although Yikan was angry that Xia Anan was blaming him, He felt relieved when he thought that Xia Anan had finally paid back the 100,000 yuan she had cheated him of. Anyway, a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. No matter how much Xia Anan distorts the facts, it cannot change Yi Can's upright character. He no longer wanted to have anything to do with a scumbag like Xia Anan. From today on, Xia Anan would be completely erased from his dictionary. After calming down, Yi Can rode his electric bike home. Unexpectedly, just when he was halfway on the bike, a super cool red Lamborghini whizzed past him and then stopped in front of him, shaking him so hard that he fell to the ground with the bike. Who is this? How can you not see the driver? You drive such a nice car, but your manners are so poor. Yi Can was very annoyed. He stood up from the ground and scolded the driver in the car. His old waist was almost broken. Just then, the car door opened, and a pair of slender legs wearing a pair of sky-high sandals stretched out of the car. The feet were also painted with bright red nail polish. The next second, a strong smell of perfume was blown into Yi Can's nose by the wind. Oh my god! So fragrant! The smell makes me dizzy. Yi Can was a little allergic to the smell of this perfume and couldn't help sneezing several times. When he looked up, a girl in a long flowing dress and sunglasses was walking towards him. The girl stopped in front of Yi Can, then raised her hand to take off her sunglasses. Yi Can was immediately stunned by her beauty. The girl in front of me looks to be in her early 20s, with long curly hair, a standard oval face, and plump skin that feels particularly chewy and soft, just like a steamed dumpling. Her apple cheeks are also very high, and she has no nasolabial folds or wrinkles at the corners of her mouth. Her soft tissue is well developed. Ha! Why does she look so much like that guy? The image of a female star emerged in Yi Can's mind. What was the name of that female star? Come to think of it, she looks a lot like that fairy sister. The girl smiled harmlessly at Yi Can, and that smile was so sweet that it touched people's hearts. Her voice was clear and bright, with obvious apology. I'm sorry, Dr. Yi, I just got my driver's license today, and my driving skills are not very proficient. If I hurt you, can I take you to see a doctor? When Yi Can heard the girl call him Dr. Yi, he couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? You know me? It seems like we have never met before? The girl still kept her sweet smile and told Yi Can truthfully, of course Dr. Yi has never seen me, but I know that Dr. Yi is a famous doctor on the internet. The video of you saving Mr. Su's family, and the news about you paying out of your own pocket for a pregnant woman's surgery, saving both the mother and the fetus. Everyone knows about it. Yi Can's breathing stopped. He didn't expect that he would be so popular that even such a beautiful lady who looked like a fairy sister knew him. Feeling a little elated, Yi Can said modestly, actually, I'm just doing my job as a doctor. The internet has exaggerated my reputation a bit. The girl shook her head. No, the reports online are all about Dr. Yi's good deeds and virtuous deeds. They convey so much positive energy. I really admire and respect Dr. Yi. As she spoke, she took out a pen from her bag and handed it to Yi Can. Dr. Yi, I'm so lucky to meet you today. Can you sign an autograph for me? Seeing the beautiful woman asking for an autograph so enthusiastically, how could Yi Can refuse? He gladly took the pen and asked with a smile, okay, I'll sign for you. Where should I sign? Unexpectedly, the girl simply unbuttoned her long skirt, and her deep cleavage immediately popped out. Yi Can was stunned. The next second, his face was burning hot, all the way to his ears, and his heartbeat lost its rhythm. Bang 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 bang. Oh shit. What does this girl want to do? Why so vigorous? However, her round and smooth skin was so white that it glowed, so white that it could be smashed by a seam jar. Cough cough cough. Yi Can quickly lowered his head and stopped looking at the girl. He coughed lightly a few times to ease his embarrassment. Well, beautiful lady, the wind is a bit strong, you'd better button up your clothes to avoid getting cold. However, the girl's next move almost made Yi Can's jaw drop. She grabbed Yi Can's pen-holding hand and pressed it hard on the middle of her cleavage, her tone as relaxed as if she was chatting casually. Oh, no matter how strong the wind is, it can't extinguish my passionate love for Dr. Yi. Come here, close to my heart, and sign your name here. It means you are deeply engraved in my heart. Oh my god. Isn't this girl too crazy? She dared to ask me to sign, but I didn't dare to sign for her. If someone saw me, they would think I was being rude to her. I don't want to cause any trouble. Well, beautiful lady, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I won't sign this name for you. Yi Can was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand and hurriedly picked up the electric bike to escape. The beauty who looks like the fairy sister is also a tiger. If you meet her, you must stay away from her. Yi Kan now runs as far as he wants. The girl caught up with Yi Kan in her Lamborghini, opened the window and smiled brightly at Yi Kan. Ha 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 ha. Yi Kan, look how scared you are. Is it really that serious? Are you afraid that my Suling will see you and make you kneel on a durian when you get home? When Yi Kan heard the girl mention Suling's name, he immediately jumped off the electric bike. Do you know Suling? Who are you to her? As soon as the words fell, Suling's voice suddenly came from not far away. Hey! Husband, why are you here? Yi Kan turned around when he heard the voice, and saw Suling getting out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom holding his sister and running towards him with light steps. Wife, didn't you take your sister to the park? Why are you here? Yi Kan quickly went forward to meet him. Suling put his sister down from his arms and smiled at Yi Kan. We finished visiting the park, and my sister wanted some ice cream, so I brought her here to buy some. I didn't expect to run into you here. By the way, why are you here? Yi Kan touched the back of his head, not knowing where to start. This is a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I get home. Before Suling could respond to Yi Kan, the girl ran towards Suling, hugged Suling's slender waist and kissed Suling on the cheek. Oh, my little Lingling, I miss you so much. Yi Kan was confused again. What is going on? Is this beauty so familiar with Lydia Su? Suling was obviously surprised to see the girl and hugged her excitedly. Cousin. When did you come back? Look, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Yi Kan was stunned. Cousin? The beauty is Suling's cousin? How come I have never heard Suling talk about it? The key point is that Suling's cousin just asked me to sign her. Yi Kan felt extremely embarrassed when he thought of the previous scene. Fortunately, Suling didn't see him. If he had, he would have made him go home and kneel on durians, or 100 durians at that. The girl took Suling's hand and turned to look at Yi Kan. Lingling, why don't you formally introduce your husband to me? Suling immediately introduced Yi Kan and the girl. Husband, let me formally introduce you, this beautiful lady is my cousin Anna. Cousin, this is my husband, Yi Kan, the great doctor. Anna took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Kan, with a charming and seductive smile on her little face. Hello, Dr. Yi, nice to meet you. While speaking, Anna did not forget to rub Yi Kan's back of the hand with her fingers, which was full of teasing. Yi Kan felt a tingling sensation all over his body. He wanted to pull his hand back, but Anna held it tighter. Chapter 51, Cure My Lovesickness. Oh my God. Are you interested in me, cousin? She's winking at me with her fingers. The key point is, am I, Yi Kan, the kind of person who has an affair with other women? I am a good man with a wife. Fortunately, Suling was busy talking to her sister, otherwise if she saw this scene, she would misunderstand me to death. Seeing that his cousin refused to let go of his hand, Yi Kan's perspective eye suddenly activated. My cousin actually has symptoms of acute pharyngitis, irritability, and dysmenorrhea? Ha, I know how to make her let go of my hand. Yi Kan remembered that the system had rewarded him with a set of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis methods a long time ago, and now he can use it again. The human hand has abundant meridian acupoints, including the 3 yang meridians and 3 yin meridians of the hand, and many extra meridian acupoints connecting the 14 meridians, so the acupoints on the hands can treat diseases throughout the body. There are more than 40 acupoints on the back of the hand, and 26 of them are commonly used, namely Xiaoshang, Xiangyang, Guanshong, Xiaochong, Xiazi, front of the head, top of the head, side of the head, back of the head, chest, eyes, zhongkui, perineum, small bone hole, shoulder, neck, throat, ischium, spine, ankle, diarrhea, waist and leg, yanxi, yangqi, yangu, and higu. Yi Kan then found the Xiaoshang acupoint, located 0.1 cun lateral to the nail corner on the radial side of Anna's thumb. Next, find the Shangyang point, 0.1 cun lateral to the nail corner on the radial side of the distal segment of the index finger. Then, the Guanchong point is located on the ulnar side of the last segment of the ring finger, 0.1 cun from the nail corner. Next is the midpoint of the first joint of the little finger, which is the small bone cavity. Then the ulnar edge of the third metacarpophalangeal joint on the dorsum of the hand, which is the throat point. The next points are Yangshi, Higu, Guanchong, Xiaozi, Kaiantudian, Tuding, Piantu, Hotu, Higu. On Anna's various acupuncture points, Yi Kan used his thumb and index finger to pinch the 10 fingertips and the 10 finger joints near the palm, and rub them 10 times each with a little force. Suddenly, Anna cried out in pain and let go of Yi Kan's hand. She asked Yi Can angrily, "Hey, Yi Can, what are you doing? Why are you touching my hand? Don't you know you're hurting me?" At this time, Suling turned to look at Yi Can, his face turned cold. "Husband, how could you be so disrespectful to my cousin? Apologize to her immediately." At the same time, Suling was very angry with Yi Can. She thought Yi Can was deliberately taking advantage of Anna. "Humph, you stinky brother, you actually dare to take advantage of my cousin. Do you think I'm pretty? This playboy, just wait and see how I'll deal with him when I get home." Yi Can remained calm and told Suling with a smile, "Wife, you misunderstood me. I was not being disrespectful to my cousin just now. I was massaging her acupuncture points to treat her illness." After saying this, Yi Can complained in his heart, "Cousin, you are really a pair of eyes that look very different from mine. It was obviously you who was taking advantage of me, yet you put the blame on me. You can't stand seeing Suling and I getting along well, right?" Anna didn't believe that Yi Can was treating her. She pretended to be wronged and complained to Suling, "Lingling, look at your husband, just look at him. He dared to take advantage of me right in front of you and lied to me with his eyes open. What do you want from a man like him? If he stays with you, he will only make you cuckold." The younger sister realized that Anna was saying bad things about her brother, so she bravely retorted, "Bad sister, don't say bad things about my brother. My brother is a good man. Bad sisters are the worst." Yi Can felt happy. She is worthy of being my Yi Can's good sister, and she knows how to protect her brother. Anna, look at your lack of ability. Even a child can see that you have bad intentions. Aren't you ashamed?" When Suling saw her sister saying that Anna was bad, she quickly covered her sister's mouth with her hand. "Sister, be obedient and don't talk nonsense about others." My sister listened to Suling and kept her mouth shut. Suling continued to order Yi Can, "Yi Can, quickly apologize to your cousin." Her expression was even colder than before, a true ice queen. Yi Can was calm and comforted Suling, "Wife, please listen to me first and then judge whether I am lying or not, okay? I am a doctor, can I joke about people's illnesses?" Suling thought about it and realized that Yi Can's words made sense. She suppressed her anger and softened her tone a little, "Okay, then." Yi Can said seriously, "First, my cousin has obvious acute pharyngitis. Secondly, she also has a slight upset. Finally, she has severe dysmenorrhea. I understand Chinese medicine diagnosis. I just diagnosed it based on the acupuncture points on her hands." After listening, Suling confirmed with Anna, "Cousin, do you really have the symptoms that Yi Can said?" This time, Anna no longer accuses Yi Can of taking advantage of her. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, Yes, I really have those symptoms. Yi Can, your diagnosis is so accurate. Do you have any way to cure me?" Yi Can was also impressed by his cousin. His expression changes faster than he takes off his pants. Yi Can confidently answered Anna, "Cousin, since I can diagnose your symptoms, I can naturally cure you. Come, stretch out your hand and I will treat you." Anna immediately extended her hand to Yi Can. Yi Can followed the initial steps to find the acupoints, and then pinched the 10 fingertips and the 10 finger joints near the palm with his thumb and index finger, and rubbed them 10 times each with a little force. Among them, the eye point, Zhongkue point, and Xiaogukang point can be pressed with the tip of the thumb, and the other acupoints can be pressed with the tip of the thumb or index finger 10 times each. Then press or massage the painful points for more than 3 minutes with gentle and deep force, for 3 to 5 minutes on each point. After finishing, Yi Can asked Anna, "Cousin, how do you feel now?" Anna was surprised and delighted, "It's amazing. I feel so light all over now. My throat is no longer uncomfortable, my heart is no longer upset, and my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Yi Can, you have a pair of magic hands." Yi Can remained humble, "Cousin, you're too kind. I'm just using my strengths. If you feel comfortable, I'll be relieved." Anna looked at Yi Can with shining eyes and smiled like a flower. "Thank you so much, Yi Can." Yi Can was electrified by Anna's alluring gaze and quickly looked away, responding awkwardly, "You're welcome, you're welcome." Hearing Anna happily praising Yi Can instead of the disparagement she had just given him, Suling breathed a sigh of relief and felt proud of Yi Can. Hee, brother Can is winning honor for me again. Great job, my brother Chan. I'm really ashamed that I misunderstood you just now. I'll apologize to you when I get home. Oh, if my sister hadn't asked me to sleep with her every day from now on, I really would like to serve you well in bed. Let's just wait patiently, the best is always yet to come. Suling is full of expectations for her and Yi Can's future. The next morning, Yi Chan went to work at the hospital. As soon as she sat down in the office, Zhong Lily came to Yi Can to report, "Brother, there is a very beautiful sister looking for you." Yi Can was puzzled. "A very beautiful sister is looking for me? Is she as beautiful as my wife?" Zhong Lily pouted, as if thinking. "Well, she's definitely not as pretty as your goddess wife, but she looks a lot like a fairy sister." Fairy sister? Yi Can's heart trembled violently. Could it be Anna? Why did she come to see me? At this moment, Anna pushed open the door and walked in, with her signature sweet smile on her face. "Hello, dear Dr. Yi." Yi Can stood up in an instant. "Oh shit. It really is my cousin Anna." Cousin, why did you come to see me all of a sudden?" Anna approached Yi Can and raised his chin with her hand. "I came to you for treatment, Dr. Yi. Cure my lovesickness." "What? Lovesickness?" Yi Can was left with only the word dizzy. Chapter 52. Hourly wage 188,888 yuan. When Zhong Lily heard that Anna actually came to Yi Can to cure her lovesickness, didn't it make it clear that she was Yi Can's admirer? Cut. "The fairies in our hospital haven't asked Dr. Yi to treat their lovesickness yet, but you are so shameless." The little girl instantly became jealous and said to Anna sourly, "Sister, Dr. Yi is the idol of our hospital. All of us girls are lovesick for him." But lovesickness isn't actually a disease. It can be cured on its own. We've never been willing to trouble Dr. Yi. After all, he's already married. So you should also learn from us, recognize the facts, and just quietly pay attention to Dr. Yi. Yi Can almost laughed at Zhong Lily's words, but he held it back. He praised Zhong Lily in his heart. "Wow, this little girl is really helpful at the critical moment, which really makes me, her senior, proud. The child is teachable." So Yi Can secretly raised one hand and gave Zhong Lily a thumbs up. When Zhong Lily saw Yi Can's affirmation of her, she was instantly overjoyed and felt very proud. Anna never thought that she would be scolded like this by a young girl. The key point is that all the girls in the hospital like Yi Can. She has too many rivals in love. Unwilling to give up, Anna scolded Zhong Lily, "You stinky girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know who I am? I'm the cousin of Suling, the largest shareholder of your hospital. Believe it or not, I can make you lose your job with just one phone call." Zhong Lily didn't expect Anna to be so powerful. She was so scared that she quickly shut up, hid behind Yi Can, and pulled Yi Can's sleeve. Yi Can was also worried that Anna would cause Zhong Lily to lose her job, so he immediately came to Zhong Lily's rescue. "Cousin, Lily is straightforward and doesn't mean any harm. Don't bother with her, she's just a kid. If she has offended you in any way, I'll apologize to you on her behalf." "I'm sorry, okay?" Anna reached out and touched Yi Can's face, smiling like a flower. "See, my little Can is the most sensible. Okay, for your sake, I won't argue with that little girl." Yi Can got goosebumps all over his body when Anna called him my little Can. This is just as good as Wang Mimi in the hospital. Wang Mimi used to call Yi Can my little Can all the time, but when she learned that Yi Can was married, she became much more restrained. "The problem is, I can be Suling as Xiao Can, but I can't be her Anna S, right? Where does this girl get such mysterious confidence?" Yi Can was a little skeptical about whether Suling knew what kind of character his cousin Anna was. "Well, cousin, if you have nothing else to say, I'll take you downstairs. I have to go make rounds later." Yi Can took Anna's hand away from his face and took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Anna. At the same time, Yi Can waved his hand at Zhong Lily behind him, signaling her to hurry up and do her own thing, and not stay in the danger zone, so as not to ignite Anna's time bomb. Zhong Lily ran out of the office. Anna had no intention of leaving. She acted coquettishly towards Yi Can. "Cousin-in-law, I'm actually feeling unwell today. I want you to give me a massage." Yi Can was covered in goosebumps again. Why does Anna sound so weird when she calls him cousin-in-law? It's really strange. This girl's appearance and temperament are indeed comparable to that of a fairy sister, but her personality is hard to describe. Oh, that saying is so true, don't judge a book by its cover. In fact, Yi Can had already realized that Anna was not feeling unwell at all. He massaged the acupuncture points on the back of Anna's hand yesterday and cleared up the lesions. Anna is very healthy now. She came to the hospital today with ulterior motives towards Yi Can. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Can coughed lightly a few times to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Cousin, I'm a gynecologist. Without the hospital's approval, I can't see patients in other departments. If you want a massage, I can recommend Dr. Sun in the traditional Chinese medicine department, but you have to register first. Anna didn't want to find another doctor to massage her. She took out her cell phone from her bag and asked Yikan anxiously. Brother-in-law, let's add each other as WeChat friends. What's your WeChat ID? Yikan didn't know why Anna suddenly added him on WeChat. In order to prevent Suling from misunderstanding later, he replied with a smile. Cousin, if you have any health concerns in the future, just call my office number. My number is. Anna found that Yikan was really stubborn and difficult to deal with. So, she called Suling and turned on the speaker. Lingling, can I add your husband on WeChat? I was thinking, your husband cured some of my illnesses yesterday, and I trust his medical skills. If I have any health problems in the future, I can consult him on WeChat. Wouldn't that be very convenient? Lydia Sue readily agreed, no problem, cousin, please add my husband on WeChat. If you have time, please help promote my husband in your overseas modeling circles, so that my husband's medical skills can be spread abroad. When Yikan heard Suling's words, he felt warm and happy. His wife is so good. She never forgets to support his medical career anytime and anywhere, and hopes that he can shine abroad. Yikan secretly made up his mind, wife, I will work harder and will never let you down. At the same time, he was speechless to Annette. This girl actually thought of asking Suling for the amnesty medal. Now that his wife has spoken, let's see if he dares not to hand over his WeChat account. Anna deliberately complained in front of Suling, Lingling, your husband is very honest. He won't give me his WeChat account without your permission. It seems that I, your cousin, am really insignificant. Suling gently comforted Anna, cousin, don't be angry, my husband is just a cute and silly guy, he doesn't have any bad intentions, okay? I'll call him later and ask him to add you on WeChat. Anna's lips curled up into a smug smile. Okay, you still have to give the order to your idiot husband. As soon as Anna hung up Suling's call, Suling called Yikan and asked Yikan to add Anna on WeChat. Yikan had no choice but to do as he was told. Unexpectedly, Yikan just added Anna's WeChat. Anna transferred a sum of money to Yikan. Yikan took a closer look, 188,888 yuan. Anna, what do you mean? Yikan didn't accept it. He asked in confusion, cousin, why did you transfer so much money to me? Anna simply put her two slender white arms on Yikan's shoulders and smiled seductively. Yikan, be my family doctor from now on. The hourly wage is 188,888 yuan. How's that? Yikan's eyes widened in shock. What? Being Anna's family doctor, the hourly wage is 188,888 yuan. Oh my god. You can earn 188,888 yuan in just 1 hour. Wouldn't I be able to earn more than 1.6 billion that year? I went there. This girl Anna is even more generous with money than Suling. Seeing that Yikan didn't express his opinion, Anna continued, why, do you think it's too little? Otherwise, how about I give you 200,000 yuan per hour? Hourly wage of 200,000 yuan. Yikan's mood at the moment can only be described in 2 words, damn it. Chapter 53 A Thorn in the Eye. Did Anna get this money from the wind? She just gave it to him without any care. However, it's probably not a good thing to get this money too easily, right? Especially Anna was quite weird to me. Yikan's mind was always clear. He smiled and rejected Anna, cousin, I am very honored that you look up to my medical skills. But forget about being your family doctor. I will not accept the money you transfer to me. Anna didn't expect that even though she offered Yikan such extravagant conditions, Yikan was still unmoved by her. This guy is extremely difficult to deal with. So, Anna's face darkened, and she asked Yikan coldly, so, you think the money I give you is too little? Yikan quickly shook his head, no, I absolutely don't think so. It's more that who we doctors can serve as family doctors requires approval from the hospital. It's not our decision. I hope cousin can understand. Anna took out her cell phone again, a smile on her lips. That's easy. Isn't Suling the largest shareholder of the hospital? I'll ask her to call your dean, and then you can be my family doctor, right? Before Yikan could dissuade Anna dialed Suling's number. Soon, Lydia Sue's voice came, cousin, what do you want to talk to me about? Anna turned on the speaker and pleaded with Lydia Sue, Lingling, can I ask you for a favor? Suling asked Anna in confusion, what's the matter, cousin? Just tell me directly. Why do you have to beg for that word? It's so awkward. Anna gave Yikan a startling look, but Yikan felt a chill on his back and immediately lowered his head, avoiding Anna's gaze. Lingling, why don't you let your husband be my family doctor? I'll offer him a salary of 200,000 yuan an hour. How about that? There was a brief silence on the phone. Obviously, she was shocked by Anna's condition of asking Yikan to be her family doctor and offering him an hourly wage of 200,000 yuan. Yikan was worried that Suling would misunderstand that he really wanted to be Anna's family doctor, so he quickly explained to Suling loudly, "Wife, I didn't agree to be my cousin's family doctor, and I won't violate the hospital's regulations." Anna was angry that Yikan was so eager to express his determination to Suling. She reached out and pinched Yikan's chest, right where the little star was. Yikan gritted his teeth and endured the pain without making a sound, but in his heart he was complaining to Anna. "Oh my god. This girl is so cruel. She starts to mess with me right away, and it's a deadly move. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. However, if I can't afford to offend her, can I not hide from her? From now on, I will hide from her whenever I see her." Seeing Yikan in pain, Anna suddenly felt a sense of revenge. Then she blew a kiss to Yikan and made a heart shape with her hands to him. Yikan almost ecstasy. Anna withdrew her gaze from Yikan and began to persuade Suling, "Lingling, you are the largest shareholder of the hospital. Whether Yikan can be my family doctor or not is up to you to make a phone call to the dean." Yikan prayed anxiously in his heart, Suling, if you still have some vigilance against your green tea cousin, please don't let me be her family doctor. Please don't push me and you into this pit of fire that is your cousin." Suling probably noticed something, and she responded to Anna calmly. "Cousin, even if I am the largest shareholder of the hospital, I cannot violate the hospital's regulations. I really can't help you with this. I'm sorry. Well, I have something else to do here. I'm busy now. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up." Yikan heard the busy tone from Anna's phone, and Suling hung up Anna's call. She is worthy of being my wife, well done. Yikan felt secretly delighted. Anna's extravagant hopes were dashed. She threw her cell phone into her bag, pushed Yikan away, and left the doctor's office without looking back. The green tea spirit finally left, and Yikan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anna returned to her Lamborghini angrily. Su Haitao, who had been sitting in the back, wore a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, covering his face tightly. Seeing Anna's drooping face, he asked in a deep voice, "Nana, is things not going well?" Anna threw her bag on the passenger seat and turned to look at Su Haitao, her anger still lingering. "Uncle, don't look for me for this kind of thing in the future. I did exactly what you said, but Yikan just wouldn't take the bait. How can I save my dignity?" Although Su Haitao was surprised that Yikan did not fall for Anna, the beautiful woman, in order to allow Anna to continue serving him, he pretended to be distressed and comforted her. "Nana, I made you deal with that kid Yikan for me, and it made you so angry. I feel really bad about it. I apologize to you. I'm sorry, okay?" Anna obviously didn't accept Su Haitao's apology. She complained in frustration. "Uncle, if an apology is useful, why do we need money? You transferred 1 million to me, and then asked me to transfer 188,000 to Yikan, deceiving him into being my family doctor. If you had known that boy would reject me, you might as well not have asked me to transfer those 188,888. The money you gave me is mine. If I transfer it to him, won't it hurt me?" Su Haitao realized that Anna was asking him for money. He decisively took out his cell phone and transferred 2 million to Anna. "Nana, is this okay? Can you be happier now?" Anna saw that Su Haitao transferred another 2 million to her, and she happily accepted it. "Uncle, I like you to be practical. Please do more for me in the future when it comes to things like transferring money." Anna took the money, stopped making a sour face, and started to hold Su Haitao's arm. Su Haitao struck while the iron was hot. "Nana, since you want more money, then you have to do more for me. If you do the job, I will not only transfer you the current amount of money, but also several times the amount. You can't just go against the fact that you have more money, right?" Anna nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yeah, it's a must. Uncle never treats me badly when it comes to money, so how can I not do things for him, right?" Su Haitao was also impressed by Anna's bad behavior of doing things for money and not knowing who you are if you don't pay. But it was precisely because he took advantage of Anna's point that he firmly believed that only Anna would dare to approach Yi Kan, as he said, and even drag Yi Kan into the water. Su Haitao patted Anna on the shoulder with a sly smile on his face. Nana, since you said that, you have to show it with your actions. So, we can discuss Yi Kan's situation in the long run. No matter what, you have to make him take the bait. Only if Yi Kan takes the bait will it trigger a conflict between him and Suling. Then, the day when he is expelled from the Su family will not be far away. Anna assured Su Haitao, "Don't worry, uncle, I will absolutely listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do until you achieve your desired goal." Su Haitao nodded with satisfaction. Then, he solemnly reminded Anna, "By the way, don't tell anyone that you and I are very close, so as not to arouse Suling's suspicion." Anna swore, "Uncle, I will never tell anyone, not now, not in the future." Su Haitao was relieved. He leaned his head against the backrest, closed his eyes, and began to think about his next plan. Yi Kan, the thorn in his eyes and the thorn in his flesh, he must pull it out. Chapter 54 All Coming. At noon, Yi Kan went to the cafeteria to eat lunch and prepared to lie down in the office for a while. Suddenly, Director Jiang knocked gently on the door. Yi Kan opened the door and politely greeted Director Jiang. "Good afternoon, Director Jiang." Director Jiang nodded to Yi Kan and said, "Good afternoon, Xiao Yi. I came to see you for something." Yi Kan quickly invited Director Jiang into the room and poured him a cup of tea, handing it over. "Director Jiang, please have some tea." Director Jiang sat down on the chair, took the tea Yi Kan handed him and took a sip. Yi Kan asked Director Jiang curiously, "Excuse me, Director Jiang, what do you want to talk to me about?" Director Jiang is in charge of the job transfers of all doctors in the hospital. If Director Jiang can find you for a private talk, it is either a good thing or a bad thing. Yi Kan was unsure and a little nervous. Director Jiang placed the teacup on the table, looked at Yi Kan meaningfully, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, do you remember that time you proposed a simultaneous cesarean section and heart valve replacement surgery for that critically ill pregnant woman?" Yi Kan nodded. "Director Jiang, of course I remember, what's wrong?" Director Jiang reached out his hand, patted Yi Kan's shoulder gently, and said earnestly, "At such a young age, you were able to come up with such a perfect surgical plan, and you performed so brilliantly during the operation, successfully saving the lives of the mother and fetus. Everyone in the hospital was truly amazed and felt that their skills were inferior to yours." Yi Kan felt a little embarrassed by Director Jiang's praise. He touched the back of his head and responded modestly, "Director, you're too kind. I just did my best. Besides, the success of the operation wasn't just my achievement, it was the result of the hard work of our entire team." After saying this, Yi Kan seemed to be able to guess why Director Jiang came to him. "The hospital was so satisfied with the heart surgery I performed on that pregnant woman last time that they will definitely transfer me to the cardiac surgery department. This is a very good thing that is worth celebrating." Being transferred to the cardiac surgery department proved that my medical skills had received the most substantial recognition from the hospital and had reached a new level. From now on, I will shine in cardiac surgery, my salary will naturally increase, and it will also lay a good foundation for my future professional title evaluation. If he has enough clinical experience in cardiac surgery, he can also hopes to be transferred to neurosurgery. Didn't the system just reward him for his neurosurgery a few days ago? He still wants to make use of his strengths. If he could serve in every department, he would have all the clinical experience and would be able to do anything. At this moment, Yi Kan called the system in his heart. "Beautiful system, please quickly reward me with all your surgical skills. Let me realize my great ambition of becoming a famous doctor as soon as possible." System. Well, the beautiful lady system is too lazy to pay attention to me again. I'd better do my best, take one step at a time, and be down to earth. Director Jiang was very satisfied with Yi Kan's answer. He nodded repeatedly, and the smile on his lips never faded. Yes, Xiaoye, you are right. The power of teamwork is great. So, the hospital hopes that you can continue to uphold the team spirit and make contributions to our hospital. Seeing that the hospital had such high expectations for him, Yi Kan became even more certain that Director Jiang was definitely going to transfer him to cardiac surgery. "Director Jiang, please rest assured. I will absolutely uphold the spirit of teamwork and do my best in my position to save lives and heal the wounded, bringing more blessings to patients and the hospital." Seeing Yi Kan's solemn promise, Director Jiang was so happy that he could hardly stop smiling. Okay, Xiaoye, you are truly the pride of our hospital. You are worthy of being the most popular doctor on the internet. Yikan suppressed his excitement and couldn't help asking Director Jiang, "So, Director Jiang, are you going to bring me any good news next?" Director Jiang looked at Yikan with shining eyes and nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I'm here to bring good news to Xiaoye." "Xiaoye, you're really smart. You can guess why I'm here without me having to tell you directly." Yi Kan's face was full of impatience. "So what's the good news Director Jiang wants to bring me?" Director Jiang simply put his arm around Yi Kan's shoulders and said with relief, "Xiao Yi, didn't our hospital just establish a plastic surgery department? So, the hospital has decided to transfer you to the plastic surgery department." "What? Plastic surgery?" Yi Kan was suddenly struck by lightning. Director Hao's words were like a bucket of cold water falling from the sky, which completely cooled his enthusiasm. He recalled the plastic surgery skills the system had rewarded him with. 1. Double eyelid surgery. 2. Line face lift. 3. Facial fat grafting. So, if he went to plastic surgery, all he would do would be to give those so-called beauty-conscious women double eyelid surgery, facelifts, and facial fat implants. Oh my god. No. I don't want to create fake beauties. I'm talking about the beautiful lady system. You planned this all along, right? He set a trap to test me. At this time, the system rang out with that sweet, ladylike voice, "Host, do not doubt the system's rewards. All the rewards the system gives you are well-reasoned. If you want to give up, then the system will let you return to the pre-liberation era in one day." Yikan was afraid that the system would make him return to the time before liberation. He didn't want the results of his hard work to vanish in an instant. Okay, I'll listen to you in everything, okay? I will prove to you how powerful I, Yikan, am. Nothing can defeat me. The system suddenly started to speak in a coquettish voice. Wow. I'm really looking forward to the host's next performance. Please keep up the good work, host. Yikan almost got goosebumps. Hey, beautiful lady system, I beg you to stop being so coquettish all the time, okay? Whenever you act coquettishly, I worry about what kind of trap you're going to set for me next. I am afraid of you. The system argued confidently. They dug the hole, you fill it. Men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. This is called tacit understanding. Yi Kan. He didn't find any tacit understanding from the beauty system, and he was almost bullied. Coming back to his senses, Yi Kan forced a smile towards Director Jiang. "Director Jiang, why does the hospital want me to go to the plastic surgery department?" Director Jiang told Yi Kan truthfully, "You go to the plastic surgery department, and we can use your popularity as an internet celebrity doctor to increase the visibility of our hospital's plastic surgery department. Think about it, you can even handle difficult obstetrics and gynecology surgeries and heart surgeries. Wouldn't plastic surgery be even more of a proficiency? So, with you in the plastic surgery department, every session will be packed, and will soon be famous all over the world." Yi Kan felt like countless ellipses were flying over his head. Yes, the hospital really does take advantage of his traffic. Old ginger is still spicy. Now that things have come to this, what else can he do? Just accept it. Now that you are here, make the most of it. Believe that everything is going in the best direction. After adjusting his mindset, Yi Kan went to the plastic surgery department for formal consultation the next day. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the office door, Anna came in with a serial number list. "Hello, Dr. Yi, we meet again." Yi Kan was completely stunned. Why is green tea essence available everywhere? Yi Kan smiled awkwardly at Anna. Cousin, did you call the wrong number?" Anna sat down lightly opposite Yi Kan, her two slender chopstick legs swaying in front of Yi Kan. Yi Kan's cheeks flushed and he lowered his head in embarrassment, not looking at Anna. "Dr. Yi, I'm sure it's you I'm looking for. I'm coming to see you for fat grafting today." Cough. Yi Kan was almost speechless and could only pretend to cough a few times. Does Anna dislike being too thin? Could it be that she wants to become Yang Guifei? Well, cousin, you are already perfect, you don't need fat filling. Yi Kan kindly persuaded Anna. Unexpectedly, Anna walked to the door, put her hand on the handle, and smiled coquettishly and strangely. "Dr. Yi, I'm not the only one here today to get fat grafted. I brought all my supermodel sisters with me." After she finished speaking, she opened the door with a whoosh. The next second, a sea of models with slim waists and long legs rushed towards Yi Kan, cheering, "Dr. Yi, we also want to ask you for fat grafting. Come and see us." Yikan felt that he was about to be overwhelmed by the group of evildoers. He was so scared that he ran away. Help! Chapter 55 Suling is missing. When Anna saw Yikan was about to run away, she grabbed Yikan's waist and held him in her arms. She locked the door and blocked those evil models outside. She smiled seductively at Yikan and said in a sweet voice, "Dr. Yi, don't be afraid. I won't eat you." "Oh my god. You've already touched me, it would be strange if you don't eat me." Yikan's breathing was rapid and his heart was about to beat out of his body. He suddenly had an idea, grabbed one of Anna's feet, and with a snap, took off the high heels on her foot. Anna thought Yikan wanted to take advantage of her, which made her very excited. "Hey, Dr. Yi, why are you so greedy? You've lifted my little Geo up. Please be gentle." "Damn it. What a mess this green tea girl has in her head. I asked her to light the fire again." Yikan used his middle finger to press hard on the Yongquan acupoint on Anna's foot. Anna's body softened instantly, she fell on the chair, and the next second she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Seeing that Anna finally behaved herself, Yikan breathed a sigh of relief. "Little guy, can't I cure you?" The key is to deal with one Anna, but there are still a group of Annas waiting outside. This made Yikan very worried. "Forget it, when the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth." Taking a deep breath, Yikan opened the door. He had originally prepared to deal with the demons, but unexpectedly, the scene before him left him stunned. The male colleagues in the hospital rushed to find those sexy models to get autographs, take photos, post to WeChat moments, and share on TikTok. The scene was so joyful. Yikan felt as if a flock of crows were flying over his head. This is not even a medical treatment session, it should be called a celebrity fan meeting. Anna was still sleeping soundly in Yikan's office, and Yikan couldn't let her stay here all the time. So, he called Lydia Su and told her the whole story. Suling did not misunderstand Yikan. He was understanding and arranged a driver for Yikan to come and take Anna away while she was sleeping. Finally it was quiet, and Yikan could sit down and listen to the 8 scenes call out their names. So, he clicked on number 27 with his mouse, and then the speaker outside the door sounded. "Patient number 27, please go to the second clinic for treatment." About a minute later, the door opened and a woman came in wearing a long black trench coat, a black wide-brimmed hat, large square sunglasses, a black mask, and black high heels. "Ha, you cover yourself in black and cover your face tightly, how shameful is that? Is he disfigured?" The woman in front of him looked to be about 1.645 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and weighed about 110 pounds. Yikan smiled at the woman and pointed to the seat opposite. "Hello, ma'am, please take a seat." The woman stood there without moving, she seemed to be staring at Yikan. Yikan felt a little embarrassed when being stared at by a woman, but at the same time quite proud. As soon as this woman came in, she didn't take her eyes off me, which made me feel embarrassed. "Hey, who made me handsome? Which woman wouldn't be attracted by my handsome face?" Cough, cough, cough. Yikan coughed lightly a few times to ease the strange silence. "Well, ma'am, can we stop standing? Please sit down and tell me your symptoms so I can diagnose you." The woman seemed to come to her senses and sat down. But she still stared at Yi-chan without saying a word. Yikan felt a chill on his back as the woman stared at him. He spoke again. "Madam, can you please say a word? And then, take off your mask and sunglasses, please? How can I diagnose you if you don't tell me your symptoms?" The woman still didn't say anything, just stared at Yikan motionlessly. Yikan was confused. What is going on? Is she a mute? Yikan simply found some paper and pen and handed them to the woman. "Ma'am, if you're not comfortable talking, please write down your symptoms for me." The woman then lowered her head and took the paper and pen Yikan handed her. Her hand held the pen tightly and was trembling slightly, as if she was having difficulty writing. Yi-chan frowned and waited for the woman to write down her symptoms. It seems that he guessed right, this woman is a mute. However, Yikan was quite puzzled as to why his X-ray vision was not activated. He wanted to see the woman's true appearance and confirm whether she was really disfigured. Unfortunately, he can't see it. Because the woman refused to take off her sunglasses and mask. After hesitating for a few seconds, the woman wrote only 3 words on the paper: "Sorry." Afterwards, she gave these 3 words to Yikan. Yikan couldn't help but be stunned. Why does she write sorry? I don't know her at all, why is she apologizing to me? Is she mentally ill? Yikan looked up at the woman, his attitude still friendly. "Ma'am, you didn't offend me, why are you saying sorry to me?" As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's mask began to rise and fall violently, her breathing became very rapid, and her sunglasses were fogged up. Yikan was even more confused. What are you doing? Why is she crying again? Did I say something wrong and irritated her? I didn't say anything wrong. Yikan hurriedly pulled out dozens of tissues and handed them to the woman while comforting her. Well, ma'am, please don't cry. If someone doesn't know, they might think I'm bullying you. If you have any questions, can you please speak them out or write them down? I'm a doctor, I'll definitely give you the right treatment. The woman didn't take the tissue. She still said nothing, turned around and hurriedly pushed the door open and left. Yikan was confused. Is this woman really mentally ill? Why are you behaving so strangely? Originally, Yikan wanted to chase the woman back, but she had already disappeared. Yikan had no choice but to sit back in his seat and click on the next number. Just as he lowered his head, he caught a glimpse of the 3 words the woman had written on the paper, "I'm sorry." The more Yikan looked at the handwriting, the more familiar it seemed. Why does it look so familiar? Suddenly, Yikan's heart trembled violently. He knew everything. The woman just now was not mentally ill at all. She just felt ashamed to speak when she saw Yikan. The 3 words "I'm sorry" are exactly what she wants to say to Yikan the most. An uncontrollable sadness came over Yikan. He clenched the piece of paper tightly. The 3 words "I'm sorry" gradually became distorted. He felt his heart aching like a knife. The woman not only felt sorry for him, but also for her sister. Because the woman is his and his sister's biological mother. Mother, what a kind yet distant word. She had cruelly abandoned them, so why was she coming back now? Now that he had seen his son, why did he run away? Yikan's eyes slowly became moist. Yikan was in a very depressed mood all day. In the evening, he returned home in a depressed mood. As soon as they entered the room, the nanny rushed over terrifiedly, holding my sister in her arms. "Son-in-law, this is bad. Miss Su was taken away by that guy named Yang Wei." Yikan was suddenly struck by lightning. Why did Yang take Suling away? Before the nanny could say anything, Yikan's cell phone rang. The caller ID shows an unfamiliar number. Yikan hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. "Hello? Who are you?" Yang Wei's arrogant voice reached Yikan's ears. "Mr. Yi, today I will kill your wife." Chapter 56, Ambush. Yikan was immediately furious, and his hands hanging by his side clenched into fists. He wished he could fly to Yang Wei immediately and tear him into pieces. This damn bastard actually wanted to take advantage of his wife. He must be tired of living. "Yang Wei, if you have anything to say, come at me and let my wife go. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair on my wife, I'll skin you alive." Yang Wei laughed loudly on the phone, extremely arrogant. After laughing enough, he threatened Yikan. "You are a son-in-law who lives off others. What qualifications do you have to shout in front of me? I'm telling you, your wife's brother owes me a lot of money. If he can't pay it back, then your wife must pay it off with her body." Yikan was shocked when he heard what Yang Wei said. It's that brat Su Zhe's fault again for owing money. This prodigal son wouldn't be satisfied unless he kills his own sister, right? Yikan was completely disappointed with that brat Su Zhe. He regretted deeply that he had not sent Su Zhe to the police station for a proper education. Worried about Suling's safety, Yikan once again sternly ordered Yang Wei, "Mr. Yang, I will pay back whatever money Su Zhe owes you. Let my wife go. Don't force me to take your life." How could Yang Wei listen to Yikan? He already hated Yikan for beating his face until it was deformed. Now that Suling fell into his hands, he naturally had to use Suling to take revenge on Yikan. "If you want to see your wife, then come to the top of Phoenix Mountain right now. I'll be waiting for you to put on a good show." Yang Wei wanted to lead Yikan to the top of Phoenix Mountain, where there was no village in front and no shop behind, and no one would be able to find out even if he took Yikan's life. Yikan agreed without hesitation. "I'm going to the top of Phoenix Mountain now, and if you're brave enough, let's fight." After hanging up the phone, Yikan went straight to his destination. If Su Zhe had not owed Yang Wei a lot of debts from gambling and could not pay it back, and was not detained by Yang Wei and was about to chop off his hands and feet, Suling would not have been able to go to the top of Phoenix Mountain to meet Yang Wei. When Suling reached the top of Phoenix Mountain, Su Zhe was already hanging upside down on a tree by Yang Wei, swinging around. Seeing his sister coming, Su Zhe shouted at Suling in grievance, "Sister, please save me. If I don't pay back the money, Brother Wei will really chop off my hands and feet." Yang Wei punched Su Zhe in the mouth. What are you blabbering about, you little brat? If you keep blabbering, I'll chop off your hands and feet. Suze screamed in pain, and bright red blood kept spurting out of his mouth. One of Yang Wei's men took off his smelly socks and stuffed them into Suze's mouth. Suling couldn't stand it any longer and was about to rush over to beat Yang Wei violently. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took a step forward, she was ambushed. A fishing net dropped from the sky and completely covered her. Several big men rushed over and pulled the net tight, trapping her in place and making her unable to move. Suling scolded Yang Wei in frustration. "Mr. Yang, I'm here to pay back my brother's debt. You set a trap to trap me. What kind of man are you?" Yang Wei walked up to Suling, who was trapped in the fishing net, with a cunning and complacent smile. "Miss Su, do you think that young Master Yang, after all the hard work, called you here, it's just for you to pay me back?" Suling asked Yang Wei, "What else do you want?" Yang Wei stretched out his pig's paw and tried to touch Suling's face. Suling immediately turned her face away, not allowing Yang Wei to touch her. Taking advantage of the fact that Suling's hands and feet could not move, Yang Wei pinched Suling's chin hard. "Ha ha ha, you're such a hot-tempered girl. I'm attracted to your style. When your husband comes later, I'll let him and your brother see how I make you pay for me with your body." Ha ha ha. Suling felt that Yang Wei was extremely disgusting, so she yelled poo, and spat in Yang Wei's face. Yang Wei slowly wiped the saliva off his face, then put it to his nose and sniffed it, saying with a lecherous look, "Ah, it smells so good." As expected of a top goddess that everyone loves, the saliva she spits out is all nectar. "When your husband comes, I'll make you spit out nectar all over, ha ha ha." Suling wanted to continue spitting at Yang Wei, so Yang Wei directly sealed Suling's mouth with tape. "My beauty, save your breath. When your husband comes, I'll give you a chance to vomit. I'll let you see who has better skills, your husband or me." Suling hated Yang Wei so much that he wanted to cut the beast into pieces. But now she couldn't move at all and was helpless. A skinny guy stepped forward and suggested to Yang Wei, "Boss, why are you still waiting for Yikan to come? The food won't taste good if it gets cold. Suling is in your hands now, you should try it while it's hot." Yang Wei smiled obscenely and waved his hand. "No, no. If you want to play excitingly, you have to play in front of Yikan. Let him see with his own eyes how his wife became a lamb to be slaughtered in the hands of me, Yang Wei. Oh, by the way, that loser Suze can see it too. I'll do that to the beautiful Su in front of her husband and brother. I'll feel very accomplished. And Yikan and Suze, the brothers-in-law, will probably die of cowardice, ah." Suze, who was hanging on the tree and unable to speak, now knew that he was in big trouble. He buried both his sister and brother-in-law. "I regret it so much." Suze felt extremely guilty, tears streaming down his face. He hated Yang Wei so much. If he could move now, he would definitely fight with Yang Wei. Suling's heart seemed to be in her throat at this moment. For the first time in her life, she felt afraid. She was afraid that she would be abused by Yang Wei in every way, and she was also afraid that Yikan would be framed by Yang Wei. "Brother Chan, I know you will come to save me, but what if you are in danger?" "Brother Chan, I'm so scared." Unexpectedly, Yikan's angry voice came, "Let go of my wife." The next second, Yikan appeared on the top of the mountain. When Suling saw Yikan coming, she made anxious humming sounds, trying to call Yikan's name, but couldn't. There was tape on her mouth, almost suffocating her. Yang Wei provoked Yikan, "You little bastard, if you have the guts, come find your wife yourself." He was luring Yikan forward, as the trap he had set was in front of him. Yikan was eager to save Suling, so he didn't think too much and strode forward. Unexpectedly, as soon as his foot touched the ground, a net made of iron chains suddenly picked up Yikan and hung him on the tree. Yikan was trapped in the iron chain net and couldn't move, his body dangling in the air. "Fuck! Yang Wei, you bastard actually used such despicable means, how fucking despicable." Yang Wei clapped his hands in delight, "Ha ha ha ha. So what if I'm despicable? Otherwise, how could I possibly subdue you?" Yikan shouted, "If you are still a man, let me go immediately, let's fight one-on-one." Yang Wei kicked Yikan. "What if I don't? Today I want you to see with your own eyes how I kill your wife. I make you a cuckold from head to toe, and turn you into a complete loser, ha ha ha." After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards Suling. Suling was scared and shouted in panic, "Yang Wei, you beast! Don't come over! Don't come over!" Chapter 57. You are sick and need treatment. Yi Kan struggled hard, trying to break free from the chain net, but to no avail. He was so angry that he yelled at Yang Wei, you son of a bitch. If you have the guts, let me go and let's fight. Bullying a woman, how can you be considered a man? Yang Wei turned around and walked in front of Yi Kan, kicking Yi Kan in the butt. Yi Kan immediately shook violently in the air. I'm just bullying your wife, so what? You're my defeated opponent now, I want you to watch with your own eyes how I play with your wife. You're a fucking loser. Suze on the side had already collapsed, his eyes were red, and he was biting his smelly socks and roaring hysterically, wishing he could tear Yang Wei into pieces. He is really regretting it now. It was all his gambling fault that killed his sister and brother-in-law. Yang Wei walked towards Suze again and started punching Yang Wei's mouth. Several of Yang Wei's teeth were knocked out, his mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't speak. Suling's heart was broken and he couldn't stop crying. Yang Wei, please let us go. Let us go, and I'll give you whatever money you want. Yang Wei laughed wildly. When he had laughed enough, he reached out and pinched Suling's chin with an extremely obscene expression. My dear, would I, young Master Yang, be short of money? I don't want money, I just want you. After saying that, he reached out to unbutton Suling's clothes. Brute! Suling bit Yang Wei's finger and refused to let go even when it bled. Yang Wei screamed in pain, feeling that Suling was about to bite off his fingers. Bang! Someone went up and slapped Suling. 5 red fingerprints soon appeared on Lydia Su's left cheek, which was swollen. You dare to hit my wife? You're looking for death. Yi Kan was anxious, angry and hateful at this moment, but he was trapped in the iron chain net and had no way to save Suling. Seeing Yang Wei getting closer and closer to Suling, Yi Kan suddenly remembered the system and called out loudly in his heart. Beautiful lady system, please come out and help me quickly. I can't let my wife be killed by that bastard Yang Wei. Big beauty system, can you hear me? Come out quickly and give me some superpowers so that I can kill that bastard Yang Wei, quickly. The system seemed to be asleep and there was no response. Yi Kan was getting anxious. Hello? Don't play dumb with me. Can't you see that we are all about to die? You usually protect Suling more than your own children, so why are you just standing by and watching her die? Don't you want me to be nicer to Suling? I want to save Suling, please give me superpowers soon. The system still didn't move. Oh shit. Are you dead? Or are you just like that bastard Yang Wei, deliberately letting Suling be insulted and making me a cuckold? Yi Kan was extremely disappointed with the system. It seems that there is no hope for the system at all. What to do? Yang Wei approached Suling immediately. Haha, beauty, you bit my hand, but I'm even more excited. I like bloody and violent girls like you. It's super exciting to play with them. Come on. Yang Wei pushed Suling to the ground with a thud and began to tear off the fishing net on Suling's body, which also pulled open Suling's collar, revealing his white and deep collarbone. Asshole. Let me go. Let me go. Suling struggled hard, but her whole body was entangled in the fishing net and she was no match for Yang Wei. Ah, it's so white, let me take a bite and taste it. Yang Wei buried his head like a hungry wild dog, trying to bite Suling's swan neck. Suling bit Yang Wei's ear and refused to let go. Ah! Yang Wei screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered. He covered his bleeding ear and shouted at his men, "Come here, kill this stinky girl." Seeing a group of people about to pounce on Suling, Yi Kan quickly came up with a clever idea and shouted at Yang Wei, "Mr. Yang, you are sick. If you don't hurry up and get treatment, you won't live past the next month." Yang Wei was immediately frightened by Yi Kan's words. Everyone, get out of here. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates immediately retreated behind Yang Wei. Suling was safe for the time being, and Yi Kan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yang Wei hated Yi Kan's medical skills were recognized by the industry and he was also a popular doctor online. So when Yi Kan said he was sick, he really couldn't help but believe it. So he quickly asked someone to take Yi Kan down from the tree. Yi Kan fell to the ground with the net, almost breaking his spine. Yang Wei squatted down, grabbed Yi Kan by the collar, and asked in a daze, "Why do you say I'm sick? What's wrong with me?" Seeing that Yang Wei believed him, Yi Kan struck while the iron was hot and put forward a condition to Yang Wei: "If you want to know what disease you have and how to treat it, you must release my wife and brother-in-law first, otherwise, I won't tell you." When Yang Wei saw Yi Kan threatening him, he grabbed Yi Kan's neck tightly with a ferocious look on his face. "You little bastard, how dare you threaten me? I'll strangle you to death. Yi Can was almost suffocated by Yang Wei, and his face turned red. He spoke with difficulty, then, strangle me to death. If I die, no one can cure your disease, just wait to die. Yang Wei was even more frightened by what Yi Can said. He took his hand away from Yi Can's neck and shook Yi Can's shoulders violently. Don't F King think you're the only doctor in the world. I can find another doctor to treat you. Through Yang Wei's words and actions, Yi Can realized that Yang Wei was using anger to cover up his fear. He sneered, of course you can find another doctor to treat you. The real worry is that your disease is terminal, and before you even find a doctor, you'll say goodbye to this world. What? Terminal illness? Yang Wei, who was more afraid of death than anyone else, was almost scared to death by Yi Can's words. What makes you say I have a terminal illness? Tell me. If you don't, I'll kill your wife first. Yi Can asked Yang Wei, have you been feeling back pain, weak legs and feet, and swollen hands lately? Yang Wei was shocked, how did you know? What Yi Can said was absolutely right, he did have those symptoms recently. Yang Wei's expectant expression gave Yi Can more confidence. He said in a relaxed tone, I'm a doctor. I understand both Chinese and Western medicine. I can naturally judge your symptoms by your facial features and behavior. Besides, your face is still swollen, and so are your legs. If you don't believe me, try pressing your legs and see if they deflate. Yang Wei rolled up his trouser legs and pressed his fingers on the front of his calves. Sure enough, the part he pressed deflated instantly and took a long time to bounce back. Yang Wei became even more frightened. How so? Yi Can feigned indifference and replied, how could this happen? You are terminally ill. Yang Wei anxiously grasped Yi Can's arm, his voice trembling, what disease do I have? Yi Can still insisted on the same condition as before, if you release my wife and brother-in-law first, I will tell you everything. I'm not exaggerating, I'm the only one who can cure your disease. If you dare to joke with your own life, then you won't listen to me. Anyway, if I die, you won't live. One of his men came over to remind Yang Wei, boss, don't believe what this brat says. What if he's trying to trick you? Yi Can laughed and retorted, if you don't even believe what the doctor says, then there's really no hope for you. Yang Wei lowered his head, his expression flustered, hesitating whether to listen to Yi Can or not. Chapter 58 Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, a generous gift. Seeing Yang Wei's hesitation, Yi Can continued to stimulate him, what I just said is only part of your symptoms. There are more, but I am embarrassed to mention them. Yang Wei was suddenly shocked. He stared at Yi Can and asked anxiously, what other symptoms do I have? Tell me. Yi Can spoke slowly and remarkably, as if he was listing all the symptoms. For example, you are tired, listless, low in energy, have cold limbs, frequent urination at night, hearing loss, sleepiness and nightmares, shortness of breath, constipation, and… Yang Wei couldn't stand it anymore and quickly interrupted Yi Can, stop talking. He had all the symptoms Yi Can described, exactly. He was afraid that Yi Can would continue talking, and he was afraid that his illness was really incurable. Yi Can looked at the nervous Yang Wei with a smile, what? Are you afraid that what I say will come true? If you can do it, you won't get sick, right? If you delay any longer, you really won't live beyond the next month. Yang Wei was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His men were afraid that Yang Wei would be fooled by Yi Can, so they came to remind him, boss, I see you are in good health, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Bang! Yang Wei went up and slapped the man in the face. Do you want me to die? Get out of here! Yang Wei was furious. The subordinate covered his burning face and quickly hid aside, not daring to say a word. Yang Wei was afraid of death, so he didn't tell Yi Can about any of his physical discomforts. However, Yi Can predicted every one of his symptoms accurately. This guy's medical skills are amazing. In order to cure his illness, he had to have Suling and Su Zhe, brother and sister, released. Yang Wei personally untied Yi Can and became polite, Dr. Yi, I was ungrateful just now and offended your family. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please be magnanimous and treat my illness. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling walked over and kicked him away. Yang Wei landed heavily on the ground and felt like his back was about to break. Su Ling rushed over, grabbed Yang Wei by the collar, and punched Yang Wei in the face. You beast! You bullied me and my husband, I'll beat you to death. Fuck you! Su Zhe also ran over to join in the fun, punching and kicking Yang Wei. You bastard, I'll let you get away with being so arrogant. I'll destroy you. When Yang Wei's men saw their boss being beaten, they rushed over to besiege Suling and Suze. There was no trap at this time, and Suling easily defeated 10 people at once. Her title of boxing champion was well deserved. The fat and strong men were beaten to pieces like springs by Suling. Yikan directly used a long-range attack to hit the target, and everyone fell down. Suling patted the dust off his hands, came to Yikan, and asked with concern, "Husband, are you hurt?" Yikan shook his head, "Wife, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you feel wrong just now." Thinking back to when Suling was almost killed by that bastard Yang Wei, Yikan felt so sorry for the little girl. Fortunately, he was resourceful and prevented Yang Wei from succeeding. Suze felt unsatisfied, so he put all the fishing nets, iron chains, and ropes on Yang Wei, and then hung Yang Wei on the tree. After that, he stuffed the smelly sock that had been stuffed in his mouth into Yang Wei's mouth, and kicked Yang Wei's butt hard. "Just hang yourself on the tree and chew on your stinky socks." Seeing Yikan was about to leave, Yang Wei somehow managed to spit out the stinky socks and shouted at Yikan, "Dr. Yi, don't leave. You have to cure my illness." Yikan grabbed Yang Wei's hair and commanded, "First, kneel down and kowtow to my wife and apologize to her, then I'll treat you." Treating himself was the most important thing. How could Yang Wei disobey Yikan? He promised repeatedly, okay, I'll kneel down and apologize. "But, Divine Dr. Yi, you have to put me down first, right?" Yikan let Yang Wei down from the tree. Yang Wei immediately knelt in front of Suling and kowtowed to her, apologizing as he kowtowed, "Goddess, I'm sorry. Suling didn't want to see Yang Wei again and looked disgusted. "All right, get out of here." Yang Wei awkwardly got up from the ground, grabbed Yikan's arm, and said with a desperate look on his face, "Dr. Yi, I've already knelt and apologized. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? You're a doctor, you can't just ignore the life and death of your patients." Frankly speaking, if Yikan wasn't a doctor with the duty to save lives, he really wouldn't want to care about the life or death of that bastard Yang Wei. Suze hated Yang Wei for beating him to a pulp and even wanting to chop off his hands and feet. He tried his best to stop Yikan from treating Yang Wei. Brother-in-law, just ignore this kind of scum. If one dies, there will be fewer people, and society will be at peace. Before Suling could settle the score with Suze, she grabbed Suze's ear and scolded him coldly, "You little bastard, you've caused such a big disaster, and you still have the nerve to yell here, come home with me. Let me see how I deal with you." Suze cried out in pain all the way and was dragged into the car by Suling. In the end, Yikan still had medical ethics and could not refuse to treat Yang Wei. He told Yang Wei the truth, "Your illness is actually kidney deficiency. If you want to cure it, you'll have to say goodbye to nightlife completely. Otherwise, your Yang Wei's way will really go from 1 to 3. When Yang Wei heard that he had kidney deficiency, he instantly felt ashamed and humiliated. What men fear most is kidney deficiency. He is not even 30 years old yet he has kidney deficiency. It's terrible. "Dr. Yi, will I be fine if I don't have a nightlife? Do I need to take some medicine? I don't want to age prematurely." Yang Wei was really scared to death. Yikan waved his hand, No, if you want to nourish your kidneys, you must not rush into using tonic medicine. You should pay more attention to your diet, for example. Excessively bitter, cold, and icy foods can easily damage the kidneys. For example, eating too much bitter melon, pork, goose meat, and beer can damage the kidneys. When eating or drinking, add some wolfberries to it. Furthermore, excessive exposure to detergents can also damage the kidneys. Families should use less detergent when washing dishes and fruits and vegetables to avoid excessive ingestion of detergent residues. Finally, by walking, jogging, brisk walking, or walking barefoot on cobblestones, you can promote blood circulation and have an auxiliary therapeutic effect on kidney deficiency. Yang Wei remembered it well and was extremely grateful to Yikan. "Thank you, Dr. Yi. I will definitely do as you say." Yikan was too lazy to pay attention to Yang Wei anymore and turned away. Yang Wei looked at Yikan's back, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his hands clenched into fists. He swore secretly in his heart. "You're lucky today, little brat. I won't bother with you anymore. When I recover, I'll kill you." As Yikan walked down the mountain, the system sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing his goddess wife and brother-in-law. In recognition of the host's courage and resourcefulness, I am now rewarding the host with a generous gift. Please pick it up from the office drawer on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yikan's anger suddenly flared up, and he blamed the system in his heart. "I said, beautiful lady system, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Don't you know how dangerous Suling and I were at that time? You just play dumb and watch the fun. How can you be so cruel? If something really happened to Lydia, Sue and me, would you be satisfied? The system suddenly started to act coquettishly towards Yikan. Hey, host, don't be so angry. We all have rules in the system world, and we have to abide by them. The more dangerous the situation, the more it demonstrates the host's abilities. This way, the system will upgrade and the rewards you receive will be even more impressive. Doesn't the host look forward to what that generous gift is? If the host doesn't want it, then we will cancel it for the host. Yikan immediately stopped him. No, please don't make fun of me. Okay, you're right. I can't argue with you. Okay? Why don't you just tell me what the reward is this time? Why do you have to let me get it from my office drawer tomorrow? Why are you being so secretive? The system chuckled, hee hee. If it's not mysterious, how can it reflect that this is a generous gift? It will definitely surprise and delight the host. Yikan was very confused. What kind of gift is this? Just like the whole secret of heaven cannot be leaked. However, he was indeed looking forward to tomorrow's grand gift. Chapter 59, A Grand Gift. Yikan, Suling, and Suze returned home together, but returning home does not mean that things are over. There are still many problems to be solved. Suze's ears turned red and kept getting hot because of Suling's pulling. Sister, you're too cruel. Look at how you pulled my ears. Suze complained a lot to Suling. At this time, he realized that Yikan was his brother-in-law, and ran to Yikan happily, asking Yikan to help him plead with Suling and prevent Suling from punishing him. Brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law, can you help me persuade my sister? I promise you, I will never gamble again. Please don't let my sister punish me, okay? Yikan has no confidence in this kid Suze. As the saying goes, the claws of gambling. It would probably be difficult to help this kid quit gambling on his own initiative, right? Suze, if you really want to change, go talk to your sister, don't look for me. Yikan quickly stepped aside and did not participate in Suling's education of his younger brother. Suze immediately complained to Yikan, hey, brother-in-law, why did you let your brother-in-law die without helping him? You are so mean. Suling reached out and pulled Suze over, demanding in a harsh voice, tell me. Who got you involved with that bastard Yang Wei? According to Suling's understanding of Suze, although Yang Wei loves gambling, he will not be involved with Yang Wei. Yang Wei's usury was extremely terrible, and the interest rates were jaw-droppingly high. Suling knew Suze's strength best. If it were him, he would not have the courage to ask Yang Wei for money. Because if the debt cannot be repaid, Yang Wei will definitely cut off the person's hands and feet. Therefore, Suze was able to suddenly muster up the courage to go find Yang Wei. He must have been instigated by someone. Suze didn't dare to look at Suling again, he lowered his head and said nothing. Suling lifted Suze's chin and asked Suze to look at her. Her expression was cold, her tone was as cold as ice, and her aura was about to crush Suze to death. If you don't tell me, do you believe I will send you to jail? Suze knew that Suling was not joking. If he really angered his sister, he would definitely be in big trouble. So, he stammered, it was my uncle, my third uncle, and my aunt who asked me to borrow money from Yang Wei. They promised me that if I couldn't pay it back, they would help me pay it back. But in the end, I really couldn't pay it back, and they stayed away. As Suling expected, it was really Su Haitao, Su Haijin, and Su Jin, the three siblings, who were causing trouble. When Yikan heard Suze reveal the names of the three people who looked down on others, he was shocked. Why did the trio of people who looked down on others do this? Could it be that they used Suze as their pawn to lure out Yang Wei, and then use Yang Wei's knife to get rid of me and Suling? The more Yikan thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Suling thought exactly the same as Yikan thought. How can this be possible? Suling was so angry that he slammed his palm on the table. Suze was so frightened that he couldn't help but tremble all over. Suling poked Suze's head with his finger and scolded him angrily. I've already told you, ever since our parents passed away, my eldest uncle, my third uncle, and my aunt have considered us a thorn in their side, and they've never stopped trying to get rid of us. Now your brother-in-law has also come to the Su family, and they also regard your brother-in-law as their mortal enemy. I told you not to associate with them, but you refused to listen. Now, they've found your weak spot and tricked you into falling into their trap. It nearly cost the three of us our lives. Suze regretted it deeply and kept apologizing to Suling, sister, I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. Please don't punish me, okay? Suling pushed Suze down on the sofa, his eyes gradually turned red, and his heart ached like needles. Ace, if we all die today, we will go to the underworld to meet our parents. My parents' deaths were always questionable. We were killed by the enemy before we could find the murderer. Are we doing our parents justice? Suze lowered his head as if he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He couldn't say a word, but tears kept falling down. Suling also shed tears. She thought about how she had lived in the Su family for so many years, facing the schemes of the three people who looked down on others alone, and the mysterious deaths of her parents. She felt so much grievance and unwillingness in her heart. Especially because of her brother's incompetence, which almost caused her husband's death, she felt full of guilt towards Yikan. When Yikan saw Suling crying, he couldn't help but wipe Suling's tears. Honey, don't cry, okay? No matter what happens, you have your husband to face it with you. You are not alone, you will always have me, your husband. When Yikan said this, he forgot that he and Suling only had 3 months to get married. Suling was crying so hard that Yikan saw that beneath the strong appearance of this little girl, her heart was actually scarred. He felt so distressed and wanted to protect her fiercely. Suling threw himself into Yikan's arms and hugged him tightly. Hubby, I'm sorry. It's me and Ace who have implicated you. Yikan patted Suling's back gently and comforted her gently. Wife, I'm fine now. Remember, I'm your husband. If you are in trouble, I definitely can't stand idly by. My duty is to protect you. Suling has never relied on Yikan as much as he does now. She felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Brother Chan, do you know that you were so manly today, like a hero? With you, I am no longer afraid of being alone. Although you have never said the 3 words I love you to me, I believe that you love me very much. I love you very much too, forever. I hope we can be together forever. Suling wanted to tell Yikan these words loudly, but her brother Suze was present, so she couldn't say it. Suling decided to settle the score with the 3 people who looked down on others, and planned to report their crimes to Mr. Su, but Yikan stopped her. Firstly, if Suling confronted the trio of people who looked down on others head-on, it would only worsen the relationship in the Su family and cause them to push Suling into a more dangerous situation. Secondly, Mr. Su is old and his physical condition is not as good as before. Once he sees his relatives fighting with each other, it will cause great stimulation to him and affect his health. At the moment, he suggested that Suling keep calm, wait and see, make long-term plans, and not alert the enemy. Suling thought about it and finally accepted Yikan's suggestion. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Yikan came to the office and opened his drawer. A document sealed in a brown paper bag caught his eye. Is this the generous gift that the beauty system rewards me? The packaging is so simple and so light, how can you have the nerve to say it is a luxury gift? Yikan absent-mindedly opened the brown paper bag, and when he saw what was inside, he was shocked. Chapter 60 Deposit 900 million. Super rich. There was only a bank card and a note in the brown paper bag. The note was printed in black font. Yikan, there is 900 billion renminbi in this bank card, all for you. The withdrawal password is 882299. Yikan widened his eyes and counted the series of zeros after 9 with his fingers. He counted it no less than 10 times, and it was indeed 900 billion. Oh my god. 900 billion, this is really an astronomical figure. So much money, all of it belongs to me? Am I dreaming? Yikan was a little bit unbelievable. He pinched the back of his hand hard and felt the pain clearly. He was not dreaming. Is this considered a windfall? Soon, Yikan came back to his senses from the surprise. He called the system in his mind. Beautiful lady system, you are not kidding me, are you? Where did you get so much money for me? Stop it, okay? The system rang with that sweet lady's voice. I'm not kidding you, host. These 900 billion are indeed for you. However, I don't have that much money for you, host. It was given to you by someone else. Yikan was immediately puzzled. Others? Who would be so generous as to give a stranger so much money? Could it be that one of my colleagues is joking with me? After thinking about it, Yikan still felt that the 900 billion was not real. Who is crazy enough to give so much money to an outsider? Is it really that you have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Wouldn't it be more meaningful to build Hope primary schools, or help poor patients, or even support the medical cause? Giving it to an outsider who has nothing to do with you, this logic doesn't make sense, right? The system's tone was quite certain. It's not a colleague joking with the host, it's someone specially gave it to the host. Yi Ken was extremely anxious. Then tell me who sent it? The system popped up 180 question marks in Yi Ken's mind, indicating that he didn't know either. Yi Ken was also drunk. I said, "Big beauty system, you don't even know who sent it, then how did you get this bank card and note into my office drawer?" The system answered Yi Ken truthfully, "It wasn't sent by someone else, it was sent by your dean. Your drawer is always locked, and only you and your dean can open it. Have you forgotten?" Yi Ken was stunned. "Yes, I always keep the drawer locked when I am not in the office. Apart from me, only the dean can open it. Since it was sent by the dean, why don't I just ask the dean? The dean can't possibly give me 900 billion, right?" So Yi Ken put the bank card and the note back into the brown paper bag and hurried to find the dean. Arriving at the door of the dean's office, Yi Ken knocked gently and said politely, "Good morning, dean. May I come in?" The dean nodded. "Come in, Xiao Ye." Yi Ken walked in and handed the brown paper bag to the dean. "Dean, you put this document in my office drawer, right?" The dean nodded calmly. "Yes, it was me. Someone knocked on my door this morning. When I opened it, they asked me to give you this document. But let me be clear, I didn't open it to see what was inside." Yi Ken frowned and became even more confused. "Dean, of course I trust you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have locked the document in such a secret place like my drawer. What I want to know is, who asked you to give it to me?" The dean shook his head. It sounded like a man's voice, but he was wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, so I couldn't see his face. I asked him his name, but he wouldn't tell me. He just said he was doing someone an errand, and then he left. Man? Helping someone with something? So someone asked that man to give the 500 billion to the dean, and then asked the dean to give it to me? Who is the client? Yi Ken was puzzled. The dean saw Yi Ken was thinking about something, and he asked Yi Ken in a deep voice, "Xiaoyi, do you have anything else to say?" Yi Ken smiled slightly. "It's okay, dean, thank you, sorry for disturbing you." After speaking, Yi Ken turned and left. In order to verify the authenticity of the 900 billion, Yi Ken quickly ran downstairs and came to the ATM. He inserted his bank card, entered the password and started checking. Sure enough, the account balance showed 900 billion. Yi Ken counted the long string of zeros after 9 again and again. It is absolutely true, it is a huge deposit of 900 billion. 900 million. At this moment, Yi Ken's mood can only be described by countless fuck. 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 He was so excited that his heart almost beat out of his body. From today on, he became a wealthy man with a net worth of 900 billion. The super rich, what an awesome identity this is, and Yi Ken truly possesses it. With these 900 billion, he can easily pay back the medical expenses that Suling spent on his sister. He also didn't need Suling to give him 100 million in pocket money every month, let alone prepare luxury cars, mansions and savings as a dowry for his sister. He can handle everything by himself and can even support Suling. Even the funds for setting up his own clinic were not a problem for him. However, he cannot open a clinic yet because he has not yet completed 5 years of hospital practice. But this is not a problem. He will practice medicine diligently for 5 years and then open a clinic. Good food is never too late. After thinking about it, Yi Ken still felt like everything was a dream. This is too magical. Overnight, he became a billionaire with a net worth of 900 billion. Who caused such a drastic change in him? Is someone trying to frame me? Could it be Yang Wei who was behind this? To be on the safe side, Yi Ken simply took his bank card to the bank counter. There is no such thing as a free lunch, so never accept ill-gotten gains. Yi Ken always kept a clear head and was not confused by the 900 billion. He went to the bank to confirm who the bank card belonged to. As a result, the bank staff checked the system and told Yi Ken awkwardly, "Young man, this bank card was opened by you using your own ID card. Why do you still have doubts about yourself?" Yi Ken was extremely shocked. "Is it with my ID card? No. I don't remember being in this bank before." The bank staff thought Yi Ken was drunk and talking nonsense, and responded helplessly, "Young man, have you drunk too much and your mind is not clear? Would you like me to call a taxi and take you home? There's quite a bit of money in this bank card. You'd better keep it safe and don't lose it." What? Am I drunk? Why do you think I'm a drunkard? This is really strange. I have never applied for a bank card at this bank. Could it be a ghost doing this? Thinking of his ID card, Yekan immediately took out the card holder from his pocket and searched for his ID card. It didn't matter that he turned it over, he found that his ID card was gone. Oh my god. Where is my ID card? It's really weird. Chapter 61 A Special Patient. Just as Yekan was wondering, his cell phone rang. Yekan saw that it was an unfamiliar landline number. He hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. Hello, who are you? A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yekani? Yekan frowned. Yes, I'm Yekan. May I ask who you are, young lady? The girl answered truthfully, I'm from the Pinyin Community Police Station. Someone just found your ID card. Could you please come and claim it? Yekan was completely confused. When did I lose my ID card? Logically speaking, Yekan is not someone who loses things easily, especially highly private documents like his ID card, which he keeps very carefully. So, Yekan was very surprised that his ID card was lost. When he arrived at the Pinyin Community Police Station, Yekan received his ID card. After filling in his name on the lost and found form, Yekan looked at the beautiful police officer with his deep and bright eyes, and a charming smile appeared on his handsome face. Miss Police, can you tell me who found my ID card? The beautiful policewoman is a young girl who has just been promoted to a regular employee. She is fair and clean, with a simple and neat high ponytail. Her little face with a little baby fat is full of collagen, and she looks as delicate as a baby's. It was the first time that the little girl saw Yekan, such a handsome and heart-beating man, especially when Yekan looked at her so affectionately. Who could bear this? She blushed at Yekan's gaze. The beautiful police officer lowered her head shyly, pursed her lips, and said softly, well, Mr. Yi, the kind person who found your ID card didn't leave his name. No name left? Yekan was a little surprised, and then he continued to ask the beautiful police officer, Miss Police, can you tell me again, is that kind-hearted person a man or a woman? And what does he look like, okay? The beautiful policewoman was still too embarrassed to look up at Yekan. Being stared at by Yekan so intently, her heart was beating like a deer, and her ears were flushed and burning hot. He's a man, but he's wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, so I can't see his face clearly. Upon hearing the beautiful police officer's description, Yekan was stunned. It was another man, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Could it be that this is the same person the Dean was talking about? This is strange. How did I lose my ID card? Who used my ID card to apply for a bank card, and was so generous as to deposit 900 billion into it for me? Yekan was puzzled. On the way back to the hospital, Yekan decided not to tell Suling that he was now a wealthy man, nor to return the money to Suling all at once. Because he is just a newly promoted doctor. If he tells Suling that he suddenly has 900 billion, Suling will definitely not believe it. Even if he believes it, he will still doubt whether there is something wrong with the source of his money. It seems even more unrealistic to make up a white lie and say that he bought a lottery and won the jackpot. After all, if he really won the jackpot, in this era of internet information explosion, the news would have been all over the place. Therefore, he decided to pay Suling back in installments. He decided to hand over all his monthly salary and bonuses to Suling. Although Suling never asked him to pay back the money and repeatedly stated that he gave it to him willingly, he felt bad and didn't want to owe Suling. When Yekan returned to the doctor's office and just sat down at the desk, the young nurse Lin Kiki hurried in with a stack of reports. Dr. Yi, a patient specifically requested that you treat her. The hospital initially disagreed, but the patient threatened to commit suicide, so they had no choice but to agree. Here are the patient's examination results, please take a look. Yekan thought that it was some beauty-loving lady who asked him to have plastic surgery because she admired him. But when he took the stack of reports and looked at it, his eyes were instantly stung by a certain name, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Patient, Gaoyue, gender, female, age, 48 years old. Past history, physically healthy. Symptoms, a persistent dull occipital pain with no apparent cause, which has worsened recently, becoming a stabbing pain, accompanied by nausea and vomiting. The headache lasted 3 days and worsened for about 3.5 hours, prompting hospitalization. Physical signs, blurry vision, double pupil, stiff neck plus, limbs can move as instructed, muscle strength grade 5. Hunt has classification, grade 3. CT, high-density castings are seen in the suprasellar cistern, ambient cistern, quadrigeminal cistern, and lateral fissure cistern. DSA, 3D imaging angiography are VAV4, showing fusiform aneurysm and local protrusion. Gaoyue, Yekan's mother. This reminded Yekan of yesterday. Yesterday, his mother was fully armed so that he couldn't see her face. She didn't say a word to him, but only wrote 3 words, "I'm sorry." Afterwards, she fled. It was less than 48 hours since Ekin saw his mother yesterday. His second meeting with his mother was on a medical record full of painful symptoms. How ironic and cruel. Her mother was ill and suffered from an intracranial aneurysm. At the critical moment, she actually asked her son to treat her. Intracranial aneurysms are mostly abnormal bulges occurring on the walls of intracranial arteries and are the leading cause of subarachnoid hemorrhage. Among cerebrovascular accidents, it ranks third after cerebral thrombosis and hypertensive cerebral hemorrhage. The disease can occur at any age, but it is more common in middle-aged and elderly women between 40 and 60 years old. How unfortunate that Yikan's mother suffered from this disease. Yikan felt mixed emotions and his eyes gradually turned red. Once upon a time, his mother cruelly abandoned him and his sister and remarried without hesitation. For so many years, she didn't care about his and his sister's life or death. But now, in order to survive, she thought of her son whom she had never cared about, and hoped that her son could save her, just because her son was a doctor. Suppressing the distress in his heart, Yikan secretly asked the system. "Beautiful lady system, did you know that my mother would have this day, so you rewarded me with intracranial aneurysm embolization? For so many years, my mother ignored me and my sister. Now that she is sick, she remembers me. Do you know how sad and conflicted I am right now?" The system rang out with that sweet, ladylike voice. Host, please don't misunderstand the system. Any rewards the system gives you are based on your performance and are not premeditated. Since the host's mother is seriously ill, will the host save her or not? Yikan clenched the stack of reports tightly, his heart aching more and more. At this moment, the dean rushed in and asked Yikan worriedly, "Xiao Yi, the patient specifically asked you to treat her, otherwise, she would commit suicide. Have you come up with a suitable surgical strategy?" Yikan kept asking himself in his heart, "Yikan, have you made a decision?" Chapter 62. There is something I haven't told you. After some inner struggle, Yikan finally made a decision. He would go to treat Gao Wei himself. As a doctor, in front of patients, all right and wrong must be put aside and saving lives is the most important thing. Based on Gao Wei's symptoms, Yikan chose to give Gao Wei intravascular embolization treatment. The surgical goals of endovascular intervention are to: by puncturing the femoral artery, a thin microcatheter is placed inside the aneurysm sac or at the neck of the aneurysm. Then, a soft titanium alloy coil is sent into the aneurysm sac through the microcatheter and fills it, thereby eliminating the blood flow in the aneurysm sac and the risk of further rupture and bleeding. There are 2 key points to note when preventing aneurysm rupture. First, antegrade embolization was performed through RVA to control the infusion rate and reduce the pressure in the tumor cavity. Second, double catheter embolization is performed first at the distal end of the tumor cavity to block LVA reflux blood flow. Then there are 2 points to prevent the spring coil from falling off. First, the double catheter technology divides the area into baskets to prevent the spring coil from falling off due to blood flow impact and incomplete embolization. Second, strict blood pressure control during surgery. The dean urgently convened the treatment team, and after careful discussion, they finalized Yikan's surgical plan. Next, Yikan went to see Gao Wei and provide her with preoperative care. When Yikan saw Gao Wei had woken up from her coma and regained some consciousness. After not seeing each other for many years, Yikan found that Gao Wei looked much more haggard, with more wrinkles on her face, a lot more white hair, and her eyes were no longer as bright as before, but full of vicissitudes of life. I remember what a beautiful and healthy woman Gao Wei was before she remarried. Seeing the huge difference between his mother before and after, Yikan remembered the saying, "Illness is like a mountain falling." At this moment, Yikan's hatred for his mother suddenly disappeared. He felt so sorry for his mother. In any case, Gao Wei gave him a life and raised him for several years, so he shouldn't hate her. After all, Gao Wei is his mother. When Gao Wei saw Yikan coming, tears couldn't stop flowing down. She tried to raise her hand to touch Yikan's face, but she had no strength left and her hand fell down halfway. Can, I'm sorry." All Gao Wei could say to Yikan was "I'm sorry." Yikan gently held Gao Wei's hand, his eyes red as he comforted her with concern. "Mom, it's all over. I don't hate you. Don't be afraid. I will heal you." When Gao Wei heard that Yikan had forgiven him, a relieved smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and soon she lost consciousness again. Only then did Yikan realize that besides his son, there was no other family member by Gao Wei's bedside. So, Yikan asked the nurse in surprise, "Xiao Zhao, my mother came to the hospital by herself?" The nurse nodded and said, "Yes, Dr. Yi, Auntie came here on her own." After completing the admission procedures, she fell into a coma, then woke up and fell into a coma again, over and over again. Yikin was puzzled. Why did my mother come alone? Where is her remarried husband? There was no time to waste, so Yikin quickly found the best nurse for Gao Yue and informed her of the preoperative preparations. First, the patient must remain in bed and avoid all external stimulation to prevent high blood pressure due to restlessness, which may increase the possibility of rebleeding. Observe vital signs and changes in consciousness at all times to detect bleeding early. Second, give a reasonable diet, avoid eating foods that can easily cause constipation, and keep bowel movements smooth. Maintain adequate indoor ventilation to prevent patients from sneezing or coughing forcefully due to catching a cold, so as to avoid increasing abdominal pressure and reflexively increasing intracranial pressure, which may cause rupture of intracranial aneurysms. When the stage was suitable for surgery, Yikin performed intracranial aneurysm embolization on Gao Yue according to the previously planned plan. After the operation, check the embolization results. RVA angiography, no imaging, complete embolization. Lateral view. RVA angiography, no imaging, complete embolization. Anterior view. LVA angiography showed no contrast agent filling at the distal end, indicating complete aneurysm embolization. The operation was successful and Yikin breathed a sigh of relief. Next is postoperative care. First, general care: raise the head of the bed 15-30 degrees to facilitate venous return, reduce cerebral edema, and lower intracranial pressure. Second, observe the condition, ensure vital signs and try to maintain blood pressure at a stable level. Record the size and dynamics of Gao Yue's pupils, and track changes in consciousness. Third, care of the puncture site. After the femoral artery puncture site is pressure bandaged after surgery, closely observe the pulsation of the punctured limb and foot arteries, as well as the temperature, color, and peripheral blood circulation of the lower limbs, and whether there is bleeding, hematoma, or ecchymosis at the puncture site. Fourth, prevention and care of complications. Pay attention to the healing of the incision, the presence of subscalp fluid, the patency of the head drainage tube, and the amount and nature of the drainage material. Pay attention to limb movements, sensations, and symptoms of neurological dysfunction, and deal with any abnormalities immediately. Fortunately, Gao Yue's health was good, and after a few days, she felt full of energy. Yikin came to the ward to bring millet porridge to Gao Yue. Gao Yue held Yikan's hand gratefully, tears streaming down her face. "Can, thank you, Mom." Yikan smiled at Gao Yue. "Mom, I'm a doctor, it's my duty to treat you. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself. Thank your body for fighting back and defeating the disease." Seeing that Yikan was so good at comforting herself, Gao Yue felt even more guilty towards Yikan. Can, you are such a good child. Mom owes you too much." Yikan wiped Gao Yue's tears and persuaded her, "Mom, it's all over. Just be fine. I'll help you up and feed you porridge." After saying that, Yikan helped Gao Yue up, scooped a small spoonful of millet porridge and handed it to Gao Yue's mouth. Gao Yue took a sip slowly, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She thought of her little daughter and asked Yikan again, Can, is your sister okay?" Yikan answered truthfully, "Mom, my sister is fine. She is being taken care of by Suling. She and Suling are very close." When Gao Yue heard Yikan mention Suling, a knowing smile appeared on her face. Can, I saw the live broadcast of your wedding with Lydia Su. You are a blessed child, marrying a wonderful wife. You must treat her well. I hope to cook for you and take care of your children one day." Yikan didn't expect that Gao Yue would be looking forward to doing something for him and Suling, which made Yikan deeply moved. He didn't know whether Suling and his mother could live in harmony in the future. However, Suling is such a kind and intelligent girl that she should be able to handle the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law well. The only problem is that he and Lydia Su only have 3 months to get married. After 3 months, can he and Lydia Su avoid getting divorced? Thinking that his marriage with Suling was too complicated, Yikan felt it would be better not to tell his mother too much for the time being. He scooped another spoonful of millet porridge and handed it to Gao Yue's mouth. "Mom, drink it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold." Gao Yue seemed to be thinking about something and had no interest in drinking the porridge. Yikan put down the spoon and asked in confusion, "Mom, are you worried about something?" Gao Yue nodded, her expression serious. Can, there is indeed something I haven't told you." Yikan's expression became nervous. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Chapter 63: The male god becomes a male scumbag. Gao Wei smiled bitterly, her tone uncertain. Whether it is a good thing or a bad thing depends on your own judgment after listening to it. Yi Kan was confused. Mom, please stop beating around the bush, okay? Just tell me what's going on. Gao Wei didn't rush to answer Yi Kan, but asked, did you receive a bank card with 900 billion in deposits today? Yi Kan looked at Gao Wei in surprise. Mom, how did you know? Gao Wei smiled faintly and confessed to Yi Kan, I opened that bank card for you, and I also deposited the 900 billion into it for you. Yi Kan was shocked. Mom, you did this for me? Where did you get so much money? Gao Wei fell into memories and told Yi Kan. After Yi Kan's father passed away, Gao Wei married a wealthy old man in his 80s. The rich old man has never married or had children due to physiological reasons. Over the years, he has made so much money that it is impossible to count, and he has had countless lovers around him. But the purpose of those beautiful women contacting him was all for money. As the rich old man grew older, his health became worse day by day. Naturally, the lovers were unwilling to live with a sick old man, and they all left the rich old man. The rich old man couldn't stand the loneliness of being a bachelor, especially when there was no one to take care of his food, drink, toilet, and other daily necessities. He asked someone to spread the word that he wanted to find a partner from the countryside who could take care of him in every aspect of life. If he liked the partner and the partner did what he wanted, he would leave all his property to her. When he was young, no one was willing to marry him. When he was old and sick, people stayed away from him. Gao Wei, who had just lost her husband, heard about this rich old man from somewhere and made a quick decision, expressing her willingness to give it a try. So, with the introduction of the middleman, Gao Wei met the wealthy old man. The rich old man had seen many rural women who came to him before Gao Wei, but only Gao Wei caught his eye. He liked Gao Wei's pretty and simple appearance, which gave him a sense of security. In addition, Gao Wei was also hardworking, so he married Gao Wei in a few days. After marrying the wealthy old man, Gao Wei did take good care of him in terms of food, drink, defecation and urination, and worked hard and never left him. The rich old man also fulfilled his original promise and handed over all his property, namely, 900 billion in deposits, to Gao Wei for inheritance. Gao Wei never dreamed in her life that she could earn so much money. This was something she paid a huge price for. And when she had the 900 billion, the first thing she thought of was to transfer it to Yi Kan's account. During the days she lived with the rich old man, she often thought of how she had cruelly abandoned Yi Kan and her little daughter, and she felt deeply guilty towards Yi Kan and her little daughter. In order to make up for this guilt, she decided to leave the 900 billion to Yi Kan and her youngest daughter, but her youngest daughter was not yet an adult, so the part for her was temporarily supervised by Yi Kan. Before implementing this decision, she planned to go to the hospital to see Yi Kan first. Because she felt guilty towards her son, she didn't have the courage to confront Yi Kan directly, so she armed herself fully, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask to cover her face. Before she met Yi Kan, she had so many things she wanted to say to him. But when she saw Yi Kan, she couldn't say anything. She could only pick up a pen and write 3 sad words on the paper, I'm sorry. Afterwards, she fled. After she calmed down, she hired an expert to steal Yi Kan's ID card while he was walking on the road and not paying attention. Then, she took Yi Kan's ID card and went to the bank to apply for a bank card for Yi Kan, and transferred the 900 billion into it. Naturally, she put the bank card and the note into a brown paper bag, sealed it, and asked the expert to hand it over to the dean, asking the dean to pass it on to Yi Kan. After that, she arranged for an expert to pretend to pick up Yi Kan's ID card, send it to the police station, and let the police call Yi Kan to pick up the ID card. When Gao Wei was feeling relieved that she had finally fulfilled Yi Kan's wish, her old illness suddenly relapsed and she was admitted to the hospital. She was afraid that she would die, and even more afraid that she would never see Yi Kan again. Therefore, she insisted that Yi Kan come to treat her, otherwise she would die. Fortunately, God still favored her. Yi Kan not only forgave her, but also cured her illness. After listening to Gao Wei's story, Yi Kan felt extremely complicated and remained silent for a long time. It turned out that the 900 billion was given to him and his sister by their mother. It was his mother who made him a wealthy man overnight. Logically, he should be happy about this, but he was not happy at all. These 900 billion were earned by his mother who abandoned him and his sister and endured all kinds of grievances and hardships in her prime years to take care of a sick rich old man. These 900 billion yuan carry the hardships he and his sister went through when they depended on each other, and also carry the tears and sweat of his mother who had to grit her teeth and swallow her blood. Mom, I can't take this money. You should keep it for your retirement. Yi Kan finally felt that he could not accept this heavy compensation from his mother. Gao Wei held Yi Can's hand tightly and said earnestly, Can, my good son, this is the only valuable thing that your mother can give you and your sister. You can do a lot of things you want with this money. Mom hopes that you can do something big in the future and not bring shame to our Yi family, your wife Suling, and yourself. If you don't take it, won't Mom's sacrifices over the years be meaningless? When Yi Can heard Gao Wei say that she would not bring shame to the Yi family, Suling and himself, he was immediately relieved. The strong sense of mission ignited a burning fighting spirit in his heart. That's right, he should do something big and stand at the pinnacle of life. This is the meaning of his life. Yi Can wiped the tears from Gao Wei's eyes and vowed, Don't worry, Mom. I will work hard and never let any of you down. You should take good care of yourself first. When you recover, I will take you home. Gao Wei nodded, her face full of anticipation. Well, I'm still waiting to meet my goddess daughter-in-law. Yi Can also looks forward to the day when Suling and his mother can live in harmony. In the evening, Yi Can tidied up his desk, took off his white coat, and planned to go home to see Suling and talk to Suling about his mother. However, as soon as Yi Can walked out of the hospital lobby, a group of boys and girls came out from nowhere and rushed towards Yi Can. What is going on? Yi Can was very confused. The leading girl yelled at the top of her lungs, What a worthless male god. He's just a damn scumbag. Hey babies, beat up the scumbag. Get him out of here. The next second, everyone was madly throwing raw eggs at Yi Can's head while cursing, Down with the scumbag. Get out of here. Down with the scumbag. Chapter 64, Rumors. Oh shit. What is going on? After being attacked, Yi Can quickly ran into the security room at the door and locked it. The group of boys and girls still refused to give up and simply threw eggs at the window. Yi Can was about to reach for a tissue to wipe the egg white and yolk off his head, but the security guard snatched the tissue from his hand and yelled at him with contempt, You bastard. If I had an egg, I'd throw it at your head too. The security guard used to be quite enthusiastic towards Yi Can. Whenever he saw Yi Can, he would salute him and shout with admiration, Good morning, Dr. Yi. But why do I hate my idol so much today? Yi Can asked the security guard in confusion, Brother Jian, how did I offend you? The security guard took out his phone, flipped to a certain audio app, and handed it to Yi Can. How dare you say that? Look at yourself and see what immoral things you have done. Yi Can took the security guard's mobile phone and looked down. It was no big deal, but he was shocked when he saw it. The internet celebrity Dr. Yi Can's image as a male god collapsed. He already had a 6-year-old illegitimate daughter before marrying the goddess Suling. The top goddess is too despicable. She endures humiliation and becomes the stepmother of Yi Can's illegitimate daughter. In order to become a royal consort, the internet-famous doctor abandoned his original wife and brought his illegitimate daughter as his live-in son-in-law. After the poor doctor became an internet celebrity, he forced his goddess wife to be the stepmother of his illegitimate daughter, and he became a hands-off boss. The top goddess is actually willing to be the one who takes over and clean up the mess for the male scumbag. Every time Yi Can scrolled up a page, the page that popped up was the news that he had a 6-year-old illegitimate daughter, and that the top goddess Suling had become her stepmother. It was also accompanied by photos that someone had secretly taken of Suling taking her sister to the park or picking her up from kindergarten. Under each page of news, there are hundreds of thousands of comments. Some of them are either calling Yi Can a scumbag, feeling sorry for Suling, saying that she was blind to marry a beast in human form like Yi Can, and urging Suling to divorce quickly. Some are mocking Suling for her self-degradation, and saying that she doesn't want to marry a golden bachelor, but has to marry a poor guy with no money, no manners, and an illegitimate daughter. In short, Yi Can is now despised by the entire internet, and his real image has collapsed. Suling was also greatly shocked. It's so fucking incredible. Overnight, Yi Can became an invisible rich man, and overnight, he went from being a popular internet celebrity doctor to a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. The internet is scary, and keyboard warriors are even scarier. They can create gods and destroy gods. The key point is that Yi Can was wronged. He is not what they said he was. Oh my god. These reporters are talking nonsense. The little girl in the photo is my sister, okay? How can she be called my illegitimate daughter? Yi Can was also convinced by those people who spread rumors. Who is against him and wants to slander him like this? Yi Can guessed that the group of people outside who were shouting and cursing at him were either Suling's fans or his haters. Or maybe someone deliberately hired some internet trolls to embarrass him. The security guard didn't believe what Yi Can said. He said to Yi Can disappointedly, Dr. Yi, I admire you so much and regard you as my idol. How can you let the goddess be the stepmother of the child you had with another woman? Are you worthy of the goddess? If it weren't for the fact that you're a doctor in our hospital, I'd really want to push you out and let those fans drown you in spit and pelt you with eggs. Yikan felt that his grievances could not be cleared even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Brother Jian, can you please stop listening to the rumors online? I really don't have an illegitimate daughter. That little girl is my biological sister. The security guard turned his head away, too lazy to look at Yikan again. Shut up. You scumbag, you only know how to quibble. Like everyone else, I'm hoping the goddess will divorce you soon and kick you out for being such a jerk. It's better for the goddess to marry me than you. Seeing that the security guard was so agitated, Yikan almost took a knife and cut him into pieces. He might as well just keep quiet. Talking too much would only bring tears. The problem is that Yikan can't open the door and go out at this moment. Once he goes out, he might really be drowned by the group of people's saliva or hit to death by their eggs. With no other choice, he called the police. When the police arrived, they quickly dispersed the troublemakers. The dean called Yikan to his office and angrily scolded him. Xiaoyi, can you spare the hospital some trouble? Look at you now, you're being boycotted by the entire internet. They're almost boycotting our hospital. Yikan protested, Dean, I really don't have an illegitimate daughter. Someone is deliberately spreading rumors. The director waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop quibbling. The hospital will investigate whether it's a rumor or not, but until we find out, you should temporarily not come to work. The hospital will notify you when you can start work. Yikan was suddenly struck by lightning. The dean is really ungrateful and asked him to go home and wait for further notice. What if he is never notified to go to work at the hospital? Isn't this obviously a disguised way of firing him? Director, please give me a chance to prove my innocence. This won't hinder my ability to treat patients and save lives. Please don't stop me from coming to the hospital. The dean walked to the door, opened it, and ordered Yikan to leave. You are now a dangerous element in the entire network. If I still let you work in the hospital at this juncture, I will cause trouble for the hospital. Go home quickly, don't dawdle. Yikan walked out of the dean's office frustrated and prepared to go home. He would have to ask Suling when he got back what was going on with the rumors online that he had an illegitimate daughter. Yikan believed that Suling must have seen the news, but Suling did not show up and did not issue any statement. He didn't know what Suling meant. Just as Yikan was wondering, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped beside Yikan. It's Lydia Sue's car. But the person who got out of the car was not Suling, but one of Suling's bodyguards, a bald man with a height of 1.9 meters, wearing a black suit and sunglasses. He was always cool and taciturn, which easily reminded people of the professional killer Leon. Yikan asked Will in confusion, Will, why are you here? Where is Suling? Will opened the car door for Yikan and said concisely, Sir, the young lady asked me to take you home first. Yikan seemed to realize that something was wrong. He said nothing more and got into the car immediately. However, when he was about to arrive at Suling's villa, Will did not go through the main entrance, but took a detour to the back door. Because the main entrance was crowded with reporters, all waiting for Suling to come out so that they could go up and dig out the latest and most explosive news. Alas, Suling is having an even worse time. Yikan couldn't help but ask Will, did Suling also read the news? What does she think? Will just remained silent and continued driving with a blank expression. Yikan felt embarrassed. Will is indeed Suling's most loyal bodyguard. Without Suling's permission, he would not reveal any information about Suling. Entering the living room from the back door, Yikan saw Suling pacing back and forth. Seeing Yikan coming back, Suling hurried over, held Yikan's hand tightly, and asked worriedly, Husband, are you okay? Yikan nodded, Wife, I'm fine. You saw the news, right? He didn't have the courage to tell the dean that he should go home first, for fear that Suling would get angry. Lydia Su answered truthfully, Yes, I have seen it all. Do you think that someone deliberately spread the rumor? Yikan was shocked. Suling actually thought the same thing as him. They really are in sync. Wife, do you think so too? Suling said firmly, As soon as the news came out, I thought that someone was deliberately slandering you and me, wanting to ruin our reputation. Yikan guessed who was behind this. He stepped forward and asked Suling seriously, Wife, who do you think did this? Suling leaned close to Yikan's ear and whispered his name. Yikan's breathing stopped. Suling once again thought the same thing as him. Seeing that the situation is getting more and more serious, they must take measures to save the situation and not let the villain succeed. Chapter 65 Coping Strategies. Royal Court Hall. While Su Haitao was scrolling through the videos on Douyin that were full of people cursing Yi Can and Suling, he couldn't help but nod frequently. Sujin walked up to Su Haitao and said proudly, "Brother, what do you think? This idea of mine is good, isn't it?" Su Haitao stretched out his arm and put it around Sujin's shoulders, with a cunning smile on his face, like a villain who has succeeded. "Little sister, you are so clever. You actually managed to get someone to write Yi Can's sister as his illegitimate daughter. That stinky girl Suling is now ruined too. Ha 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 ha." Su Haijian came over at this time and asked for credit. "Brother, I also contributed this time. Just hiring a group of people to go to the hospital to besiege Yi Can, and hiring those internet soldiers to scold Yi Can and Suling, I spent a lot of money. Why don't you praise me?" Su Haitao directly handed Su Haijian a bank card. "Third brother, is this good enough?" Su Haijian took it immediately and asked curiously, "Brother, how much money is in it?" Sujin answered for Su Haitao, "How could the eldest brother treat you unfairly? Third brother, it's at least 8 figures." Su Haitao nodded with satisfaction. "Little sister still knows me best." Sujin happily snuggled up to Su Haitao's shoulder and acted coquettishly. "Brother, I am your dearest little sister. If I don't understand you, who will understand you?" Su Haijian got the benefit and promised Su Haitao, "Thank you, bro. I'm the best at hiring people to cause trouble, hiring internet trolls, and so on. Just come to me, and I promise I won't let you down." What Su Haitao is most concerned about now is not hiring people to cause trouble or buying internet trolls, but whether Yi Can and Su Ling have been abandoned by the industry, and whether the couple has quarreled so much that it has alarmed Old Master Su. Will Old Master Su drive Yi Can out of the Su family, ask Su Ling to hand over all his property, and hide Su Ling away? What Su Haitao really wants to achieve is to make both Yi Can and Su Ling dead. So, Su Haitao asked Sujin, "How are Yi Can and Su Ling doing in the Su family? Has the old man made any moves?" Sujin reported truthfully, "Brother, I have already planted our spies in the Su family to pay attention to every move of Yi Can and Su Ling, that stinky girl. According to the information from our informants, the couple hasn't made any movement yet. I don't know what they are doing behind closed doors. As for the old man, there's no action. He's been staying with friends out of town and hasn't announced he's coming back." Su Haitao suddenly felt a little unbelievable. What? Yi Can and Su Ling haven't made any movement? They can still sit at home with the door closed at this time? The old man shouldn't miss the news, so why doesn't he rush back to deal with them? Su Haijian didn't make a fuss. He calmly persuaded Su Haitao, "Brother, don't be too anxious. My younger sister and I are doing things, so what are you worried about? Now Yi Can and Su Ling's personalities have both collapsed, and they've been boycotted online. The hospital has also banned Yi Can from working, and other hospitals certainly won't dare to hire him anymore. Su Ling is in dire straits too. Partners have been canceling her endorsements one after another, distancing themselves from her. They're both done. As for the old man, he might have been irritated by them for a long time and he might even be ill. His friends are busy trying to get him to the hospital for treatment." Sujin also echoed, "Third brother is right, Yi Can and that little Su Ling are finished, there is no way they can recover this time. They might be having a farewell fight behind closed doors. And the old man, isn't it a good thing for us if he's sick? The head of the family is not here, so you are the boss. Whatever you say goes, who dares not listen?" After hearing what Su Haijian and Sujin said, Su Haitao gradually dispelled his doubts. At this moment, he felt a sense of pleasure as if he had become a serf and became the master of his own house. My little sister is right. When the old man is not at home, I, the eldest son, am the boss and have the right to call the shots in the Su family. Come on, let's go back to the Su family and deal with those 2 little brats. After saying that, Su Haitao walked out of the Royal Court Club in a haughty manner, deciding to go back to the Su family to drive Yi Can away, and ask Su Ling to hand over all the property under his name, and then put Su Ling in hiding. Su family. Yi Can and Su Ling were discussing countermeasures in the study. Wife, have you comforted Grandpa? Mr. Su is old and his body and mind cannot withstand too much stimulation, otherwise it will affect his health, and it will be troublesome if his life is in danger. Lydia Su nodded, yes, there is no problem on Grandpa's side. I promised Grandpa that I would be able to handle the matter well, and Grandpa believes in my ability. Mr. Su was fine, so Yi Can could breathe a sigh of relief. Suling proposed her own solution to Yikan. Husband, I can hold a special press conference to clarify to everyone that I am not a stepmother and you don't have an illegitimate daughter. The problem is, you have to find a way to produce evidence to prove that your sister is not your illegitimate daughter. This is the key. The reason why most netizens believe that Yikan has an illegitimate daughter is not only because his brain is on his butt and he is easily instigated by rumors, but also because the younger sister looks too much like Yikan. Generally, daughters look more like their fathers. If I only verbally clarify that my sister is not Yikan's illegitimate daughter, I'm afraid it won't be very convincing. The most important thing is to come up with solid evidence to shut everyone up. Yikan made a quick decision. This is possible. Do a DNA test. My mother has returned and is in the hospital. I can use my mother and sister's DNA test to show everyone the truth. DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is the genetic material of the human body and determines protein synthesis. DNA comes from both parents, and only identical twins have identical DNA. Identical twins are siblings who develop from the same fertilized egg and have the same genetic material, meaning their DNA is exactly the same. But Yikan and his sister are 21 years apart, so their DNA definitely cannot be the same. The DNA similarity between Mother Gao Yue and her sister can reach 99.99%. Suling was very surprised when she heard Yikan say that his mother was back. Honey, when did mom come back? Which hospital is she in now? I want to go see her after this crisis is resolved. Yikan was touched that Suling called his mother mom and thought about visiting his mother one day. This made him look forward to the time Suling and his mother would spend together in the future. I'll tell you about my mom later. She's at Jiangning People's Hospital. I'll go get a DNA test first, and you prepare for the press conference. Suling had no objection. Okay, I'll do it right away. Yikan stood up and planned to go to the hospital to find Gao Yue. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he saw the three people who looked down on others standing at the door. Behind them stood a group of tall and strong men, each holding an iron rod, eager to try. Suling was about to rush over to settle the score with them, but Yikan pulled Suling behind him and protected him. Su Haitao shouted, "Come on, take that stinky girl Suling to solitary confinement. And break that stinky boy Yikan's legs and throw him out." Chapter 66, Death is Certain. When the group of tall and strong men heard the order, they immediately rushed towards Yikan and Suling. Yikan threw a powerful punch, hit the bull from across the mountain. The next second, the crowd scattered and fell to the ground, lying on their sides and screaming in pain. Some of the fish that had escaped the net raised iron bars to hit Yikan's head, but Suling reacted quickly, and his two thin chopstick legs swung out with a whoosh, kicking them away. Yikan high-fived Suling. "Wife, good job." At this moment, a fist attacked Yikan from behind. Yikan tilted his head, grabbed the wrist with his hand and pulled it forward. Suling took advantage of the situation and swung her fist. The man's tooth was knocked out, and he spat out blood in the air with a puff. In just a few minutes, all the people led by Su Haitao were lying on the ground withered. When husband and wife work together, they can accomplish anything. It's so awesome. Yikan and Suling stood back to back, dusting off their hands. They confidently said to Su Haitao, "If anyone else isn't afraid of death, come on." Su Haitao was so scared that he took a step back. Su Haijian and Su Jin also shuddered and quickly ran behind Su Haitao. Su Haitao pointed at Yikan and Suling with a shaking finger, stammering, You two are so bold. You've been boycotted by the entire internet, not only bringing disaster to the Su family's reputation, but you're still causing a scene in the Su family. Do you have any rules?" Suling took a step forward, his aura overwhelming Su Haitao as he refuted him. "Uncle, Yikan doesn't have an illegitimate daughter, and I'm not a stepmother." "You know that. But you took advantage of our misfortune when we were in danger. You are clearly the one who spread the rumor." Su Haitao was terrified by Suling's retort, but he insisted, I didn't. I am the eldest son of the Su family. When the old man is not at home, I have the right to clean up the Su family." Su Haijian and Su Jin echoed in unison, "Yes. Big brother has the right to clean up the Su family." Seeing the three people who looked down on others with the same breath, and who were more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything, Yikan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, Mr. Su was not at home. If he were at home and saw his three useless children causing trouble, he would probably get rid of them first. Facing the three people who looked down on others, Suling was not afraid at all. Her expression became increasingly cold, and her eyes became increasingly fierce, which made the three people who looked down on others feel guilty. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Suling again. Suling sneered and said, "Don't think that just because I haven't found any evidence, I don't know that you guys are the ones who instigated the rumors. I don't have the time to punish you right now. Once I'm done with this incident, I'll definitely make you pay me back double." After she finished speaking, she took Yikan's hand and said, "Hubby, let's go." After Yikan and Suling left the Su family, Su Haijian asked Su Haitao worriedly, "Brother, what should we do? Will that little girl complain to the old man?" Sujin was also terrified. "Yeah, big brother, what if that little girl complains to the old man and the old man comes back to punish us?" Su Haitao never expected that the brother and sister would be more cowardly than turtles at the critical moment. They had promised each other solemnly that they would definitely destroy Yikan and Suling. Now look what happened. The young couple was not afraid of danger. They fought against the enemy with their own strength and blocked the water with earth. They did not take them seriously at all. Everyone was a waste in front of the young couple. You ask me what to do? Who the hell should I ask? Su Haitao was furious and simply asked Su Haijin and Sujin for money. "Hand over the bank cards I gave you. If you don't get the job done, don't even think about taking the money." Su Haijian and Sujin reluctantly took out the bank card and returned it to Su Haitao. Su Haitao put away the bank card, narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "If we don't want the old man to know about our affairs, we must make Yikan and that stinky girl Suling disappear from this world as soon as possible." Su Haijian asked Su Haitao cautiously, Brother, what should we do next?" A cunning smile crossed Su Haitao's lips. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Due to time constraints, Suling contacted the public relations team by phone while driving Yikan to the hospital and explained a series of matters related to holding a large-scale clarification press conference. Yikan admired Suling's calmness in the face of praise or criticism. Although this little girl was young, she had experienced many ups and downs, and nothing could defeat her. This was the first time since he and Lydia Su got married that the couple faced difficulties together. Since he was a child, he had seen his mother remarry immediately after his father died of illness. He was often hit by the saying, husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Fortunately, when disaster struck, he and Suling did not fly away separately, they faced it together. This is what it means to stick together through thick and thin. Yikan couldn't help but hold Suling's hand tightly, and said sincerely, "Wife, when this storm is over, I have something to say to you." Suling looked at Yikan expectantly, and while continuing to drive, he gently asked Yikan, "Husband, what are you talking about? You have to wait until the storm is over before you tell me?" Yikan smiled slightly, because it would be more meaningful to talk about it at that time. Suling's little heart began to beat violently again. Brother Chan is not going to say to me, "I love you," right? If he really said "I love you" to me, would he be with me forever? Suling really wanted the storm to pass quickly. She wanted to hear Yikan say "I love you" to her. Indeed, what Yikan wanted to say to Suling was "I love you." He was absolutely certain that he had fallen in love with this kind and beautiful little girl. He wanted to loudly confess to her, "Lydia Su, I love you. Let's not get divorced. Let's be together forever, okay?" He hopes this day will come true. Caught off guard, Suling's car shook violently, and then again. Yikan immediately looked back and saw that someone was deliberately hitting Suling's car. Then cars from both sides caught up, bang. Bang. Bang, one after another, they hit Suling's car body, even sparks flew, and the car doors were pressed down. Oh no, there's a car coming from the opposite direction. They were caught in a tight spot. Wife, it must be the car sent by Su Haitao and his men to intercept us. Yikan immediately thought that it was the three people who looked down on others who were causing trouble. My uncle and his men don't want to stop us, they want us to die. What Suling felt was the murderous aura. Yikan was stunned. Oh shit. Is it so cruel? Even want to kill your own niece? Boom. The car coming from the opposite direction directly pushed Suling's car into the sky. Yikan and Suling also flew into the air, but in the blink of an eye they fell rapidly with the car. Below was the turbulent sea. If they fell into it with the car, they would surely die. Chapter 67 Assassination. Thump. The car fell into the sea. Yikan and Suling, who were trapped in the car, also fell into the sea. The car was still sinking, and water began to seep into the car from every gap in the car. Yikan and Suling were also losing their balance. Suling was trying hard to open the locked car door, trying to let Yikan escape. Yikan was also looking for an exit, hoping to keep Suling alive. Unfortunately, they are all wasting their efforts. The car sank deeper and deeper, and the water accumulated more and more. Their bodies could no longer bear it, and the lack of oxygen in the space made them on the verge of suffocation. At this moment, Suling held Yikan's hand tightly, as if he was ready to face death. "Brother Chan, I'm sorry, I have implicated you. If you hadn't been my husband, you wouldn't have died. If there is a next life, let me love you well in the next life. I'm afraid I don't have the chance in this life." Suling could no longer speak these words to Yikan, and they could only echo in her heart over and over again. She slowly closed her eyes, her tears drowned by the seawater. Yikan could not accept such an ending. He was still struggling, trying to find a glimmer of hope. "No, I don't want to die, and I don't want Suling to die. This is so unfair to us. I haven't told Suling that I love her, haven't given birth to our own child with her, and haven't let her spend a happy old age with us." Thinking that he and Suling were still so young and had so many unfulfilled wishes, Yikan felt so unwilling deep down in his heart. Just when Yikan was in despair, suddenly, a rescue team appeared around the car. They opened the car door and rescued Yikan and Suling to the shore. Yikan was not seriously injured and soon returned to normal. Suling's condition was not very optimistic. He was in shock when he was rescued to shore. Yikan was a doctor, so he naturally took the opportunity to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Suling. While doing this, Yikan kept praying for Suling in his heart. "Wife, you have to fight for your dignity and survive, do you hear me? We still want to have children together and spend our whole lives together. My mom wants to look after our child. I told you I love you, but I haven't told you that I'm actually super rich." When Yikan was giving Suling artificial respiration, Suling spat out a mouthful of seawater and woke up. The ambulance immediately lifted Suling into the car and sent him to the hospital. However, just as they were on their way to the hospital, the vehicles that had hit Suling's car caught up with them again, attacking them from the front and back, preventing the ambulance from going to the hospital. Seeing this, Yikan decided to go all out and picked up Suling, who was still on an 4 drip, and got out of the car. He carried Suling on his back, stopped a motorcycle, and rode it all the way to the hospital. The motorcyclist was a young girl, who was following behind and yelling, "Hey! Are you crazy? Give me back my motorcycle." Yikan heard the little girl yelling at him from behind. He lifted the windshield on his helmet, turned his head slightly, and responded in the same loud voice, "Go find me a Jiangning People's Hospital." When the little girl heard the name of the hospital Yikan said, she quickly called a taxi and rushed to her destination. Those vehicles were still chasing Yikan like ghosts. It seems that they will not give up until they kill Yikan and Suling today. Suling looked back and saw a car approaching, and nervously reminded Yikan, "Husband, hurry up, they are catching up." Yikan tightened his arms around Suling's waist and told her, "Wife, I'm going to do something exciting now. Sit tight and hold me tight." Suling simply pressed his entire front body against Yikan's strong and powerful back, and rested his face on Yikan's shoulder. "Hubby, don't worry, I'm clinging to you tightly and won't fall off." Yikan's heart was beating violently, and his whole body felt like it was on fire, burning hot. Suling was so close to him that he could clearly feel the warmth and softness on the front of Suling, as well as the pair of slender hands pressing against his well-defined 8-pack abs. He didn't know whose sweat it was that soaked his white shirt. Boom, boom, boom. The motorcycle roared forward like lightning. When they reached the steep viaduct, Yikan climbed up easily and then roared down the slope like flying. Turning into a narrow alley, I bounced down the stone steps and whirred down. Then we came to the spiral parking lot, and it flew upwards like a spinning top. Wow! So thrilling and exciting. Brother Chan's motorcycle skills are so awesome, it's like he's in an action movie. But this is not a movie, it is really happening in real life. Suling had never had such a thrilling and exciting experience in her life. She even had an illusion that Yikan was riding a motorcycle and taking her for a fancy ride. It was cool, awesome, and crazy. It really felt like flying, so dazzling and explosive. Suling hugged Yikan tighter, his heart pounding like a deer. "Brother Chan, how many surprises do you have that I haven't discovered yet? I really admire you more and more." At this moment, Suling had forgotten that she and Yikan were in danger. She seemed to see countless pink heart-shaped bubbles popping up above her head, as well as sweet red lip prints, all of which were her love for Brother Can. When he reached the top of the spiral parking lot, Yikan found that there was no way out. Below is a bustling vegetable market with people coming and going. The car behind is about to catch up. At this time, there were firefighters doing a drill and they had inflated an air cushion on the ground. "Honey, sit tight, we're going to fly again." As soon as he finished speaking, Yikan jumped off the motorcycle without hesitation and landed right on the air cushion. A bearded man got out of the car, looked down, and shouted, "Brothers, jump down. Don't let those two little guys get away." So, that group of people jumped down like black poop and landed on the air cushion one after another. Yikan had already gotten on his motorcycle and was driving Suling to the hospital. In desperation, the bearded man grabbed a motorcycle and chased after the man. When Suling saw the bearded man approaching on a motorcycle, she swung her slender chopstick legs out with a whoosh. "Fuck you." With one kick, he kicked the bearded man off the motorcycle and rolled him far away. Finally arriving at the hospital, Yikan first sent Suling to the clinic, then found a phone to call the police and arrest the group of people who were hunting him and Suling. Then he went to find his mother Gao Yue to do a DNA test for her and her sister. Unexpectedly, when Yikan was halfway to the laboratory with the sample, Su Haitao suddenly rushed out and stabbed Yikan with a knife. Yikan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and bright red blood gushed out, quickly staining his white shirt red. Suling, who had just finished her consultation, happened to see this scene. She rushed to the fallen Yikan and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Husband, don't!" Chapter 68 Mr. Su's words. Unexpectedly, Su Haitao did not even let Suling go. Seeing Suling running towards Yikan, he attacked Suling with a knife again. Suling was furious and punched Su Haitao hard with his fists. Su Haitao couldn't withstand the boxing champion's punches and was knocked to the ground by Suling in a few hits. "If you dare to hurt my husband, I will strangle you to death." Suling had only one thought at this moment: she wanted Su Haitao to pay with his life. A passing nurse saw the scene and immediately screamed and called the police, and asked someone to push Yikan, who was still bleeding, to the emergency room. Fortunately, Yikan was rescued in time, and Su Haitao did not stab him in the vital parts, and he was just a little bit away from hitting his heart. Thank God, Yikan should not die. At the police station, Suling truthfully reported the cause and effect of the incident. Those who were hunting down Yikan were also arrested and confessed that the mastermind behind the crime was Su Haitao, and his accomplices were Su Haijian and Su Jin. The three people who looked down on others were brought to justice. While Yikan was in the hospital, Suling helped Yikan find a doctor from the laboratory to do a DNA test on Gao Yue and her sister. Afterwards, she held a large-scale press conference to clarify the matter, telling everyone, "This is the paternity test between Yikan's mother, Ms. Gao Yue, and her sister. Her sister is not Yikan's illegitimate daughter at all, but only Yikan's sister. And I have never been a stepmother to anyone's child. In the future, Yikan and I will definitely give birth to our own children. As for my younger sister, I will treat her as my own sister, just like Yikan. And my mother-in-law, Ms. Gao Yue, I will also treat her as my own mother and be filial to her." Gao Yue also came out to clarify at this time, "Hello everyone, I am the biological mother of Yikan and his sister. My name is Gao Yue. My sister is my youngest daughter, Yikan's biological sister, not Yikan's illegitimate daughter. Please don't misunderstand my son and daughter-in-law anymore." With witnesses and evidence all present, everyone was speechless. The internet was in an uproar again, with many people speaking out for Yikan and Suling, and some even demanding an apology from them. Those who falsely accused Dr. Yi and the goddess, shouldn't they come out and say sorry to the young couple? The goddess should investigate who is spreading the rumors, then send a lawyer's letter and use legal means to deal with the rumormongers. I told you, how could Dr. Yi and the goddess be such a positive couple? Their relationship could fall apart? It's all caused by rumors. In order to create a sensation, a reporter deliberately set a trap, waiting for Suling to jump in. "Goddess, what do you think about your future relationship with Ms. Kawa's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law?" Lydia Su answered frankly, "There is no problem for me to get along with my mother-in-law. If she wants to live with us, then we can live together. If she doesn't want to live with us, then I will give her an apartment and let her live on her own." When the reporter heard that Suling was still thinking about giving Gao Yue an apartment, he continued to dig a hole and turned to ask Gao Yue, "Ms. Gao, do you want to live with your daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law, or do you want to live alone?" Gao Yue felt that she was old after all, and there was a generation gap and different living habits between her and the young people, so she thought it would be better for her to live alone and not cause trouble for her son and daughter-in-law. So, she answered simply, "I like living alone." Seeing Gao Yue fall into the trap, the reporter asked Suling provocatively, "Goddess, look, your mother-in-law has said that she wants to live alone. Shouldn't you give her a house? At least let everyone see that you, as a daughter-in-law, do what you say and don't just pretend." If Suling didn't give Gao Yue an apartment immediately, the reporters would have a lot of fancy stories to make up when they go back. Creating conflicts between the goddess and her mother-in-law would definitely hit the pain points of many people and earn a lot of traffic. Lydia Su didn't take the reporter's tricks seriously at all. She took out her phone and called her bodyguard, "Will, transfer the ownership of my apartment in Legion Garden to my mother-in-law immediately. Hand over the property certificate in an hour." An hour later, Will really brought the property certificate, and Gao Yue's name was indeed written on it. Moreover, it was not just a simple apartment, but a 3-story villa, as luxurious as a 7-star hotel. What was even more shocking was that Suling also asked Will to bring more than 20 nannies to take care of Gao Yue's daily life. Everyone was stunned by Suling's amazing efficiency. She is worthy of being a top goddess. She has a very powerful network of relationships. She can transfer property as easily as she wants. Giving a super luxurious villa to her mother-in-law is as easy as giving her a small toy. The key person is that the daughter-in-law also assigned more than 20 nannies to her mother-in-law, and solved all the life problems for her. Only top goddess Suling can be such a generous and filial daughter-in-law. There is no one like her before and there will be no one like her after. Gao Wei found it even harder to believe that what she saw was real. This daughter-in-law is so upright. Whatever she says is what she means and she will do it for you immediately without any ambiguity. She is blessed by her son Yikan and has received the love of such a good daughter-in-law. Yikan, who was receiving in 4 drip in the ward, was deeply moved when he saw what Suling did for his mother on TV. He has such a good wife, who is good to his sister, good to his mother-in-law, and even better to him. If he doesn't cherish her, he must be crazy. Therefore, he decided to tell Suling loudly after being discharged from the hospital that he not only loved her, but also wanted to have a baby of their own with her, and the family would live happily for the rest of their lives. This 3-month wedding period is all bullshit. If there is love, there will be no divorce. It should last forever. After the clarification press conference, Suling's popularity reached a new level. He topped the hot search list for many consecutive days. His reputation was so good that major brands invited Suling to be their spokesperson and he made a lot of money. While Yikan was recuperating in the hospital, Suling was touring the catwalks in different countries every day, confidently displaying her unique beauty and aura. In particular, she brought her sister with her to walk the runway. Every show was packed, and the cheers were louder and louder, stunning the whole world. Under Suling's halo, his sister became the most popular child star and made a lot of money at a young age. Suling deposited all the money her sister earned into Yikan's account and asked Yikan to temporarily supervise it. She did not ask for a single cent from it. Originally, she had consulted Yikan and Gao Yue about who would supervise her sister's money. Gao Yue suggested that Yikan should be in charge. Suling followed Gao Yue's wishes. On the day Yikan was discharged from the hospital, Suling had just returned from abroad with her sister. Gao Yue went to the airport to pick up her sister, while Suling went straight to the hospital to take Yikan home personally. Pushing open the door of the ward, Suling went up and gave Yikan a princess hug. "Honey, I'm back." Her smile was so sweet and beautiful, as if a beautiful rainbow rose up all over the world. Being hugged by such a beautiful wife, Yikan felt warm in his heart, a happiness that could not be described in words. He stared at Lydia Su intently and said seriously, "Wife, I love you. Let's be together forever, okay?" Suling finally heard Yikan say "I love you" to her. She had been waiting for this day as if she had waited for several lifetimes. Her brother Chan doesn't want to divorce her and wants to live with her for the rest of his life. She loves her brother Chan so much, how could she not agree? Suling kissed Yikan's cheek sweetly and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Okay, of course, I want to spend my whole life with Brother Can, and even have babies with Brother Can." Unexpectedly, just as Suling finished speaking, Old Man Su's angry roar came from outside the door. "Who allowed you to live together for a lifetime? Go and get a divorce tomorrow." Chapter 69. Suling is pregnant. Suling immediately put Yikan down and walked quickly towards Grandpa Su. He asked in surprise, "Grandpa, when did you come back? Why did you suddenly want us to divorce?" Yikan was also wondering why Mr. Su suddenly wanted Suling to divorce him. It was old Master Su who threatened to commit suicide and forced Suling to marry him. Besides, even if they wanted to divorce, he and Lydia Su's wedding was scheduled for 3 months, and these 3 months hadn't even come yet. Why were they in such a hurry to divorce? Mr. Su's face was quite ugly, and his attitude was very tough. "I just got off the plane, and the first thing I did when I got back was to inform you and Yikan to divorce quickly tomorrow." As for why, I can't tell you now, I'll tell you later. Suling was very confused. She became angry. Grandpa, aren't you kidding me? You threatened to die and forced me to marry Yikan. I asked you why, but you didn't tell me. You just told me to get along well with Yikan. We are in love now and want to spend our whole lives together, but you come to break us up. I ask you why, but you still won't tell me. Do you treat my marriage with Yikan as a joke? Have you ever respected us? What Suling said was also what Yikan wanted to say, because Suling fully expressed his thoughts. He stood aside and nodded continuously. Old Master Su still stood firm. He simply grabbed Suling's arm and dragged Suling out. In short, you must listen to me. There is no room for negotiation on the divorce. Come home with me right now. Yikan chased after him and blocked Mr. Su's way. Then, he pulled Suling into his arms and protected him tightly. Grandpa, you have no right to interfere with my marriage with Lydia Su. We can't get divorced. No matter what you say or do, it's useless. Old Master Su was so angry that his face turned red and his breathing became rapid. He pointed at Yikan angrily, his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to stare Yikan to death. You little brat, what qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? You must divorce Ling Ling. After the divorce, you can get a house and a car. What else can you not be satisfied with? Yikan really wanted to tell Mr. Su that he was now a wealthy man with a net worth of 900 billion yuan. Did he still need a house and a car? But now is not the time to talk about this. The key is to save his marriage with Suling. Suppressing the depression in his heart, Yikan calmly asked Grandpa Su, Grandpa, I want Suling as a person. We want to love each other for the rest of our lives. Why are you so cruel to break us up? Suling also asked Grandpa Su in confusion, Yes, Grandpa, what exactly do you want to do by breaking us up? Old Master Su had not expected that Suling and Yikan had been so deeply in love less than a month after their marriage, and that they were willing to unite and specifically come against him. How outrageous! I had my reasons for letting you get married in the first place. I also have my reasons for letting you get divorced now. But I can't say anything right now. In short, you must get a divorce, no room for negotiation. The death order issued by Mr. Su. Suling cried in grievance. Grandpa, you don't say anything. This is unfair to me and Yikan. I will not divorce Yikan. Grandpa Su asked Suling for the last time, Ling, Grandpa is asking you for the last time, are you going to divorce Yikan or not? Yikan held Suling's hand tightly, his eyes filled with the desire to survive. Wife, we agreed to spend our whole lives together, we must not get divorced. Lydia Su nodded at Yikan, Husband, I know, I will never divorce you. When Mr. Su saw that Suling was determined to be with Yikan, he was extremely disappointed. Well, Ling, you'd rather marry a poor boy who's only been married to you for less than a month than your grandfather who worked so hard to raise you. If that's the case, what's the point of me living? I might as well just die. After he finished speaking, Mr. Su disappeared into the distance. Suling was afraid that Grandpa Su would do something stupid, so he immediately chased after him. Grandpa, where are you going? Grandpa. Mr. Su didn't look back, his steps became faster and faster, and he headed straight for the hospital rooftop. Yikan was also worried that Mr. Su would be upset, so he chased after him. On the rooftop, Old Man Su stood outside the railing and yelled at Suling, Ling, if you don't divorce Yikan, I'm going to jump down and die. Anyway, I raised you, and I'm old. You can't count on me anymore, so go count on that poor boy. Suling was anxious to get closer to Mr. Su, but Yikan quickly held her back. Wife, it's dangerous, don't go over there. After that, he persuaded Mr. Su again, Grandpa, please don't be like this, okay? Suling is not unfilial to you, she just doesn't want to divorce me, just understand her, okay? Old Master Su retorted to Yikan in grief, I understand her, but who will understand me? My 3 children are all in prison, and my most beloved granddaughter has also turned her back on me. I'm now a lonely old man, and no one will care about me. I'm going to die now. Seeing her grandfather about to jump, Suling finally compromised. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, I promise you, I will divorce Yikan. I promise you, please, don't die. Yikan looked at Suling, who was kneeling on the ground and crying, in shock, his heart aching. Wife, do you really want to divorce me? Suling looked up at Yikan, only tears remained on that still beautiful and charming little face. Yikan, I can't joke with my grandfather's life. If I don't divorce you, my grandfather will die. I'm sorry, we are not destined to be together. When Mr. Su saw that Suling had given in, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but it disappeared in a flash. Then, he pretended to be serious and asked Suling, Ling, you didn't lie to me? Lydia Su nodded with tears in her eyes, Grandpa, I'm not lying to you. I will go to get a divorce with Yikin tomorrow. Then, she stood up, walked closer to Mr. Su step by step, and stretched out her hand to him. Grandpa, give me your hand. I'll help you down, okay? Don't do anything stupid again. You're the only grandpa I have in this world. After his parents passed away, Grandpa Su raised Suling with great difficulty and was the closest relative to Suling in the world. Without Grandpa Su's careful cultivation, Suling would not have achieved what he has today. Therefore, in order for his grandfather to be alive, Suling had no choice but to follow his grandfather's wishes and divorce Yikan. Old Master Su reached out his hand to Lydia Su, who pulled him down, hugged him tightly, and burst into tears. Yikan endured the heartache and left sadly. How ironic. He and Suling had already decided to spend their lives together, but Grandpa Su ended up breaking them up. He and Suling were both made and broken by Old Man Su. Why is this so? Only Mr. Su himself knows the answer. In the evening, Yikan went to the hotel and did not return to Suling's home. Suling didn't call Yikan to go back either. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to call Yikan, but that Mr. Su didn't allow her to call and took away her cell phone. Late at night, Suling lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She couldn't bear to leave her brother Chan. Without her brother Chan, her heart felt like half was cut out. Suddenly, she felt sick to her stomach and wanted to vomit. But when she ran to the bathroom, she couldn't vomit anything. This is repeated many times. After washing her face, Suling looked at herself in the mirror, looking a little haggard, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, am I pregnant with brother Chan's child? Without thinking too much, she hurriedly put on her coat, went to a nearby pharmacy, bought a pregnancy test stick and went to the bathroom to test it. Sure enough, she was pregnant. The child is Yikan. Chapter 70 Our baby can't live without a father. Suling looked at the two eye-catching red lines on the pregnancy test stick, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Since she married Yikan, she has never had sex with Yikan. But the result at this moment was true, she was pregnant. She had been wondering whether she had done that with Yikan, but now the answer was clear, she and Yikan had done that before they got married. At that time, Yikan was beaten by Yang Wei and his face was deformed. He fell into a coma. His grandfather rescued him and then sent him to Suling's room. That night, Suling ate the food that his grandfather had tampered with, and had sex with Yikan in a daze. At this moment, the reason why Suling was so sure was because she only had Yikan as her man. She actually gave her virginity to Yikan, and at that time, she became pregnant with Yikan's child. A joy that could not be described in words came over Suling's heart. Brother Chan and I actually have our own baby, my dream has come true. Now that I have a baby, will Grandpa stop me and Brother Chan from getting divorced? Grandpa wouldn't be so cruel. He wouldn't leave the baby without a complete family, right? The arrival of this little life in her belly made Suling seem to see the hope that she and Yikan could be together for a long time. She suddenly felt that she and Yikan were so lucky, even God was protecting her marriage with Yikan. Suling really wanted to meet Yikan and tell him the great news that she was pregnant with his child. Unfortunately, her cell phone was confiscated by Mr. Su, and she couldn't contact Yikan. Suddenly, Lydia Su remembered, oh, is Brother Ken at my mother-in-law's house? Can't I just go to my mother-in-law's house to find Brother Ken? So, Suling put away the pregnancy test stick, walked out of the bathroom, and prepared to take a taxi to Gao Wei's house to find Yikan. Unexpectedly, just as she stood on the side of the road and was about to stop a taxi, Mr. Su appeared in front of her. Old Master Su stared at Suling with a gloomy expression and asked in a deep voice, Lingling, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Suling excitedly took out the pregnancy test stick from his pocket and handed it to Grandpa Su. Grandpa, I'm pregnant, and the child is Yikan's. Mr. Su obviously did not expect Suling to be pregnant. He stared at the pregnancy test stick for a long time without coming back to his senses. Suling tightly grasped Grandpa Su's arm, tears sparkling in his clear and bright eyes. Grandpa, even if it's to give our baby a complete family, you shouldn't let me and Yikan divorce. So, for the sake of the baby, please don't stop us from being together, okay? Unexpectedly, Mr. Su's next move directly shocked Suling. He snatched the pregnancy test stick from Suling's hand and threw it into the trash can next to him without hesitation. Even if you are pregnant with Yikan's child, you can't be together anymore. You must get a divorce. Mr. Su's attitude remained firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Suling was extremely sad, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Grandpa, it was you who saved Yikan and sent Yikan to my room. It was you who tampered with my food and set me up with Yikan. It was you who forced me to marry Yikan. Now that we are in love and planning to spend our lives together, it's you who forced us to divorce. Why are you doing this? Why exactly? Of course, Mr. Su knew why he did this, but he couldn't say it. Now is not the time for me to tell you the truth. In short, you must divorce Yikan. Come home with me immediately. After saying that, Mr. Ju pulled Suling into the car with force. Suling couldn't accept that her grandfather separated her and Yikan for no reason, especially since she now had Yikan's child. No, I don't want to go home. I want to find my brother Chan. Our baby can't live without a dad. Suling broke free from Mr. Su, quickly stopped a taxi and got in. Master, hurry. Go to Hushuan Garden on Jiangnan Road. Hushuan Garden on Jiangnan Road is the residential community where Gao Yue lives. She had to go to Gao Yue to find Yikan, tell Yikan about her pregnancy, and swear to never leave Yikan. When Mr. Su saw that Suling didn't listen to him, he was extremely angry. He picked up his phone and made a call, commanding, immediately mobilize all personnel, starting from Changjiang Road, and intercept the taxi Ling is riding in from all directions. The license plate number is. Sitting in the taxi, Suling saw a lot of black Mercedes-Benz following behind. From the connected license plates, she understood that they were sent by her grandfather to stop her from seeing Yikan. Master, if you can get rid of the car behind us, I will give you $1,000 in cash. In order to get rid of Mr. Su's men, Suling could only use money to tempt the taxi driver to speed up. When the taxi driver saw that Suling was holding 1,000 yuan in cash in his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up and a smug smile flashed across his lips. Okay, girl, I'll show you my old driver's skills. After he finished speaking, the taxi driver swerved the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. But just as the car was turning the corner, a truck suddenly rushed out, pushed Suling and the driver out with the car, and finally crashed into a big tree on the side of the road. The front of the taxi was hit, and the driver fell unconscious on the steering wheel with a bloody head. Suling's head was also bleeding, and he lay in the back seat with his breathing getting weaker and weaker. Yikan couldn't sleep because Mr. Su forced Suling to divorce him. He ran out of the hotel in the middle of the night and ran on the street, trying to dispel the depression in his heart. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Mr. Su was in such a hurry to get Suling to marry him and then in such a hurry to get Suling to divorce him. Just as he ran to Jingxi Road, he suddenly saw a car accident in front of him. The police car was flashing red lights, the police were busy setting up a cordon, and medical staff were carrying 2 injured people out of the taxi that had the accident. Etc. Yikan looked closely and saw that the person who had just been lifted out of the car was Suling. Oh my god. My wife was in a car accident. Judging from the looks of it, Lydia Su was seriously injured. Yikan's brain seemed to explode in an instant, buzzing, and his heartbeat lost its rhythm. He ran quickly to the ambulance to stay with Suling. Unexpectedly, Mr. Su suddenly rushed out from the side and ordered the group of men behind him, "Stop this kid and don't let him get close to Miss Su." Upon receiving the order, the men rushed forward and blocked Yikan outside the ambulance. Yikan was restrained and unable to escape. He was so angry that he shouted at Old Man Su, "Grandpa, my wife was in a car accident. The person she needs most now is me as her husband. You have no right to stop me from being with her." Old Master Su glared at Yikan and said bitterly, "If Lingling hadn't gone to look for you, she wouldn't have had the car accident. I'm warning you, brat, if Lingling is gone, I'll make you pay with your life." After saying that, Mr. Su turned around and got into the ambulance, which then sped away. Yikan was trapped by Mr. Su's men and couldn't see Suling. He was worried about Suling all night. "Wife, please don't be in trouble, please don't." Chapter 71 will not approve. At dawn, Mr. Su appeared in front of Yikan. Yikan immediately stood up and asked Grandpa Su anxiously, "Grandpa, how is my wife?" Old Master Su stared at Yikan, who was full of worry, with an expressionless face, and said coldly, "Lingling is dead, just forget about her." Yikan was suddenly struck by lightning. What? Suling is dead? No. This is impossible. Yikan found it hard to accept this bad news. He clenched Grandpa Su's arm tightly with both hands, and was extremely emotional. "Grandpa, you are lying to me, Suling can't be dead. Let me go see her, I want to see her." Old Master Su pushed Yi Can away with force, anger appearing on his face. If Ling Ling hadn't gone to look for you, she wouldn't have had the car accident, let alone died. It was you who indirectly killed Ling Ling. You'll never see her again. After he finished speaking, Mr. Su disappeared into the distance. Yi Can chased after him and blocked Mr. Su's car door. If Su Ling is really dead, then I should have the right to see her body. I am her husband. Old Master Su glared at Yi Can with hatred in his tone. You little bastard, Ling Ling is gone. She is no longer your wife, and you are no longer her husband. I didn't ask you to pay for Ling Ling's life. I've already done my best for you. Don't force me to be rude to you. Get out of here. After he finished speaking, Mr. Su's men rushed up and forcibly dragged Yi Can away. Old Master Su got into the car and disappeared at the end of the road. Yi Can and other people from Mr. Su released him, and he immediately went to Jiangning People's Hospital. He wanted to personally confirm whether Su Ling was alive or dead. However, when he arrived at Jiangning People's Hospital, the director told him sadly that Su Ling was really dead and his body had been taken away for cremation by Mr. Su. Yi Can fell into the chair with a thud. For the first time in his life, he felt like the sky was falling. Su Ling, his goddess wife, such a beautiful and outstanding girl, loved him sincerely, devoted herself to him and his family, without any regrets, but she was gone just like that. He and she planned to love each other for the rest of their lives and have a baby of their own. Sadly, everything is gone. Yi Can's heart ached like a knife, and he wanted to cry, but when people were extremely sad, they couldn't even shed tears. Today he finally understood what it meant to be unable to cry. If Ling Ling hadn't gone to look for you, she wouldn't have had the car accident, let alone died. It was you who indirectly killed Ling Ling. You'll never see her again. Yi Can's mind kept echoing with what Grandpa Su had said to him before, like a 1,000-pound rock hitting his heart again and again. Sorry, little girl. If I hadn't gone to the hotel last night but stayed with you, you wouldn't have to look for me, and you wouldn't have gotten into a car accident while looking for me. Grandpa is right, I was the one who indirectly killed you. Sorry. At this moment, Yi Can was filled with endless regret and guilt. But it was too late. He would never again see that beautiful little girl who hugged and kissed him like a charming little elf, and he would never again hear her call him husband sweetly and gently. Without Su Ling, Yi Can's world seemed to be missing half, no longer complete. A high-end sanatorium abroad. Lying on the hospital bed, Su Ling slowly opened his eyes, and felt a sharp pain in his head. Seeing that Su Ling had woken up, Bodyguard Will took a step forward and said with concern, Miss, you are awake. Su Ling looked around and found herself in the hospital with an 4 drip hanging on one hand. She immediately remembered what happened that night. So, she grabbed Will's hand and asked Will nervously, Will, is my child still there? Will nodded, his eyes showing pity for Su Ling. Miss, you and your uncle's child are fine. Hearing that the child was still there, Su Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she thought of Yi Can again and continued to ask Will, by the way, where is Yi Can? Did my grandfather tell Yi Can that I am pregnant with his child? Will's expression became serious, and he shook his head. Miss, the master didn't tell me that you are pregnant with his child. He only told me that you are. Will stopped mid-sentence. Because it was not appropriate to say the word death to Su Ling. Seeing that Will hadn't said anything further, Su Ling anxiously urged, Grandpa, what happened? Will, you've worked for me for so many years, you know how I treat you. Is there anything you can't tell me directly? Will had no choice but to speak awkwardly. The master told the uncle that you are dead, miss, and asked the uncle not to think about you anymore. Su Ling was stunned. How could my grandfather be so cruel? He is slandering me and hurting Yi Can's heart. Doesn't he know? Will lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Lydia Su remembered something, and she asked Will again, did my grandfather force Yi Can to go through the divorce procedures? Will answered truthfully, Miss, when the master saw that you had a car accident, he felt somewhat guilty about you, so he didn't mention the divorce again, nor did he force your son-in-law. But after you were out of danger, the master had you transferred to a sanatorium abroad to recuperate while you were still unconscious. He has someone monitor you 24 hours a day and will not let you see your uncle again. Su Ling's previously relaxed mood was instantly brought back to reality by Will's words. That's too much. My grandfather actually sent me abroad, which clearly means that my brother Can and I will be separated forever. Breaking up a couple is unfair to me and my brother Chan, and it is even more unfair to our baby. Su Ling could not accept Mr. Su's arrogant and unfair arrangement no matter what, she had to find a way to turn the situation around. The problem is that she is now under 24-hour surveillance by Mr. Su's men. There are surveillance cameras in every place inside and outside the house, except for the bathroom. What should she do to successfully escape from Mr. Su's five-finger mountain? It seems that if I want to be with Brother Chan, I really need to plan carefully. Suling fell into deep thought. Suling was once the largest shareholder of Jiangning People's Hospital. Now that Suling is gone, other people in the Su family will inevitably take over Suling's original position. Yikan didn't want to have anything to do with those people in the Su family anymore, nor did he want to live in the psychological shadow and pain of Suling's death. Therefore, he struggled for a long time and finally decided to resign from Jiangning People's Hospital and find another job. He actually wanted to set up his own clinic, save lives, and become famous. The key point is that he has not been practicing medicine for 5 years and has not met the qualifications. He doesn't have to worry about money, after all, he is now a wealthy man with a net worth of 900 billion. With these 900 billion, he could choose to lie down or do something else with it. But that is not what he pursues. He is so young, how can he be a salted fish? He is not familiar with other things, but being a doctor is what he is best at. So wouldn't it be great if he could continue on this path and carve out a bright road of his own? People come to this world and cannot live in vain. Early in the morning, Yikan came to the dean's office and handed in his resignation letter. "Dean, I apply for resignation. Please approve it." The dean did not accept Yikan's resignation letter. He stared at Yikan with a firm attitude. "Xiao Yi, just give up the idea of resigning. I will not approve it, and Mr. Su will definitely not approve it." Chapter 72, Exiled. The dean did not hide anything from Yikan and directly conveyed what Mr. Su meant. Mr. Su said that you are now the most popular doctor on the entire internet. You have high medical skills, a large number of traffic, and a very wide influence. So, before you complete 5 years of medical practice, you must serve our hospital for at least 5 years. When Yikan heard what the dean said, he was immediately furious. "Why do you say that I should serve you and obey you? You don't have the right." Good man, Mr. Su is indeed a cunning old man. He specifically uses the fact that Yikan has not practiced medicine for 5 years. It turned out that he guessed that Yikan would open his own clinic in 5 years, so before that, he had to squeeze out Yikan's surplus value and obtain the greatest benefits for his hospital. The dean sneered, then calmly replied to Yikan, "Xiao Yi, I don't have this right, but Mr. Su is the big boss, he has this right. Do you think that if you resign from our hospital, with Mr. Su's amazing connections and bad temper, he will let you settle down in another hospital?" Looking at the dean's threatening face, Yikan's heart was boiling with anger, his breathing became more and more rapid, and his hands hanging by his sides were clenched into fists, shaking constantly. At this moment, Yikan really wanted to go to the Su family to settle accounts with old Master Su and seek justice for himself. But when he thought of Suling's death, his heart ached like a knife, so he gave up the idea. Perhaps, Mr. Su did not allow him to leave Jiangning People's Hospital because he wanted to use his popularity and medical skills to make profits for the hospital, and also because he hated him for indirectly killing Suling. If he hadn't stayed in the hotel that night, Suling wouldn't have died in a car accident while looking for him. This incident became a shadow that would haunt Yikan for the rest of his life. Seeing that Yikan didn't say anything, the dean stood up from his office chair and handed the resignation letter back to Yikan. Then, he patted Yikan's shoulder lightly and persuaded him earnestly. "Xiao Yi, I know you want to resign because of Miss Su's death, but Mr. Su won't let you go, and I have no choice. If I were you, I would endure the humiliation and work here for 5 years for the sake of my better future 5 years from now." Yikan suppressed his frustration and nodded to the dean. "Okay. I'll withdraw my resignation letter and continue working here." Alas, Yikan is now in great pain but has no words to express his suffering. In short, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Who made him get a permanent position after his internship at the Su family's hospital? Who made him pick up a goddess as his wife, but she passed away before he could even enjoy the love? Maybe I owed the Su family in my previous life, so let me repay them in this life. It's just 5 years. After 5 years, I can open my own clinic and show my skills. These 5 years have been a test for me. At this point, Yikan could only comfort himself in this way. When the dean saw that Yikan agreed to stay in the hospital, a gratified smile crossed his lips. "Xiao Yi, you can make such a decision. You are a man of insight and wisdom." Yikan couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Bullshit, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. I was forced by you guys, it's like I was sold to you." Then, the dean handed Yikan a document. In response to the poverty alleviation policy, Mr. Su has just established a rural clinic in Wenruxiang, Luyao Town. He decided to send you as a rural doctor and let Joan Lily be your assistant. These are the relevant information about Gentle Village and the clinic. Go back and take a good look at them. Tomorrow, you will depart for your new post. The village chief of Gentle Village will personally receive you. What? Go to the Gentle Village of Luyao Town to be a village doctor. Don't be fooled by the pleasant name of Willow Waste Town, Gentle Country, and think that every woman in that town is a beautiful woman with crescent-shaped eyebrows and willow leaf waists. The mountain village called Gentle Country is truly like a gentle country, where you can enjoy music and dance every night and never want to leave. You're dreaming. It's not like that at all. Luyao Town is a famous poor town, and Wenruxiang is the poorest village in the town. Not to mention the lack of medical facilities, even the electricity that we ordinary people use was reportedly only connected to their village this year. You can imagine how bad the living environment is. Yikan took the information and asked the dean with a wry smile, "Dean, is Mr. Su sending me to the frontier?" The dean was a little embarrassed by Yikan's words. Xiao Yi, since you already know everything, then don't ask anymore. Well, let me put it this way, I'll let you go to the countryside to treat patients and save lives. Although the environment is a bit harsh, it will also be a kind of training for you. There's no harm in it, so just accept the arrangement. The real purpose is to hone my skills and popularity and increase the visibility of your hospital's clinic in the Gentle Land, right? It's obvious that you are building your happiness on my pain. Why come up with so many hypocritical reasons? Yikan thought about these words several times, but in the end he didn't say them out loud. Because he knew that even if he said it, it would be useless. He had no choice but to accept the arrangement. Yikan was not unwilling to work as a village doctor in the impoverished village of Wenru. A doctor's mission was to cure diseases and save lives, and he could not discriminate against the poor and favor the rich. Yikan just couldn't stand Mr. Su's hypocrisy. After Suling died, he blamed all the mistakes on him and took advantage of the situation to attack him. If Mr. Su had not forced Suling to divorce him at the beginning, perhaps there would not have been the tragedy that followed. Mr. Su is not without responsibility for Suling's death. Yikan also has a deep resentment towards Mr. Su. Of course, Suling is actually still alive. Yikan doesn't know now that his goddess wife is thinking about how to escape from Mr. Su's Five-Finger Mountain, return to him, and stay with him forever. Moreover, his and Lydia Su's baby was still alive and growing day by day in Lydia Su's belly. Suling is still hoping that she can give Yikan a pair of twin daughters. Twins are great, they look exactly alike and have inherited excellent genes from their father and mother. They are pretty, lively, and smart. The two little princesses will be Yikan's sweet little cotton-padded jackets. When they see Yikan, they will call Daddy and Daddy sweetly. Their little voices are so soft and sweet, so nice. They are probably able to melt Yikan's heart. In the sanatorium, Suling was undergoing an ultrasound examination. The female doctor smiled and told Suling, "Congratulations, Miss Su, you are pregnant with twins." Lydia Su was surprised and delighted, "Really? Am I really pregnant with twins?" The female doctor nodded, "It's true." At this moment, Suling could no longer find the right words to describe her excitement. Wow! I'm really pregnant with twins. If I have 2 daughters, my wish will come true. I hope God blesses me and lets me give birth to twin daughters for my brother Chan. Suling prayed silently, hoping that God would bless him and make his wish come true. She lowered her head, put her hand on her belly, and quietly felt the 2 little lives that were quietly growing inside. Her heart was full of anticipation. "Brother Can, you have to wait for me, I will definitely come back to you, and I will also bring you 2 caring little cotton-padded jackets, wait for me." Chapter 73, Does Little Brother Have a Partner? Luyao Town is extremely far away. Yikan took a train for 3 days and 2 nights to get there. When he arrived at the town center, Yikan waited at the bus station for a long time but didn't see the bus to Wenruxiang. An old man driving a 3-wheeled tractor saw Yikan looking around, so he stopped and asked Yikan curiously, "Young man, are you waiting for the bus to the Gentle Country?" Yikan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, uncle, the sign clearly says there is a direct bus, why haven't I waited for a long time and the bus hasn't come yet?" The old man chuckled and said, "Hey young man, as soon as I see your clean and white clothes, I know you are from the big city and this is your first time in our poor mountain village. To be honest, the bus to Wenruxiang has stopped running a long time ago. The villagers can't even afford to eat, so how can they afford to take the bus? People like me who can drive a 3-wheeled tractor are still lucky." Yikan was suddenly shocked. The bus to the land of gentleness has stopped? The villagers in this gentle land are so poor that they can't even afford to take the bus. Oh, what a sigh. No wonder Mr. Su built a clinic in Wenru Township and claimed that he would provide free medical treatment to the villagers. Although Mr. Su doesn't treat Yikan very well, he still has a heart that cares about the poor mountainous areas. Yikan admires him for this. The problem is, even if there is no bus to the land of tenderness, Yikan still has to go to the land of tenderness. The hospital opened a clinic there, so he had to go there to take up the position. If there are no buses, then there are none. But the point is that there is not even a taxi to be seen. So, Yikan smiled and asked the old man, "Uncle, where are you going with your tractor? If you're going to the land of gentleness, could you please give me a ride?" The old man was quite straightforward. "I just finished delivering goods for a boss in town, and I'm going back to my hometown. Come on up, young man, and follow me back to my hometown." "Oh, okay. Thank you, sir." Yikan easily jumped onto the back of the three-wheel tractor and followed the old man to the gentle land. As dusk was falling, the old man arrived home. He jumped off the three-wheel tractor and asked Yikan with concern, "Young man, I'm home. Where do you think you are going?" "I'll show you the way." Yikan answered truthfully, "Uncle, to be honest, I was transferred from our hospital to work at Ningxiang Clinic in our village." When the old man heard that Yikan was the transferred doctor, his eyes lit up immediately and he excitedly shook Yikan's hand tightly. His attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. "Oh my, it turns out to be a doctor transferred here from above. It's not easy, the land of gentleness finally has a doctor. Come on, young man, come into my house and have a seat. I'll make you something to eat." Yikan thought that it was getting late and he had to hurry to Ningxiang Clinic to report in. After all, the village chief was still waiting there to greet him. So, he politely declined the old man, "Uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll wait for next time. I have to go to Ningxiang Clinic quickly, can you tell me how to get there?" The old man was afraid of wasting Yikan's time, so he told Yikan the way to Ningxiang Clinic. It's south, not that close to Ningxiang Clinic from the old man's house. You have to go through a small forest and then climb a small hill to get there. When Yikan reached the grove, the sun was about to set. He was already feeling tired and hungry. "I took a train for 3 days and 2 nights, with poor food and sleep. After getting off the train, I took a bumpy three-wheel tractor all the way. I also had to cross mountains and rivers to reach my destination. How could I not be tired?" Yikan stopped, leaned against a tree trunk, took out a bottle of mineral water and a bag of bread from his backpack and started to eat to fill his stomach. Unexpectedly, just when he had eaten half of the bread, a delicate female voice came from behind him. Ouch. It sounded like someone fell down and screamed in pain. Yikan immediately looked back and saw a girl in a white dress sitting on the ground, holding her right foot with a painful expression, and a white canvas shoe was lying upside down next to her. "It's probably because you sprained your ankle." Yikan put down the bread and mineral water, hurried to the girl's side, squatted down, and asked with concern, "Miss, did you sprain your ankle?" The girl lowered her head at this moment. Yikan didn't see her face, but only her cute bun, like a small milk bag, and her calf and right foot, which were not covered by the skirt. Her skin was as white as snow, so tender that you could squeeze water out of it, and the charming scenery in the open neckline. Yikan's face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't help swallowing a few times. When the girl heard Yikan's voice, she suddenly raised her head. Her little face was covered with tears. She was not wearing any makeup and had a natural beauty. She looked pitiful, especially her big watery eyes, which were red with tears in their sockets. She looked innocent and helpless, which was really pitiful. "Brother, I sprained my ankle. It hurts so much." The girl's voice was a little hoarse, and her clear eyes showed that she was asking Yikan for help. Yikan immediately introduced himself to the girl. "Miss, I'm a doctor who was transferred to the land of gentleness. My name is Yikan. Take a deep breath and relax. Let me take a look at your feet." When the girl heard that Yikan was a doctor transferred to the land of gentleness, and that the young man was so tall and handsome, she instantly forgot the pain in her feet and couldn't wait to ask Yikan to check her feet. "So it's you, the doctor. That's great. Doctor, please help me take a look at my foot. It really hurts so much." Why did this girl's voice suddenly become so coquettish? Yikan felt a little embarrassed and felt like he was getting goosebumps. He leaned forward and reached out to gently hold the girl's small white feet. They were so soft and tender, and felt really good, but they were a little red and swollen. Yikan didn't notice that the girl's face was already red. His slender fingers found the girl's acupuncture point, and his tone was concerned. Well, little sister, your ankle joint is subluxated. Bear with it, I will put it back in place for you. Before the girl could react, she heard a click, and Yikan put her ankle joint back in place. Ah! It hurts! The girl screamed. Yikan let go of the girl's little white feet and asked seriously, Miss, do you still feel pain now? The girl calmed down and her mouth became curved. Ha! It doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing the girl wanting to move her foot, Yikan quickly stopped her. Don't move. You need to go back and get your foot fixed in a plaster cast, otherwise it will be useless. The girl was so scared that she immediately lay still and didn't dare to move. Yikan stood up and half bowed to the girl. Come on up, little sister, I'll carry you to the clinic to get a cast. When the girl learned that Yikan was going to carry her on his back, she quickly climbed onto Yikan's back, and her two thin arms naturally wrapped around Yikan's neck. Yikan couldn't help but tremble all over, his heart beat faster, and his ears felt hot. This girl is so light and soft, and she is so close to him, with only a thin layer of fabric between them. It feels like her front is squeezed and deformed. It was beginning to get dark, and Yikan quickened his pace with the girl on his back. The girl put her moist little mouth close to Yikan's ear, with a beautiful smile on her face. Doctor, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Shui Jingjing, and I'm from Jiangning City. I came to Wenruxiang to participate in the construction of a Hope Primary School. Thank you so much for treating my foot. Oh, this name, Crystal. It suits her very well, she is really crystal clear. No wonder he felt that this girl didn't have any rural airs, it turned out she was from Jiangning City. Yikan felt itchy in his ears and heart, and his body felt like he had a fever, it was too hot. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed lightly a few times to ease the embarrassment in his heart. Well, Miss Shui Jinging, I'm a doctor. It's my duty to treat people. Please don't be polite. Yikan showed his usual modesty. Unexpectedly, Shui Jinging's little mouth, like a naughty little goblin, once again came close to Yikan's ear. Doctor, do you have a partner? If not, how about we go out together? Look, it's getting dark, why don't we just set up a tent in the woods and sleep there first? Puff. Yikan almost spit out blood. Chapter 74, Come to be the village chief's son-in-law? He was also intoxicated by the girl Shui Jingjing. This girl is really open-minded, she even wants to set up a tent in the woods. She can even think of such crazy and exciting things. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The key is that she is willing, but I am not. I am a very pure man, how could I be so casual? Miss Shui Jinging, I'm a married man, so don't date me anymore. Find someone else. Although Yikan understood that even if he had not gone through the divorce procedures, he was single because he was now a widower, but he had not yet gotten over the pain of Suling's death and had no plans to find a new partner for the time being. When Shui Jinging heard that Yikan was actually a married man, a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on her little face. Oh, what a pity! I thought the doctor and I could be together. As soon as Shui Jingjing finished speaking, Yikan felt a chill on his neck. Oh my god! Why is this girl still crying? She is so beautiful, she won't have any trouble finding a partner. There is no need for her to hang herself on a tree like mine, right? Yikan awkwardly persuaded Shui Jinging. Well, Miss Shui Jinging, look at you, you are not bad looking, and you have the courage to come to such a poor place to do poverty alleviation work. You are really beautiful and kind-hearted. So, there must be many outstanding men pursuing you. You can definitely find someone suitable for you, right? It would have been better if Yikan didn't try to persuade Shui Jinging. After he did, Shui Jinging cried even more sadly. Hey, why are you crying even harder? Can you please stop crying? If someone doesn't know, they would think I'm bullying you. Shui Jinging was crying, and Yikan was now very worried. Unexpectedly, Shui Jingjing sobbed and told Yikan, Actually, I do have a husband. He is also a doctor, but he died last year due to overwork. For a moment, Yikan was shocked. It turns out that this is not a girl, but a widowed young woman. If she hadn't told him that she had a husband, one would never have known that she was married. She looked so young. In order to comfort Shui Jingjing, Yikan said sincerely, Your husband is a great doctor and a man. He is truly respectable. However, the dead cannot be resurrected. You must face it with strength and live a good life. Shui Jingjing shed tears and lamented, My husband was so good to me, but he is gone. I thought, if I ever get married again, I'll marry a doctor. But, after all the hard work, I met a doctor I was happy with, and he turned out to be someone else's husband. I was so sad. This? Yikan was confused again. He was too embarrassed to say it because he was also a widower, and he was afraid that if he said it, he would fall into great pain. However, he is not mentally prepared to find a partner right now. Well, Miss Shui Jinging, finding a partner is not something you can force, and you can't rush it. You have to keep a mindset of letting things take their own course. Let's not talk about this topic anymore and hurry up. The village chief is still waiting for me at the clinic. After saying that, Yikan quickened his pace. Shui Jinging was devastated to see that Yikan was not interested in her, but she could not say anything. She could only lie quietly on Yikan's back, waiting for Yikan to carry her back to the clinic and put a cast on her right foot. It was completely dark, and Yikan finally arrived at Ningxiong Clinic carrying Shui Jinging on his back. When the village chief saw Yikan coming, he hurried over to greet him, as warmly as if he were meeting a family member. "Oh, Dr. Yi, we have been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. The mountain roads in this gentle village are difficult to travel on, and transportation is not well developed. I am sorry that you have troubled me." Yikan put Shui Jingjing on the chair next to him, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and smiled modestly at the village chief. "Village chief, you are too polite. I am young and strong, so it's no big deal for me to walk on the mountain road." The village chief took Yikan's hand and invited him warmly. "Dr. Yi, you came so late and walked such a long way. You must be hungry. Come on, let's have dinner at my house. My wife has already cooked some side dishes for you and prepared some wine." Yikan was indeed hungry, but he had to put a plaster on Shui Jinging's right foot first. "Thank you for the invitation, village chief. Can I go later? I need to put a plaster cast on this young lady's foot first." The village chief then turned to look at Shui Jingjing and asked with concern, "Shui Nyonyo, what's wrong with your foot?" Shui Jingjing was a little annoyed and said to the village chief, "Village chief, can you please stop calling me Shiniuniu? It sounds like calling me a water buffalo. I'm not a cow. I'm Shui Jingjing." The village chief smiled and explained, "Shui Nyonyo, don't mind it. This is how our dialect is. We call pretty girls Nyonyo." Shui Jingjing was speechless and too lazy to talk anymore. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Yikan answered the village chief's question on behalf of Shui Jinging. "Village chief, Miss Shui Jinging sprained her ankle." When the village chief heard that Shui Jingjing had sprained her ankle, he immediately reminded Xiao Zhang, who was also participating in the poverty alleviation work. "Xiao Zhang, didn't you hear that Shui Nyonyo had sprained her ankle? Hurry and take Shui Nyonyo to the clinic." Xiao Zhang ran towards Shui Jinging happily and wanted to pick her up. Shui Jingjing refused reflexively. "No. Don't touch me. I'll let the doctor carry me in." Yikan instantly felt countless crows flying over his head, leaving behind a series of ellipses. The village chief sighed helplessly. "Hey! Shui Nyonyo, stop rejecting Xiao Zhang all the time. Look at that guy, he's just as good looking as Dr. Yi. What's wrong with you trying to date Xiao Zhang? Xiao Zhang is still a young man, and he never looks down on you because you're a young widow." Yikan understood. This person really loved to gossip. Even the village chief knew that Shui Jinging was a young widow, but he was still introducing a partner to Shui Jinging. The key point is that it doesn't matter whether Xiao Zhang is a virgin or not. The real thing is that Shui Jingjing doesn't like Xiao Zhang, right? Shui Jingjing retorted dissatisfiedly, "Village chief, I thank you for your kindness. But I said, I want to marry a doctor. I won't accept anyone else except a doctor." "Ha, this little girl is so persistent that she insists on marrying a doctor." The village chief was at a loss, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Well, if you insist on seeing a doctor, I can't help it. But please don't tell me that you are seeing Dr. Yi." Shui Jingjing frankly admitted, "Yes, I am attracted to Dr. Yi, so what? Come again? It never ends, right?" Yikan was so embarrassed. Not wanting to involve Shui Jinging in this sensitive topic anymore, he simply carried Shui Jinging into the clinic. "Miss Shui Jinging, please don't say anything for now. I'm going to put a plaster cast on your right foot." Shui Jinging nodded lovingly at Yikan and shut up obediently. Unexpectedly, the village chief was still not happy. He loudly announced to Shui Jingjing, "Don't worry about Dr. Yi. He's my future son-in-law." Puff. Yikan almost vomited blood again. What is going on? Are you sure? Does Mr. Su want me to come to Wenru Township to be a village doctor and cure illnesses and save lives, or does he want me to be the village chief's son-in-law? Chapter 75 Almost You. Shui Jingjing never expected that the village chief was still thinking about making Yikan his son-in-law. She immediately poured cold water on the village chief. Village chief, I think you should stop thinking about the doctor. He is already married. The village chief was immediately surprised and turned to look at Yikan. Dr. Yi, are you remarried? I heard that you just became a widower. Yikan was stunned. Mr. Su even told the village chief about this? It seems that his decision to ask me to come to Wenruxiang to be a village doctor is secondary, and his priority is to ask me to be the village chief's son-in-law. Damn it, what do you take me, Yikan, for? Yikan suppressed his anger and said to the village chief with a smile, Village chief, I am a widower, but I have not remarried. I am still in the grief of being a widower and have no plans to find a partner for the time being. When the village chief heard that Yikan had not remarried, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. Well, Dr. Yi, it doesn't matter if you don't have plans to find a partner right now. You will find one in the future. As a man, how can you not have a family and a career, right? Shui Jingjing learned that Yikan was also a widower. Doesn't this mean that Yikan is single now? She still has a chance. So, she grabbed Yikan's hand and said excitedly, Brother doctor, let me comfort your wounded heart from now on. I will treat you very well. Yikan couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body and quickly pulled his hand away from Shui Jingjing's palm. Miss Shui Jingjing, I'm going to put a cast on your right foot, so please stop talking. After saying that, Yikan began to put plaster on Shui Jingjing's right foot. After Yikan finished the plaster application, Shui Jingjing looked at Yikan with her big crystal eyes, looking innocent and helpless. Doctor, look, my foot is in a cast. I can't walk anymore. Can you take me home? This? Yikan was a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the village chief picked up Shui Jingjing and ran away. As he walked, he turned around and said loudly to Yikan, Dr. Yi, you and Xiao Zhang go to my house for dinner first. I'll take Shui Nyonyo back. Yikan agreed awkwardly, okay, village chief. When Yikan followed Xiao Zhang to the village chief's house, the village chief had just returned after sending Shui Jingjing off. Come on, Dr. Yi, please take a seat. Let's have a couple of drinks together. The village chief pulled Yikan to sit down at the dining table and began to pour wine for him. Yikan was worried that when he returned to the clinic after dinner, some villagers would come to see him for medical treatment in the evening, so he put away his wine glass. Village chief, I'd rather drink some water instead of the wine. Don't delay treating the villagers. At this moment, a clear and melodious female voice came from the kitchen. Dad, Dr. Yi doesn't drink, so don't make it difficult for him. I'll drink for Dr. Yi. Yikan was instantly fascinated by the sound and felt like he was addicted to it. Wow! How can there be such a beautiful voice in this world? It's really pleasant to listen to. With such a beautiful voice, she must be a great beauty. Yikan turned around when he heard the sound, and when he saw it, he almost jumped. Oh my god, the village chief's daughter is too fat, like a ball, and she looks like she weighs at least 300 pounds. The key point is that this fat girl's voice is very different from her appearance. If you don't look at the fat girl and just listen to her speak, you would really think she is a peerless beauty. When the village chief saw his daughter coming out, he pulled the fat girl in front of Yikan and introduced her to him with a smile. Dr. Yi, let me introduce you. This is my precious daughter, Zhu. Puff. Yikan didn't spit out a mouthful of water, luckily he swallowed it back in time. Pig? The village chief really knows how to name her daughter. It suits the image of a fat girl. It's weird, cute. Then, the village chief introduced Yikan to Fatty. Come here, daughter, this is Dr. Yi who was transferred to our village. Come and say hello to Dr. Yi. When the fat girl saw Yikan in person, her eyes lit up at first, then she lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed red. Her heart was pounding violently, and she felt like she was about to be seduced away by Yikan's handsome face. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? It's really so beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made her drool. She was so greedy. Yikan felt a little embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and could only laugh dryly. The village chief smiled and explained to Yikan, look at my daughter, she gets shy at critical moments. Dr. Yi, please don't mind it. Yikan shook his head, no, village chief, I don't mind. Fatty, oh no, Pigsy, she is a girl after all, and girls are shy. After finishing speaking, Yeekan took the initiative to shake hands with the fat girl. "Hello, Piglet, nice to meet you." The fat girl stretched out her little fat paws towards Yeekan and held Yeekan's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that Yeekan would run away. "Dr. Yi, I'm glad to meet you too." Yeekan wanted to pull his hand back, but the fat girl held it tighter and tighter. "Oh my god, this fat girl has really strong hands. Is she going to stick to my hand?" In front of the village chief, Yeekan was too embarrassed to use more force, so he consulted with Zhu. Zhu, shouldn't we sit down and eat?" The village chief saw that his daughter was reluctant to let go of Yeekan's hand, so he gently patted the fat girl's shoulder and reminded her. "Daughter, Dr. Yi asked you to sit down and eat. Be good and let go." Only then did the fat girl let go of Yeekan's hand. Yeekan quickly sat inside, trying to keep some distance from the fat girl. Unexpectedly, the fat girl moved closer to Yeekan, and plop, the doctor sat down heavily next to Yeekan. Her weight is really too. Yeekan just felt a strong shock as if the earth was shaking. Anyone who becomes this girl's husband must be very brave, and will risk losing everything. Anyway, Yeekan doesn't have the courage. "Dr. Yi, you should eat more of this, and this. You should also eat more of this. It will nourish your body." The fat girl kept putting food into Yeekan's bowl, and she didn't stop even when the bowl was piled up like a small mountain. The village chief nodded with satisfaction. "Dr. Yi, look at how caring my daughter is. She's definitely an ideal wife. She's just a little chubby, but she can do everything and has the strength to hold you." But as soon as the village chief finished speaking, the fat girl gave Yeekan a princess hug. "Dr. Yi, look, it's so easy for me to hold you. What's more, I can even lift you up. Look, does it feel like you're flying?" As she spoke, the fat girl lifted Yeekan up, and Yeekan flew into the air, and in an instant fell into the fat girl's arms again. The fat girl seemed to be addicted to this action, and made Yeekan go up and down again and again. Hey, Piggy, I know you're strong, so stop lifting me and put me down, okay?" Yeekan was also convinced by this fat girl. If she didn't let him go, he would really explode. Only then did the fat girl let Yeekan go. "Village chief, my stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. Thank you for your hospitality today. I have to go back to the clinic. Goodbye." Yeekan found an excuse and fled from the village chief's house. It's not advisable to stay here for long. If he stays any longer, this fat girl will probably eat him up without leaving even a bone. But when Yeekan arrived at the clinic compound, he suddenly heard some movement behind the house. Oops. Did we attract thieves? Yeekan had a bad feeling. So, he picked up a shovel and walked carefully to the backyard. It didn't matter that he arrived in the backyard, he was stunned. There was a woman taking a bath standing in front of a wooden tub. Chapter 76. Not his type. Etc. Isn't that junior sister Jean Lily? Isn't she arriving tomorrow? Why is her schedule moved forward? Yeekan recognized that it was Jean Lily who was taking a shower. Seeing that Jean Lily was about to take off her pants, he quickly covered his mouth, stood on tiptoe, and tried to leave quickly. It is impossible to say that he didn't see Jean Lily's body. Jean Lily had her back to him at that time. Under the bright and soft moonlight, Jean Lily's butterfly back was so white that it glowed, so white that it could be smashed by a seema jar. On the way back, Yeekan couldn't help but think of the erotic scene of Jean Lily wiping butterfly's back with a towel. Suddenly, his foot accidentally tripped over a bamboo pole and fell to the ground with a bang. Damn it! Yeekan couldn't help but curse in his heart. I hope Jean Lily didn't hear it. However, Jean Lily heard it. She was frightened and immediately put on her clothes, picked up a broom and ran over, shouting, "Who is peeking?" Yeekan didn't dare to look back and ran forward faster. You stinky pervert! How dare you peek at me bathing? Don't run away if you dare! Jean Lily noticed a man running away in front of her. She was so angry that she chased after him and slapped Yeekan's back fiercely. You filthy pervert! I let you peek at me bathing. You filthy pervert! You deserve a beating. I'll beat you to death. Oh shit! This little girl usually looks thin and frail, but it's actually a deception. She's so ruthless and strong. Yeekan felt that his back was about to be broken by the broom in Jean Lily's hand. Lily, stop hitting me. It's me, Yeekan. Stop hitting me. Yeekan finally spoke and snatched the broom from Jean Lily's hand. When Jean Lily heard Yeekan's voice, she was stunned. Then, she grabbed the light bulb next to her and moved it closer to Yikan's face. Sure enough, it was her beloved senior brother Yikan. Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Did I hurt you? Check your back for any injuries. Zhong Lily reached out to lift Yikan's shirt, wanting to see if Yikan was hurt by her. Yikan immediately stepped back and kept a certain distance from Zhong Lily. Lily, you wanted to beat me to death just now. Did I have a chance to speak? Yikan's back was still aching until this moment, and it was probably caused by a lot of problems. Anyone who marries this little girl will probably be tortured to death by her. Zhong Lily looked very apologetic. I'm sorry, senior brother, I didn't know it was you. I thought it was some pervert from the village peeping at me taking a bath. But why did you peek at me taking a bath? It's not like I don't want to take a bath with you. Ha, this little girl is so straightforward. She even wants to take a bath with her senior brother. What is she thinking? Yikan was almost embarrassed. He had no choice but to explain to Zhong Lily seriously, Lily, I don't have a habit of peeping at any woman taking a bath. Don't think I'm so dirty. I'm very pure. I just heard some noises behind the house, and I thought there was a burglar, so I came over to check it out. How would I know it was you taking a shower? Let me be clear, I didn't see anything. Zhong Lily didn't seem to believe Yikan's words completely. She took a step forward, staring at Yikan with seductive eyes, and a bright smile on her lips. Did you really not see anything? Yikan subconsciously avoided Zhong Lily's clear and sharp gaze and answered weakly, No. No, I didn't see anything. Seeing Yikan's face blushing, Zhong Lily playfully held Yikan's face and rubbed it repeatedly, looking like she was enjoying it. Brother, why are you blushing? Look at you, you look so cute when you blush. Yikan quickly took Zhong Lily's naughty little hand away from his face and hurried to the dormitory next door to rest. There are 2 dormitories in the clinic compound, one for Yikan and the other for Zhong Lily. Zhong Lily, however, held Yikan's arm and put her moist little face on Yikan's shoulder, speaking softly. Brother, you've been tired all day. Let me give you a bath so you can relax. Although this mountain village is poor, it's not polluted. Bathing with their mountain spring water is really comfortable and good for your health. Come on, take off your clothes. Zhong Lily was not polite to Yikan. After she finished speaking, she reached out to take off Yikan's shirt. Yikan was like a frightened deer and immediately moved away from Zhong Lily. No, no. You can wash it yourself if you want. I'm sleepy and I'm going to bed. Zhong Lily chased after him and stood in front of Yikan. Her beautiful big eyes were suddenly filled with tears. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and crystal tears hung on her eyes, making her look charming. Yikan was a little confused. Lily, why are you crying? I didn't bully you. Zhong Lily looked at Yikan with tears in her eyes, her voice slightly hoarse and aggrieved. Brother, your goddess wife is gone, why are you still so defensive against me? Is it wrong for me to like you? Are you really unwilling to give me a chance? Forehead. Yikan was also drunk by Zhong Lily. Is this little girl still devoted to him? What a passionate girl. The key point is that she is too young and not his type. Besides, he has no plans to find a new partner for the time being. Yikan suppressed his depression and patiently comforted her. Lily, you are too young, we are not suitable. Besides, my mood has not recovered yet, and I have no plans to find a partner for the time being. Zhong Lily cried and asked Yikan, Brother, tell me, what's wrong with me? Is this part small? Or is this part small? Feel it yourself, it's not small at all. After she finished speaking, Zhong Lily grabbed Yikan's hand and was about to touch it to her chest. Lily, stop it. Yikan shook off Zhong Lily's little hand. He was simply tormented by the little girl's train of thought. I'm not saying that the part of your body you have is small, I'm saying that you're young. There's too big a difference between us to be suitable. Besides, I have no intention of finding a partner right now. If you want a boyfriend, you can find someone else, okay? Zhong Lily was unwilling to give up. She was still trying her best to win Yikan's heart. Senior brother, you are only 8 years older than me, not 80 years older. How can that be considered a big difference? I like you and I don't measure it by age. Why? Why does this little girl like to dwell on trivial matters so much? Yikan collapsed. Lily, I told you, we're not suitable. The hospital transferred you here to be my assistant, not to date me. If you can't figure out your position, don't blame me for asking the hospital to transfer you. Right now, Yikan can only be strict with Jean Lily, otherwise, this little girl will really pester him. Jean Lily was afraid that Yikan would complain to her superiors, who would then transfer her away and not allow her to work with Yikan anymore. So she had no choice but to shut up, turned around, went to the back of the house, and fetched water to take a bath again. Seeing that Jean Lily finally calmed down, Yikan breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the dormitory and fell asleep. He was indeed too tired, and Yikan slept until dawn. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes and turned over. Holy shit! When did Jean Lily start sleeping in my bed? Chapter 77, Did you get my permission? The little girl was sleeping soundly. Her face was slightly chubby and clean, with no makeup on. There was a sweet smile on her little mouth. I wonder what kind of erotic dream she was having. She was lying on Yikan's bed wearing a thin white suspender nightgown. Her collarbone was so deep and white that you could almost keep a goldfish in it. Her snow-white little Geo was drooping on the edge of the bed, and she would move her toes from time to time, looking playful and cute. Yikan couldn't help swallowing a few times, then reached out and gently pushed Jean Lily. Hey, Lily, wake up, wake up. Jean Lily was awakened by Yikan. She first made a lazy and soft sound, which made people feel itchy. Then she slowly opened her hazy eyes. Then, she held Yikan's arm, slowly got up, and rubbed her scattered hair with her little hands. Her hair was messy, like a clingy kitten that just woke up. When she took her hands down from her hair, one of the straps of her nightgown slipped down to her elbow, revealing a beautiful spring scene before Yikan's eyes. Yikan's face suddenly turned red and his ears felt hot. He quickly turned his head to the other side and stopped looking at the sleeping beauty Jean Lily. Well, Lily, hurry up and put on your clothes. When Yikan said this, he closed his eyes and felt embarrassed. Jean Lily grabbed the coat beside her and put it on directly, then she put her two slender chopstick legs on Yikan's thighs. Yikan couldn't help but tremble all over, as if he had been electrocuted. Why? It really kills me. I have such a seductive little thing by my side. I'm really afraid I can't control myself. Yikan is also having a headache now. Don't be so casual, take your chopstick legs away. Yikan still closed his eyes, and with his two big hands, he grabbed Jean Lily's chopstick legs and pushed them aside. This little girl's legs are as thin as Suling's, and can be grasped with one hand, but they are very powerful and have full lines. It can be seen that she is not lazy and likes fitness. Jean Lily was afraid that Yikan might misunderstand her, so she took the initiative to explain, Brother, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean to come to your room to sleep. I heard a wolf howling outside my window last night and I was so scared that I ran to your room to sleep. Yikan frowned. Wolf howling? Why didn't I hear it? This little girl probably wants me to turn into a wolf? Fortunately, I sleep soundly and have strong concentration. Calming himself, Yikan sternly warned Jean Lily, Lily, there are no wolves in this village. Don't enter my room without my permission. Go back to your dormitory now. Seeing Yikan's cold face, Jean Lily was a little frightened. She didn't dare to make Yikan angry, so she had to walk out in shame. Yikan waited until Jean Lily left, then he closed the door and sighed heavily. It seems that he has to find someone to lock the door today, and he has to lock the door before going to bed at night, otherwise he will risk losing his virginity. Yikan put on his clothes and came to the yard, taking a deep breath. Wow, the air in the village is so fresh and refreshing. There are birds singing, springs gurgling, and the morning breeze blowing gently, bringing with it the scent of flowers. A new day has begun, and I'm in a really good mood. Yikan happily went to fetch water to wash his face, when suddenly he smelled the aroma of cooking. When I looked up, I saw Jean Lily standing next to the iron pot, wearing an apron and cooking with a spatula. After she finished cooking a dish, she started chopping firewood, threw the chopped firewood into the stove, and lit a fire to cook porridge. A little bird flew to the ground and chirped non-stop. Jean Lily threw a handful of millet to it and said to it with a smile, Eat it. The early bird catches the worm. Ha, this scene looks quite beautiful. How come it's fatty? Don't be fooled by the fact that this little girl was born into a wealthy family. She is just as good at doing farm work. She is really energetic, hardworking, and able to endure hardships. At this moment, Jean Lily made Yikan think of the video blogger who was popular both at home and abroad and spread a lot of our rural culture. Yikan did not expect that Jean Lily had such a down-to-earth side. He once thought that this little girl was the kind of spoiled girl who could not endure hardship. From today on, he has to change his attitude towards this little girl. Yikan picked up a towel to wipe his face, walked over, took the firewood from Joan Lily, and threw it into the stove. Lily, I'll take care of the fire and chopping wood. You, a girl, can just do the cooking. Didn't we already divide the work in advance? Joan Lily looked at Yikan with shining eyes and a smile as beautiful as a flower. Brother, I'm your assistant, so of course I have to do everything for you and take good care of you. From now on, you can just be responsible for seeing patients and prescribing medicine. I didn't expect that this little girl has the potential to be a good wife and mother. It's quite rare. Yi Kanyu was moved by Joan Lily's giving personality. But he doesn't need Joan Lily's care at all, he can take care of himself. Lily, I'm your senior brother, so I should be the one taking care of you. You don't have to take care of me. From now on, I'll do the chopping and lighting of the fire. You don't have to do it. When Joan Lily heard Yikan say that he would take care of her, she was surprised and happy. Brother, you said you would take care of me, are you worried about me? It seems that you still like me, right? Yikan looked helpless. Lily, the care I'm talking about is the kind of care between senior and junior brothers and sisters. Don't get the wrong idea. Joan Lily said reluctantly. But soon, she was fully revived and served Yikan some food, and happily called Yikan to have breakfast. Halfway through the meal, the village chief came running to Yikan in a hurry. Dr. Yi, it's bad, a villager was injured in the field, please come with me to save him. Is there a fight in the village? No way? Aren't the villagers here very harmonious? Although Yikan had doubts, saving lives was the most important thing. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, rushed into the clinic, took the medicine box and followed the village chief to the fields. As soon as he arrived at the field, Yikan heard a noise. You can ask me to pay you back, but first compensate me for my parachute. Yikan was stunned for a moment. Why does this voice sound so familiar? He continued walking towards the field, and the sound became louder and louder. He prevented me from parachuting, so he deserves a beating. He broke my parachute and caused me to fall. Who can I ask for compensation? Yikan recognized it. Isn't this Morong Bo's voice? Morong Bo was once Suling's ardent pursuer. Because he was dissatisfied with Suling marrying Yikan, he provoked Yikan at Yikan and Suling's wedding, asking Yikan to jump from the top of the world without taking any protective measures, clearly wanting Yikan to die. Fortunately, Yikan had a system that made Morong Bo lose face. Why did this rich young man come to this poor mountain village? When Yikan walked into the field, he was right. It was indeed Morong Bo. The village chief pulled Yikan towards the villager who was lying on the ground, holding his bleeding head, and anxiously urged Yikan, Dr. Yi, hurry up, stop the bleeding for him, don't let him lose too much blood and get into trouble. Yikan opened the medicine box and lowered his head to find gauze and medicine to stop the bleeding for the villager. Unexpectedly, Morong Bo kicked Yikan's medicine box over with a kick and said in an extremely arrogant manner, Who the hell asked you to stop the bleeding for him? Did you get my permission? Chapter 78, Eliminate Yikan. Yikan immediately stood up, pointed angrily at the arrogant Morong Bo, and shouted, Morong Bo, if you dare to stop me from saving people again, do you believe I will chop you? Morong Bo didn't see clearly that it was Yikan just now. Now Yikan stood up. He took a look and found that it was Yikan who had made him lose face in front of the audience all over the world. He immediately became furious and swung his fist at Yikan. Yikan reacted quickly and kicked out with a Foshan shadowless kick, instantly kicking Morong Bo away. Morong Bo fell heavily into the field, face down, his mouth filled with feces, which made him feel so sick that he vomited all over the place. A skinny guy saw Morong Bo being kicked by Yikan and immediately called out to his fellow soldiers, Brothers, this brat actually dared to hit our Morong young master. Go up and beat him up. Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed towards Yikan, as if they were going to tear him into pieces. Yikan strikes hard, hitting the bull from across the mountain. The next second, those people flew in all directions, and each of them fell heavily, lying on the ground in a mess, howling in pain like ghosts and wolves. Yikan brushed the dust off his hands and was too lazy to bother with those idiots. He bent down to pick up the medicine box and quickly stopped the bleeding of the injured villagers. Fortunately, they were rescued in time, otherwise the villagers would have died from excessive blood loss. The villager was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Without you, I would have been beaten to death by that bastard. Yikan asked the villagers with concern, Uncle, why did Morong Bo hit you? After hearing the villagers' stories, Yikan finally understood. Originally, the old man was hoeing in the field. When he was tired, he carried his hoe and went to a big tree opposite to enjoy the cool air. Who knew that when the old man was halfway there, Morong Bo suddenly jumped down from the sky with a parachute on his back. As luck would have it, Morong Bo's parachute actually scraped the old man's hoe, and with a whoosh the old man was knocked down, and Morong Bo also fell flat on his face. Before the old man could settle the score with Morong Bo got up and beat the old man. When the villagers passing by saw this, they stepped forward to separate the two and asked Morong Bo to apologize to the old man. Not only did Morong Bo not apologize to the old man, he also blamed him for preventing him from parachuting and even scratching his parachute. After he finished speaking, his friends rushed over and asked Morong Bo what had happened. Morong Bo then distorted the facts and made up a lot of stories. As a result, his cronies went up and started punching and kicking the villagers, and scolded them for being a bunch of poor and unruly people who were not even qualified to carry Morong Bo's shoes. Later, the village chief learned about this matter. In order to avoid casualties, the village chief had to go to Yikan first to save people. Morong Bo abused his power to bully others, and Yikan felt sorry for the villagers. He suggested to the village chief, Morong Bo organized a group to beat up the villagers. He is breaking the law. You can't just let it go. You should call the police and make him compensate you. Morong Bo had vomited enough and got up from the ground in a mess. He pointed at Yikan's nose with a trembling finger and cursed with hatred. You little brat, if you dare call the police, I'll raze this village to the ground. Yikan walked over, grabbed Morong Bo by the collar, and easily hung Morong Bo in the air. Morong Bo never expected Yikan to be so strong that he could easily make him swing off the ground. He was so scared that he shouted loudly. What are you doing, you little brat? Let me down. Let me down. Not only did Yikan not let Morong Bo down, but he lifted Morong Bo higher and then pressed him between the branches of a tree. One of the branches was right in front of Morong Bo's zipper of his pants. Morong Bo, if you dare to raise the land of gentleness to the ground, I will destroy you. If you don't believe me, just try it. Morong Bo was afraid that Yikan would really turn him into a eunuch, so he immediately gave in. Dr. Yi, please don't, let's talk it out nicely, okay? Seeing that Morong Bo finally behaved himself, Yikan let Morong Bo go. The village chief walked awkwardly to Yikan's side and lowered his voice. Dr. Yi, to be honest, Wenru Township is too far from the police station, and the signal here is too poor. I may not be able to make calls with my cell phone. Yikan took out his cell phone and looked at it. Oh my god. No signal. He was almost speechless. To prevent Yikan from worrying about future phone calls, the village chief added, however, the poverty alleviation team is helping us improve this problem. I believe we'll be able to make phone calls smoothly soon. I think, since you've already saved the villagers, why don't you just forget about it? Yikan understood that the village chief wanted to avoid more trouble. But it was wrong for Morong Bo and his men to injure the villagers. Yikan believed that he needed to raise the villagers' awareness of defending their rights. He solemnly told the village chief, they can choose not to call the police to arrest Morong Bo, but Morong Bo and his men must compensate the villagers for their losses. Otherwise, the villagers will not know how to protect themselves if they are bullied in the future. The village chief nodded and said, Dr. Yi, you are right. How much compensation do you think is appropriate for them to pay the villagers? When Morong Bo heard that Yikan still asked him to pay compensation, he was of course not happy at all. Hey! Yikan, don't take advantage of me being bullied by a dog and push your luck. Oh shit. The tiger is in a desperate situation and is bullied by the dog. Morong Bo is really good at flattering himself and overestimating his own abilities. Yikan approached Morong Bo, his eyes as sharp as a knife, and his aura seemed to crush everyone around him. Morong Bo, stop blaming me. How did you bully the villagers? There are over 100 witnesses here who can prove it. You're rich, so why not give 10 million to help alleviate poverty in Wenru Township? I'll even prescribe a kidney tonifying prescription for you in recognition of your charity, and I won't charge you any money. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you keep picking up girls, your kidneys will be completely ruined by the time you're 40. Morong Bo was so frightened that his face turned pale. He really did have kidney problems, it was just because of his usual flirting with girls, and Yikan could see that. He was quite surprised. I didn't expect this brat to have such great medical skills. It seems the hype online is true. But this brat asked him to spend 10 million to help alleviate poverty in this poor mountain area. He felt really painful. Well, Dr. Yi, 10 million is too much. How about 1 million? If you prescribe a prescription for me, how can I not pay you? I will also give you a big gift. Morong Bo tried to bargain with Yikan. How could Yikan not see that Morong Bo was crying poor? You're willing to spend 10 million on picking up girls, but haven't you donated 10 million to the poor in Wenruxiang? Young Master Morong, if you have money, give more back to society instead of just squandering it on yourself, okay? Do you want me to prescribe a kidney tonifying prescription for you? For the sake of his own kidney, Morong Bo could only reluctantly agree. Okay, 10 million is 10 million, I'll listen to Dr. Yi. 10 million is an astronomical figure for the poor villagers of Winru Township. They never dared to dream of having so much money before, but today, Yi can help them realize it. Yikan is simply a hero in their hearts. They cheered and lifted Yikan up, threw him into the air and caught him again, repeating this over and over again, grinning from ear to ear. Morong Bo, who was standing outside, clenched his fists and hated Yikan to death. Tonight, he must find a way to eliminate Yikan completely. Chapter 79A Fire. The village chief's daughter, Fatty, saw that Yikan had become a hero in the eyes of the villagers, and she admired him even more. So, she handed a pair of socks she had knitted overnight to Yikan and said shyly, Dr. Yi, here, I knitted these socks for you. They will be convenient to wear when the weather gets cold. Yikan looked down and saw 3 words embroidered on the socks, Zhuaie, and the word love was represented by a red heart. Sky. Isn't this Fatty expressing her love to me? Returned Zhuai. The key point is that I don't like this fat girl. Yikan felt embarrassed. He didn't take the socks, but just smiled and expressed his gratitude. Piggy, I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep these socks for yourself. Well, I have to get back to the clinic quickly, so I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Yikan quickly packed up his medicine box and prepared to escape. The village chief patted Yikan's shoulder cheerfully and said, Dr. Yi, this is a gift from my daughter, so don't be embarrassed. Take it. After he finished speaking, he took the pair of socks from the fat girl and stuffed them into Yikan's trouser pocket. The fat girl blushed and smiled with her lips pursed. Her 2 chubby cheeks became even more puffy, like blown-up balloons, and her eyes were almost squeezed into a line. Yikan was just about to take out the socks and return them to the fat girl when he was caught off guard. Bougie. The fat girl kissed him on the face. Then, the fat girl covered her face with her hands and giggled, stomping her feet excitedly on the spot, her body swaying as if there was an earthquake. Yikan was completely stunned. When the fat girl ran away shyly, Yikan screamed and almost vomited his internal organs. As soon as he returned to the clinic, Yikan ran to get some water and washed his face vigorously. Zhong Lily clearly remembered that Yikan had washed his face in the morning, so how come he wanted to rub off a layer of skin on his face after going out? She asked Yikan in confusion, Brother, your face is quite clean, why is it like you're scrubbing it in the shower? Aren't you afraid of rubbing it off your face? Yikan couldn't tell Zhong Lily that he was kissed on the face by a fat girl weighing over 300 pounds, so he had to lie, it was windy today, and the sand blowing on my face made it itchy. Zhong Lily looked at the sky, the sun is so big, the clouds are so white, but where is the wind? Brother, there's not a breath of wind today. Are you allergic? Let me get some ointment to apply on you. Yikan wiped his face with a towel and stopped Zhong Lily, No, I'll just wash it. Doesn't he understand this little girl? Applying ointment to her face was fake, but the real purpose was to take advantage of her. Suddenly, Yikan remembered the pair of socks that Fatty gave him, and he took them out and gave them to Zhong Lily. Well, Lily, a villager gave me a pair of socks. I think they're too small. You can try them on. Zhong Lily took the socks and saw that Zhuaie was embroidered on them. Her face suddenly darkened and she asked Yikan anxiously. Brother, was this given to you by that village girl? And it was Zhuai. How dare she compete with me for my brother? Yikan is overwhelmed. This girl movie is here again. This wasn't given to me by a girl from the village. It was given to me by an uncle. Zhong Lily was even more anxious now. What? The uncle is interested in you too? This is too much. Nowadays, even uncles are trying to snatch men from us girls. Do they want us to live? Brother, which uncle is it? I want to find him to argue with him. Yikan felt as if a flock of crows flew over his head, leaving behind a series of ellipses. Lily, please listen to me first and stop getting so excited, okay? Zhong Lily pouted and tears fell down. Brother, how can I not be excited? You are so handsome, tall and elegant, and your medical skills are pretty good. You attract peach blossoms wherever you go. What if someone seduce you away? I am still waiting for you. Why? It's a sin for a man to be handsome and capable. Yikan is now at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The key point is that he has no intention of finding a partner right now. This little girl is really crazy about him, which makes him speechless. Lily, don't cry. The uncle I'm talking about is the village chief. The village chief's wife, on behalf of the entire village, personally knitted a pair of socks for me to express her gratitude for coming to Gentle Village to be the village doctor. Zhu means the villagers in this village love me. Have you forgotten that almost all the villagers in this village have the surname Zhu? Damn, making up a story is exhausting. Yikan racked his brains to try to stop Zhong Lily from crying. Zhong Lily originally believed Yikan's words, but she suddenly remembered that the village chief had a daughter who weighed more than 300 pounds. Then, she grabbed Yikan by the collar and started to accuse him. Tell me. Was it the village chief's fat daughter who gave it to you? She likes you, right? You have a strong taste and want to find a fat girl, right? Oh my god. What kind of mess is going on in this little girl's head? Yikan's heart was broken. It seems that he has to go to Jiangning People's Hospital as soon as possible and ask the director to replace his male assistant. Zhong Lily is a big trouble here. Yikan frowned at Zhong Lily and warned her seriously, Lily, I'm your leader here. If you continue to act unreasonably, I'll punish you. But Zhong Lily became even more excited, with her little face resting on Yikan's shoulder and her eyes seductive. Brother, if you can accept me, I will do whatever you want with me. You can punish me however you want. I am your little slave. Puff. Yikan's mouth full of old blood. Some girls nowadays are really bold and it shocked his 3 views. Dangerous, too dangerous, absolutely dangerous. Zhong Lily is a time bomb. If I don't transfer her away soon, she will definitely squeeze me dry one day. Just for this little girl's youthful and invincible beauty, her seductive little figure, and her persistent energy, even if you are made of stone, she can melt you. Stop it. Go to the pharmacy and take inventory of your medicine. Yikan had no choice but to order Zhong Lily to go to work quickly. Zhong Lily didn't dare to be negligent in her work, so she went to the pharmacy obediently. Yikan finally had some free time. He found that a stone slab in the yard was cracked into 2 pieces, and people would stagger when they stepped on it. In order to prevent elderly people who came to see a doctor from walking here in the future and being knocked down by the stone slab if they lost their balance, which would be a big trouble, Yikan pried away the 2 halves of the stone slab and found a complete one to replace it. In the pharmacy, Zhong Lily was counting the medicines when she suddenly heard a whisper outside the window. Master Morong asked us to start the operation tonight. Have you prepared the firewood and gasoline? Of course I'm ready. I'm just waiting to burn that stinky boy named Ji in the middle of the night. Zhong Lily couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise, her heart pounding violently. Oh no! Someone actually wants to burn my senior brother to death tonight. Chapter 80. Yikan is arrested. Zhong Lily opened the window and looked out, trying to find the source of the sound, but she didn't see anyone. So she hurried out of the pharmacy and looked everywhere, but still didn't see anyone. Yikan happened to be walking over pushing a complete stone slab. Seeing Zhong Lily's panicked expression, he asked in confusion, Lily, why are you so panicked? What happened? Zhong Lily leaned close to Yikan's ear and whispered to him, Brother, I just heard that someone is going to set fire to you tonight. Yikan's breathing suddenly stopped. Who wants to burn him to death? He had just secured 10 million yuan in poverty alleviation funds for the villagers in Wenruxiang. He was a hero in the eyes of the villagers. Who could possibly go against him? Lily, are you sure you heard correctly? Yikan confirmed with Zhong Lily. Zhong Lily nodded firmly, Brother, my hearing is famous in our hospital. You know that, how could I have heard it wrong? This is strange. Who wants me dead? Could it be that Morong Bo didn't leave and he wanted to kill me? Yikan quickly thought of Morong Bo. Then he asked Zhong Lily, Lily, did you hear who wanted to set me on fire? Zhong Lily recalled carefully and answered truthfully, I heard someone say something about young Master Morong. Yes, it was young Master Morong. It's him. Yikan's hands hanging at his sides gradually clenched into fists, and anger was swirling in his body. Morong Bo is such a bastard. I helped him replenish his kidneys and asked him to do good deeds for the villagers, but he actually repaid me with hatred. So abominable. Yikan was extremely disappointed with Morong Bo. Since he knew that Morong Bo was going to set fire to him at night, he would never let Morong Bo's conspiracy succeed. Zhong Lily was worried about Yi Can's situation and was also afraid that she would be implicated. She was extremely anxious. Brother, what should we do? They prepared firewood and gasoline and said they would act in the middle of the night. They are going to burn us and the clinic to ashes. Yi Can comforted Zhong Lily. Calm down, Lily. I'm here, what are you afraid of? If they want to set fire to me, they will definitely start with the 2 dormitories first. So, don't go to the dormitories tonight. Just hide in the pharmacy. Zhong Lily nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I will follow my senior brother's arrangements. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong again, and asked Yi Can with a worried look on her face. That's not right, senior brother, I'm going to hide in the pharmacy, what about you? Yi Can's expression was solemn. He lowered his voice and told Zhong Lily, I'll go first. Zhong Lily understood, and the nervousness on her face was replaced by a bright smile. She gave Yi Can a thumbs up and said, Brother, you are amazing. Yi Can's lips curled up into a confident smile, which made Zhong Lily's heart beat like a deer. Just wait for my signal. Then, there will be something fun to watch. Zhong Lily was full of anticipation. Okay. In the middle of the night, Morong Bo's 2 younger brothers, one carrying gasoline and the other holding firewood, sneaked up to the clinic. The one who looked like a skinny monk saw that one of the dormitories had a light on, so he pulled the short, stocky-looking one next to him and said, Hey, that brat named G must be in that dorm. The light is on. Let's go over there. The short and fat man was more cautious than the skinny monk, so he suggested to the skinny monk, we can't just burn down one dormitory. Doesn't that brat have a female assistant? We have to burn down the entire clinic and leave no one alive. The skinny monk touched his chin and smiled obscenely. Yes, he also has a female assistant, who is said to be quite good looking. We should play with her first before we take action, huh? Bang! The short and fat man patted the skinny monk on the back of the head. Fuck you. Hurry up and do it. The 2 of them quickened their pace and approached the dormitory where Yi Can lived. Ouch! The thin monk suddenly let out a scream. The short and fat man was startled and immediately fell to the ground. He asked the skinny monk in panic, What are you yelling about? What if you wake someone up? The skinny monk endured the pain, gritted his teeth and pointed at his 2 pairs of feet. I'm caught in a mousetrap, I can't move. The short winter melon took a look. Oh my god. The skinny monk actually got his foot caught in a mousetrap, and blood was flowing. You're a piece of shit. You can't do anything good, but you're always causing trouble. The short and fat guy knew that the skinny monk was about to be exposed. In order to go back and take credit for it, he took advantage of the skinny monk's inattention and swung a shovel to knock him unconscious. He started placing firewood around Yi Can's dormitory, waiting to pour gasoline on it so that he could burn Yi Can to death. Unexpectedly, when he put the firewood to the window, one of his legs was entangled by the rope with a whoosh. The more he struggled, the tighter the rope became. Finally, with another whoosh, he was hung on the tree like a salted fish, swinging back and forth upside down in the air. Woof woof woof. A big wolfhound rushed over, barking non-stop at Shorty, even jumping up and trying to bite Shorty, tearing his sleeves to shreds. Ah, help! Help! The Shorty was almost scared to death, afraid that he would be eaten by the big wolf dog. The louder he barked, the more his body shook, and the closer he was to the wolf dog's bloody mouth. Xiao Hei, come here! Yi Can appeared in the yard with a flashlight and shouted to the big wolfhound. The big wolf dog ran obediently to Yi Can's side. At this time, Zhong Lily ran out with a broom and hit the short man's back violently. Asshole, I told you to set us on fire. I told you to burn us. Fuck you, I'll beat you to death. The short and fat guy was howling in pain and begging for mercy. Yi Can asked Zhong Lily to stop, and Zhong Lily stopped. The short and fat man complained to Yi Can, Dr. Yi, it's not us who want to burn you. It was Master Morong who ordered us to do this. It was Master Morong. Yi Can grabbed the short winter melon's hair and angrily asked him, Tell me. Where is Morong Boren? The shorty stammered, he's been picked up by his friend's plane. Huh, Morong Bo thought that everything would be over if he just took a plane and left? He can't escape the charge of hiring a killer. Yi Can took the phone from Zhong Lily and handed it to Shorty. I recorded everything you 2 did and said in the yard just now. I'll have you in jail at daybreak. If you want to spend less time in jail, tell the police the truth about how Morong Bo ordered you to set fire to someone. The short and fat guy was caught red-handed by Yi Can. He had nothing to say and had to plead guilty. Considering that the skinny monk's foot was injured by the mousetrap he had set in advance, Yi Kan, as a doctor, treated and bandaged the wound. In order to prevent the skinny monk and the short and fat guy from running away at night, Yi Kan detained them in the firewood room and called the police the next morning to ask them to take the two bastards away. Once these two bastards give Morongbo away, Morongbo can just wait to be thrown into jail. Unexpectedly, just after dawn, the policewoman knocked on the door of Yi Kan's dormitory. Yi Kan was a little confused at first, but then he was delighted. "Miss Police, you and I are quite in tune with each other. I haven't even called the police yet, but you came early. I just happened to have two." Before Yi Kan could finish his words, the policewoman showed him the arrest warrant and handcuffed his hands with a click. Yi Kan was stunned. "Hey! Miss Police, you arrested the wrong person, didn't you? The one who committed the crime wasn't me, it was those two." One of the policewomen interrupted Yi Kan and said in a stern voice, "Yi Kan, we received a report that you killed two people last night and hid the bodies in the firewood room. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say now will be used as evidence in court." "Oh shit." Yi Kan was dumbfounded. "Did I kill someone? I feel so wronged." Chapter 81 posted a dynamic. Coming back to his senses, Yi Kan asked the policewoman in disbelief, Policewoman, did you make a mistake?" Another policewoman opened the firewood room, and sure enough, the skinny monk and the shorty were both dead. Yi Kan was suddenly struck by lightning. Why did those two bastards die out of the blue? Who killed them and put the blame on me? Who is it? Yi Kan shook his head desperately at the policewoman, his face full of grievance. "It's not me, Miss Police Officer. Someone is clearly trying to frame me. Those two were planning to burn me and my assistant to death last night, but we caught them in the act, and then I..." The policewoman interrupted Yi Kan expressionlessly again. "If you have anything to say, please go to the police station and tell us. Please cooperate with our work." After she finished speaking, she unceremoniously took Yi Kan to the police car. Seeing this, Zhong Lily ran over quickly, blocked the police car, and angrily asked, "Why did you arrest my senior brother? He didn't kill anyone. I can testify." The two female police officers looked at each other for a while, and then they took Zhong Lily into the police car. The remaining staff carried the bodies of Skinny Monk and Shorty into the car and prepared to go back for an autopsy. Morongbo, who was hiding in the dark, saw the police car carrying Yi Kan away. He took the cigarette from his mouth and let out a smug laugh. The younger brother next to him came over and gave Morongbo a thumbs up. "Master, you are really smart. Even after silencing him, you didn't forget to let that brat Yi Kan take the blame." Morongbo threw the cigarette on the ground, stomped it out with his foot, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. "That stinky boy Yi Kan still wants to fight me. He's simply courting death." When he arrived at the police station, Yi Kan cooperated with the investigation honestly and handed over all the videos and audio recordings on his mobile phone last night. "Miss Police Officer, I didn't lie at all. The evidence in there is all the evidence I recorded of their attempted arson." They themselves admitted that it was Morongbo who ordered them to burn me and my assistant. The latest autopsy report is out. The skinny monk and the short and fat man were suffocated to death by someone covering their bodies with something, but no fingerprints of Yi Kan were found on them. Instead, someone else's fingerprints were found, and they matched the fingerprints on the window glass of the firewood room. Yi Kan remembered that he did not lock the firewood room last night because he thought that since he had detained the skinny monk and the short and fat man, they could not escape at all. Since the skinny monk and the short and fat guy had the same fingerprints on their bodies and on the window glass, it could only mean that someone broke into the firewood room and suffocated them to death last night with only one purpose: to silence them. After all, when a person dies, there is no evidence. There is no doubt that the person who killed the skinny monk and the short and fat man was Morongbo. Even if he is not the direct murderer, he is definitely the instigator. In the end, Yi Kan was acquitted, but the evidence he recorded was left at the police station to facilitate the police's further investigation. When Zhong Lily saw that Yi Kan was fine, she threw herself into Yi Kan's arms, hugged him tightly, and cried bitterly. "Brother, you really scared me just now. I thought you were going to be imprisoned unjustly. What would I do if you were in jail?" Seeing that Zhong Lily cared about him so much and cried so sadly for him, Yi Kan couldn't help but feel moved. So, he gently touched Zhong Lily's cute doll head and comforted her in a gentle tone. "Be good, don't cry. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I'm fine now, right? Don't cry, I'll buy you a big rainbow lollipop later." When Zhong Lily heard that Yi Kan was going to buy her a lollipop, she burst out laughing, her nose and tears all coming out. "Brother, I'm not a child, why are you buying me a lollipop? Yikan felt embarrassed. In the past, when his sister cried in front of him, he would habitually comfort her by saying, "Don't cry, I'll buy you a big rainbow lollipop later." Soon, my sister stopped crying. Then, Yikan took his sister to the store to buy those big rainbow lollipops. Joan Lily is younger than Yikan, and she cried so sweetly just now, just like Yikan's sister. Yikan naturally said the words he used to comfort his sister. For some reason, Yikan suddenly thought of Suling again. When Suling was alive, she was like a lively and lovely little sister in front of him many times. Unfortunately, when he decided to love Suling for the rest of his life, Suling died. Such an outstanding girl, a top goddess, his beautiful wife, is gone just like that. It's such a pity and it makes him so sad. Thinking of Suling, Yikan felt sick all over. He was still in pain. Seeing Yikan suddenly become silent and look troubled, Joan Lily put away her smile and asked Yikan worriedly, "Brother, did I say something wrong to upset you?" Yikan shook his head, "No. Let's go back to the clinic." Joan Lily still felt that she might have said something wrong and upset Yikan, so she pretended to be full of anticipation and acted coquettishly towards Yikan. "My good senior brother, your junior sister wants to eat a big rainbow lollipop. Can you buy it for her?" Yikan readily agreed, "Okay, I'll buy it for you." After that, he went to a nearby store and bought a big rainbow lollipop for Joan Lily. Joan Lily was as happy as a little baby. She couldn't wait to open the candy wrapper and licked it with relish. Wow, so sweet. The lollipops my senior bought me are so sweet. They are filled with my senior's love. While her phone still had a signal, Joan Lily quickly bit her lollipop and rested her head on Yikan's shoulder. The background was the azure blue sky, with bright sunshine shining down. What a beautiful and sweet picture. Let's take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments or TikTok to show off our deep love for each other. Joan Lily snapped a photo on her phone, recording this beautiful scene. She quickly shared it on her WeChat Moments and a certain audio app, adding the caption, "The waters of Peach Blossom Pond are 1,000 feet deep, yet they are not as sweet as my senior brother's sweetness to my heart." Yikan sighed helplessly in his heart. Oh, this little girl is really good at making up stories. Never mind, as long as she is happy. She is just a child after all. Why should I bother with this little girl? Thinking of this, Yikan followed Joan Lily. A sanatorium abroad. Suling was browsing the news on a certain audio platform, wanting to know about Yikan's recent situation. Unexpectedly, she saw the post from Joan Lily. "The water of Teotihuacan is 1,000 feet deep, yet it cannot compare to the sweetness of my senior brother's heart." In the photo, Joan Lily is eating a big rainbow lollipop and leaning on Yikan's shoulder. A beautiful girl with a handsome guy, plus the beautiful scenery behind them, it's really a feast for the eyes. That was the effect that thousands of netizens saw, but for Suling, it was simply dazzling. Humph, it's only been a few days and Brother Can has changed his mind. He is actually dating junior sister. How could he do this? Suling's little heart seemed to have received a critical hit of 10,000 points. It seems that I have to hurry up and find a way to escape from here and return to Brother Chan. I will never let another woman take my Brother Chan away. He is the father of my two precious daughters. He will always belong to the three of us. Chapter 82. The system has not popped up for a long time. Yikan and Joan Lily rode a three-wheeled tractor back to the land of gentleness. Joan Lily was still eating the big rainbow lollipop with relish. While savoring the sweetness, she closed her eyes and felt the breeze across her cheeks. She looked very enjoyable and comfortable. Yikan was afraid that Joan Lily would damage her teeth, so he kindly warned her, "Lily, that's candy, don't eat it all at once, or you might damage your teeth." Joan Lily obediently put away the big rainbow lollipop and smiled brightly at Yikan. "Brother, I'm going to make the remaining ones into specimens so they won't melt forever. This is the sweetest gift you've ever given me." Yikan felt embarrassed. Forehead. "It's just a lollipop, do you treat it like a treasure?" Coming back to his senses, Yikan gave Joan Lily a dry laugh and replied, "Well, as long as you're happy." Joan Lily took Yikan's arm and rested her little face on Yikan's shoulder again. "Of course. Being with my senior brother is the happiest thing for me. Look. How romantic we are, riding a tractor along the country roads, feeling the wind, smelling the flowers, and admiring the mountain scenery. Wow. We are truly one with nature." When passing a rice paddy, Joan Lily pointed at the buffaloes in the distance and shouted excitedly, Brother, look. There are buffaloes," as if she had discovered a new world. Yikan felt more and more that Zhong Lili was like an innocent child at this moment, carefree, as if there were no worries in the world. This also dispelled his previous depressed mood caused by missing Suling. Originally, Yikan wanted to go back to Jiangning People's Hospital to find the director, hoping that the director would transfer Zhong Lili away from the gentle land and replace him with a male assistant. But considering that Zhong Lili is still a little girl, beautiful, kind-hearted and straightforward, Yikan gave up the idea. If he asked the dean to transfer Zhong Lili away, Zhong Lili would definitely be heartbroken. In fact, the little girl just has a crush on her senior brother. What's wrong with that? A young and beautiful girl who is full of energy is at the point where her heart is moved. You can't stop her from liking someone, right? However, Yikan had also thought it through. As long as he was not attracted to Zhong Lili, that was it. He believes that he is a man of strong determination and endurance. Seeing Yikan finally smile, Zhong Lili couldn't help but stretch out her little hand and pinch Yikan's cheek. Brother, you finally smiled. You look so charming when you smile, it almost melts my heart. That's right, a smile makes you look 10 years younger, and it will make you even more handsome and charming. Yikan felt hot all over after being pinched by Zhong Lili, and his face turned red and hot. He quickly took away Zhong Lili's dishonest little paw, coughed lightly a few times, and then spoke in a serious tone. Lily, be quiet, don't pinch me, what are you talking about? Zhong Lili pouted and nodded, oh, I won't pinch you anymore. Suddenly, Yikan thought of Suling again. Once upon a time, Suling also loved to pinch his face like this, and smile at him in a way that was so captivating that it seemed to melt his heart and take away his soul. Why? I still haven't gotten over the shadow of Suling's death, and the pain is always there. I really miss Suling. Sadness came like a tsunami, and Yikan was helpless about it. Zhong Lili saw Yikan's face darken, and she thought Yikan was worried about whether the police could bring Morong Bo to justice. So, she comforted Yikan, brother, you are unhappy again. Actually, you don't have to worry. Now that the autopsy report is out, and you have submitted all the evidence, the police will definitely be able to find out that the real murderer is Morong Bo and bring him to justice. Yikan couldn't tell Zhong Lili that he was unhappy because he missed Suling, so he could only follow Zhong Lili's topic. Yes, the net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. That bastard Morong Bo will be caught one day. I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Zhong Lili breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yikan's brows relax. If her senior brother is unhappy, she will also be unhappy. So, as long as she is by her senior brother's side, she will find ways to make him happy. Yikan thought that the holidays were coming soon, so he planned to go back to visit his mother and sister. Lily, which days of the long holiday do you plan to take? Let's stagger our schedules. Zhong Lili asked Yikan seriously, brother, do you have anything important to do during the holidays? Yikan nodded, yes. I want to go back and visit my mother and my sister. Zhong Lili lowered her head and thought for a few seconds, then answered readily, I won't take a break. I'll stay on duty at the clinic. Brother, you should take a break. This will give you a chance to spend a few more days with auntie and sister. Although Yikan was touched by Zhong Lili's consideration for him, how could he bear to take a vacation and let Zhong Lili be on duty? How about this? You take the first 3 days off, I'll take the last 3 days off, and on the last day of the holiday, we'll both be on duty. How about that? Zhong Lili knew that Yikan missed her very much, so she wanted Yikan to make full use of the holiday and reunite with his family. She still insisted on her position. Brother, you should take a full break. I have nothing to do when I go home during the holidays. It's so boring. I might as well be on duty at the clinic. Besides, this gentle place is so far away from Jiangning City. The journey alone would take several days. You should take a full break. Yikan felt quite embarrassed and raised his hand to touch the back of his head. Ah, this. Zhong Lili grabbed Yikan's hand, and her long eyelashes blinked as if they could speak. Hey, senior brother, don't hesitate, it's settled. Yikan finally agreed, okay, I'll take a full day off this time, and you'll take a full day off next time. Let's treat each other fairly. Zhong Lili had no objection. On the first day of the holiday, Yikan boarded the train back to Jiangning City. On the train, Yikan's phone got a signal, and a piece of news suddenly popped up. A wealthy young man was imprisoned, and the Morong family's stock price fell. Ha, the police solved the case really quickly. Morong Bo was brought to justice so quickly. Those who do evil will eventually perish. Morong Bo brought this upon himself, he deserved it. Yikan was overjoyed, feeling a sense of revenge. Somehow, Yikan suddenly remembered the system. Strange, my system seems to have not bubbled up for a long time. I have done a lot of good things recently, why don't you reward me? Beautiful girl system, what have you been doing? Have you forgotten me, your host? Big beauty system? Bite. The system came, still with that familiar smell of sweet lady's voice. Hello host, I'm here. Sorry, I've been busy upgrading with the mail system recently and haven't paid attention to you for the time being. Please don't mind. At this moment, a series of ellipses appeared in Yikan's mind. Busy with mail system upgrades. Ahem, this is a lot of information. The system detected that Yikan had impure thoughts, and immediately an inflatable hammer popped out in Yikan's mind and hit him hard a few times. No more rubbing, or I'll beat you. Yikan was at a loss for words. How could I be shy? I'm pure, okay? Come on, tell me quickly, what miracle medical skill are you going to reward me with this time? The system seemed to be in a somewhat awkward tone. Hey! The upgrade is not yet complete. The host can only be rewarded after it is completed. Yikan was puzzled. If you don't reward me, then what are you doing out here this time? The system reminded Yikan, I want to remind the host that you must be extra careful in the future, because the host has been targeted by Morong Bo's father, Morong Chang. The host is in danger. Yikan was stunned. Could it be that Morong Bo's father wants me to avenge his son? Chapter 83, Suling is still alive? Yikan thought the system knew what Morong Chang was going to do to him next, so he asked the system worriedly, Beautiful system, can you tell me how that old fellow Morong Chang is going to deal with me? The system complained to Yikan, Host, I'm not Morong Chang's inner worm. How would I know how he's going to deal with you? Yikan confidently retorted, Since you knew Morong Chang was targeting me, how could you not know his plan? As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. Why don't you reward me with some special skills to guard against that old guy? The system brought up a sweating emoticon in Yikan's mind. Host, I've already told you, I'm leveling up, so I can't reward you for now. Anyway, be careful. I'm going to continue leveling up, and after I'm done, I'll have a surprise gift package for you. Yikan saw the system disappear again, and countless ellipsis marks seemed to appear above his head again. Well, I'd better be careful then. If Morong Chang has the guts, just come at me. I'm always here to fight you. For the sake of that surprise gift package, I will also face the challenge. After encouraging himself in this way, Yikan's nervousness was no longer so severe. He felt a little sleepy, yawned, and fell asleep on the bed. When he was sleeping soundly, a woman screamed in panic, Ah! I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. It hurts so much, who can save me? Help me, ah! The woman's cries sounded like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Yikan was awakened, jumped off the bed, and followed the sound to the woman who was about to give birth. Sister, don't shout yet. Follow me and take a deep breath. Come on, inhale, exhale. Yikan was about to help the woman to release her breath, but she was caught off guard and was so frightened that she threw an iron sand palm towards him. You stinking pervert! Get out of here! Fortunately, Yikan reacted quickly and grabbed the woman's wrist, explaining anxiously, Sister, you are about to give birth, and you still have the mood to hit people? Use your energy to give birth. I'm not a pervert, I'm a doctor, and I'm here to help you. As soon as the words fell, the woman's husband, who had just finished using the bathroom, ran into Yikan holding the woman's wrist when he came out. He immediately walked over angrily and grabbed Yikan's collar. You bastard, you dared to tease my wife. I'll beat you to death. After he finished speaking, the man raised his fist to hit Yikan. In desperation, Yikan tripped the man and quickly pressed him down on the seat, unable to move. Then, he pulled out his doctor's certificate from his pocket and said, Brother, take a good look at me. I'm a serious doctor, not a pervert. Your wife is about to give birth, and I'm here to help her have a smooth delivery. After seeing Yikan's medical qualification certificate, the man finally behaved himself. As soon as Yikan let the man go, the woman screamed in pain again, her lungs pierced, Ah! It's killing me! Why is giving birth so painful? I won't give birth anymore, let you stinky men do it. The man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He held the woman's hand with heartache, but unexpectedly, the woman bit him. Yikan couldn't help but shudder. Emma, this bite is likely to break the man's fingers. The man was clearly in excruciating pain, but he had to endure it without saying a word. Yikan continued to instruct the woman, Sister, don't panic, listen to me, take a deep breath first. But the woman didn't listen to Yi Kan at all. She kept yelling at him, "I don't want a grown man to watch me give birth. It's too shameless. I don't want it. I want a female doctor. Give me a female doctor." Seeing the woman screaming endlessly, Yi Kan was really worried that she would use up all her strength, which would only make it more difficult for her to give birth and even threaten her life. The man shouted loudly to the people around him, "Is there a female doctor? Female doctor, please come and help me." Unfortunately, Yi Kan was the only doctor on the entire train, and he was a man. Yi Kan was worried that if the woman delayed any further, it would have adverse effects on both her and the fetus, so he urged her. "Sister, please stop yelling. This is really not good for you and the fetus. There are plenty of male doctors who deliver babies. Can you please stop being prejudiced against them?" What the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department wants most is male doctors because they have good physical strength. Many of the world's most difficult and time-consuming obstetrics and gynecology surgeries are performed by male doctors. You have to believe in the strength of male doctors. The man also tried his best to persuade the woman, "Wife, don't worry about whether the doctor is male or female at this time. This young man is the only doctor on the train. You should quickly ask him to help you. The doctor will not harm you." The woman had no choice but to accept reality. Seeing that the woman no longer rejected him, Yi Kan quickly called the female attendants in the carriage, "Ladies, please form a human wall to protect the privacy of the pregnant woman." The female flight attendants actively cooperated with Yi Kan's work and quickly formed a human wall to isolate the men and protect the pregnant women. Yi Kan found that the woman involuntarily pushed downwards during uterine contractions, so he corrected the situation by placing her in a side-lying position, with her waist slightly bent, her chest tucked in, her knees bent, her thighs pulled up to form a right angle with the longitudinal axis of the spine, and her anterior abdominal wall pressed against the mattress. "Okay, very good, sister, you're doing great, take a deep breath, yes, that's it." The woman was obedient at this time and did whatever Yi Kan asked her to do. Not long after, a little life was born, and the baby's cry resounded throughout the world. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and applauded to welcome the arrival of the new life. "Sister, brother, congratulations, you have found a sweet little cotton-padded jacket." Yi Kan held the little baby in front of the woman and the man. The couple was so happy that their mouths almost curled up to the sky. The man held Yi Kan's hand gratefully. "Doctor, I'm so lucky to have you." "Thank you so much." Yi Kan responded modestly, "Brother, why are you being so polite to me? I am a doctor, and it is my duty to cure diseases and save lives." At this time, the train arrived at a station and stopped. Yi Kan reminded the man, "Brother, we've arrived. I've already called the emergency number. The ambulance is waiting outside. Please quickly send my sister to the hospital for observation." As the family of 3 drove to the hospital in the ambulance, Yi Kan couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. The moment he held that lovely little life in his arms, he felt a sense of accomplishment as a doctor who cured and saved lives, but also a little sadness. If Suling were alive, Grandpa Su would not stop them from being together. Perhaps he and Suling would have their own sweet little ones, and it would be even better if they were twins. Unfortunately, this dream will never come true. The train was about to start. Yi Kan turned his head accidentally and suddenly saw a figure flash past the window. "Suling? The little girl is still alive?" Without time to think, Yi Kan flew off the train and excitedly called out to the slender figure, "Wife." Chapter 84, 900 billion limits his imagination. Finally, he caught up with his target and grabbed his arm, his face filled with unconcealable joy, "Wife." The woman turned around in surprise and yelled at Yi Kan, "You stinky pervert, who is your wife? You're asking for a beating." Then, the woman swung her fist. Yi Kan tilted his head suddenly and avoided the sudden disaster. "Damn it! I recognized the wrong person. Why does this little girl's back look so much like Lydia Su?" Yi Kan was speechless. He apologized and explained, "I'm sorry, girl. I recognized the wrong person. I'm so sorry. It was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The woman glared at Yi Kan and said in annoyance, "You're crazy, are you missing your wife so much?" Then she laughed. Yi Kan touched the back of his head. Embarrassed, he felt a flock of crows flying overhead, leaving behind a series of black ellipsis marks. "Oh, it seems that I really miss Suling, so much that I even recognized the wrong person." Yi Kan's heart began to ache again. Because he mistook someone for Suling and ran after her, he missed the train to Jiangning City. There is no other way, buy a new ticket. Yikan had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and search for the ticket booking software. Oh well. My trip is delayed again. The earliest train leaves tomorrow morning, so I need to find a hotel nearby to sleep in tonight. Yikan looked around and saw several hotels across the street, so he walked over. Unexpectedly, he had just taken a few steps when he heard a bang behind him, followed by the screams of passers-by. Oh no! Someone's had a car accident and blood is spurting out. Hurry up and call 120 and the police. Hurry up. Yikan quickly turned around and ran towards the direction of the car accident. Sky. The scene is so tragic. A large truck collided with a Maserati. The large truck only had damage to its front end, but the Maserati was completely destroyed, almost flattened. What is even more serious is that the old man in the Maserati was protected by the airbag, but the broken window glass still pierced his face, leaving him bloody and horrified. The ambulance and police car hadn't arrived yet. Yikan, a doctor, took the initiative to call for help. I'm a doctor, everyone come over, let's carry the injured out of the car together. Just then, the ambulance and police car arrived. Medical staff and police lifted the old man out of the car. While the old man was being carried to the ambulance, Yikan heard a female doctor saying to another male doctor, "Hey! The injured person is bleeding excessively and needs a blood transfusion immediately. The key is that the injured person has type A blood. Our hospital is too small and I'm afraid we don't have enough blood for this type. Even if we can get a blood bag from another hospital, the journey is too long and I'm afraid the injured person's life can't wait." Yikan's heart tightened. Blood bank shortage? Blood transfusion is based on the principle of transfusing the same type of blood, and is based on safety and effectiveness. If a different type of blood is transfused, hemolysis may easily occur. People with type A blood who need a blood transfusion should choose type A blood, and the same goes for type B blood. Blood transfusion can only be carried out when the blood type matches that of the recipient is in good physical condition and has no blood-borne infectious diseases, and there is no agglutination reaction in both the primary and indirect blood matching. In an emergency, AB blood type can accept any blood type, and O blood type can be transfused to people of any blood type. During the infusion process, it should be infused slowly and the presence of fever and allergies should be observed. The problem is that the old man has lost too much blood. If he is given a blood transfusion of a different blood type, it will also be life-threatening. If this old man really can't be supplied with type A blood, he will die. Well, Miss Doctor, I'm also a doctor. I have AB blood type. If the blood bank is short of blood, please donate my blood to me. Saving lives is important, so Yikan volunteered. The doctor was quite straightforward. Okay, get in the ambulance. Yikan jumped into the ambulance without hesitation. When he arrived at the hospital, the old man was first given a transfusion of the type A blood available in the hospital's blood bank and was given emergency treatment in the emergency room. The doctor asked Yikan to have his blood type tested. To be on the safe side, Yikan's blood type must be tested. Seeing the doctor taking the blood type, a string of information emerged in Yikan's mind. Blood type refers to the type of specific antigens on the red blood cell membrane. Usually, the red blood cell type is the blood type. When blood from two people with incompatible blood types is dropped onto a glass slide, the red blood cells will aggregate into clusters, a phenomenon called agglutination. The mechanism of red blood cell agglutination is the antigen-antibody reaction, that is, the antigen located on the red blood cell membrane reacts with the corresponding antibody agglutinin in the serum. In the ABO blood group system, blood typing is done by adding the test blood to standard blood known to contain A or B agglutinins, observing whether agglutination occurs, and determining what type of agglutinogen is contained on the red blood cells of the test blood, thereby determining the blood type of the test blood. The doctor used a 75% alcohol cotton ball to disinfect Yikan's fingertips, pierced the skin with a sterilized needle, and then added 1 to 2 drops of blood to a small test tube containing 1 milliliter of saline solution to make a red blood cell suspension concentration of about 5%. Then, she took 2 small test tubes, marked A and B respectively, added 1 to 2 drops of standard serum and the red blood cell suspension to be tested to each, mixed them well, and centrifuged them at low speed for 1 minute 1000 rpm. After taking out the test tube, the doctor flicked the bottom of the tube to bounce up the sediment and observed the results under good light. If the precipitate floats in clumps, it means that agglutination has occurred. If the precipitate gradually rises in the form of smoke, and finally the liquid in the test tube returns to the state of red blood cell suspension, it means that there is no agglutination. The results showed that Yikan was indeed type A blood. Without further ado, arrange for Yikan to give the old man a blood transfusion immediately. As dusk fell, Thanks to Yikan's timely blood transfusion to the old man successfully escaped the danger of life and was transferred from the intensive care unit to the general ward. Yikan gave the old man a blood transfusion, and his own physical strength was also affected. He needed to rest in the lounge for a while before he could walk around. The doctor came in to thank Yikan. Dr. Yi, thanks to you for giving the old man a blood transfusion, you saved his life. Thank you for solving the blood bank shortage problem for our hospital. Yikan still maintained his usual humble attitude. Miss, you don't have to be polite with me. We are all doctors, and it is our duty to cure diseases and save lives, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the lounge opened again, and an intoxicating scent of perfume instantly filled the entire room. The next second, a pure little girl with a high ponytail, wearing a pink camisole, ripped jeans, and white sneakers, walked towards Yikan with light steps, and smiled at Yikan with such a refreshing smile, like a porcelain doll. Yikan couldn't help but hold his breath. This little loli looks to be about 18 or 19 years old. She is tall and thin, but her body proportions are well developed. She is full of energy and exudes the aura of invincible youth. She is very contagious and can easily make men fall for her. Hello, Dr. Yi. My name is Wang Xiaoshui. The doctor said that you gave my grandfather a blood transfusion and saved his life. Wang Xiaoshui took the initiative to shake hands with Yikan, with an impeccable smile. Yikan responded with a casual expression. Hello, Miss Wang, nice to meet you. You are very polite. I am a doctor, and it is my duty to treat illnesses and save lives. Wang Xiaoshui sat down next to Yikan and looked at him with admiration. To be honest, Dr. Yi, I've seen your videos online. You're my idol. Yikan felt a little embarrassed. He waved his hands and said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I'm just doing what I should do as a doctor. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoshui suddenly held Yikan's hand tightly and said with a very serious expression. Dr. Yi, I heard you're single again. If that's the case, then to express my gratitude to you, I'll marry you. Well, I've even brought a betrothal gift. Do you think it's enough for me to marry you? What? Little Loli wants to marry me? Isn't this too dramatic? Yikan was stunned. Wang Xiaoshui calmly took out a document from her bag and handed it to Yikan. Yikan was stunned for a moment before he looked down. This sight made him stunned with shock. Oh shit. Is it becoming popular these days for women to give betrothal gifts to men when they get married? This little loli is so rich, isn't she? The betrothal gift given to the man was extremely extravagant. Even Yikan, an invisible tycoon with a net worth of 900 billion, didn't dare to be so extravagant. 900 billion limits his imagination. Chapter 85 promised. In order to marry him, Wang Xiaoshui actually wanted to give him 10 sports cars of different brands, such as Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Ferrari, so that he could drive them in turn. 10 three-story villas with swimming pools are also ready to be transferred to his name. In addition, he will also be given 2 private jets and 2 small yachts. What made Yikan even more dumbfounded was that Wang Xiaoshui wanted to give him the ownership of 500 acres of land. Oh my god. It's the ownership of 500 acres of land. The 500 acres of land belonged to him. He could manage it however he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Anyway, whatever he did would bring him real money. It's so fucking luxurious, so extravagant. This little loli's wealth is probably comparable to Suling's at that time. What does her family do to be so rich? What shocked Yikan the most was Wang Xiaoshui's unconventional behavior. The woman married the man and gave him a sky-high bride price without hesitation. I'm afraid that no man would be as generous to a woman as Wang Xiaoshui is to Yikan, right? Yikan's 3 views were somewhat overturned by Wang Xiaoshui. He really suspected that he was not in real life, but in a dream. Only in dreams could such dramatic things happen. The doctor witnessed the process of Wang Xiaoshui proposing to Yikan, and also saw the sky-high bride price that Wang Xiaoshui gave to Yikan on the document. So, she immediately pulled out her phone and posted a status on a certain video. Poverty limits my imagination. Rich people really know how to have fun. A wealthy schoolmate proposed to Dr. Yi with a lavish betrothal gift. Less than a minute after the post was published, it went viral, with over 1 billion hits and over 100,000 comments. Yikan is so lucky, why can't I have such a good life? Showing off your affections is shameful. How can single people like me feel? Sister, if Yikan rejects you, come to me. I won't mind you giving me a betrothal gift. Let go of that girl, let me come. Seeing those comments, the doctor herself was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Can coughed lightly a few times to ease his embarrassment and surprise. Then, he returned the documents to Wang Xiaoshui and solemnly refused. Miss Wang, I'm afraid you're still a college student. It's not appropriate to get married so early. It will delay your studies. Besides, I'm still in the grief of losing my wife and have no plans to find a partner for the time being. So, I'm not a suitable candidate for your husband. As long as Yi Can signs his name on those documents, everything mentioned on them will become Yi Can's own property. But Yi Can would not agree to this marriage. Wang Xiaoshui was obviously still a child. When she saw him save her grandfather, she impulsively wanted to marry him. The reason for this, in addition to being grateful to him, is probably the girl's idol worship. Gratitude and admiration do not mean love, and her attitude towards marriage is obviously immature. Moreover, Yi Can has not yet recovered from the pain of Suling's death, and he really has no plans to find a partner for the time being. The cars, houses, yachts, and even land that Wang Xiaoshui wanted to give him were indeed quite tempting. They were enough for a man to not have to struggle in his life and just lie down and relax. However, Yi Can has long been a wealthy man with a net worth of 900 billion yuan, and he is not short of money at all. Wang Xiaoshui didn't expect that even though she offered Yi Can such favorable conditions, Yi Can still refused. She couldn't help feeling lost and lowered her head. But she soon recovered and persuaded Yi Can, Dr. Yi, although I am still in college, I am already an adult. There's no rule that says college students can't get married, and getting married won't interfere with my studies. You said you haven't gotten over the pain of losing your wife. If you marry me, won't you gradually get over it? Yi Can was also impressed by Wang Xiaoshui's naivety. Isn't this little Lolita taking things for granted? Calming down, Yi Can smiled and replied to Wang Xiaoshui, Ms. Wang, things are not as simple as you say. In short, marriage is not a joke. There is no possibility for the two of us. You are still young, not at the age to think about marriage. The most important thing is to do well in your studies. Well, let's just say goodbye. I have to catch a train back to Jiangning City early tomorrow morning, so I have to go back to the hotel and rest early. After saying that, Yi Can stood up and was about to leave. Wang Xiaoshui chased after him and stopped Yi Can. Dr. Yi, it's easy for you to go to Jiangning City. Why don't you just take my plane back? Taking the train is so slow and tiring. After she finished speaking, she took Yi Can's hand and walked out. Yi Can found that the little girl's hands were very strong and he couldn't shake them off. She pulled him forward. Hey, Miss Wang, I can still make it in time by taking the train. You don't have to bother. Just let me go. Not only did Wang Xiaoshui not let go of Yi Can, but he pulled Yi Can to run faster. Dr. Yi, just listen to me. It only takes an hour to fly here. How fast? My plane is parked in an open space nearby. I flew from Jiangning City to visit my grandfather. Well, since the little girl really wants to take me back to Jiangning City by plane, I might as well take it. If I go back to Jiangning City earlier, I can see my mother and sister earlier. Yi Can finally boarded Wang Xiaoshui's plane. Seeing Wang Xiaoshui also sitting up, he wondered, Miss Wang, aren't you going back to take care of your grandfather? Wang Xiaoshui didn't look worried at all. Except for my unfilial father, all my grandfather's children, relatives, and friends went. They will take good care of him. As for me, I will just escort you back to Jiangning City. As she was speaking, she suddenly remembered something and took out her phone. By the way, Dr. Yi, give me your contact information so we can add each other as friends. I'm having a birthday party the day after tomorrow, and I cordially invite you to attend. I still have to add friends and attend the birthday party. No need for that, right? Yi Can thought about it for a few seconds and felt that it would be a bit rude not to add him as a friend, so he told Wang Xiaoshui his contact information. Ms. Wang, I won't be going to the birthday party. I wish you a happy birthday in advance. When Wang Xiaoshui heard that Yi Can didn't want to go to her birthday party, she pouted and her bright big eyes looked so innocent and pure. My dear brother, I invited you with good intentions. Even if we're just friends, please don't reject my kindness, okay? Otherwise, my heart will be broken. Oh my God, it's killing me. I can't stand the little Lolita's coquettish behavior. It feels like an electric shock through my body and my heart almost melts. Who can resist this? Okay, I promise, I'll go to your birthday party. Yi Can still agreed to Wang Xiaoshui. He doesn't know who will be attending Wang Xiaoshui's birthday party. If he knew, he would never go even if he was beaten to death. At the same time, it was because Yikan went to Wang Xiaoshui's birthday party that he found out Wang Xiaoshui's true identity. Anyway, when it came to Wang Xiaoshui's birthday party, he was really shocked. Chapter 86. My brother Ken in society is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. At night, when Yikan arrived at the beach, he was shocked by Wang Xiaoshui's extravagance. Wang Xiaoshui arranged to hold her birthday party on her private yacht. I saw that the yacht was inlaid with 3 large characters Wang Xiaoshui made of pure gold, and the entire hull was hung with small lights made of various colored diamonds. On the vast ocean, the brilliant light shone brightly, as if illuminating the sky, like a huge night pearl. Dynamic music sounded from the deck, and golden champagne piled up into the shape of the Eiffel Tower, pouring down from the top, like a magnificent golden waterfall. The birthday cake had 19 thick layers and looked to be 2 meters high. Each layer was covered in gold foil, sparkling brightly. Various images of Wang Xiaoshui from the age of 1 to 19 were carved on it. Soft and cute, exquisite and lovely, lively and playful, youthful and fashionable. From the hair to the buttons on the clothes, every detail is lifelike. The outside of the cake is decorated with various exotic fruits, with gorgeous colors and fragrant aroma. This is not a cake, it is clearly a work of art. The guests who came to celebrate Wang Xiaoshui's birthday were either handsome men or beautiful women. They were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, wearing expensive watches or luxury jewelry. They also took pens to sign on the autograph wall, making it seem like they were walking on the red carpet at an awards ceremony. Yikan originally thought that for Wang Xiaoshui's birthday, everyone could just get together for a lively meal, chat and laugh, and then wish Wang Xiaoshui a happy birthday. As a result, he didn't expect that a little girl's birthday would be so grand, so he just came wearing a casual sportswear. Even though his sportswear doesn't even have a brand name and the style is ordinary, he specially found a big-name clothing company to work overtime to make a custom-made one for him. From the fabric to the tailoring and stitching, everything is of world-class standard, and the price is in 6 figures. Don't forget that Yikan is now an invisible rich man with a net worth of 900 billion. With a higher economic level, his taste in life will naturally improve. However, in terms of taste, he goes for a low-key, luxurious, and connotative style. Yikan also prepared a gift, a black pen. This pen is of great origin. It comes from a century-old brand of pen. It is also custom-made and costs 5 figures. Because Wang Xiaoshui is still a college student, he gave Wang Xiaoshui a pen, thinking that it fits Wang Xiaoshui's student status and has a good meaning, a brilliant pen and academic success. After taking a deep breath, Yikan got on the yacht. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to step onto the deck, a scornful voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey, I was wondering who was dressed so shabbily, it turns out it's you, no wonder, no wonder." Yikan frowned. Xia Anan. Didn't this green tea girl disappear from the face of the earth a while ago? Where did she appear from again? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yikan turned around calmly. The Xia Anan in front of him had her hair permed into big waves, thick eyeliner on, her face was pale, her lips were painted as if she had drunk blood, and she was wearing a low-neck cheongsam with a large slit. She was afraid that others would not know what she looked like, so she would show as much as possible, but she would not wear nothing at all. Yikan couldn't help but sneered, "Xia Anan, are you here to sell yourself, or to pretend to be a female ghost?" Xia Anan was instantly enraged by Yikan's words. Her face turned red with anger, her eyes widened, and her hands hanging at her sides clenched into fists. She really wanted to beat Yikan up. But she soon calmed herself down and mocked Yikan. "Yikan, is it because you killed your goddess wife that you are particularly hostile to us beauties now? But I understand how you feel. After all, you killed your wealthy wife. You have no hope left and have become a poor country bumpkin again. Hey, look at you wearing this cheap outfit. It must have been given to you as charity because someone had leftover clothes. You look so pitiful. I'll give you 100 yuan so you can buy some decent clothes at a street stall." After saying that, she took out a $100 bill from her bag and blew it at her feet. "As for you, you're now only fit to pick up money from my instep. If you're willing to kowtow to me a few more times and lick the dust off the soles of my shoes with your tongue, I'll give you another $100. Yikan didn't say much, grabbed a glass of champagne and splashed it on Xia Anan's face. My brother Ken is a tough guy in society. He doesn't talk much and he won't talk too much if he can take action. Suling is the deepest pain in his heart. He will be angry with anyone who dares to disrespect his deceased wife. All the makeup on Xia Anan's face was smudged, and now she looked like a female ghost. "Yikan, you bastard." Yikan calmly took out a 1 yuan coin from his trouser pocket, and the next second, with a click, he threw it to the ground. "Miss Xia, What about the 100 yuan? Keep it for your cosmetics. If it's not enough, I'll add 1 yuan. Don't forget to pick it up and keep it. Oh, by the way, your good friend is here, and everything is dripping onto the floor. If you don't have money to buy sanitary pads, then use napkins to pad the surface, ha! After he finished speaking, Yikan took a handful of napkins from the side and threw them on Xia Ainen's face. Xia Ainen looked down and saw that her good friend had come. She was not only on the ground, but also on her cheongsam. Ah! Xia Ainen collapsed, covering her face and running to the bathroom. Yikan continued to move forward, looking for Wang Xiaoshui. He planned to give the gift directly to Wang Xiaoshui and leave. Xia Ainen was here, and he felt it was an eyesore and disgusting, so he decided to just ignore it. But where did that little lowly Wang Xiaoshui go? Why hasn't she shown up yet? Yikan was also curious. Suddenly, someone patted Yikan's shoulder from behind. Yikan turned his head and saw a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses staring at him expressionlessly. The boy looks gentle and handsome, but not half as tall as Yikan, and is about 7 or 8 centimeters shorter than Yikan. From the looks of it, he should be a student, but he is the kind of rich young master, wearing all the famous brands and a watch worth over 10,000 yuan. Little brother, what do you want from me? Yikan spoke first. The boy's tone was quite aggressive. You are Yikan? You are nothing special, just handsome. You are basically a poor guy. I really don't understand what our school beauty likes about you. Yikan was stunned. He understood that this boy must have pursued Wang Xiaoshui, but it was obvious that he was not to Wang Xiaoshui's liking. This guy had such a bad attitude right from the start, it was obvious that he regarded him as a love rival. What's funny is that Yikan was still overthinking it. There was more than just this boy who regarded him as a love rival. All the boys in Wang Xiaoshui's school came, and at the boys' call, they all surrounded Yikan. Some rich young ladies also joined in the fun and started to mock Yikan. He's just a country bumpkin, not even worthy of licking Xiaoshui's ass. How can you have the nerve to attend Xiaoshui's birthday party when you're dressed like this? Look at him, he has nothing and can't even afford a gift. What a disgrace. Caught off guard, the guy with glasses started to make a fuss. This guy is not worthy of celebrating Xiaoshui's birthday. Come on, let's all throw him into the sea together. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiaoshui's suitors swarmed towards Yikan and wanted to throw him into the sea. Yikan was in a dilemma. These were all students who were 18 or 19 years old. He was a graduated and promising young man. If the students came to pick a fight with him, should he fight back or not? Chapter 87 Lemon Spirit Under the Lemon Tree. Yusayikan uses the Foshan Shadowless kick. These young guys can be kicked into the sea by him. If he uses the hit the cow from behind the mountain, they can probably be knocked away by him. With those skinny little bodies, how can they withstand his powerful Vajra fist? But these younger brothers are too ignorant. They don't even have the basic respect for others. If we don't teach them a lesson, they probably won't reflect on their mistakes. However, as an older brother, Yikan still felt a little hesitant to teach his younger brothers a lesson, as others would think that he was bullying them. Why? I'm so confused. When the younger brothers were about to rush over and attack Yikan, Wang Xiaoshui, who had just come out of the bathroom, happened to see this scene. She stood in front of Yikan without hesitation and shouted to her suitors, "If anyone dares to bully Dr. Yi, I will kick him into the sea." When Yikan saw Wang Xiaoshui finally show up, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The little thing finally decided to come out. Fortunately, she stopped it in time, otherwise I was really afraid that I would not be able to hold back and give those young guys a good lesson. When everyone saw that Wang Xiaoshui was angry, they all stepped back and no longer dared to have any bad thoughts towards Yikan. Yikan smiled and said to Wang Xiaoshui, "Xiaoshui, first of all, I wish you a happy birthday. Then, I will give you a birthday present and then I will leave." Before Yikan took out the pen he had prepared for Wang Xiaoshui from his pocket, the boy with glasses ran up to Wang Xiaoshui and handed him 2 Bugatti keys. "Hey, Xiaoshui, this is my birthday present for you, a Bugatti." Yikan's breathing stopped. Oh my god. This guy is really good at chasing girls, and he's really generous. He even gave her a Bugatti. Do his parents know that he spends so much money on a girl? The boy with glasses felt that the gift he gave to Wang Xiaoshui was very expensive. What kind of decent gift could Yikan, a poor doctor, give to Wang Xiaoshui? It could not be compared with his at all, so he looked at Yikan with contempt. But Wang Xiaoshui didn't even bother to look at the key and directly rejected the boy with glasses. "Well, gooden, I have plenty of cars. I don't need them anymore. You should keep it and drive it yourself. Puff. Yi Kan almost laughed out loud. What did Wang Xiaoshui call that kid just now? Go Daner. The people around laughed out loud because Wang Xiaoshui called the boy with glasses Gooden. The boy with glasses was extremely embarrassed, but he carefully reminded Wang Xiaoshui, Xiaoshui, how many times have I told you, don't call me by my nickname, call me by my name. Wang Xiaoping often called him Goodener because she was used to it. After all, they grew up together as neighbors. When she realized that she had also called him Goodno in public, she immediately corrected herself, sorry, Hamo Xiaoji, I'm used to calling you that, I forgot. Puff. Yi Kan almost couldn't hold back his laughter again. Touch the chicken? Why did his parents give him such a funny name? Maybe he had some special quirks when he was little? Everyone burst into laughter again. Everyone heard it as Mo Xiaoji. The boy with glasses was even more embarrassed. He might as well have called him Gooden. He was so angry that he walked away in shame. After Mo Xiaoji Gooden left, other people came one after another to give Wang Xiaoshui gifts, such as precious jewelry, luxury bags, high-end dresses from big brands, etc., all of which were very valuable. However, Wang Xiaoshui didn't take any of it into consideration. She had everything they gave her. Xia Anan came at this time. She had put on new makeup and changed her dress, but she still looked either prostitute or ghostly. Oh, Xiaoshui, you look so beautiful today. Here, I carefully prepared a birthday present for you. Xia Anan gave Wang Xiaoshui a necklace inlaid with diamonds, which was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes. Yi Kan was puzzled. Is Xia Anan rich now? How could she afford such an expensive necklace as a gift? Also, judging from the tone of her voice when talking to Wang Xiaoshui, she seemed to be quite familiar with Wang Xiaoshui. How did she get to know Wang Xiaoshui? Just as Yi Kan was wondering, Wang Xiaoshui threw the diamond necklace into the sea. No matter how beautiful something is, it will become dirty in your hands. It's better to throw it away. You are not welcome at my birthday party. Get out of here right now. Wang Xiaoshui's behavior towards Xia Anan shocked everyone. Yi Kan was also confused. Why does Wang Xiaoshui look like he hates Xia Anan so much? However, Xia Anan was not angry with Wang Xiaoshui. She even greeted him with a smile, Xiaoshui, don't be so hostile to me. If you don't want to see me, then I can just stay aside. After saying that, Xia Anan turned around and planned to stay aside. The moment she turned around, she saw Yi Kan. Everyone who came to the party gave gifts to Wang Xiaoshui, and everyone was very generous, but Yi Kan had not yet revealed what the gift he gave to Wang Xiaoshui was. So, Xia Anan mocked Yi Kan, hey, Yi Kan, everyone who comes here is either rich or noble, and they come from famous families. Xiaoshui doesn't even look at the gifts they give her. Are you too embarrassed to give her your own gift? That's right, you're a poor bastard. The clothes you wear are discarded by others. I guess you picked up the gift from a trash can, right? To deal with a green tea girl like Xia Anan who was blind to her true value, Yi Kan thinks that he should just throw wine in her face again and there is no need to waste words with her. He wanted to show this green tea girl his 900 billion in savings, which would probably scare her to death. He also didn't want this green tea girl to tarnish his identity as a hidden rich man. When Yi Kan was about to grab a glass of champagne and throw it at Xia Anan, Wang Xiaoshui came over and pushed Xia Anan and said angrily, Xia Anan, open your eyes and take a good look. Dr. Ye's sportswear is custom made from a century-old brand, and the price is in the six figures. 100,000 rags on your body are not worth as much as one sleeve of Dr. Ye's clothes. Wow, this little lowly really knows what is good. Even though I was wearing such a low-key outfit, she could still tell the style and price. She has great taste. She knows so much at such a young age, her background must be quite complicated. Who are her parents? Yi Kan became a little more curious about Xia Anan's identity. No one dared to refute Wang Xiaoshui. With her powerful background, she had seen everything and everything she said was absolutely correct. You just had to believe it. They all looked at Yi Kan with admiration, no longer with the disdain they had before. Xia Anan was so embarrassed that she was speechless and quickly walked away. Yi Kan finally had time to take out his gift and give it to Wang Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui, happy birthday. I wish you great writing skills and academic success. Wang Xiaoshui saw that it was a high-end custom-made pen with her name engraved on it and made of pure gold. She gladly accepted it. Wow! Dr. Yi is so thoughtful. I love this gift so much. I will treasure it forever. Thank you. Oh. Wang Xiaoshui gave Ye Can a sweet kiss on the cheek, which startled Ye Can. Everyone has become a lemon spirit under the lemon tree, almost dying of sourness and jealousy. They deliberately gave Wang Xiaoshui gifts, hoping to please her, but Wang Xiaoshui treated them as trash. Ye Can captured Wang Xiaoshui with just a pen. I'm not willing to accept this. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from not far away. Xiaoshui, who told you to invite that bastard Ye Can? Are you crazy? Ye Can turned around suddenly and his heart tightened. The person who came over was actually Morong Chang. He remembered the warning the great beauty system had given him before. Morong Chang had already regarded him as a thorn in his side, and his situation was very dangerous. But why would Morong Chang come to Wang Xiaoshui's birthday party? What is his relationship with Wang Xiaoshui? Who is Wang Xiaoshui? At the same time, Ye Can discovered that Morong Chang looked at him with eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Ye Can seemed to smell the murderous aura getting closer and closer. Chapter 88. I'm really drunk this time. Wang Xiaoshui walked quickly towards Morong Chang, angrily saying, Dad, I can invite anyone I want, but I didn't invite you. Please leave right now. I don't want to see you. Ye Can was stunned. Dad? Morong Chang is Wang Xiaoshui's father? But Morong Chang and Wang Xiaoshui don't have the same surname. Could it be that Wang Xiaoshui has the same surname as her mother? So, the old man who I saved with a blood transfusion is Morong Chang's father? I went there. It's not right to be so dramatic, right? When Xia Anan saw Morong Chang coming, she quickly ran to Morong Chang, took his arm, and started to act coquettishly. Xiao Changqiang, you're finally here. Xiao Shui threw the diamond necklace I gave her out of kindness into the sea and told me to get lost. I'm so sad. Groove. When Ye Can heard Xia Anan's abnormal voice, he got goosebumps all over his body. Why doesn't Xia Anan speak anymore in front of other men? The key point is that Morong Chang is almost her grandfather. How can she bear the nausea and call him Xiao Changqiang, such a self-deceiving name? Suddenly, Ye Can felt something was wrong again. Huh? That's not right. What's the relationship between Xia Anan and Morong Chang? Wang Xiaoshui couldn't stand Xia Anan acting like a spoiled brat in front of Morong Chang, so she pushed Xia Anan out and said, You stinky vixen, get out of here, get lost. Morong Chang hugged Xia Anan in his arms and shouted at Wang Xiaoshui, Don't be rude to your stepmother. Apologize to your stepmother quickly. Ye Can was immediately shocked. Oh my god. Xia Anan actually married Morong Chang? She became Wang Xiaoshui's stepmother? I give up. There is a 50-year age difference between Xia Anan and Morong Chang. If you don't know, you might think that she and Morong Chang are granddaughter and grandfather. In fact, they are husband and wife. When she and Wang Xiaoshui stand together, they clearly look like sisters. How can they look like the relationship between a stepmother and stepdaughter? No wonder Xia Anan had the money to pay me back the 100,000 yuan, and no wonder she was willing to give Wang Xiaoshui a diamond necklace. She must have found a rich old man like Morong Chang to take over. Xia Anan's actions completely shattered Ye Can's 3 views. How could Wang Xiaoshui call Xia Anan stepmother, let alone apologize to Xia Anan? She angrily retorted to Morong Chang. Dad, I will never acknowledge this vixen. Don't even think about asking me to apologize to her. I will never forgive you for deceiving my mom. After getting her pregnant, not only did you not marry her, you abandoned her. You're the one who pissed her off to death. You're a scumbag. Get out. Perhaps recalling the sad past, Wang Xiaoshui broke down emotionally and pushed Morong Chang and Xia Anan hard, not allowing them to stay in her territory. After hearing what Wang Xiaoshui said, Ye Can seem to be able to guess something. Wang Xiaoshui should be Morong Chang's illegitimate daughter. In the early days, Morong Chang ignored Wang Xiaoshui and her mother. Later, when Wang Xiaoshui's mother passed away, Morong Chang may have found his conscience and started to treat Wang Xiaoshui well again, so that Wang Xiaoshui now lives a rich life. How ridiculous. Ye Can couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, judging from the current situation, Wang Xiaoshui's birthday party was cancelled, and it became the scene of her crusade against Morong Chang and Xia Anan. This kind of occasion is not suitable for Ye Can to stay any longer, especially since Morong Chang still hates him. Therefore, it is not advisable to stay here for long. It is better to leave quickly than to cause trouble. So, Ye Can planned to quietly leave this troubled place from a corner on the left. Unexpectedly, the left corner had been blocked by Morong Chang's bodyguards at some point. Ye Can was about to make a move when suddenly, his waist felt numb and an electric current struck him. He looked down and thought, holy crap. They were using an electric baton on him. The next second, he fell down with a clang, unconscious. When Yikan woke up, he saw that he was tied up and hung in the air with iron chains. What are you doing? Let me down. Yikan struggled, his body swaying back and forth in the air. He didn't know where he was taken. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. There was only a small window. Several big men stood in the room with expressionless faces, watching him. Crunch. The door opened and Morong Chang and Xia Anan walked in. Crunch. The door was closed again. Yikan understood that Morong Chang wanted to take revenge on him. Furious, Yikan loudly rebuked Morong Chang, you had someone use an electric baton to knock me unconscious, and then tied me up here. This is simply despicable. Morong Chang swung the iron rod beside him and hit Yikan hard on the back. Yikan instinctively shouted, ah. He originally thought that Morong Chang's iron stick would break his spine and cause him excruciating pain. But when he stopped shouting, he suddenly realized that he didn't feel any pain at all. What's going on? Just now, Morong Chang clearly used all his strength, wanting to smash me in two, but why didn't I feel any pain at all? Bite. The system started at this time, and the familiar sweet lady's voice sounded in Yikan's mind. Because it's your beautiful system that's protecting you, host. If the host gets smashed in two, where will I find such a handsome host? The system came, and Yikan didn't know whether to be happy or worried. I said, beautiful lady system, why are you here just now? Didn't you see that I was trapped by Morong Chang's despicable means? If we play fair, can Morong Chang be my opponent? I didn't expect this old guy to be so sinister. You just like to see me being abused, don't you? The system apologized to Yikan sheepishly, I'm sorry, host. I was busy completing the upgrade task with the mail system before. I even sped up the progress and completed the upgrade task ahead of time, just to come here quickly to serve you. Yikan's heart seemed to skip a string of ellipses. Anyway, the logic lies in this beautiful lady system of his. He said one sentence, and the beauty system had 100 sentences waiting for him. Staying calm, Yikan urged the system, alright, now that you're here, quickly reward me with some skills to get me out of danger. At this rate, that old man Morong Chang won't be done until he skins me alive. The system responded calmly, why are you so anxious, host? We have rules. You can't use the rewards at will before the deadline. Host, just watch the show. When the time is up, they will reward you with a series of surprises and tell you a shocking secret. What? Still have to wait? Watch the show? What's the good show? Is it fun to see him being dangled in the air by Morong Chang? Yikan was also drunk. In order to get the reward and to know the secret, the price he paid is too high, isn't it? How many surprises are there in this series? How shocking and big is this shocking secret? Chapter 89 Only ha ha ha. Xia Anan found that Yikan's face did not change, and he seemed to be distracted. She asked Morong Chang in confusion, Xiao Changxiang, are you not using enough strength? Why didn't Yikan react at all? Morong Chang took a closer look and said, oh my god. It's true. I don't know what this guy is thinking, he looks so relaxed. Damn it. You think I'm just tickling you? I'm going to make you bleed and show you how powerful I am. Morong Chang simply took a sharp dagger and prepared to cut Yikan's carotid artery and bleed him like slaughtering a pig. Yikan's heart seemed to be hanging in his throat, beating violently, and all the nerves in his body seemed to be tense. Beautiful lady system, didn't you see that old guy coming over with a knife? He wants to bleed me. If my health bar runs out, I'm completely screwed. Could you please reward me with some skills so I can escape from danger and stop just watching the fun? Yikan was almost dying of anxiety. However, there is no response from the system. Just as Morong Chang put the dagger across Yikan's neck, Xia Anan suddenly stopped him. Hey, Xiao Changxiang, you just came up and bled him, isn't that too easy for him? He put your son in jail and is about to be shot. You should at least torture him, make him want to live but cannot, want to die but cannot, and finally let him die, then it will be revenge for your son, right? Oh shit. It's true that women have the most vicious hearts. Xia Anan, this vicious green tea girl. Yikan's 3 views were shattered by Xia Anan again. This woman has now completely degenerated into a beast that has lost its humanity. Morong Chang hesitated for a moment, then hugged Xia Anan, and his fat hand roamed around Xia Anan's waist repeatedly. He smiled at Xia Anan cunningly and obscenely. Ah, my little beauty is really thoughtful. Then tell me, how can we torture this brat to vent our anger? Xia Anan thought about it, anger appeared on her face, and she said bitterly, this guy laughed at me at Xiaoshui's birthday party before. I think I should smack his mouth so that he can't speak. When I torture him later, it will be more painful if he can't even scream. Good job. This Xia Anan is such a pervert. She is simply the most toxic ex. Xia Anan, you are such a piece of shit. Yiken hated Xia Anan to death. Xia Anan looked at Yiken with contempt and said in a cold tone, Yiken, this is what happens when you bully me. I will make you wish you could neither live nor die. Big beauty system, listen to this, is Xia Anan speaking human language? You are also a woman. Would you be angry if you saw your compatriots doing nothing? You don't stop it? You don't educate it? Scum like Xia Anan is obviously holding you new age women back. Yiken is such a great person to complain to his beautiful lady system. The key is that the beauty system is still silent. Ah. At this moment, Yiken's heart was like that big bear roaring emoticon, he was devastated. Morong Chang thought Xia Anan's idea was good, so he ordered one of his men, you, go over there and slap that brat's mouth. After receiving the order, the subordinate immediately walked towards Yiken. Yiken's heart beat faster, thump, thump, thump. Now he has all the martial arts skills but he can't use them and can't escape. It's getting closer and closer, and I'm afraid my mouth is going to be ruined. Unexpectedly, when one of his men slapped Yiken on the mouth, Xia Anan suddenly screamed, ah. The next second, she quickly covered her mouth. Yiken was stunned for a moment. Huh? Why don't I feel any pain at all? I really don't feel any pain. I guess it was the protection that the beauty system gave me before that was working. Morong Chang saw Xia Anan yell and then covered her mouth again, and asked in confusion, little beauty, what's wrong with you? Xia Anan only felt a burning pain in her mouth, but she didn't know what was going on. She didn't say anything, just shook her head. Morong Chang thought Xia Anan was fine, so he urged his men, don't stop, keep slapping him in the mouth. Until it breaks. Bang! The subordinate slapped Yiken on the mouth again. This time it was Morong Chang's turn to feel pain, ah. Then he covered his mouth as well. Yiken still felt nothing. Puff. He almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Xia Anan looked at Morong Chang in confusion, Xiao Changshan, why are you covering your mouth too? Morong Chang didn't know what was going on. He wanted to speak, but his mouth hurt so much that he couldn't say anything. The subordinate turned around and asked Morong Chang, boss, do you still want to slap him in the face? Xia Anan answered for Morong Chang, of course, otherwise do you want the boss to slap you in the face? The subordinate dared not make a sound and continued to do his task. Bang bang bang. Pa 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 pa. This time, the man was very ruthless, and started to slap the man in the face like a storm without stopping. Yiken still didn't feel anything, but he heard Xia Anan and Morong Chang howling in pain, ah. Their mouths were swollen like sausages. Yiken was so happy that he encouraged his men, come on, use a little more force, don't just tickle it, use more force. 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 His subordinates felt that Yiken was suspecting that he was a waste. You little bastard, it seems you're quite dirty and like playing this game. I'll make you feel like I'm boring again. The subordinate used all his strength to slap Yiken's mouth. Crackle. Crackling, crackling. It also brought out the rhythm, like beating a drum set. Ah ha 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 ha. Yiken almost peed himself with laughter. All these slaps were transferred to Morong Chang and Xia Anan's mouths. He was not affected at all, okay? But Morong Chang and Xia Anan were the ones who suffered. Morong Chang and Xia Anan both vomited blood, their mouths swollen beyond recognition. Ha, they are reaping what they sow. Yiken was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. The beautiful lady system was not joking with him, it was really letting him watch the show. Morong Chang and Xia Anan were completely speechless and almost out of strength. They lay on the ground, looking like they were dying. But the men who were still holding Yi Sanzue had no idea what was going on. They just kept fanning. It was another subordinate who saw that the situation was not good and stepped forward to stop him. Stop it, it seems that all the slaps have shifted to the boss and his wife's mouths. Seeing Morong Chang and Xia Inan fainted, everyone was shocked. Ye Can struck while the iron was hot. If you don't want to end up like those two, then be smart and let me go. They have all seen how awesome Ye Can is, so how dare they not know what is best for them? They don't want to be talked down to, so they better let Ye Can go. After regaining his freedom, Ye Can walked on the road and stretched his muscles. He then remembered the series of surprises and a shocking secret that the system had told him before. He anxiously asked the system, "Beautiful system, don't you have a series of surprises for me? And a shocking secret to tell me? Is it time to fulfill your promise now?" Chapter 90. What kind of bicycle do you want? Bite. The system activated at this moment, and the sweet, ladylike voice came, "Of course, host. Next, I will reward you. Bone and joint surgery. Craniotomy. Operation." Surprises came one after another, like Easter eggs being exploded, and the detailed information of each operation also appeared in Ye Can's mind like an explosion. Orthopedics and joint surgery mainly treats limb fractures, severe multiple injuries, spinal and pelvic fractures, bone and joint infections, tuberculosis, tumors, as well as cervical and lumbar disc herniation, bone and joint deformity correction, knee and hip replacement, etc. Various types of acute and chronic soft tissue injuries, acute and chronic cervical and lumbar muscle injuries, joint soft tissue injuries, cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis, frozen shoulder, tennis elbow, fractures, dislocations, etc. Traumatology and orthopedics, finger-toe replantation, thumb-toe reconstruction, multiple finger defect reconstruction, residual finger lengthening, hand-limb old nerve, vascular tendon injury and functional disorder, secondary functional reconstruction, etc. Craniotomy is one of the 10 most difficult surgeries in the world. This surgical method was proposed by the famous Chinese doctor Hua Tuo as early as the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. However, some patients, due to their lack of understanding of craniotomy, are prone to develop a fear of the surgery, which can lead to high blood pressure, sleep disorders, etc., affecting postoperative recovery. In fact, with the tremendous progress in science and medicine, craniotomy is not as scary as everyone thinks. First of all, most brain surgeries are performed under general anesthesia. That is, after anesthesia, the patient is like sleeping, without pain, feeling, or consciousness. The anesthesiologist will insert a tracheal tube through the patient's mouth and provide a continuous supply of oxygen to the patient during the operation. After anesthesia, the patient's head is fixed with a head frame head collar and the skin is disinfected. Patients are generally required to wash their hair the day before the operation to remove some local bacteria and reduce the occurrence of postoperative infection. Anesthetics are injected locally at the surgical incision site. The purpose of this is to reduce bleeding during skin incision and to reduce pain during the surgical incision. Then, the actual stage of craniotomy begins. First, use a drill to make one or several bone holes in the skull, and then use a milling cutter to saw and remove the skull surface where the lesion is located. After removing the sawed-open skull, you can see a layer of white tough membrane, the dura mater, which is similar to the membrane after peeling off a raw eggshell, but the dura mater is thicker than that membrane. Its main function is to protect the delicate brain tissue underneath. By cutting open part of the dura mater, the brain tissue can be exposed. The tumor and lesions were further separated, exposed, and removed under a surgical microscope. The use of a surgical microscope can, firstly, magnify the lesion and the normal blood vessels and nerves around it, which is beneficial for protecting these important organs during surgery. Secondly, it can provide deep illumination, so that even deeply located tumors can be seen clearly, thereby allowing the lesion to be removed safely and effectively. So, from this perspective, all brain surgeries are minimally invasive surgeries, and the skin incisions are all within the hairline, which will not have any impact on the appearance. Very good, very good. It is not easy to master craniotomy, especially since Ye Can is only in his 20s and so young. Just when Ye Can was happy that he had mastered the skills of a miracle doctor, he suddenly realized that he had missed one item, and asked the system in confusion. "Ha? That's not right, great beauty system. What specific surgeries do these 3 stars refer to? Why are you playing tricks on me now?" The system seemed a little embarrassed and coughed lightly a few times before speaking. "Ahem, that. I'm a female system after all, how can I say it openly? If I say it directly, my superiors will think I'm driving the issue and will demote me, so I can only express it in a subtle way." After saying that, the system drew a purple vegetable for Ye Can. As soon as he saw the purple vegetable, Ye Can seemed to know what the 3 stars represented. Then he could imagine all the details of this kind of operation in his mind. Ye Can was so embarrassed that he almost got a relapse. "I say, beautiful lady system, Why are you rewarding me with this kind of surgery? I am an adult now, I should have removed that layer of skin a long time ago. Besides, my penis has always been very strong and even banana leaves cannot cover it. If it is extended, there is no need for it. You don't need a hammer. A hammer suddenly popped out of the system and hit the blank space hard. Yikan instantly felt a slight pain at the back of his head. Damn it, you hit me again. Yikan couldn't help but complain to the system. The system criticized Yikan. I told you not to drive, why didn't you listen? Just know what the surgery is all about. Why are you trying to pollute someone's innocent heart? Besides, if you don't need it, do other male students also need it? You have to benefit not only the majority of female students, but also the majority of male students. Do you understand? Yikan was speechless after being criticized by the system. How could he be driving? He is very pure, okay? Can't he even tell the truth? Why? Forget it, it's just a 3-star surgery. It's always good to have more skills. Okay, you're the boss, whatever you say is right. Thank you, beautiful lady system. Yikan still sincerely thanked the system. Oh yes, there is a surprise, but what about the shocking secret? Yikan anxiously asked the system. Beautiful lady system, you haven't told me what that shocking secret is yet. Tell me quickly. The system immediately told Yikan cheerfully, the shocking secret is that Hey ya roar when you see injustice on the road, rush through the 9 states, roar roar. Yikan was completely stunned. Beautiful lady system, are you crazy? What kind of hero song are you singing? Unexpectedly, the system replied to Yikan, exactly, what bicycle do you want? Yikan. Damn, this is really crazy. The system's tone suddenly became urgent. Oh no, host, I was in a hurry to complete the upgrade and used too much force, which caused a short circuit in the line and the channel to be mixed. The battery is almost out. I'll go and charge it first and then come back to tell you the shocking secret. Isn't it most important to tell me the shocking secret first? It won't even take up a single cell of electricity to finish one sentence, right? Yikan was anxious to know what the shocking secret was, and shouted to the system in his heart, hey! Beautiful system, don't leave yet. Tell me the shocking secret and then recharge. Come back. Come back. The system is long gone. Yikan was in a dilemma. But then again, he was really curious about what that shocking secret was. Is it about his shocking secret? Chapter 91 Morong Chang asked Yikan to perform surgery on him. Yikan had no idea about that shocking secret, and didn't know whether it was a good secret or a bad secret. He simply stopped thinking about it and decided to wait until the system was fully charged before telling him. So, Yikan cheered himself up and prepared to go back to his mother's house to continue accompanying his mother and sister. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. The caller ID displayed was Wang Xiaoshui. Yikan couldn't help but frown. This Wang Xiaoshui is actually Morong Chang's daughter. As for Morong Chang, he regarded Yikan as his eternal enemy and almost took Yikan's life just now. Fortunately, Yikan had the system and escaped. But escaping does not mean that he is completely safe. Who can guarantee that Morong Chang will not continue to make trouble for him in the future? So, ever since Yikan knew Wang Xiaoshui's true identity, he didn't want to have anything to do with Wang Xiaoshui at all. To be precise, he didn't want to have anything to do with Morong Chang or anyone related to Morong Chang. After taking a deep breath, Yikan pressed the reject button and did not answer Wang Xiaoshui's call. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoshui hit again. Yikan still refused. Wang Xiaoshui didn't give up. When Yikan refused to answer, she continued to call him, as if she was arguing with Yikan. Yikan was also speechless. Does this little loli have a grudge against my phone number? I've rejected her so many times, don't you realize that I don't want to have any contact with her anymore? Thinking of the contact information, Yikan remembered that Wang Xiaoshui had added his VX, so he simply found Wang Xiaoshui from VX and blocked him directly. After blocking everyone on VX, he also added Wang Xiaoshui's phone number to the blacklist. Now it's finally quiet. Yikan just breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoshui was walking towards him angrily from the opposite side. Oh shit. It's not right to be so dramatic, right? Just after I blocked this little Lolita, she appeared. Is she able to walk lightly? Yikan was so surprised. Wang Xiaoshui blocked Yikan's way and asked angrily, Dr. Yi, why did you block me? Yi Can's face darkened and he spoke frankly, because you are Murong Chang's daughter, and Murong Chang almost took my life. I don't want to have anything to do with anyone related to him anymore. When Wang Xiaoshui heard that Yi Can wanted to cut off ties with her because she was Murong Chang's daughter, her tears immediately flowed down. Her aggrieved look was quite endearing. Dr. Yi, I don't want to be Murong Chang's daughter either. He abandoned my mother and me. My mother became sick and died because of him. I hate him so much. But I have no choice about my background. Murong Chang is my father, and I can't change it. Although Yi Can did not object to Wang Xiaoshui's words, it was a fact that she was Murong Chang's daughter. It would be disadvantageous for him if he came into contact with people related to Murong Chang, so there was no need for him to cause trouble for himself. Xiaoshui, since you know you can't change it, then you should persuade your father to stop confusing good with evil and taking human life lightly. If someone dies, he will have to pay for it himself. Yi Can was about to leave after he finished speaking, but Wang Xiaoshui stopped him and wouldn't let him go, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Dr. Yi, I will do what you say. My father has let you down, and I apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry. Seeing Wang Xiaoshui in tears and sincerely apologizing to him on behalf of Murong Chang, Yi Can felt a little pity for this little Lolita for a moment. After all, it was Murong Chang who offended him, not Wang Xiaoshui. Well, Xiaoshui, please stop crying, okay? It's not your fault. I never blame you for anything. Let's just say goodbye. It's good enough if we are both well. Yi Can didn't want to continue to be entangled with Wang Xiaoshui, he really wanted to leave. Caught off guard, Wang Xiaoshui grabbed Yi Can's hands. Yi Can was startled. Hey, Wang Xiaoshui, what are you doing? Don't you know that it's not right for men and women to touch each other? Let go. Yi Can wanted to pull his hand away from Wang Xiaoshui's palm, but the little girl didn't know where she got the strength from, and held his hand tightly. Wang Xiaoshui stared at Yi Can intently, tears flowing like a flood. Dr. Yi, I'm here to ask you something. Please promise me no matter what. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yi Can thought he had misheard and said to Wang Xiaoshui in disbelief, no way? Xiaoshui. Your dad gave you so much money to squander. You have everything you want. You almost have everything you need. Why do you still need to ask me for help? Why don't you just ask your dad? Wang Xiaoshui kept shaking his head like a rattle. No, that's not it. I can only ask you for help on this matter. My dad can only ask you for help too. It's actually my dad's idea that I come to you for help. Yi Can was stunned. Is it funny? Murong Chang wants Wang Xiaoshui to come and beg me? Isn't this old guy's mouth broken? He should be in the hospital getting his lips stitched up now. How can he still speak? The key point is that his family is huge and wealthy. If he stomps his feet, the whole Jiangning city will tremble. What can he ask of me? He really wants to cut me into pieces. Coming back to his senses, Yi Can awkwardly responded to Wang Xiaoshui, well, Xiaoshui, today is not April Fool's Day, so stop joking with me. I don't have time to play with you. Go back to school and attend your classes. Wang Xiaoshui held Yi Can's hand tighter and cried even harder. Dr. Yi, I'm not kidding you, I really am not. My dad knows you worked in the plastic surgery department at Jiangning People's Hospital, so he specifically asked you to help him sew up his broken mouth. He doesn't trust any other doctors, only you. He is my father after all. He pays for my education and gives me money to spend. No matter how much I hate him, I won't kill him. Just help him. Boom. Yi Can's mind seemed to explode in an instant. Murong Chang, who was ready to kill me, wanted me to perform surgery on him. How ironic. Why should whatever he says be the truth? Who does he think he is? I performed surgery on him, he recovered, and then he came to kill me? Or, what if he falsely accuses me of murdering him on the operating table with malicious intent, ruining my reputation? Does he think that my head is on my butt and I can't guess what he is thinking? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Can coughed lightly a few times to relieve his inner anger. Xiaoshui, your father knows best why his mouth is full of flowers. If you hurt others, you will hurt yourself. I'm currently working as a village doctor in Wenru Township, not at the city hospital. So, I can't sew his mouth up. Only the doctor on duty today can do it. I hope you understand. As soon as the words fell, the voice of Mr. Su suddenly came from behind Yi Can. Yi Can, Murong Chang's surgery must be performed by you. Yikan turned around in surprise, his face full of confusion. Grandpa, why does it have to be me? There are obviously plenty of doctors in the hospital who can perform surgery on that old man Morong Chang. Old Master Su approached Yikan and said in a commanding tone, I am your boss, this is an order. If you don't perform surgery on Morong Chang, you can forget about being a doctor. I went there, and Mr. Su actually threatened me. Why does he protect Morong Chang so much? Could it be that he and Morong Chang are in cahoots? Then why did he force Suling to marry me and then try so hard to break us up? Yikan became more and more suspicious that Mr. Su was hiding too many secrets. Then, he thought of that shocking secret. Will it? Chapter 92 Waking Up, Suling is back. Alas, when you are in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. Yikan finally agreed to perform surgery on Morong Chang. If he didn't perform surgery on Morong Chang, Old Master Su would make him forget about being a doctor for the rest of his life, let alone opening a clinic. Sukan had no choice, because he had to work in the hospital under Grandpa Su, especially since it had not been 5 years yet. Grandpa Su was holding his lifeline, so he had to obey Grandpa Su's orders. Anyway, Yikan has come to terms with it. A real man can accomplish great things only if he can bend and stretch. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Once he has been practicing medicine for 5 years, he will be completely free and no one can threaten him. He can then realize his dream of opening his own clinic and let himself go on the path of medicine. Fortunately, the old guy Morong Chang didn't cause any trouble, and Yikan performed the operation on him very smoothly. After Morong Chang was pushed out of the operating room and transferred to the ward by medical staff, Yikan saw Grandpa Su standing in the corridor. So, he walked over quickly and asked in confusion, Grandpa, what is your relationship with Morong Chang? Why are you so protective of him? Old Master Su frowned coldly and said in a low voice, Yikan, Ling Ling is dead. You no longer have any connection with our Su family. Don't call me Grandpa anymore. Call me Chairman Su. Yikan was hurt by what Mr. Su said. It's really true that people leave and the tea gets cold. After Su Ling passed away, Mr. Su immediately cut off all ties with him, and his attitude turned against him faster than taking off his pants. Has this old man forgotten that I saved his life? How come he doesn't remember any kindness? Suppressing the depression in his heart, Yikan stared at Mr. Su and continued to ask, Mr. Su, why are you protecting Morong Chang? What is your relationship with him? Old Master Su sneered, his cold eyes revealing disdain, it has nothing to do with you. Seeing that Mr. Su was unwilling to answer, Yikan could only kindly persuade him, Mr. Su, you raised Suling. When she was alive, she was a very upright and kind person. So I thought, since you were able to educate your granddaughter so well, you must be very good at judging people and know who to approach and who to stay away from. And Morong Chang is not a good person. For your own sake, you'd better stay away from him. Mr. Su did not respond to Yikan's kind words of advice. He just took a deep breath and asked Yikan indifferently, do you have anything else to say? Yikan was silent for a few seconds, then asked Mr. Su, why did you force Suling to marry me, and why did you force us to break up? The secret that Mr. Su concealed always hooked Yikan's heart like a hook, making him always want to know the answer. This is no longer your concern. Just remember, you killed Lingling. If she hadn't come looking for you that night, she wouldn't have had the car accident. You are a sinner. Old Master Su was very angry and left after saying this. Yikan knew that Mr. Su was trying to change the subject in order to avoid answering his question. The more Mr. Su tries to avoid it, the more it proves that there is a problem. When Mr. Su walked out of the hospital and out of Yikan's sight, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ling was clearly still alive, but he lied to Yikan and said that Su Ling was dead. People who tell lies are extremely guilty. He was so nervous when he faced Yikan just now that sweat broke out on his palms and back. As for why he forced Su Ling to marry Yikan and later cruelly separated Yikan and Su Ling, he would never tell Yikan. In short, he would never let Su Ling and Yikan be together again in his life. After the vacation, Yikan returned to the gentle village and continued to work as a village doctor, treating and prescribing medicine for the villagers on a voluntary basis. Over time, Yikan's reputation for medical skills spread to the surrounding area, and many people from other villages came to Yikan to treat their difficult and complicated illnesses, and were all cured by Yikan. Word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Ningxiang Clinic also became famous along with Yikan. Later, a villager posted a photo of himself going to Ningxiang Clinic to see Yikan for treatment on a certain audio platform, and the internet was once again in an uproar. Oh my god! Dr. Yi has gone to the countryside to provide medical treatment. I want to go to the country of peace and marry Dr. Yi and become his wife. He will be responsible for treating patients and saving lives, and I will be responsible for feeding the horses, chopping wood, and making fire. I am the one who is suitable to be Dr. Yi's wife. I want to take over this whole paradise and make it belong to Dr. Yi alone. Wake up, girl upstairs. Dr. Yi has a beautiful assistant. Maybe they've already gotten engaged. Stop dreaming. Humph, so what if we're secretly engaged? I don't mind. I want to take care of Dr. Yi with my assistant. Hey, sister, it's time for you to take your medicine. Because Yikan went to Wenru Township to work as a rural doctor, he became popular again, and Wenru Township Ningxiang Clinic also became a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. Those who went to check-in were basically all girls who admired Yikan. They were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. They confessed their love to Yikan crazily, giving him flowers, watches, cars, money, and all kinds of things, which made Zhong Lily feel jealous. What shocked Yikan even more was that some people took off their clothes on the spot to let him inspect the goods. Their moral integrity was completely shattered. Yikan was so scared that he ran away, but it was no use because someone was chasing him desperately, saying that if Yikan didn't agree to marry her, she would run naked. Yikan was forced to find the village chief. The village chief and other people went to the higher-ups, who issued a clear rule: non-patients are not allowed to enter the clinic. Yikan finally had some peace and quiet. Late at night, Yikan lay in bed and called out to the system from the heart, "Beautiful system, are you still not fully charged? It's been so long, it should have been fully charged long ago, right? You still owe me a shocking secret, have you forgotten?" The system's sweet, ladylike voice rang out, "Sorry, host, the charging is a little slow this time. Don't be angry. It will probably be fully charged by tomorrow morning, and then I can tell you what that shocking secret is." Yikan was also intoxicated by the system. "Hey, big beauty system, you have enough energy to explain all this nonsense to me, and to tell me that shocking secret, right? Why do you have to wait until tomorrow morning to fully charge before telling me?" The system popped up a soft and cute expression of Xiao Kuai covering his heart and crying in Yikan's mind. "My heart aches, host. I want to tell you that shocking secret right away, but my battery life won't allow it. Host, just go to sleep first. The truth will be revealed tomorrow morning. Forget it. It's really pitiful to see you, such a poor little thing. I want to make things difficult for you. Turn off the lights and take a nap." Yikan stopped asking questions of the system, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. When it was dawn, Yikan was awakened by the sound of Zhong Lily drawing water from the well outside the house. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up and went to the yard. "Good morning, senior brother." Zhong Lily greeted Yikan warmly as always. Yikan was about to reply to Zhong Lily with a smile, "Good morning," but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was stunned. "Huh? Why do I feel like my junior sister has matured over the years? Is it my hallucination?" Just as Yikan was wondering, a long-lost, yet clear and cold voice suddenly came from outside the door, a voice that Yikan could still recognize even if it turned into ashes. "Excuse me, can I come in for treatment now? The devilish sound penetrates my brain." Oh shit. Yikan turned around abruptly, his eyes widened as big as ping-pong balls, and even his breathing almost stopped. That's right, it's Suling, it's indeed Suling. At this moment, his goddess wife is standing right in front of him. Oh my god. Suling is still alive. Yikan was indescribably excited and happy. He quickly ran over to open the door and hugged Suling, tears streaming down his face. He was crying with joy. "Wife, it's really you. That's great, it's really great. You're still alive. The happiest thing in the world is that your lost lover comes back to you." Yikan hugged Suling tighter and tighter, wishing he could rub Suling into his soul. He was afraid that his goddess wife would be gone in the next second. The little girl is still as tall and slender as before. Her once flowing long hair has become simple and neat collarbone hair, adding a bit of mature charm. The loose and clean white shirt with light blue jeans and white sneakers makes her look spotless. Coupled with her usual cold temperament, she looks more like the cold and beautiful snow lotus on the top of the iceberg. Ah! My wife has become more beautiful. When she comes, the whole paradise seems to be glowing. Unexpectedly, Yikan was still immersed in the excitement of regaining what he had lost, but Suling asked him blankly, "Doctor, are you okay?" "Doctor? Shouldn't the little girl call me husband? What is she doing?" Yikan smiled at Suling, his eyes full of doting. "Wife, you don't have to be so polite to call me. You used to call me husband. Suling stared at Yikan with surprise, and said in a puzzled tone, Doctor, please make it clear, I am the patient who comes to see you, not your wife. Yikan was even more confused. What are you doing, little girl? Don't you recognize me? Wrong. She used to love testing me in all sorts of ways, and now she must be testing me to see if I've changed my mind about her. There are so many videos online of girls confessing their love for me, she must have seen them, and she probably suspects that I have fallen in love with someone else. Oh, if the little girl really thinks so about me, then she is really wronging a good man like me. I am devoted to her. So many girls are chasing me, but I'm not moved. Isn't it because I can't let her go? It doesn't matter. If I explain it to her, everything will be fine, right? Yikan remained calm and told Suling solemnly, Wife, I, Yikan, am very pure. I love you deeply and have no second thoughts. So, please don't play such jokes on me to test me, okay? Lydia Sue was still in a daze. Doctor, you're wrong, I'm not your wife. Could it be that this little girl really doesn't recognize me? Chapter 93 I'm a father? Yikan began to panic. Unexpectedly, two plump, soft and cute little girls ran over from not far away and called to Suling in a baby voice, Mama. 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 The two little ones look exactly the same, they are like a pair of twin babies. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Yikan was so stunned that he took several steps back. What is going on? How come Suling had two daughters overnight? Are they mine and Suling's children? Am I a father? That's not right. Didn't Suling and I never have sex? She can't be pregnant. Could it be that the first time Mr. Su sent me to her bed, she really did that to me? That's not right. Even if I made Suling pregnant after just one time, she would still have to go through the process of 10 months of pregnancy. How could the baby be born in less than 5 months? But, the two little kids do look a lot like me and Suling. Look at those bright and expressive big eyes, they are exactly like Suling's. Look at that upturned little nose, it is a complete inheritance of my good genes. That little mouth is also copied from Suling. Those ears, that skin color. It's basically a Q version of me. Oh my god. Overnight, you made me a father. Ha ha, he is also the father of two twin daughters. Am I dreaming? I really dream of having twin daughters. Is this my wish coming true? When Suling ran towards the two little kids, Yikan was still in a state of disbelief. Joan Lily, who was standing next to Yikan, leaned close to his ear and whispered to him, Brother, those two little quonais look so much like you, just like your little Q version. Hee, even my junior sister can see that the two little kids look like me. Daughters take after their fathers. However, Joan Lily soon had another question, Brother, didn't they say the goddess had done that? Did she come back to life? Oh, and I didn't expect that you're and the goddess children are already this big and can help with soy sauce. They look like they are 5 years old, right? Joan Lily's words woke Yikan up from his dream, and he realized that the two little kids really looked like they were 5 years old and could really help out with the cooking. What's this, Fat C? Suling was clearly alive, so why did Mr. Su lie to me and say that Suling was dead? In addition, Suling and I were married for only a month, and 1 month later, Mr. Su separated us. It has been less than 5 months since Suling and I separated. How could Suling give birth to such big twins in such a short time? Could it be that these two little kids are different from ordinary kids? Other kids grow 1 year older every year, but they grow 1 year older every month? Bite. Just as Yikan was wondering, the system came on, and that sweet lady's voice rang out, My dear host, you have a really wild imagination. Do you think you are a genetic mutation and your child grows a year older every month? Please, don't be so ridiculous, okay? I say, big beauty system, you took the wrong medicine this morning, right? Why are you talking in a coquettish tone again? Is it fun to act cute and coquettish? Yikan was almost covered in goosebumps. The system explained to Yikan in a beautiful way, No, host, it's because I saw your two sweet little cotton padded jackets. They are so broad, so soft, so cute, so tuckable, so chewy, and so delicious. I didn't realize it and started talking like a spoiled child. Yikan was drunk by this system. Hey, I say, beautiful lady system, can you please speak properly? What do you mean by nice, and delicious? Do you think our precious daughter is Oreo? Why don't you twist it, lick it, and soak it? The system immediately popped up an emoticon of a blushing chubby cat in Yi Can's mind, which was very cute. I just want to describe the host's two daughters as super rich. Yi Can was still confused. He anxiously asked the system, alright, let's get to the point. Tell me why our two daughters are able to play soy sauce so soon. The system playfully told Yi Can, because it's already 5 years later, host. 5 years have passed, and your two little ones must be 5 years old now, and they can help with cooking. Puff. Yi Can almost spit out blood. What? He just took a nap, and 5 years had already passed in the world? Isn't it incredible? No wonder he saw that Joan Lily looked more charming this morning than she did yesterday. 5 years had passed. The key is this true? I say, beautiful girl system, today is not April Fool's Day, please stop joking with me, okay? The system emphasized seriously, I'm not kidding you, host. I simply compressed 5 years of speed into the time it takes you to sleep. Since this is an upgraded version, its functions are naturally more powerful than before. I see. Yi Can understood. The system allowed him to experience 5 years in just 1 month, which was a good thing for him. Because he sought his goddess wife again so soon, and his goddess wife also brought him 2 sweet little girls. This is truly a blessing from heaven, a double blessing. Oh, that's not right. Didn't you say you had a shocking secret to tell me today? What is it? The system replied readily, that's it, host. Not only is your goddess wife alive, she also gave birth to twin daughters for you. Good. Very good. I, Yi Can, am now the happiest man in the world. Yi Can felt a little bit dizzy, and excitedly ran towards Suling and the 2 little kids. Wife, my little darlings, daddy is here. Seeing Yi Can running towards him, Suling quickly picked up the 2 little kids, one in each hand. Don't move. Stand still. Suling spoke in a commanding tone, and her face was as cold as ice. Yi Can immediately stopped where he was as if by reflex. However, Suling smiled at the 2 little kids in a very gentle and lovely way. Dudu, Lala, why are you 2 here? Dudu put her chubby little hands around Suling's swan neck, her long eyelashes blinking, her pink little round face full of collagen, and when she smiled, her 2 dimples were deep, she was really adorable. Mom, didn't you say you were coming to look for Dad? We want to go look for Dad with you too. Lala, who looks exactly like Dudu, also chimed in, yes, Mommy, we want to follow you to find Daddy too. Suling kissed Dudu and Lala on the cheek with her pink cherry lips, and then her clean and clear smile like a child was full of doting. Dudu, Lala, didn't Mommy tell you that she came here to see a doctor, not to see Daddy? Her voice became sweeter and softer when she spoke to the 2 little kids. Listening to it, it felt like a clear spring moistening the throat and gently flowing into the heart, creating ripples of sweetness. It was so comfortable and enjoyable. Beep. Lala. What a cute name. It really fits the image of 2 little kids. Was it Suling who started it? I don't know why, but when Yi Can saw Suling suddenly become a mother, being extremely gentle to the 2 little ones and overflowing with maternal love, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Hee, our genes are really strong. We managed to pull off a double act just by being confused once. Our 2 daughters are doing really well, having inherited our excellent genes in every way. They have great potential. She is so beautiful at such a young age. When she grows up, she will be stunningly beautiful. Her suitors will line up from Jiangning City to France, right? Well, by then I will have to carefully screen my 2 daughters. When choosing a son-in-law, I have to have a keen eye. He must at least be as outstanding as me and love my wife as much as I do. Yi Can was so happy in his heart that he couldn't help but stretch out his hands towards the 2 little ones. Dudu, Lala, let Daddy hold you, okay? The 2 little babies are so soft and tender that Yi Can feels it must be very comfortable to hold them in his arms. He will not be able to let go of them and his fatherly love will overflow. Dad. The 2 little kids said in unison. Oh my, so sweet, so good. Yi Can's heart was almost melted by the 2 little kids shouting Daddy. Even if you give him the whole world in exchange, he still wouldn't trade it for these 2 sweet little girls. Unexpectedly, Suling took a step back while holding the 2 little babies, and looked at Yi Can expressionlessly. Doctor, are you going to treat me or not? I'm the one who's sick, not my 2 daughters. Yi Can was stunned. Wife, you really don't recognize me? Suling replied sternly, Doctor, I'm not your wife, please stop calling me wife. I want to say I know you, yes I do. Aren't you the Dr. Yi who was so famous for his excellent medical skills? If I say I don't know you, then I really don't. I've never seen you before. Yi Ken was dumbfounded. As the saying goes, giving birth to a child makes a person stupid for 3 years. Suling gave birth to 2 children for me. Could it be that giving birth did not make her stupid, but made her lose her memory? However, this is just my guess. I'll examine her later and then I'll know everything, right? At this moment, looking at the confused Yi Ken, Suling was actually secretly happy in his heart. Ha, I finally escaped and found my brother Chan, I am so happy. After not seeing Yi Ken for 5 years, Suling felt that he was more handsome and manly than before, but it still made her heart beat like a deer, thump, 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 beating violently. What should I do? I really love him more and more, I love him so much. In fact, Suling is not sick. If she is sick, it is lovesickness. She misses her brother Ken too much. However, when Suling thought of the heartwarming interactions that Joan Lily had posted on a certain audio platform with Yi Ken, whether at work or in life, which were like a show of affection, she felt like a jealous jar had been overturned in her heart, and she was sour. Humph. Brother Chan, you must have been flirting with your assistant a lot. I'm still a little angry with you. You are me. In order to punish you, I will pretend not to know you and teach you a lesson. Don't be impatient, the fun is still to come, just wait for me. Chapter 94. I want Daddy to be my boyfriend. Mom, Daddy is so handsome, Dudu wants Daddy to be my boyfriend. Mommy, Lala also wants Daddy to be my boyfriend. The 2 little kids had no idea what Yi Ken and Suling were thinking. They just felt like they had finally found their daddy and were in a great mood. Because Mom has said before that their dad is the most handsome man in the world, and it is easy to fall in love with him at first sight. And Yi Ken is the most handsome man in the world. The 2 little girls fell in love with him at first sight. It's that feeling of liking him so much, wanting to be hugged by him, to be lifted up high by him, and to have a kiss from him. In short, it's a feeling that only Daddy has. La la, Daddy is my boyfriend, and I am Daddy's little princess. Daddy is my boyfriend, he's mine, and I'm Daddy's little fairy. Daddy loves the little princess the most. No. Dad loves fairies the most. Yi Ken saw that the 2 fairies had started arguing over him. Their angry expressions were so adorable, just like 2 kittens with their fur standing on end, meowing at each other. Oh my 2 little darlings, they have melted my heart as an old father. Pull your little ears. Grab your pigtail. Oh my God. These 2 little kids were really my little lovers in my previous life. They even fought over their daddy. They have been so domineering since they were young, just like their queen mother. Yi Ken's heart felt like it was filled with honey. It was so sweet. So sweet. He really loves his 2 little ones. God really takes care of him and makes him feel like he has found a treasure. He was extremely grateful to Suling for giving him 2 such wonderful little lovers, so he loved Suling even more. Dudu, Lala, stop it. If you continue to make noise, Mom will spank you. Suling never expected that the 2 little kids would start fighting in her arms. The key point is that they are jealous of each other for their father. How embarrassing for her as an old mother. Why? I gave birth to 2 little lovers for my brother Ken, and 2 love rivals for myself. Oh. So angry. Suling was also defeated by these 2 little rivals. But there's nothing she can do about it, because her brother Chan is so charming. At the same time, the 2 little kids fighting for Yi Ken made Suling very happy deep down in his heart. Because the 2 daughters felt very close to Yi Ken at first sight and did not feel any rejection towards their father because of the 5-year separation, there is no need to worry about cultivating the father-daughter relationship in the future. Of course, to be in such an ideal state, she often praised Yi Ken in front of her daughters, asking them to learn from their father. She also showed her daughters photos of Yi Ken. Over time, the daughters naturally developed a deep admiration for Yi Ken. Ah. The 3 little fairies are all in front of me, what a pleasure to watch. Yi Ken no longer had any thoughts but to stare at his goddess wife and his 2 lovers. The scene was so beautiful that it could prolong one's life. Joan Lily, who was standing by, saw the super beautiful goddess holding 2 cute little babies. The picture of the mother and daughters together was so amazing that she felt physically and mentally happy, and her face was full of envy, with the corners of her mouth always raised. Wow! The goddess is worthy of being a goddess. The babies born to her and her senior brother are all fairies. It looks so good. It makes me want to have a baby. I am jealous and envious, not hateful. The two little kids were afraid of being spanked by their mom, so they quickly stopped quarreling. However, each of them had a pouty little mouth, and their dimple-covered faces were red. They really looked like two delicate porcelain dolls, so cute and beautiful. Unexpectedly, Dudu turned around and looked at Yikan, her clear and bright big eyes blinking and her long eyelashes fluttering, as if she could speak. She said to Yikan in a baby voice, "Daddy, choose me, choose me. Choose me, and I will contract the fish pond here and give it to you, so you can have fish to eat every day." Lala was not to be outdone. "Daddy, choose me, choose me. Choose me, and I will contract my orchard and give it to you, so you can have fruit to eat every day." Suling was almost drunk by her two daughters. Oh my god. These two little babes are so generous at such a young age. Do they take after me? Yikan was even more shocked by the bold words of his two daughters. No way? Don't these two little ones look so much like their mommy? It is true that like mother, like daughter. The two heroines of the cool novel are growing up vigorously. Manual dog head. Cough cough cough. Yikan coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment caused by the shock he had just felt. Then, he said to Dudu and Lala with a smile, Dudu, Lala, you are both my sweethearts. I love everyone and I am not partial. After saying that, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand again, his handsome face full of warm fatherly love. Come, Dudu, Lala, let Daddy hold you. Daddy will hold you high. The two little kids leaned towards Yikan at the same time and said in unison, I want Daddy's kiss again. Oh my, these two little fairies are so sweet and adorable. Yikan's heart was almost melted by his two little girls. Seeing that his two daughters loved and longed for their father so much, Suling couldn't bear to stop them and let the two little girls go to Yikan's arms. Yikan finally held his two daughters in his arms, and he was so happy that he wanted to fly. Wow! My two sweet little girls are so soft and comfortable in my arms. My fatherly love is overflowing. How can I love these two little lovers? If you asked me to pick stars from the sky for them, I would be willing to do that. Dudu pecked Yikan's left cheek sweetly with her pouty little mouth. Mia. Daddy, the little princess loves Daddy so much. Mia. Mia. Lala pecked Yikan's right cheek softly. Mia. Daddy, the little fairy loves Daddy so much. Mia. Mia. Ah. These two deadly little elves, are they going to make an old father like me die of happiness? Yikan was kissed by his two little babies, and his whole body turned pink, as if a beautiful rainbow had risen over the whole world. Zhong Lily was so envious that she jumped up and down anxiously. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. I'm so envious. Brother, I also want to have a pair of twin daughters. When Lydia Sue heard what Zhong Lily said, she immediately became jealous. Snort! This little assistant wants to have twins with my brother Chan? Does she take this very seriously? I'm so angry. It's all brother Chan's fault. He flirts with her all the time. He is so bad. This fairy is going to use her big move next. Chapter 95 Heart Disease Needs Heart Medicine. When Yikan heard Zhong Lily express her envy of him for having two little girls, he felt very proud. He was about to encourage Xiaonan to find a suitable person to marry and have twins, but just as he opened his mouth, Suling urged Yikan with a cold face, Dr. Yi, I've given you the baby. It's time for you to see me, right? Yikan immediately nodded to Suling with a smile on his face. Okay, wife, come in with me, I'll show you. In fact, Yikan's real OS's. Little girl, you're still calling me Dr. Yi. After I examine you later, I'll know whether you really have amnesia or just pretending. If you are pretending to have amnesia to fool your husband, just wait and see how I will punish you, you little devil, in the future. Zhong Lily just gave Suling a formatted smile without saying a word to him. Suling was tall and beautiful, and she married the senior brother she had a crush on, and gave birth to two rich daughters for Yikan. She was extremely jealous of Suling. Suling had already seen through Zhong Lily's thoughts. There is no girl who doesn't understand girls. One look can reveal what she is thinking. So, while Yikan and the two little kids weren't looking, she raised her hand and swung it towards Zhong Lily's neck. Don't forget, she has won world championships in various sports. No one can withstand her palm. Just then, Zhong Lily suddenly felt dizzy and her eyes went dark. With a thud, she was about to fall down. Suling immediately stretched out his arms in a pretentious manner, took the unconscious Zhong Lily into his arms, and kept calling out. Lily, what's wrong with you? Lily, wake up. Lily. But in her heart, she was secretly happy. Humph. Finally, I can get rid of you, the light bulb, so that you won't interfere with my love for brother Can and me, and prevent our two little babies from cultivating a relationship with their daddy. When Yikan saw that Joan Lily was unconscious, he immediately put the two little kids down and asked Suling worriedly, "Wife, what happened to Lily?" Suling pretended to be serious and reminded Yikan, "Dr. Yi, I am not your wife. Don't call me wife anymore. Just call me Lingling." In order not to make Suling angry, Yikan followed Suling's wishes. "Lingling, what's going on with Lily?" Suling pretended to be confused and shook his head, "I don't know either. She was fine just now, and then she fainted suddenly." Yikan asked Suling to put Joan Lily down. He wanted to see what was going on with Joan Lily. Suling placed Joan Lily on the hospital bed. When Yikan was about to reach out to lift up Joan Lily's face, she covered her chest with her hands. "Ouch, it hurts." Yikan hurriedly approached Suling, his eyes full of worry about Suling. "Wife, oh no, Lingling, what's wrong with you?" The two little kids also asked Suling with concern, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" With the support of Yikan, Suling sat on the chair, acting like an actor, acting like he was sick and had weak breathing. "Dr. Yi, my heart hurts so much. I don't know what's wrong." In fact, she acted like this because she didn't want Yikan to touch Joan Lily. She didn't hit Joan Lily too hard, just enough to make her fall asleep for a while. It's not like she won't wake up, so Yikan didn't need to check Joan Lily at all. Hearing Suling say that his heart hurt, Yikan frowned and his expression became more solemn. He hadn't seen his goddess wife for 5 years. Just after they met, she fell ill. How could he not be worried? "Linglin, how long have you been feeling this way? And what kind of pain is it? Is it a stabbing pain or a dull ache? Besides the pain in your chest, are there any other areas of discomfort?" Yikan had to ask very detailed questions before he could make a diagnosis for Suling. Suling pouted, her cheeks flushed with guilt, and beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. She was lying to her husband, how could she not feel guilty and blush? Forcing himself to remain calm, Suling described it seriously, "Well, this situation has lasted for 5 years. I really can't describe how it hurts, but it's just uncomfortable. I don't have any other symptoms." In fact, when Suling said it lasted for 5 years, she meant that she missed her brother Can for 5 years. Every time she missed her brother Chan, she would naturally feel bad. When Yikan heard Suling say that it had been 5 years, his heart seemed to hang in the air. 5 years? How could the little girl be so serious? The little girl and I were finally reunited, especially now that we have 2 lovely daughters. Our family will live happily in the future. I hope nothing happens to the little girl's health. Yikan was very afraid that Suling would get an incurable disease and leave him forever. He had suffered the pain of losing his lover before, which was like taking half his life away. He didn't want to go through the same thing again. What puzzled Yikan was that his X-ray vision was not activated. He couldn't see Suling's heart at all. Strange, why isn't my X-ray vision working at this time? Beautiful system, I want to treat my wife's illness, why did you turn off my X-ray vision? System. Yikan was extremely anxious. Beautiful lady system, it's already this hour and you're still giving me ellipsis, hurry up and open my perspective eyes. System. Yikan was speechless. Well, at critical moments, you have to rely on yourself. Yikan calmed down and comforted Suling, "Lingling, don't think too much. Heartache is not necessarily a serious illness. Let me listen to your heart rhythm first, and then do the next test. Once all the test results come out, we will treat the symptoms." Suling showed that he trusted Yikan very much and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, Dr. Yi. I believe you can definitely cure my illness. Isn't it true that heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine? Brother Ken is my heart disease, but also my heart medicine. Brother Chan wants to listen to my heart rhythm, so he will definitely use a stethoscope to listen to my heart next, right? He would use his long, sexy hands to lift up my clothes, and his warm fingertips would touch me. Wow! I have missed that wonderful touch for a long time. I am so nervous and looking forward to it." However, Suling thought too much. Yikan did not take the stethoscope, nor did he use his slender and sexy hands to lift Suling's clothes. He just said to Suling gently, "Lingling, give me your hand. I'll take your pulse." Suling felt as if he was doused with a basin of cold water. "That's it? Take the pulse. Ah. I want Brother Chan's sexy little hands to touch me." But Lydia Su calmed down immediately. "Well, I need to stay calm. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I have to lure Brother Chan into the trap step by step. Huh? That's not right. Didn't I come here to pretend to have amnesia to punish Brother Chan? Why am I just thinking about letting Brother Chan take advantage of me? No, I have to focus on punishing Brother Chan and not just worry about his body. How many times has he flirted with that assistant when I wasn't around? I'm still angry. Yikan took Suling's pulse and found that Suling's heartbeat was abnormally fast. It can simply be described as horrific. Oh no, is there really something wrong with Lydia Sue's heart? Chapter 96, discovered by Yikan. Seeing Yikan frowning, Suling asked Yikan in confusion, Dr. Yi, do I have any questions? Yikan looked up at Suling and replied with a worried look on his face, Lingling, your heart rate is too fast. When Suling heard Yikan say that her heart rate was too fast, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. My silly brother, I am so excited to see you, how can my heart not be beating fast? Indeed, Suling's heart was beating like a deer, thump, 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 beating violently. She has missed her brother Chan for 5 years. How did she endure these 5 years? Only she knows the pain she has gone through. Today, she finally saw the husband she had been thinking about day and night, and of course she was happy. Thinking that she could live with her brother Chan again in the future, especially now that they had 2 more precious daughters, she was full of beautiful visions for the future of their family of 4. For Suling, the happiest thing in the world is for her and her brother Chan to be together forever. Retracting his thoughts, Suling pretended to be worried and asked Yikan, Dr. Yi, is there something wrong with my heart? Will I die? Duda raised her pretty little chubby face, pulled Suling's sleeve with her little hand, and encouraged Suling seriously. Mom, don't be afraid. Daddy is a doctor. He can cure any disease. With Daddy around, Mommy will live a long life. Lala also comforted Suling, Mom, with Daddy, the miracle doctor, here, Mommy will be fine. Daddy will protect Mommy. Suling felt very relieved to see that her 2 sweethearts cared about her so much. You are worthy of being my, Suling's, biological daughter. The little fairies performed really well. They cheered their mothers up and praised their fathers for their abilities. I guess Brother Chan must be very happy to hear this? He would definitely be proud of his 2 daughters. Yikan never thought that his 2 little cotton-padded jackets were so sensible at such a young age. Listening to what the 2 little cotton-padded jackets said to their mother, who wouldn't be moved to tears. The 2 little ones are only 5 years old, but they already know how to care and be considerate of others, just like 2 little angels. Suling has educated her 2 daughters so well. She has worked really hard over the past 5 years. This was the first time my 2 precious daughters met me, but they were so close to me, trusted me so much, and admired me. This was actually inseparable from the tall and majestic image of me as their father that Suling had always created in their hearts. She is such a good mother. But why doesn't she remember me? Does she really not remember me? Yikan couldn't make a conclusion, everything had to wait until a more detailed and comprehensive examination was done. Calming down, Yikan smiled and told Suling, Lingling, don't worry. Sometimes arrhythmia doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem with your heart. It could be caused by emotional excitement or strenuous exercise before. These can all cause temporary arrhythmia. To diagnose your condition, I need to give you a comprehensive examination. Suling nodded, well, okay, I'll listen to Dr. Yi. Don't be fooled by her obedient appearance of following Yikan's arrangements. In fact, she has her own naughty thoughts. Wow. A comprehensive inspection. Then Brother Chan can touch my body? Besides, I can take advantage of Brother Chan's tofu, roo. I miss Brother Chan's 8-pack abs and pectoral muscles so much. I haven't touched them for a long time. Are they still as strong and powerful as before, full of hormones? And Brother Chan's sexy Adam's apple, it really touches my heart when it slides. Looking at Brother Chan's thin lips, I really want to pounce on him and peck him hard. It must taste delicious. When Brother Chan's slender fingers fall on me, will he think that I am more charming than before? It is said that women who have given birth are more feminine. So, Brother Chan, have you noticed that I am more feminine? Alas, it's a pity that he looks so serious when he is working, and I have no idea what he thinks of me. Suling's thoughts came to an end, and he secretly reminded himself to be more vigilant. Suling, don't be obsessed with your husband. Your husband may be giving you a comprehensive examination to confirm whether you have amnesia or not. If he knew you were faking amnesia, he'd be incredibly disappointed. What if he didn't want you anymore? How would you punish him? How would you even be with him? So, you have to find a way to make him think that you really have amnesia. You have to be able to punish your brother Chan and at the same time be with him, and continue to love him, pamper him, and love him for the rest of his life as before. Lingling, come with me here. Yikan brought Suling to the examination room. Suling looked around. Well, that's good. Although the clinic in this gentle place is not big, it has everything it needs. There is no shortage of instruments and equipment. It seems that my grandfather is really doing good deeds for the villagers of Gentle Land. Apart from the fact that Old Master Su prevented Suling and Yikan from being together and Suling hated Old Master Su, Suling admitted that Old Master Su did a very good job in other matters and she admired him very much. Of course, in Suling's eyes, the fact that Jiangning People's Hospital became so popular across the country was not entirely due to the efforts of Grandpa Su alone. Yikan has contributed the most. Without Yikan's dedication to the hospital and clinic and his medical skills, what would Mr. Su have to rely on? Therefore, when Suling thought of Yikan working diligently as a rural doctor in Wenru Township under difficult conditions for 5 years, he felt very sorry for Yikan. She had already decided that if Yikan planned to open his own clinic, she would have to contribute both money and effort, and not let her husband worry at all. Yikan first gave Suling a comprehensive examination of his heart, and the results did not show any problems. This made Yikan breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Yikan began to examine Suling's brain. He needs to know whether Suling has real amnesia or fake amnesia. While Yikan turned around and walked towards the computer, Suling quickly pulled out one of the wires from the instrument above his head. Yikan sat in front of the computer and started operating. What surprised him was that Suling's brainwaves that popped up on the screen were very chaotic. Oh my god, Lydia Su really has lost his memory. Yikan felt like he was struck by lightning. His wife wasn't pretending, she really didn't remember him. Why is this so? The result came so unexpectedly that Yikan found it difficult to accept it for a while. Seeing Yikan's face turn ugly, Suling pretended to be scared and asked Yikan, "Dr. Yi, is there something wrong with my brain?" Yikan slowly raised his head, his gentle eyes filled with pity and guilt. "Wife, you really have lost your memory. Tell me, who made you like this?" Seeing that Yikan had gotten away with it, Suling breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was smart enough to pull out a wire from the instrument, making the results show abnormality, otherwise she would have been exposed. The two daughters were not in the house at this time. They were playing in the yard and had no idea what was going on with Yikan and Suling in the room. Suling pretended to be surprised at first, but then he calmed down. "Dr. Yi, so you are really my husband? But why don't I remember you at all?" Yikan hugged Suling in his arms, holding her tightly, his heart aching as if it were being pricked by needles. "Honey, I'm sorry. If I had stayed by your side for the past 5 years, maybe you wouldn't have become like this. It's my fault." Yikan was left with only shame at this moment. Just when his eyes accidentally glanced at the corner of the wall on the right, he saw the instrument he had just brought to Suling. "A wire is broken. That's not right. I remember when I picked up the instrument, it was fine. How come one of the wires is broken now? Could it be Suling?" Suddenly, Yikan understood what was going on. "You little girl, you pretended to have amnesia to punish me, right? Just wait and see how I deal with you next." With his heart surging, Yikan's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Chapter 97. Let's follow the clues. Suling was relieved to see Yikan felt ashamed towards her. "Well, Brother Chan is not bad. He knows that he hasn't been with me for 5 years and feels sorry for me. It seems that he is not just focusing on flirting with his assistant, he still has me, his wife, in his heart. Well, he is still a good man for this fairy. He is worthy of my love for him forever. However, I will not forgive him easily just because of his little sense of guilt. I have to make him fully understand the importance of me as his wife. I endured 5 years of loneliness for him, and he must compensate me well." Recovering his thoughts, Suling pretended to be worried and said to Yikan, "Dr. Yi, I." As soon as she said the 3 words Dr. Yi, Yikan corrected her, "Wife, you should call me husband. I really am your husband, I didn't lie to you." After saying that, Yikan opened the drawer, took out the marriage certificate he and Suling had obtained 5 years ago, and handed it to Suling. "Honey, look, I didn't lie to you. This is our marriage certificate. We've been husband and wife for 5 years. Yes, it has been 5 years, and Yikan still keeps his and Suling's marriage certificate. Spotless, without a wrinkle. The handsome man and beautiful woman in the photo are simply a match made in heaven. Anyone who sees it will be envious. Ever since Grandpa Su told Yikan that Suling was dead, he had no intention of finding a new partner. All his energy was devoted to curing diseases and saving lives. He waited to survive 5 years so that he could open his own clinic and go further and further on the path of medicine. Whenever he missed Suling, he would take out the marriage certificate and look at Suling's portrait for a long time. In the past 5 years, there were women who pursued Yikan. They were the best from all walks of life and came from good families, but they just couldn't catch Yikan's eye. He couldn't see any trace of Suling in them. Suling was simple and kind, and loved him, his mother, and his sister with all his heart, but they didn't. Suling didn't expect that after so many years, Yikan still kept their marriage certificate intact. However, her marriage certificate had long been burned to ashes by Mr. Su. For this, she cried for 3 days and 3 nights and almost cried her eyes blind. At this moment, Suling stared at the marriage certificate, her eyes gradually became moist, and she was so moved that she wanted to cry. But she remembered that she was pretending to have amnesia in front of Yikan and no longer remembered Yikan, so she swallowed her tears again. Suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, Suling frowned and pretended to be confused. "Hubby, it turns out we are really husband and wife. But I still can't remember a single detail of our life together." How could she not remember every detail of her life with her brother Chan? She remembers everything. If she hadn't relied on the beautiful memories with her brother Chan for the past 5 years, she would not have been able to survive until now. In order to escape from the clutches of Mr. Su and return to Yikan, she really went through so much, it was all blood and tears. But all this is in the past and it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that she can finally be with her brother Chan again. However, what she didn't know was, did her brother Chan still remember those little details of their life? Could it be that her brother Chan has completely forgotten their past because he is pursued by so many girls? After all, keeping a marriage certificate does not mean everything. Snort! If brother Chan forgets our past, I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Didn't he think I had lost my memory? Then he would definitely take me to relive those past events and help me pick up my memories, just like what happened on TV. Hey. Suling began to imagine the scene again, omitting N words here. Just thinking about it makes me feel so fun, so nervous and so excited. Bang bang bang. Bang, bang, bang. Suling's heart was beating violently, his body began to feel hot, and even his breathing became rapid. Yikan noticed that Suling blushed, and he asked Suling in confusion, "Wife, why are you blushing?" Suling never expected that she would blush. She turned her face away in a hurry, not daring to look at Yikan, and stammered. I don't have any. Although Yikan appears calm on the surface, he is very uneasy inside. "Oh, you bad girl, you must be feeling guilty about pretending to have amnesia, right? That's why you blushed. Why are you pretending to have amnesia? Are you trying to test whether I have changed my mind about you?" "Yes, that must be the reason." Speaking of Yikan, he has never changed his mind about Suling, otherwise he wouldn't still be a golden bachelor for 5 years, right? Unfortunately, he didn't even know how he and Lydia Su had a relationship. Just once, they picked up the twins. I have to praise it again, strong. Yikan is lonely when it is late at night and everyone is asleep. But he has enough determination and will never overstep the line. So, Yikan had to endure the injustice for 5 years. He truly has a heart as pure as ice and jade towards Suling. A real man, a real man. Yikan even wanted to give himself a thumbs up. Why? If we had known that Suling was alive, we might have more than 2 precious daughters now. Anyway, I am not short of money, so the more the better. I can afford it. Besides, it is so great to have a daughter. She will be a caring little cotton-padded jacket, and I will enjoy the blessing. Yikan felt sorry for his behavior of keeping himself clean and living alone in the past 5 years, but he did not regret it. Because he finally got his goddess wife, and also had 2 precious daughters. The 2 little girls are like fairies, smart and sensible. They look like both their father and their mother. They are the inheritors of excellent genes and have a bright future. Now he is not only a husband, but also a father. From now on, he has to love his goddess wife and 2 sweet little girls well. He wants to live a happy and warm life so that his life is not in vain. However, what Yikan didn't understand was why Grandpa Su forced Suling to marry him and then forcibly separated him and Suling. Since Lydia Su was alive all this time, why did it take until 5 years for Lydia Su to find him with the child? What kind of life did Suling lead in the 5 years when Suling didn't bring the child to find him? Has she ever been with other men? Is she hiding a secret from me? Also, does Mr. Su know that Suling is here? If Mr. Su knew about this, would he continue to separate him and Suling? These questions are all on Yi Can's mind and need to be investigated thoroughly by him. He didn't want to be kept in the dark like a fool. Sometimes people just can't be confused. Seeing that Yi Can was distracted, Suling stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Yi Can. Husband, what are you thinking about? Yi Can came back to his senses and smiled at Suling. No more. I was just thinking about how to help you recover your memory. No way. You little girl are pretending to have amnesia to test me. Don't think I will fall for your trick. Yi Can didn't say these two sentences out loud. He didn't want to expose the little girl's trick for the time being. When Suling heard Yi Can say that he was thinking about how to help her recover her memory, she was immediately delighted. Yeah. Brother Chan is just as I expected, he is going to help me recover my memory, ha ha ha. Just wait and see how I'll take advantage of him in the future. Ah. I'm greedy, so greedy. Hey, Suling, you're speeding, brake. Brake. Suling quickly regained consciousness and warned himself. I need to stay calm. Now is not the time for me to be mean to Brother Chan. It won't be too late for me to take action against Brother Can when he teases me the same way I teased him in the past. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Calming down, Suling asked Yi Can expectantly, well, honey, if you want to help me recover my memory, do you have to do some of the things we did before with me, repeating the scenes so that I can remember them? Yi Can couldn't help but be stunned. This little girl has a beautiful idea. Do you still want me to accept her bullying like before? She always teases me, making me suffer, and then punishes me when I'm about to do it to her. Your husband, I will never be as stupid as before. Honey, your amnesia is quite special. That method won't work on you. I'll use another method to help you recover your memory. Suling was confused. Another way? What would that be? Why don't you follow my script? Now it was Yi Can's turn to be secretly happy. Hee, little girl, you can pretend to have amnesia, so I will follow the clues and let you know how powerful your husband is. Now that you've returned to me, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Just wait and see how I'll torment you, little witch, in the future. Chapter 98. I'll give you 1 billion to open a clinic. Suling wanted to know how Yi Can would help her restore her memory. She couldn't help but ask Yi Can curiously, husband, what is your method of helping me recall my memory? Yi Can held his chin, pretending to think for a while, and then answered Suling, how should I put it, I need to think about this method carefully and work out a detailed plan. Suling frowned. So, you don't have a specific method yet? Yi Can nodded, yes. Seeing that Yi Can didn't look worried at all, Suling got angry in his heart. Snort! Why is Brother Chan so calm even though I have lost my memory? He hasn't even figured out a way to help me recover my memory? Then what the hell is he talking to me? Can't you just follow my script? Stinky brother, so bad. Suling clenched her little pink fists. If she got a little impulsive, she would make Yi Can take a hit from her. But she still restrained herself. No, I can't be angry, I have to remain gentle. I just reunited with Brother Chan. I have to believe that Brother Chan cares about me and give him time to come up with a solution. If he really can't think of it, then I can just suggest that he use my method. After comforting himself in this way, Suling's anger subsided. The smile she gave Yi Can was so sweet that it was a critical hit. Yi Can's heart suddenly started beating violently. Oh shit. Why is this little girl suddenly smiling so brightly at me? I have to say, her smile is so damn beautiful that it can capture my soul. Look at her pink cherry lips, so pretty, I really want to take a bite. Oh, I have to keep a clear head and not lose my composure. Calm down, be sure to stay calm. You must follow your plan and never be soft-hearted. Suling stretched out her slender white jade-like hands and gently held Yi Can's hands. Yi Can couldn't help but tremble. Oh my god. The little girl's hands are still so soft and tender, as if they have no bones. I haven't been touched by her for 5 years, but when she touches me, I still feel like I'm electrocuted. My sensitivity towards this little girl is exactly the same as it was 5 years ago, it hasn't changed at all. Wife, you are in a clinic, let go. Yikan pulled his hand back from Suling's palm. Suling never expected that Yikan would not even let her hold his hand. Her anger burned in her heart. Snort! Damn brother, can't I even hold your hand? Do you dislike me so much? Are my hands not as soft as your assistant's, or are they not as gentle as your assistant's? However, Brother Chan's hands are still so strong and warm, which makes me feel safe when I hold them. Maybe I misunderstood Brother Chan. After all, he and I have been separated for 5 years, so it's normal for him to be a little nervous, right? Moreover, he thought I had lost my memory and must be very sad. How could he be in the mood to have an intimate interaction with me? Forget it, I won't bother with Brother Chan anymore. I have to love him more. After calming herself down, Suling said to Yikan seriously, "Hubby, don't worry. Take your time to think about it. I believe you can definitely cure my amnesia. If you really can't think of a good way, then you can use the method I just mentioned, right?" Yikan nodded seriously, yes. No problem. In reality, his inner thoughts were, "Oh, little girl, how could you possibly figure out the method I was talking about? You're just trying to bully me, aren't you? I won't tell you what my method is, I'll catch you off guard. Just wait." Just then, 2 little kids ran in happily. Duda shouted in surprise, "Daddy, Mommy, that little sister is awake." Lala also echoed, yes, that little sister is awake." As soon as the words fell, Zhong Lily, who had woken up, walked to the door. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked Yikan in confusion, "Brother, why did I fall asleep?" Yikan replied awkwardly, Maybe you are too sleepy." Suling muttered in her heart, "Why did you fall asleep? This fairy didn't want you to be an eyesore, so this fairy let you fall asleep." Zhong Lily did not doubt Yikan's words. She remembered that she had forgotten an important thing, so she reminded Yikan. "By the way, senior brother, today is our last day as village doctors in Gentle Country. We will return to the city hospital tomorrow. Another doctor will come to take over from us in the afternoon." Yikan nodded, "I know. So, go pack your things first." When Suling heard that this was Yikan's last day as a village doctor in Gentle Land, she was immediately overjoyed. Her husband is finally free and no longer has to be at the mercy of Mr. Su. From now on, she will do her best to support her husband's dream. "Come on, Brother Chan, you are always the best." Suling silently cheered for Yikan. Then, she asked Yikan solemnly, "Husband, what are your plans for the future?" Yikan told Suling truthfully, "After returning to Jiangning City, I plan to resign from Chairman Su first, and then I will prepare to open my own clinic." Ha! As expected, I guessed it right. Brother Chan is really going to open his own clinic. Good, ambitious. If you work for yourself, you will have enough food and clothing, and maybe you will even become famous for generations to come. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Suling stared at Yikan intently, speaking sincerely. "Hubby, although I don't remember you, as your wife, I will definitely support you unconditionally. I will never let you take out a loan to open a clinic and put you under the pressure of repaying the debt." After saying that, Suling took out a bank card from his bag and stuffed it into Yikan's hand. "There are $1 billion in it. Take a look, is it enough for you to open a clinic? The password is my birthday. Do you remember my birthday?" Yikan didn't expect that even after so many years, Suling was still as good to him as before, and was not stingy with him when it came to money. Of course he remembered Suling's birthday. But he is a hidden rich man with a fortune of 900 billion, and he doesn't need Suling to give him money to open a clinic. What he didn't understand was why this little girl, who was obviously very nice to him, had to pretend to have amnesia to test him. Is it that she just doesn't trust him, or is it that she herself is insecure? For a moment, Yikan suddenly felt sorry for Suling and felt that he had done too little for Suling. Zhong Lily, who was standing by, was shocked when she saw Suling give Yikan $1 billion without hesitation. $1 billion. The goddess gave it to the senior brother as soon as she said so, without any hesitation. This is definitely true love between the goddess and her senior brother. I can't compare with the goddess. Oh, what a devastating blow. Wife, I've saved some money over the years, enough to open a clinic. Please keep this money and spend it on you and our daughters." Yikan returned the bank card to Suling. Suling admired Yikan's character and never saw him being blinded by money. Her brother Ken was always so upright. "Take it, what's mine is yours." Suling forced the bank card to Yikan again. "As for money, I have as much as you want and I am willing to give you all of it. Even I am yours." As long as your brother Chan is mine, that's enough. Suling didn't say these 3 sentences, as long as she knew them in her heart. She is still waiting to see how her brother Chan will cure her amnesia next. She wants to see if she can handle her brother Chan's ultimate move. Chapter 99 Brother, I want to follow you. The 2 little kids were quite good at responding. One of them took Yikan's big hand, raised his tender little face, and said to Yikan seriously, "Daddy, we are you too." "Oh my, what sweet little darlings you have." Yikan couldn't help but hold Dudu and Lala in his arms and kissed them on the cheek. This made the old father so happy that he almost floated with joy. "My dears, Daddy may be yours, but when you grow up, you will get married and become someone else's daughter-in-law." Dudu stretched out his chubby little hands, hugged Yikan's neck, and said to him seriously, "Daddy is Dudu's boyfriend. As long as Daddy is around, I won't marry anyone else. I belong to Daddy." Lala was not to be outdone. She hugged Yikan's face and pecked it hard, which made Yikan feel itchy, giggle, and feel very happy. Okay, Lala, Daddy knows you love Daddy, stop pecking, okay?" Lala then stopped pecking and emphasized to Yikan, "Fairy Lala is also Daddy's. Daddy will always be Fairy Lala's boyfriend." When Suling saw this loving father and his 2 daughters, she felt that the world was so beautiful. The fresh fragrance of gardenias wafted in the wind, making her feel extremely happy. What could be happier than a happy family? Zhong Lily was so envious that she couldn't help but ask Suling, "Goddess sister, I really like your 2 daughters with your senior brother. Can I hug them?" Suling did not stop him and nodded in agreement, "Sure, but I don't know if the 2 fairies are willing." Then, Zhong Lily turned around and asked Dudu and Lala, "2 lovely little fairies, I really like you so much. Can I hug you?" Dudu and Lala were also straightforward little fairies, and they agreed immediately, "Okay, little sister." So, Zhong Lily held Dudu and Lala in her arms. "Wow. I feel so comfortable holding you both. You're so cute. Seeing you makes me want to have a baby soon." Unexpectedly, Dudu came close to Zhong Lily's ear and whispered to her, "Sister, don't have any bad thoughts about my dad. My dad belongs to me and my mom." Lala also warned Zhong Lily, "Sister, Daddy is mine too. If you have any bad thoughts about my daddy, I will not be polite to you." Zhong Lily's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh my god. How did these 2 little rascals know that I was interested in my senior brother? Oh my god. With these 2 little bastards around, no woman except the goddess can get close to my senior brother, unless they want to die. However, my senior brother is leaving Jiangning People's Hospital and plans to open his own clinic. I really can't bear to leave my senior brother. What should I do if I want to follow him? Snort. No matter what, I'm just going to follow my senior. Follow your senior brother and you'll have meat to eat. Zhong Lily made up her mind. Well, sister won't have any bad intentions towards your father, don't worry. Zhong Lily would not argue with children and would just cooperate with them in a friendly manner. Dudu and Lala each gave Zhong Lily a sweet kiss on the cheek. Zhong Lily's heart was almost melted by the kisses of these 2 little fairies. They are 2 adorable little darlings. I hope I can give birth to twin daughters like them in the future. After Zhong Lily accompanied Dudu and Lala to play in the yard, Suling took the initiative to say to Yikan, "Hubby, when you return to Jiangning City, the babies and I will live with you. I'm afraid that if we live separately, it will affect my memory recovery." When Yikan heard Suling's words, he felt secretly delighted. "Ha, you little girl, you even offered to live with your husband, but you are still pretending to have amnesia? You just want to torture me like you did in the past, right? I won't let you have your wish." Retracting his thoughts, Yikan pretended to be serious and responded to Suling, "Wife, in order not to affect your memory recovery, we really can't live together." Suling originally thought that Yikan would agree to let her live with him without hesitation, but in the end, the stinky brother rejected it out of the blue. It's so depressing. Calming down, Suling smiled and asked Yikan, "Husband, why is that? Isn't it that 2 people should have more contact to help memory recovery?" Yikan secretly complained in his heart, "Oh, you little girl, you're clearly pretending to have lost your memory, yet you still speak so seriously. Letting you have more contact with me just so you can torture me? I won't fall for your tricks." Quickly sorting out his emotions, Yikan patiently explained to Suling. "Wife, didn't I tell you before that your amnesia is rather special and not suitable for traditional treatment? You have to follow my method. I'm the doctor and you're the patient. Do you understand?" Lydia Su was about to explode with anger. Stinky brother, so bad. Your method is to prevent me from getting close to you. Do you dislike me that much? Don't you love me anymore? Humph, if you dare to change your mind about me, I will first stare you in the eyes and then kill you. I want you to be mine in life and my ghost in death. I want to live with you. This fairy is so domineering, so what? Okay then, I'll listen to my husband. I'll do whatever he tells me to do. I'll definitely cooperate with his arrangements. Suling was also convinced by himself. What he said and what he thought in his heart were completely different things. Hey, if I don't do what Brother Chan said, I'll be exposed. What if Brother Chan finds out that I'm pretending to have amnesia and he doesn't want me anymore? Without Brother Chan, I would be heartbroken. When Yikan heard Suling tell him that everything would be arranged by him, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. You little girl, when it comes to a battle of wits, you are no match for your husband. From now on, you will let me control you. Let you know how awesome your husband is. Well, honey, have you and the girls eaten yet? If not, I'll go cook for you. Yikan remembered that Suling and his two baby daughters might not have eaten yet, so he planned to go to the kitchen to get eggs for breakfast. Suling stopped Yikan. Hubby, you don't have to work hard. I had breakfast airlifted here in advance. Let's eat together? After she finished speaking, she shouted to the door, Will, bring in breakfast. Yikan was stunned. Will? For so many years, he has been Suling's bodyguard. How loyal. Yikan also admires Will's loyalty. Soon, Will pushed a large, movable round dining table into the yard filled with delicacies from land and sea, and the aroma was fragrant. Suling specifically explained to Yikan, I had it made by a Michelin 3-star chef and then flown in from abroad. It's still fresh. This is a huge table. We definitely can't finish it all. Why don't we call all the villagers over to eat too? Yikan readily agreed, of course. Look, this little girl is still so kind. Yikan was very touched that Suling was still thinking about the villagers of Gentle Land even though he came there. A few minutes later, all the villagers arrived and enjoyed Suling's air-freighted luxury breakfast with relish. The village chief also specifically told Yikan that Suling was a really kind person. He donated more than 100,000 yuan to the Hope Primary School in Wenru Township, specifically to provide the children with advanced learning equipment. Yikan was proud of Suling's good deeds. Yikan's wife is so cool. As dusk fell, Yikan's work in the Land of Gentleness was completely over. Tomorrow morning he would set off back to Jiangning City to resign to Mr. Su. His dream of opening his own clinic was about to come true. It's exciting just thinking about it. Suling was helping Yikan pack his things while Yikan was packing. Suddenly Zhong Lily walked in and looked at Yikan with tears in her eyes. Brother, I want to work with you. When your clinic opens, will you take me in? Suling was shocked. What? Is this little assistant clinging to my brother Chan? Okay, I want to see whether Brother Chan will keep her or not. Unexpectedly, Yikan readily agreed, okay, Lily, you will follow me from now on. I by Ga. Suling was dumbfounded. Chapter 100 Easy to use. Oh my god. Brother can actually let Zhong Lily follow him. What does he want to do? Taking a concubine? That's too much. Does he take this very seriously? Suling was about to collapse. He was so angry that he clenched his fists. He wanted to rush over and beat Yikan and Zhong Lily up. However, reason prevented her from acting impulsively. She tried to comfort herself. Stay calm, Suling, you must stay calm and don't lose the demeanor of a top goddess of your generation. How could the husband you like be such a fickle scumbag? You have to trust your own judgment in choosing a husband. Maybe Brother Chan kept Zhong Lily around purely for work? You have to listen to Brother Chan's explanation in person before you can make a conclusion, okay? Seeing that Yikan agreed to her request without hesitation, Zhong Lily jumped up and clapped her hands excitedly, saying that she could work with Yikan again. Wow! That's great! I can work with my senior again. Thank you, senior. And thank you, goddess sister too. Just as Suling was about to ask Yikan why he kept Zhong Lily by his side, his two daughters were unhappy. Dudu tugged at Yikan's clothes and angrily asked him, Dad, why do you want to keep other women around? You can only have Mama by your side. Lala was not to be outdone, shaking Yikan's big hand, meowing non-stop like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Daddy, you can't let Mommy down. If you do, I won't want you as my boyfriend anymore. Before Yikan could explain to the two little kids, they suddenly ran towards Jean Lily, stretched out their little hands and pushed her hard. Bad sister, go away. Don't come to destroy the relationship between my dad and mom. If you don't leave, I'll beat you. At this time, the two sisters were united, faced the outside world together, and resolutely maintained the integrity of the family. It's rare for him to have such a sense of responsibility at such a young age. Yikan and Suling were deeply moved when they saw it. Jean Lily never thought that she would be so resisted by the two little fairies, as if they regarded her as their mortal enemy. But she is really not what they think. She is really wronged. Baby, I'm not that kind of person. Can you listen to my explanation? Dudu didn't want to listen to what Jean Lily said. The little princess was still desperately pushing Jean Lily out the door, and reminded Lala in frustration, push harder, Lala, let's get this bad sister out of here quickly. Lala used all her strength to suck milk. Suling and Yikan went up and picked up the two little kids, each one of them, and told them not to do anything to Jean Lily anymore. Dudu and Lala didn't understand why their mom and dad tried to stop them from driving Jean Lily away. The two little fairies struggled and insisted on going down to teach Jean Lily a lesson. At this time, they were no longer angry little cats, but domineering little brain axes. Mom, don't be afraid, Dudu will protect you. Let Dudu go down and help you teach that bad sister a lesson. Daddy, you belong only to mommy and me. If you stop me from teaching that bad sister a lesson again, I'll bite you. Oh my God. My two sweethearts have been queen-like since they were young. What will they be like when they grow up? No one dares to bully them. However, this is too domineering. Which man dares to control it? Or, will there be men willing to let them control them? Yikan is also worried. The two little kids were too noisy, and Suling had to give them orders. So, she immediately changed into a cold and arrogant face, and her tone was so cold that it made people shiver. Dudu, Lala, stop messing around. Listen to Daddy's explanation first. When the goddess roars, everyone will tremble. Yikan and Jean Lily were both frightened. There was a sudden silence all around, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Dudu and Lala both became well-behaved. Their chubby little faces were flushed with anger, and their little mouths were pouting, like porcelain dolls that had been wronged. Suling looked at Yikan, his eyes were as cold as ice, making Yikan feel a chill on his back when he looked at him. Oh my God. I've been an internet-famous doctor for a long time, and I'm also a hidden rich man, so how come I'm still overwhelmed by this little girl's powerful aura? Could it be that I've been constantly bullied by this little girl and have developed Stockholm Syndrome? Have I gotten used to it? Is it an addiction? If that's the case, then I'm seriously ill. Yikan's heart was in turmoil. Husband, tell me. Why do you want to keep Jean Lily by your side? Although Suling's tone was a question, every word was filled with murderous intent. It seemed that if Yikan didn't give her a satisfactory answer today, she would take Yikan's life in a minute. Suling was asking this question to Yikan, and Jean Lily beside him was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat, as if she had done something shameful and was about to be held accountable by Suling. Yikan put Lala down, gave Suling a warm smile, and explained seriously, Wife, please don't misunderstand me and Lily. She and I are purely colleagues, nothing else. Jean Lily is interested in him, but he is not interested and it has no effect on him at all. After hearing Yikan's words, Jean Lily felt a little disappointed. After all, her senior brother is the male god in her mind. She has been secretly in love with her boyfriend for 5 years, but has never received any response from him. She is still very sad. Suling locked onto Yikan's captivating black eyes and continued coldly, get to the point. What was the reason you kept Jean Lily? Yikan answered truthfully, Lily is a girl with a good background and a good family background, but she insisted on being my assistant in the countryside for 5 years. In the past 5 years, she has never complained about the hardship and has been diligent and hardworking. Moreover, she loves to learn and is quick to learn. She is a promising young talent. When Jean Lily heard Yikan praising her, she felt very happy. Being affirmed by your own male god is also a kind of happiness. Suling asked Yikan, then what? In fact, she really wanted to refute Yikan, maybe Jean Lily is willing to suffer with you in the countryside, that's because she likes you. For the man she likes, sometimes a woman is willing to do anything. But after thinking it over, she still didn't say it out loud. She couldn't just say something without any evidence. Yikan continued what he hadn't finished, when I open a clinic in the future, I will definitely need a good assistant who can quickly understand my ideas and has a tacit understanding with me. Besides, when I'm not in the clinic, she can take on the responsibility of seeing patients and prescribing medicine on her own. Only Lily can meet the requirements of such an assistant. After all, I trained him. Oh no, I cultivated him. If I choose someone else as my assistant, wouldn't I have to spend a lot of time training and even getting used to him? To put it bluntly, Yekin finds it very convenient to use Jean Lily, which saves both manpower and time. Of course, Jean Lily is indeed a good seedling, as he said, worthy of careful training. Oh, I was wrong again, it should be worthy of careful cultivation. In time, this girl will make a name for herself in the medical field and add icing on the cake to Yikan's career. Suling understood now, and a smile finally appeared on her cold little face. It turns out that Brother Chan really kept Jean Lily for his own career. I told you, how could the husband I, Suling, chose be wrong? In that case, I will support him with all my strength. Isn't there a saying that behind every successful man, there is a woman who silently supports him? I want to be the woman behind Brother Chan. That's fine. I respect my husband's decision. Lily, you have to work hard and don't let me and my husband down. Suling did not forget to encourage Jean Lily. Jean Lily assured Suling and Yikan, don't worry, goddess sister, senior brother, I will definitely roll up my sleeves and work hard. I will never let you down. Yikan couldn't wait for tomorrow to come so that he could go back to Jiangning City and resign to Mr. Su. After that, he will be able to show his talents and open his own clinic, shining brightly in the medical field and going further and further. However, he could not predict what would await him on the road to opening a clinic. In reality, he had already been surrounded by numerous conspiracies and faced dangers on all sides.